Hello everyone, welcome to What If
A
Naruto got
cursed
cursed powers
spirit
of Rika
awakens.
Orimoto in Highschool DxD
What if Naruto
movie.
wielded
Before
Rika's
we
power
start,
in
please
Highschool
go support
DxD?
Dragneel Slayer for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Curses are born from negative feelings, from people's desire to keep their loved ones in the realm of the living. An accident links the life of Naruto Uzumaki with the spirit of Rika Orimoto, forcing the young woman to become a curse, a monster tied to the existence of her best friend. Chapter 1. The sun shone brightly over the city of Kuo, Japan. The beginning of spring had brought the first traces of summer and the start of school to high schools across the country, and was the reason why thousands of students were seen in their school uniforms throughout the country's various cities. They were all somewhere between excited and bored, depending on whether it was their first year of high school or they had already completed the previous two. The older students were tired. They needed to finish their year and start something new that motivated them. The younger students, for their part, were excited, eager to create new pages in their lives with the moments they would spend with their classmates and friends. Moments they would capture in photographs and later review as adults. But that excitement was slightly greater in Kuo City compared to the rest of the cities. The local school had stopped being an all-girls high school, and that year had begun giving up seats to boys, launching various scholarships offered by the school, with the intention of filling this quota completely. This was somewhat upsetting for the girls' side of the school, which accounted for almost 70% of the class, including the teachers. After years of being an all-girls institution, they would have to accommodate the boys who came to share classes and clubs with them by giving up space to the boys' side so they could adapt. Perhaps the change had been made with the intention of improving the institution, of giving Kuo's youth the opportunity to avoid having to leave the city to attend high school. But since this was the first year this had been implemented, the discomfort was felt on the girls' side of the school. They cast condescending glances at the boys, laced with a slight hint of venom that could kill you if the glances were fatal, as they were like poison daggers constantly being thrown at the men. For their part, the boys, for the most part, weren't intimidated. Those who had been awarded scholarships by the board of directors demonstrated their commitment to their scholarship goals and were willing to take advantage of everything the school had to offer for their academic and personal growth, something that would undoubtedly attract the attention of their classmates who saw them working as hard as they did. But a small group of these students, specifically those who didn't receive a scholarship, weren't at the academy just to study. They had their own ideas about their classmates. The group known as the Perverted Trio began to be a pain for the student council since the three young men entered the academy, starting to spy on the kendo club when the girls proceeded to change and moving on to spy on the rest of the clubs that were only completely female in nature. The tenacity of these hormonally charged young men surprised more than one girl. The kendo club had taken it upon themselves to try to re-educate the boys with blows from their shinai, which left them covered in wounds. Despite this and the constant beatings from other girls from other clubs, the three boys continued to be a headache for the council and the students, to the point of almost getting the student council president to take them personally, something her subordinates wouldn't allow, pointing out that she, as president, had much more pressing duties than dealing with three girlfriendless young men who seemed to need the attention they weren't given when they were children. Accepting this, the president went about her duties, leading the student council and organizing her classmates' tasks to ensure the school ran smoothly to her standards. But as president, the teenager wasn't only in charge of leading the council. She was also the one to guide the new students through the school. This task had been carried out by all the student council presidents, and the current one could not be exempt from it, being her obligation to take care of the students who entered the academy after the start of the school year, whatever the reason, something very common, given that the scholarships not only included young people from Japan, but also did so with talented children from other parts of the world. That was why the president was standing at the entrance, wearing her school uniform and with her arms tucked under her perky breasts. According to the tutor of the boy she was waiting for, he was due to arrive at 9 in the morning. It was 10 past 9, and the teenager hadn't shown any signs of life, something that began to unnerve the president. Sona Sitri, was the current student council president. She had raven black hair cut into a bob, with two strands framing her slightly tapered face. Behind red-framed glasses, her hard, swarthy eyes remained expressionless as she waited for the new scholarship transfer student. She was a serious girl, bordering on the term cold. In her role as student council president, Sona always acted harshly with students who broke the school's rules, something that had earned her the complete admiration of the school's female students. While the male students only sighed and prayed not to be targeted by the girl they respected and didn't wish to upset, something the new student had seemed to do. After 15 minutes past the estimated time, Sona uncrossed her arms and sighed in exasperation. That hadn't been the only time this had happened to her. After 3 years as council president, she'd experienced the same situation she was now experiencing with other Kuo students, who at the time were the rebellious girls who arrived at an all-girls academy. However, now she was waiting for a student, a boy, and he had made her wait an extra 15 minutes when the boy should have arrived at 9 o'clock sharp, maybe a few minutes early. But despite what the male students thought of her, Sona was a completely rational and understanding girl. Many students who came on the academy's scholarship ended up getting lost in the city streets and took a little longer to find the institution. This had been happening since the academy opened to boys, and any foreigner had trouble getting to the academy after only being in the city for a couple of days. After half an hour, Sona readjusted her glasses and prepared to enter class. When the boy arrived, one of the teachers would give her the appropriate warning and take over, giving the student a tour of each part of the academy, including the dining hall, the various clubs, and the various classrooms, something that would cause her to miss a few classes. Just as Sona turned to enter, she thought she heard a voice shouting at her. The voice wasn't exactly loud and sounded slightly shaky and timid, so she stopped and walked back to the entrance. The boy was running toward her. He was wearing the Kuo uniform, unadorned or distinctive, but Sona caught what made him distinctive. Lightly tanned skin, glowing sapphire eyes, and messy blonde hair that looked like an explosion on top of his head. Are those mustaches? Sona noticed the boy's strange markings that made him look like a cat, although she thought he was more like a fox. And the Nekomata? Sorry for being too late. The voice came out high and shaky. A light blush spread across the teenager's cheeks, slightly darkening his skin, something Sona avoided showing, so the boy wouldn't look even more embarrassed. Naruto Uzumaki, I suppose. And? Sona pushed her glasses back slightly, placing them back in their original place. Unnoticed by Naruto, the council president smiled slightly at the nervous cry. I usually lecture students who arrive late. But considering the fact that you lived in the United States and have an exceptional academic record, I can let today's tardiness slide. I am sorry. I just arrived in Japan yesterday. The notice took forever to reach me. The boy looked embarrassed by this. The initial blush deepened slightly, something Sona noticed in the darkening of the teenager's cheeks. Don't worry, Uzumaki-san. I think it was the academy's fault for sending the papers late. Clasping her hands in front of her skirt, Sona gave a small apologetic bow. I'm sorry we caused such a setback. Sona was determined to find the student council member who had caused such a problem. They were usually the ones in charge of sending out the scholarship paperwork so that the students would arrive at the designated dorm a week before the start of classes. And such an error wasn't something the president was willing to overlook. And no apology necessary. Sona Shitori, the girl straightened her body again, standing in front of the boy. It was then that she realized the height difference. Naruto was shorter than her, with a thin, unathletic body and a rounded face that made him look like a tall elementary school boy for his age. Shall we begin the school tour? Kuo Academy had one of the best facilities a school could have. It boasted at least 50 clubs, among which the kendo and basketball clubs stood out, having been able to qualify for the women's national championships. These two clubs now had a men's section for boys entering the academy, with the aim of also ensuring that boys could reach the national championships as the women's section and thus increase the academy's prestige. Due to the large number of clubs, Kuo Academy had increased the space of its facilities to accommodate the hundreds of students it had, giving each of them the opportunity to choose the club that most interested them or the one their parents wanted to put them in to see if they could achieve something. But Kuo didn't just have huge and important clubs to attract students. Its curriculum, focused on its students' future in the working world, made it attractive for parents to send their children to the academy, especially given the extensive scholarship system it had demonstrated so far, something most students took advantage of. Sona finished the tour of the academy by accompanying the young man to the reception to obtain his class schedule. What grade are you in, Uzumaki-san? Sona was intrigued to learn more about the new boy. His appearance made him look like a first-year student, but she didn't judge anyone by their appearance. He might look like a first-year student, but he could probably be a third or second-year student, and he was around her age. I'm a second-year student, Shitori-san. When Naruto got the schedule in his hands, Sona was able to observe the new student's assigned class. 2B, the same class as the so-called perverted trio, which could end very badly if the boys managed to spread their influence. I should take a look at those three. If more like them are born in Kuo, there'll be a bigger headache and there'll be a lot more paperwork. After all this, is there a club or activity that has sparked your interest? Sona expected simple answers, perhaps the calligraphy club or the reading club Kuo ran on campus. Given the boy's less than athletic appearance, she even thought he'd take the computer club or one that wasn't particularly suited to physical performance. D, the kendo club. That answer came as a surprise. But Sona should have expected something similar from the boy. She didn't know him well, but her instinct was telling her that the boy would be full of surprises and that she shouldn't take her eyes off him. Then I'll have to give you the form tomorrow. Sona looked at the clock on the column. It was lunchtime and they'd taken 15 minutes of it. Lunch starts at 12 o'clock sharp and then afternoon classes start at 1. If you'd like, I can walk you to the cafeteria to get some food. Sona wasn't going to abandon a student and leave him completely alone on the first day of school. That would be cruel, even for her, especially when that same student had come from abroad on a scholarship and didn't know a single one of the other students. That would be appreciated. Sona Kaicho. A young man with blonde hair appeared around the corner. He was accompanied by a dark-haired girl with glasses and amber eyes. Tsubaki and Saji. Sona stopped her steps, forcing Naruto to stop a few steps behind. Has something else happened besides the usual? Naruto blinked at the question. Nothing unusual, Madam President. Who is that? Saji looked at the new student critically, his eyes narrowed as he studied the boy behind Sona. Soy Naruto Uzumaki. The young Uzumaki appeared before the two young men of the student council, bound to both of them somewhat hastily, causing his bag to fall to the ground and his books to scatter on the floor. Saji and Tsubaki stared at each other for several seconds. Saji didn't know whether to laugh or feel sorry for the boy, while Tsubaki found it adorable. Sorry. I'm quite clumsy. Naruto bent down to start gathering up his school supplies. Sona followed suit and helped him finish picking up all the books scattered on the floor. Don't worry, Uzumaki-san, Sona spoke calmly as she picked up a small notebook. It's understandable that you're nervous. You haven't lived in Japan, and you're in a completely new country and school, with no friends you know. Being nervous and afraid in a situation like this is more common than you think. Just don't let it get the better of you. Yes. As student council president, Sona had dealt with the stress and fears of her fellow members, something she was familiar with. Just by glancing at Naruto a couple of times, she could see how nervous he was, the fear that seemed to be gnawing at him from the inside, as if there was no way out. 10. He reached out, handing over the small notebook with a strange symbol on it. Thank you. A blush became slightly noticeable on the boy's cheeks as he brushed Sona's hand, a gesture she didn't notice. That was going to be a very hard day for the new student. Later on. The classes were boring, slightly boring. Naruto had been used to English classes since childhood, although his parents forced him to take Japanese classes so he wouldn't lose his native language in case he ever returned to Japan, something that had been given to him as an opportunity after being accepted into Kuo Academy. The boy still didn't know where he got the scholarship, but one day he found an envelope in the mailbox, and when he opened it, he found that scholarship that allowed him to study at Kuo Academy, with all expenses paid, and access to a student residence run by the student council, who handled all the paperwork and made sure the students abided by the rules of student coexistence, something that Sim didn't take too well. But that Naruto already experienced being in a boarding school for most of his life, something he decided to change by taking that scholarship. Although the residence had its own dining hall that offered dinner, lunch, and breakfast to the students, they had a fully equipped room with a bathroom, kitchen, living room, and bedroom, so they could live their daily lives with all the possible comforts and not feel uncomfortable while studying or working in their room. Because of this, Naruto was currently walking around with 2 enormous bags containing enough food for the month. He wasn't a young man who ate too much, and he could prepare meals with a protein content that would fill him up for most of the day, so he didn't have to eat any other food than his own. Naruto was used to cooking. Since he was little, he'd been taught how to prepare some dishes, and the rest he learned he made entirely on his own, with the help of the internet or some cookbooks he'd been given when he left boarding school. It wasn't hard for him to say that he'd begun to feel drawn to the kitchen and had begun to enjoy it. Thanks to this, his outing expenses were not high. I think I bought enough meat and vegetables to have enough left over for a stir-fry. I left the yogurts, though. But that purchase, Naruto had nothing else to spend his remaining money on. His school supplies were provided once he'd made his schedule, and his uniform was waiting for him in his room when he arrived in Japan, at the dorm, as if it were waiting for every student who occupied it, lying on their bed. Purple. Naruto stopped to look at the sky, which should have been orange. A purple light enveloped him and covered him like a cloak, giving off that strange paranormal glow that made his hair stand on end. A chill ran down his spine as if someone had run a finger up and down it. It was at that moment, when she lowered her head, that he saw her. Hair as black as night, dark violet eyes filled with evil, and wings as dark as a raven's. The woman's clothing was entirely porous and conventional, leaving nothing to the boy's imagination. It was entirely leather, as if fulfilling some fetish. Naruto then looked at the boy prostrated against a tree. It was one of his classmates, one who always went delirious when he fell asleep on one of the books, drooling all over it like a real idiot. A human. How did he get past the barrier? The sound of flapping wings made Naruto look back at the woman. The malice in her eyes was real, dark, and piercing. I'll have to kill you, darling, the woman said, flashing a truly cruel smile. Too bad. You looked cute. Naruto witnessed how the light began to compress in the woman's hand, if he could call it that, and how it slowly formed what looked like a spear of light that she was ready to throw at him. Human. When death is near, when we look directly into its eyes, our entire life flashes before us, from our birth to the moment we die. And all of this happens in less than a minute, a full minute, as if living a second life before dying, so we can see our mistakes and our successes. Sorry Rika. Chapter 2. The sky was a reddish hue. The clouds were purple instead of white, and the sun had turned blood red, more intense than the sky itself, giving the reddish sky a completely exotic appearance. The buildings were framed by their shadows. They were the same shadows, tall, dark buildings that pointed toward the reddish sky as the sun shone brightly. The air had completely vanished from the place. The feeling of being constantly watched settled in the mind of anyone who walked through those streets under the watchful gaze of the sun, which was at its zenith, sending its rays toward the city with a powerful intensity, as if ready to melt the streets and shadows with the force of its heat. A young man stood in the middle of the road. His eyes were dull, his hair covered by a thin layer of thick strands. This boy was wearing the standard Kuo Academy uniform and seemed to be in a trance-like state, standing completely still at the edge of the sidewalk, with no cars passing in front of him, no vehicles seeming to be blocking the road. Behind the boy, a shadowy figure seemed to be surrounding him, slowly enveloping him. Like tentacles, the shadow's arms slowly began to encircle him, as if it were embracing him and not allowing him to escape. And the boy didn't seem to want to escape from the misty figure. This shadow didn't seem to be coming from the buildings, but from the boy himself. It had solidified its shape and expanded in size until it took on a slightly humanoid form, hunched forward, covering the boy's entire back, who didn't appear to be taller than 5 feet 6 inches. The boy didn't seem to notice the figure behind him. His eyes, empty and lifeless, remained fixed on a fixed point on the road, as if he were observing something with complete interest and concentration. If anyone looked at the boy's face, they would see that his face was completely flat, devoid of any emotion visible to whoever was studying it. There was no frown of concentration or beads of sweat from fear at the misty shape behind him. The boy was completely oblivious to everything around him, as if he didn't know where he was, as if he were completely out of place on that street, under the blood-red sun and sky. Despite his unchanging face, his body language revealed what the boy might be thinking, or trying to think, and what his voice might echo. He was bewildered, nervous, and disoriented, as if he'd woken up somewhere unfamiliar. The fact that there were no other living beings walking the streets or vehicles in sight only heightened the feeling of loneliness and anguish, as the boy demonstrated by his tight grip on the strap of his backpack. Naruto. The hollow voice escaped from the misty form. The black tentacles began to take on a much more solid form, turning into 2 arms that wrapped around the boy, preventing him from escaping. Their skin was white, perhaps slightly grayish, and the hands were enormous. If the 2 were brought together, they could probably tear his head off with a single movement of those limbs. Naruto. The misty shape, the shadow that covered the figure, faded away, revealing the being standing behind the teenager. It could be considered a nightmare monster. Grayish skin, no eyes, a huge mouth full of sharp teeth, and it didn't seem to have a solid lower body built up by legs. Instead, it seemed to float like a ghost, taking on a much more terrifying appearance than a ghost. The voice, somewhere between guttural and hollow, didn't help anyone mistake the creature for something docile. The boy himself felt a chill when the thing mentioned his name for the second time, blinking for the first time in the entire time he'd been standing there, fully aware of where he was. Naruto. The voice of that thing only grew more intense, more urgent, and more annoying to the boy, making him retreat, trying to escape. But it was an impossible task. The boy had reacted too late, and the creature had wrapped its arms around him, preventing him from escaping, allowing him only to look forward. About 10 meters away from Naruto and the being, there was a small girl who had been watching the interaction between the being and the teenager the entire time. The child's dark eyes had remained fixed on the teenagers, drawing the boy away from the voice of the being hugging him. Naruto. In contrast to the monster's voice, the girl's was soft, like a small sound of small bells clanging together that would make a person feel calm and relaxed, as if they were in some kind of temple. Hold on. Naruto recognized the girl standing a few feet away from him. She hadn't changed at all. Dark eyes, back-length brown hair, and a long dark blue dress. That was how he knew her, and that was how he saw her now, standing in front of him, smiling at him just like she had in the park. Both of them kept their eyes on the other. Naruto kept his face slightly impassive, a drop of sweat running down his right temple. However, Rika kept smiling, a happy blush on her cheeks that expressed how she felt about seeing her old friend, who was uncomfortable facing those expressive eyes. We haven't seen each other for many years. will you keep your promise? A few seconds after that question, his lips went dry and his throat felt like sandpaper. He cleared his throat, feeling his heart pounding against his chest. It seemed like it was trying to escape its prison. The promise he made to Rika was accompanied by a ring that adorned his neck on a chain as a memento. Naruto couldn't believe Rika remembered that promise they made as children when she was still alive, shortly before she was run over. Don't you remember her? Naruto felt the pressure on his shoulders and refused to look back. The creature had placed both hands on the teenager's shoulders, exerting enough pressure for Naruto to feel it. I remember her. I remember her very well. The boy swallowed. His throat ached from the dryness, from the lack of moisture. Pain ran through his lips and they felt chapped, with the taste of blood on the tip of his tongue. Wonderful. Rika clasped her hands together and interlaced her fingers as she smiled wider. I love you so much, Naru-kun. At the same time Rika declared her feelings, the being behind Naruto shoved him down with its force, generating pressure on him to the point where he was sweating. It was like having a second body, as if someone had fallen on top of him and was pushing him with the strength of 10 people. And, surprisingly, he was still standing, letting thick drops of sweat fall to the ground. The voice didn't come from the teenager's mouth. Naruto widened his eyes and kept them focused on the dark asphalt, seeing the shadow of that monster covering him completely, almost as if it were another extension of his own body. Why? Why do I dream about Rika and this thing? Since the accident that took Rika Orimoto's life, Naruto hadn't thought about her more than necessary and normal. He hadn't thought about her until he was on the verge of death, being threatened by that strange woman with dark wings on her back. He saw his entire life flash before his eyes. He saw Rika, his mother, and his father. He saw all his friends, all his family members before him. He saw his entire life up to the present. It was then that he thought of Rika and her tragic death, and that seemed to have triggered that dark nightmare. It seemed to have freed the thing that was harassing him along with Rika, as they seemed to perform similar actions on him, seeking to keep him under control. Or so Naruto noticed in the thing's actions. Every time Rika didn't get an answer, the monster pressured him even more, making its presence felt. It was as if Rika was connected to the being, but she couldn't come up with an exact explanation that wasn't crazy to her rational mind. Although, after being killed by that woman dressed in leather and raven wings. The possibility that this, along with a winged woman, was a dream was very high, because otherwise he'd have to accept that monsters were real, that magic really did exist, and that ghosts could haunt him for all eternity. And Naruto wasn't about to allow that door to be opened, because once it was opened, the chance of it closing was reduced to zero. We must get married, Naru-kun. The ring you gave me. My soul is bound to that ring. That's where everything I feel, everything you feel, resides. We'll be together for all eternity. When they were children, days before Rika died in a horrible accident, Naruto had given her a small silver ring with a tiny gem embedded in the ring's structure as a memento, as a commitment to what they both felt despite being mere children. Only the real Rika knew the ring's meaning. Only she could hold it against him. That ring seemed to be cursed. Rika's eyes lost their cheerful sparkle and darkened, becoming two black holes like two wells. At that, the being behind Naruto pushed him to the ground with more force than he had ever used before, causing the boy to fall to his knees. Cursed, you think I'm cursed and want to separate yourself from the thing that binds us? Rika's face had taken on a somber expression. That's not something you'd say to someone you love, Naru-kun. You've misunderstood me, Rika. Desperate, Naruto raised his head and looked into Rika's dark eyes, defying the immeasurable force of the beast pushing him down. That ring killed you. A few days later, you had the accident. And you want to abandon me? The being behind Naruto bared its sharp teeth. A chill ran down his spine, forcing him to remain silent as Rika spoke. You want to throw me aside after cursing me? You want to abandon me? Is that it? What can I say? There was guilt in Naruto's mind, and it was reflected in the dull glow in his eyes as he looked at Rika, feeling like he couldn't say anything and that he deserved this, whether it was a nightmare or real life. Deep down, though, he hoped it was just a nightmare, something he'd forget the next day, leaving a bitter night behind. But Naruto had a feeling that wouldn't be the case. I'm not going to let you leave me, Naruto. I'm not going to let you go without me. The pressure exerted by the monster became intense, ferocious, and completely bent the boy against the cold dark ground, causing Naruto to groan from the extra weight and the pain on his shoulders. The boy could feel the monster's fetid breath, its saliva dripping directly against the back of his neck. He even felt some of its sharp teeth caress the skin of his neck, as if preparing to cut through the weak flesh and devour him. I won't let you go. When the monster finally decided to devour his head, Naruto opened his eyes completely exalted, his face bathed in cold sweat and his breathing ragged, that forced him to sit up in the bed he was occupying and that he couldn't recognize, keeping his mind on the image of Rika and that thing. For several minutes, Naruto remained silent, relaxing his breathing and the beating of his heart, which seemed to want to burst out of his chest. During those minutes, the boy observed the room. It wasn't large. A window stood above a small wooden desk, and the bed was situated under what appeared to be a bookshelf for some thick battered books. Nothing there seemed to have been purchased firsthand or was being neglected by the owner more than it should have been. But despite that appearance, Naruto found that bed comforting, warm. Finally, the boy decided to get up once his heart rate had subsided and returned to a much more normal rhythm for a teenager. He pulled back the sheets and found himself wearing only the pants of his boy's uniform, and his torso was completely bare, without the undershirt that should have been covering it. Steeling himself, Naruto left the small room and found himself in a Japanese-style living room, with a low table in the center, surrounded by various cushions that would be the diner's seats. Sitting on one of these cushions, holding a cup of tea, was a burly man with straight dark hair that slightly covered his eyes. A distinctive scar on the right side of his mouth made him even more recognizable. "Are you awake yet, brat? I thought you had a fever, but it seems it was just from the heat." The unknown man's eyes examined the teenager for several seconds. There was no trace of scars or wounds. Not even a trace of the fatal wound that should have sent the boy to the other side. "Who are you?" The question came out softly, delicately, as if it were going to upset the man. This made the stranger chuckle dryly, finding the boy's attitude amusing after having been nearly killed. He was undoubtedly a respectful young man and an easy target for people like him. "Ah." Before the introductions, the man extended his arm and pointed to the seat in front of him. "You should drink something. You've been asleep for a few hours and have sweated quite a bit. I tried to keep your body as moist as possible due to the excessive sweating, but I'm not a nurse or a doctor." With a skeptical eye, Naruto looked at the earthenware cup in front of him once he took his seat. The man had taken the teapot and poured him some of the same tea he seemed to be drinking, which didn't seem dangerous. However, Naruto preferred to be slightly suspicious, especially when it was a stranger who was offering him that drink and who had kept him in his house. Thank you." It wasn't a green tea or any other herbal tea. When Naruto tasted the drink, he found it too sweet to have been sweetened with sugar or to belong to any type of tea he was familiar with, as there were nuances that distinguished it from others he'd had, and they remained even if he added too much sugar, which wasn't the case with other teas. "Judging by your half-absent gaze, I think I should give you an explanation of what happened, in case they try to make you forget it." Naruto felt the emphasis on the last word. "Due to your encounter with the fallen, you almost died, brat." The man analyzed Naruto's face for the next few seconds, searching for any clue that might give him information about the teenager's condition. The boy could go into shock or denial about what had happened. And the man was waiting for that to happen, for the boy to go into a meltdown, into shock. But surprisingly, the boy just stared and remained silent. Although he saw a hint of disbelief in the boy's blue eyes. It was strange and surreal that a fallen angel had killed a mere teenager, two mere teenagers. It could have been considered a fragment of a manga or a teenage fantasy novel in which the boy is reincarnated. But the man knew that this fantasy was much more real than fiction itself. Now, his mission was to make the boy understand what he had gotten himself into. Seeing that Naruto was staring at the glass of tea in his hands, the man cleared his throat. "I should introduce myself first, I suppose." Naruto raised his face to look at the man. He was middle-aged, with skin slightly furrowed with fine wrinkles. His eyes were small and dark, conveying a sense of tiredness. "Toji Fushiguro is my name, brat. You'd better get that in your head, because from now on, I'm going to turn you into a sorcerer." Chapter 3. A dim candlelight kept the room dark, allowing the two people inside to be barely visible. Because of the dim light emitted by the candles, the interior was barely visible even to the people inside, leaving only dark shapes identified by the shape of their shadows. There weren't too many objects, though. Most had been removed to allow the man to paint a strange circle where the young man was placed. Right in the middle of what appeared to be a strange Star of Solomon, with some inscription surrounding the drawing appearing even between the lines that formed each of the star's sides. Typically, Asian sorcerers and exorcists used methods from their own culture to create seals and restraints against the demons or spirits that were harassing them. However, for several centuries, both branches had decided to collaborate and allow the others to use their methods in various operations. Toji recognized that the Star of Solomon was far better than any kanji for restraining a demon or entity. And if the star wasn't erased, the being would remain within the star for eternity until someone freed it. Either by erasing the star or by eliminating the contained being and erasing it from existence. While sorcerers weren't given to using foreign methods much, Toji had realized that using only what was known could lead one to the embrace of death. And he wasn't ready to die, not yet. He used the Star of Solomon in conjunction with some of the sealing marks passed down throughout history within the clan, where he had spent much of his life. Combining both methods would increase the intensity of the prison he was creating for the being accompanying the boy. But at the same time that he increased his power, he also had to be careful. Any failure in any of the letters or lines beyond the Star of Solomon could cause even the summoners to receive severe injuries. Toji had seen inexperienced exorcists fail when trying to combine both methods, suffering injuries that left them unable to perform the work to which they had dedicated their entire lives. Therefore, Toji was careful when drawing the lines of the Star of Solomon and writing, in perfect calligraphy, the kanji that completed the barrier that would protect him from the monster inside the boy. Knowing the power of the boy's curse was difficult if Toji hadn't seen it in action, but he knew what it could do if given enough time. Blood had stained the ground near the fountain, and feathers had adorned it, along with some pieces of flesh. The body of the fallen angel who had tried to kill the boy could even be seen lying inside the fountain. But that image, Toji wasn't going to take any chances or allow that curse to run free. He had to contain it within the boy before it fully manifested. Once he became conscious, Toji doubted he could contain it with a simple superficial seal. It's cold. On Naruto's back was a large drawing similar to the Star of Solomon they were standing on, but this one had a total of 9 points, instead of the usual 5. Accompanying the star, right in the center, Toji had drawn some small kanji that spelled out the word will. It's just paint, Toji placed a brush on the lid of the paint can. You don't need to heat it like wax or anything. There were different ways to keep a curse sealed within a person if that person wasn't a vessel. Naruto hadn't become a vessel for the curse that plagued him. Instead, the curse was bound to him by an object, the same object that Toji had taken care to keep within a smaller star, adjacent to where its bearer was, preventing the curse from taking form from the ring. Curses could be imbued onto an inanimate object and turn said object into a cursed object, although the latter was not entirely correct and differed greatly depending on who was asked or which sorcerer was working and using which object. Paint. The special one. It's ink, you understand, brat. Naruto shuddered as he felt Toji's hand place itself on the middle of his back, right over the kanji that meant will and press lightly, forcing the boy to lean forward slightly, feeling the air escape from his lungs as he pressed them himself. To forge seals, you need the right objects to make the seal. Usually, a piece of chalk and a little ink are enough to imbue a person's body and a place with the magic to create the sweeper seal. The ink I used on your back, as well as the chalk I used to paint the Star of Solomon, are special in their own way. The ink dripping from the brush was dark, but not quite black. Sacred animals are good for making special ink. We use the blood of these animals and combine it with other pigments and materials. Chalk also comes from animals. More specifically, from pulverized bones. Toji had expected some reaction from the boy, probably some gesture of discomfort or unease, at knowing his body was being painted with animal blood and that he was sitting on pulverized bones turned into mere chalk. But he didn't even make a miserable grimace. He remained seated, legs crossed and torso bare, his back always facing her, his thick locks of hair covering his face. Megumi would be your age now. The sorcerer's eyes darkened through his hair. He removed his hand from the teen's back and let the air out of his mouth before scratching his neck, looking at the details of the 9-pointed star he had drawn on the boy's back. Any small crack in either the drawing or the spell could end in a situation that would require desperate measures. And he wasn't motivated enough to take such measures. If things ended up getting out of hand, Toji was prepared to kill the boy outright, taking both the curse and the boy with him to the other side. What exactly is this going to do? Naruto traced one of the lines on his back with some difficulty, examining the perfect 9-pointed star Toji had painstakingly drawn on his body. Is it some kind of barrier that will prevent that thing from visiting me in my dreams? Dreams? The world of dreams can't be disturbed by simpletons, brat. This seal will keep that thing only in your nightmares. If you have the will, it won't even visit you on the darkest nights. That seal relied on the individual's willpower, on how strong their mind was in different situations. Toji knew it was a risky move, especially considering the boy seemed like a simple child with no willpower, but it was the best he could work with. Without the materials and time, that seal was the only thing he'd been able to create to protect the boy and contain the curse. Willpower? Do you see me as a young man with willpower, Toji-san? Toji blinked once and laughed dryly. Willpower? No, the sorcerer couldn't see the skinny, scrawny boy as someone with a will to stop anyone who tried to stop him. In the older man's eyes, Naruto wasn't someone who could fight on his own. The body, the attitude, the eyes, everything told Toji that the boy wasn't a fighter, that he wouldn't fight unless he changed him. Not really. Understand. Naruto stared at his bare hands, letting Toji continue the ritual in silence. It wasn't the first time he'd been seen as a merely cowardly teenager, and he'd been irritating to many people who'd met him, which had allowed him to go unnoticed to a certain extent, though there was no escaping the bullying from the bully on duty. I prefer to put on an appearance and keep what I am to myself. Oh? Are you going to tell me your teenage dramas? The man spat out the question with a certain venom. However, Toji didn't see that his words had affected him. On the contrary. The boy's back had swayed and his body in general seemed much less tense. "What are you, kid? Those horizontal stripes that make you look like an idiot trying to emulate a cat and a stupid stutter and shyness." Toji withdrew his hand again and put both hands together, placing them in a prayer position while simultaneously closing his eyes. "You irritate me, brat. You have that aura that bothers me. It's not like I'm an expert on the paranormal, but I'm no stranger to it." The boy crossed his arms, interlacing the fingers of both hands, palms up. He rested his limbs on his legs. "But I understand, in a way, what you mean by my aura. You mean my body language, the gestures I make with my face, maybe with my mouth. It's possible you're linking my tone of voice to that aura you mention. And the irritation you feel is related to the whole person I am." The confidence in the boy's voice caught the sorcerer off guard. So when he opened his eyes and saw the boy standing with his back to him, showing him the 9-pointed star, his slight head tilted downward, it reminded him of another person, another sorcerer he had seen in the same circumstances. It was like looking into a mirror, albeit one much smaller than the original. The bucking brat, he scratched the back of his neck, displaying a frustrated, amused, and slightly mocking smile. Toji looked at his work, examining any flaws in the calligraphy. If the entity hadn't shown itself by now, Naruto wouldn't have to worry about it in the next few days if he had the will to face it. "Don't try to be smart with me. If I hadn't arrived, you probably wouldn't still be alive." He had seen one of the bloodiest sights a sorcerer had ever seen in his life. The fallen man had been devoured by the boy's curse. His head was bitten off, and the blood, along with feathers and bits of flesh, had seeped through the small gaps between the flagstones, creating a truly terrifying sight that would have traumatized any child. "I'm not being clever." Naruto was forced to catch a katana in his right hand. He looked up, seeing Toji's darkened eyes staring at him with some amusement. "Yeah, whatever," he massaged the left side of his neck. "Let's go outside. If you've messed with the crows then we better get this started right away, kid. I'm not going soft." But the sense of danger Toji felt seconds after giving the sword to Naruto made him smile. As he grew older, always under the strict training of his family, Toji abandoned all his clan's beliefs and increased his own strength, becoming a user of cursed weapons with tremendous physical power. And yet, despite having height and physique on his side, combined with experience, he didn't see the hesitation in the boy's eyes. In fact, when the teenager's hand touched the handle of the katana the sorcerer had given him, his eyes changed. That fragile will transformed into a steely determination. "I'd say you give me the creeps." They had both left the small cabin. They were in a clearing, surrounded by thick trees, being watched by the curious inhabitants of the forest. "But I'm not an impressionable adult. I'm going to have to beat your weaknesses out, brat." The wind ruffled Toji's hair. The sorcerer moved accordingly, guiding his sword to block his opponent's blade. Sparks flew as the two swords made contact, and Toji jerked his head back, evading the kick the teenager attempted to land on his chin. As a result, he skidded several meters backward, away from the boy. "When I have a sword in my hands, my problems disappear." He shifted his weight to his lower body. He moved his left hand to the bottom of the katana's handle and placed the palm of that limb under the kashira, the katana's pommel, twisting his body slightly to the right. A sword is an extension of a swordsman's arm. Blue eyes peered through thick locks of hair at the sorcerer, sending him clear intent. "I've always felt comfortable with one in my hands." Toji would have backed down with that murderous intent if he hadn't been facing stronger, far more experienced individuals. But he had to give the boy credit. That weak act was the best the boy could have been putting on, forcing his opponents to become complacent. "Ha." The man cupped his own face with his left hand. Through the slits formed by his fingers, Toji looked at Naruto with a bright glow in his eyes. "Incredible. A mere brat is more terrifying than some of the men I've ever seen in my life." He swung his sword, sending a shockwave towards the teenager. Subarashi. Muscles swelled beneath the traditional clothing the sorcerer wore. He leaned his body slightly forward and guided the sword back, positioning it for a slash that would pierce almost any armor with the right force. When he saw the boy wasn't going to move, Toji shot toward him, staring intently, capturing every movement the teen's muscles made. Toji watched as the boy didn't move even though he was closing the distance. Naruto remained standing there in the same position for the next few seconds. Just as the sorcerer was about to collide with him, the teenager brought his sword down in a swift, powerful movement that surprised Toji for a second. "That was fun, brat." Naruto had gotten his own surprise. The boy had expected to slice the man's body with a perfect, surprising motion like the one he had performed. However, Toho had reacted in a way Naruto hadn't expected, and he was caught off guard when the sorcerer's sword blocked his own. "You didn't expect that move, performed by a weakling, to affect me, did you?" The smile on Toji's face grew, becoming that of a true predator, that of a wolf who was enjoying the game. "I want to see how far you can go, brat. I want to see those crazy eyes once more, the ones that shone when I placed the sword in your hands with a movement." Toji's sword deflected Naruto's, and they both jumped back. "I have no plan behind obtaining victory." Grabbing the edge of the top of his clothes, Toji ripped it off, revealing his scarred torso. "But I want to see what you're capable of, kid. I want to feel that deranged gaze, that gaze that reminds me so much of myself." Toji took a step forward at the same time that a worm began to coil around his torso, wrapping it around him. With his right hand, Toji took something from inside the thing. "Let's see how far I can turn you into a sorcerer, cursed boy." Chapter 4. A healthy and strong body is built with time, effort, and dedication, complemented by a good diet to rebuild destroyed muscles with the necessary proteins to strengthen the body, making it much better than it is. To achieve this, in addition to nutrition, exercise is essential to improve muscles throughout the body, turning the body into a lethal weapon that helps the individual defend themselves. Toji Fushiguro had acquired his body through constant training since childhood, taught to him by his own father. His decision to put aside the arts of his clan helped him improve greatly in his physical appearance, creating the body that, at 40 years old, he proudly displayed with a completely mocking and amused smile to anyone who decided to confront him. And that was the goal Toji himself had set for himself. To recreate his own body in the cursed teenager who had fallen into his hands and turn him into a sorcerer who depended entirely on his physique and not on magic as others had done. For this task, he had kept the teenager on a rigorous physical training regimen for the 2 months he held him captive, guarding the seal that kept the curse inside the ring and completely away from the boy. And this would remain the case until the teenager placed the ring on one of his fingers, no matter which one or which hand he wore it on. Once he did, the entity would dominate the boy and he would be unable to seal it again. At 2 months old, Naruto's body couldn't match the physical strength of Toji's. Perfect muscle building took time, and with an intensive regimen, Toji had managed to make the boy's body move fluidly, with no lag in his movements, and he had gained enough strength to fight on his own, granting him strength in his legs and arms that would take the boy's swordsmanship to the next level. Toji had been inwardly grateful that the boy knew kendo. Although, he had to admit that his behavior with a sword in his hands was strange. When Naruto held a sword, whether real or wooden, his expression, his eyes, and even his personality transformed into a completely different one. There was no nervousness, no hesitation, and much less regret. When Naruto swung the sword, it was like an extension of his own body, like a third arm following the commands of a madman. And Toji was proud of that aspect of the boy, of the predator he had been building. Toji had to admit that the boy had done a good job in the 2 months they had been away from civilization. 2 months in which he had taught the boy everything he remembered and knew about being a sorcerer, about his job of exorcising demons and keeping civilians safe, away from the danger posed by the beings of the underworld. Although Toji highly doubted the boy would maintain the latter. When his true personality came out, he proved to be a predator, an accomplished fighter who seemed willing to take a life with his own sword. The shy boy had left the teenager's body and disappeared like a mere cloud of dust. Toji had decided to keep his student's true colors on the surface and was determined to prevent the boy from hiding it again behind halting words and timid, nervous gestures. The irritating and annoying attitude had turned into a more entertaining one for the older sorcerer, one he could work with, and that reminded him of an old enemy who had almost killed him. "So, am I going back to Kuo?" Master and student were gathered inside the small hut. Toji hadn't changed his clothes or his physical appearance. Naruto, on the other hand, had gained some muscle mass, grown several inches, and discarded his tattered academy uniform to wear a simple black shirt and baggy khaki pants, with Chinese slippers covering his feet, no socks. "You must prove to me that the time you've spent here hasn't been a complete waste of time." Toji wasn't going to fill his student's head with misconceptions. He wasn't going to praise him for being a good student or for having demonstrated abilities that allowed him to learn a few extra things. That would only inflate the boy's ego, and he'd already had enough of his own overconfidence to make a teenager follow in his footsteps completely. "Understand? I packed a backpack with some things, as well as some cursed weapons that might come in handy. To confront demons, angels, and supernatural beings, a sword forged only from steel would lead anyone to certain death. Because of this, throughout history, sacred and cursed weapons have been created, giving sorcerers and exorcists a fighting chance against demons or any being that tried to take possession of unsuspecting, naive, and defenseless people." Toji had amassed a vast collection of cursed weapons. His clan had been providing these weapons to sorcerers for centuries, and now he was the sole owner of them all. And, of course, he had made excellent use of each one, learning how they worked and the curse that completed them. Cursed weapons. Naruto blinked at the last bit. He'd expected his master to leave him with the katana he'd originally given him, not some weapons from his family's vault. Cursed weapons were items worth millions, and if sold, they would make him a billionaire. "What? The katana I gave you is just a piece of steel. Did you expect me to send you off to fight demons with a mere piece of worthless steel? Toji considered himself a predator, a fighter who would put his own well-being above others, achieving the best results by following his own rules. But he wasn't so cruel as to send a simple teenager without the necessary tools to a city that had become the epicenter of many supernatural problems. Supernatural cases have been rampant in Kuo lately. Leaving the boy in the city without any tools could lead to his own death sooner than expected. Thank you, Maze. I didn't give you permission to call me master, brat. Toji was a gambling enthusiast, one of the last sorcerers in the world and an excellent combatant on the ground, a strategist capable of learning about his opponent's weaknesses and exploiting them to his advantage. Naruto, on the other hand, was a lover of his own tranquility, a boy cursed by a mistake and someone who hid his true face under a mask of defenselessness, showing his true self only when he held a sword in his hands. They had their differences and were different in many ways, except when they fought each other. Toji hadn't agreed to officially become Naruto's teacher, and Naruto wasn't about to let Toji forget that he had trained him for 2 months and was a teacher to him. Are you angry, old man? Since you've made your decisions like a man, you think you can speak to me without due respect, huh, brat? Am I going to have to teach you a bigger lesson? Naruto's physical recovery was astonishing, and Toji admitted that the boy recovered from any injury in record time. When he broke 3 of Naruto's ribs, he was already in optimal condition for training within a week, which meant that the punishments he implemented against the boy didn't have the desired effect. And what Toji liked most was seeing the suffering and desperation of his enemies when they couldn't find a way out of the fight. If that's what you want. The elder sorcerer's eyes moved to the earring adorning his pupil's left ear. The earring was in the shape of a black cross that gracefully fell and swayed with the chain that held it to the ring whenever the boy moved his head, whether consciously or subconsciously. Ha! Toji's arm moved and his index finger pointed at the teenager. Seconds later, the small chuckle turned into a full-throated laugh. Now that's a good one, kid. Naruto knew that Toji was ready to greet him whenever, wherever, anytime. For 2 months, Toji had kept him on his toes at all times, forcing himself to look even behind every tree, under his bed, or even on his roof. Crazy old man. Insane. You're no fun. You must be ready for what awaits you out there, to survive all the creatures that will want to hunt you down once they see you as a threat to their lives. When the crows see that you're still alive, they'll want to kill you for having killed one of their own. The demons will tempt you, trying to seduce you with propositions too attractive for you to refuse. The sorcerer's dark eyes stared intensely into Naruto's. Toji had seen other sorcerers fall for the demon's promises. He had seen members of his own clan used as mere guinea pigs. They became mere puppets, mere pawns of those they swore to eliminate. I don't want to see them seduce you, how they turn you into a simple, emotionless mannequin that dances on their hands. If that were to happen, I'd kill you myself. Toji's words struck the teenager's ears. They were concise, direct words, filled with a truth that couldn't be tainted by lies. Toji would kill Naruto if he became a servant of the demons, a mere pawn on the chessboard. As a sorcerer and a hunter, Toji was the king of his own chessboard, and he couldn't allow himself to see a boy he raised become just another pawn, a mere toy. The boy didn't respond for several seconds, remaining silent. Naruto knew Toji hadn't lied to him, that those words were a promise between the two of them, and that he would truly take care of killing him if he ever ended up in the hands of a demon. And, in a way, the Uzumaki was grateful for that. He could count on someone to end his suffering if he became a mere plaything for the creatures he was meant to kill. Don't play with fire, kid. You could get burned in seconds if you're not careful. I'll keep that in mind, master. The man's mind traveled back in time, several years in his own life. That same phrase had come from the lips of his only son, the boy he never saw again after that same response. His son's story ended before it even began, before he began his own legacy and cast his shadow over other young people. I'll be on the lookout, Toji pointed at a huge backpack. In that backpack, you have everything you need to avoid dying. And seriously, don't die, kid. Or I'll kill you myself. Kuo. Midnight. In the old occult club booth at Kuo Academy, 2 girls sat across from each other on a different sofa. The first was a young woman with short medium-length dark hair, wearing glasses over her purple, slightly slanted eyes. The second had beautiful red hair that fell to the end of her back and aquamarine eyes that looked like they were straight out of the sea foam. Both girls had light skin. The Redeeds was even lighter than her companions, but due to the dimness of the room, their shades could barely be distinguished. That was a massacre. Ria's Gremory was the heiress of the Gremory clan of the underworld, a third-year student at Kuo Academy, and a pure-blooded demon gifted with the power of destruction. She was the younger sister of the Demon King Lucifer. It wasn't my fault, Sona. You know that. Sona replaced her glasses on her face by pushing them up with her right hand. The sister of the Demon King Leviathan was Ria's best friend, and they had been for years. But as student council president and the one in charge of Kuo's protection, Sona highly doubted they could keep this hidden for long, even though neither of them was responsible. That fallen was devoured, physically destroyed, and only Hyoto-san was at the scene. Though I doubt he's the culprit. I have someone else on my mind right now. Another one. When I arrived to Reincarnate, I didn't see any trace of combat or the presence of another boy or girl. There wasn't even anyone else's blood. It could be that the blood of the fallen woman masked that of the other attacker. Rias blinked, fluttering her eyelashes several times in the span of 5 seconds. And who did you think of, Sona? The light in Sona's eyes intensified. The boy she'd been thinking about had been missing for the past 2.5 months. And when she met him, something didn't appeal to her. He scared her. I don't know him that well. The girls at the kendo club call him a crazy swordsman, a sword genius, and from the videos Tsubaki showed, that guy is truly a monster when he has a sword in his hands. And to think, he seemed like a docile boy when we first met. But he was hiding a monster. After watching the videos, Sona had wondered 1,000 times how the boy didn't kill some of the kendo club members, how he didn't seriously injure them. In each of the fights, the boy was precise, determined, and precise. He didn't waste energy on his movements, and he didn't doubt it, as if he would never miss at any time or place, as if he would always be right, and in none of the videos did she see him miss even once. If Kiba were to face him, would he stand a chance? Sona looked up. Her eyes had been staring at the cup of tea in front of her for the few seconds she'd been inside her own mind, remembering those videos. If Yudo Kiba were to face that boy, Rias, your knight would be sent packing in a matter of minutes. I highly doubt I've ever seen anyone wield a sword like this boy does. And I'm not even going to interfere with someone who angers him. The words were concise, full of truth. Rias heard the confidence in her old friend's voice and didn't see the flicker of doubt in her eyes or body language. So? A sigh escaped Sona's lips. We're going to have to tread carefully with him, Rias. He's a boy who seems puny, lacking in muscle. But Naruto Uzumaki, he's a beast when he has a sword in his hands. Chapter 5. Rainer's death had spread among the Grigori members, reaching the ears of the team tasked with surveillance for the possible wielder of a sacred gear. This had opened up a single avenue the Fallen had taken as possible. That the demons had realized their involvement and had disposed of Rainer in a grotesque way to send a message. Demons were cruel and savage. Perhaps they could have used some of the most violent to kill their companion, and they had succeeded despite their light powers. Due to the treaty between the 3 biblical factions, this could be seen as a kind of attack on the Grigori, an attempted attack by the demons. Some of the Grigori's high-ranking officials took it that way. But it wasn't something the Fallen could easily take. Kuo, according to the agreement Hell had with Shinto, belonged to the demon faction and was under the care of the Grimory clan and the Citri clan, making anyone from another faction an intruder within the city limits. This turned the incident against the Grigori, turning the Fallen into the ones who broke the peace pact between the factions. The situation had become delicate, but it was public knowledge that the Grimory clan and the Citri clan would not retaliate without grounds behind Rainer's presence within the city limits and that they would first launch an investigation into the very presence of the fallen woman. This gave the Grigori a limited amount of time to create an excuse to escape the mess and maintain calm between the different sides, all without knowing about the betrayal of one of the Grigori's high command, the true perpetrator of Rainer's actions, and the presence of the various fallen in the small town of Kuo. Fear was a powerful weapon used by the powerful to get their way, to pressure those below them into doing what was necessary for them to rise up. And in the supernatural world, the pressure became suffocating to a truly insurmountable degree, for the force behind the words was usually real, demonstrable, and accompanied by the names of those they threatened. Ever since Rainer's death, we've been after that brat from Secret Gear. Twilight Healing. The Fallen's mission within Kuo had continued despite the urging of some high-ranking officials to call off the operation. The team members continued to monitor those they believed to possess a special and powerful sacred gear, one that could make all the difference in a confrontation. Oh. It's not like a brat can do much. She's not a fighter, and she thinks she's been sent by the church to this remote Japanese town. And it's not like anyone's going to look after her in the first place. The sacred gears were weapons created so humans could defend themselves against supernatural beings who sought to harm them. There were 2 types. The sacred gears and the so-called 13 Longinus, the 13 most powerful gears with power that could kill God. Although the latter was a reference to any god, not the one belonging to the biblical faction called Elohim. Twilight Healing belonged to the first group, according to the records obtained about the sacred gear, and was not among the 13, the most powerful. Despite not belonging to this group, Twilight Healing was powerful in the right hands, able to prolong confrontations between 2 sides due to its power. Healing those the user wanted, albeit with its limitations. Maybe, observing the wayward nun, the fallen one sighed. I'm feeling a sense of strangeness at keeping an eye on this brat, now that Rainer's gone. Are you a scaredy cat, Donaseek? Donaseek's eyes narrowed at his companion's question. The fallen man was concealed behind a large trench coat, half of his face obscured by his wide-brimmed hat. Scared? Middled, you should keep your little mouth completely shut, don't you think? Dressed in a strange maid outfit, a small girl with blonde hair tied in two pigtails looked into Donaseek's dark eyes from her lower position on the roof, turning her eyes into two daggers. Me? Rainer's already protected you enough, you coward. I'm going to. Enough, you two, a woman's stern voice halted the discussion between the two fallen men. Keeping an eye on Asia Argento is all we must do. Everything he has ordered us to do. We mustn't overwork or push even a little. I doubt Gremory will intervene if we don't push or any of his lackeys interfere with what we do. Although working with that rogue exorcist might get a little too bothersome for me. With her hair tied in a long navy blue ponytail and arrogant eyes, Kalwarna was a woman with an hergless waist and two perky breasts. With an arrogant look, the woman had taken over the small operation after Rainer's death and was supposed to maintain control over everything that was happening in the half-ruined church. But Kalwarna. Obtaining the twilight is crucial now. The woman crossed her arms under her chest and cupped her chin in her right hand, watching young Asia lying on the sacrificial altar. Rainer wanted the sacred gear for herself. In return, we will use it to appease our lord's wrath. Ripping out the sacred gear would be fatal for young Asia Argento. She would lose her life and be left prostrate on that altar, becoming a reminder of her loved ones and a greenhouse for the larvae that would devour her flesh as time passed. But the lord they served had expressly requested the twilight as an offering from her, as an oath of loyalty to his cause. And Kalwarna wasn't going to let that opportunity pass her by. Not when the chances of being killed by him were too high. We have to make this work, even if Fried Selzen is our partner in this. Kalwarna had no respect for humans. They were inferior beings who should be used as mere objects, as cannon fodder in wars. But what she hated most were people like Fried. Arrogant, perverted, and filled with ego to the point of death. Despite that, she knew the unholy exorcist was skilled and useful for the future plans her master was plotting behind the scenes, hidden from the eyes of others. That was why she hadn't pierced Fried's throat when he'd nearly abused Asia, when he'd looked at her with contempt, and when he'd spat on Rainer's death. They were traitors to the Grigori, but she respected her own companion. It's not like anything's going to go wrong. Why would Gremory interfere with our game? Donaseek saw the same path as Kalwarna and wasn't completely on Rainer's side when she wanted to take the twilight for herself. However, the fallen man allowed himself to be a little optimistic on the occasion. Gremory and Citri weren't tied to Asia, and there was no way for them to intervene without creating a schism between the factions. There were higher-ups in the Grigori who wanted a war, not just the lord they served, and they could use that to start one and tie Azazel to his throne. You never know what they'll do. They killed Rainer, and Azazel did nothing. Nothing. That's what makes me the most angry, what makes me hate him even more. His passivity is disgusting. Middlet expressed his feelings about the situation. Azazel was obsessed with the sacred gears and, at the same time, the figurehead of the Grigori, a role he hadn't been playing too well in a while. That was the main reason they had sided with one of the Grigori leaders who stood on the opposite side of Azazel. And they had been pleased with the results. He has always been passive when it comes to dealing with conflicts between the factions. Our lord, however, has grown weary of remaining under the thumb of Azazel and the rest of the other faction leaders. Peace. That's a dream you can't truly achieve when you're keeping a hungry lion on a small, loose leash, about to snap. And our lord's has been broken long enough for us to prepare. Azazel won't retain his leadership for much longer if plans go as planned. The dry sound cut short the fallen man's words. Donaseek stirred and looked back toward the edge of the forest. Was that a sound of snapping branches? Are you going to be scared of a rabbit? Ha. Scaredy. After the words, the mockery, blood trickled from Middlet's mouth to the ground, toward her feet. The girl reached for her throat, fear flashing in her eyes as she noticed the piercing where her Adam's apple should have been. What the buck? Neither of the other two could stop the blood flowing from the piercing in the girl's neck. What they did was each summon a spear of light, facing the forest. What was that? Did he pierce Middlet's neck in a single second to kill her? Kalwarna narrowed her eyes. She couldn't look at the weapon that had caused her companion's death, but she had to praise the attacker's skill. Should we take this a little seriously? A shadowy figure appeared before Kalwarna and Donaseek. He seemed to be wearing a strange black garment that mimicked the shadows that had been surrounding him during all those minutes he had watched the fallen. Who the buck are you? There was no answer to Donaseek's question. Slowly, the man took hold of the mask that had covered his face and pulled back the hood. A pair of golden hair, like mime gold, surprised them both. Blue eyes, full of mockery, made Kalwarna's teeth grind. Looks like your friend has drowned in my beauty, huh? The cloth fell to the floor next to the mask. Naruto adjusted his glove seconds after shedding the kimono covering his torso, revealing a sleeveless undershirt clinging to his chest. But you guys can still talk. I think. Otsutsuki was the first to act. He stomped his foot and shot towards Naruto at inhuman speed, revealing the pair of dark wings that emerged from his shoulder blades, drawing a cocky smile from the boy. Frontal attack. I like it. If Kawarna was surprised when Naruto blocked Otsutsuki's spear, his face didn't show it. His eyes remained fixed on the fight, on the swordsman's face, and on how he had withstood his comrade's onslaught without moving an inch from his position, becoming a wall. I don't even use just the sword. The leg sliced through the air swiftly. The foot sank into the fallen man's chest, sending him hurtling backward, forcing him to use a sword of light to halt his movement. The man's face flashed with shock, seconds before blood cascaded from his mouth in a crimson waterfall. Oops. I think I went a little too far with the force, don't you think? His master had been abundantly clear. He was not to use Rika's power under any circumstances unless he gave him permission, declaring her to be a special grade who could devour him if she wished, and he wasn't yet ready to take on something like the Queen of Curses. Because of this, Naruto only had a greater force and a vast number of curse tools with which to harass his targets. Why you bastard? Otsutsuki's eyes shifted toward the blonde, displaying all possible hostility. This didn't affect the teenager. Naruto planted his katana in the ground, between a fissure that divided two slabs, and raised his hand, waving it to invite the fallen man to come for him, to envelop his mind in the anger he felt. And it stung. Summoning two swords of light magic, Otsutsuki lunged forward, roaring at the death of his companion and the provocations of a mere human. Right. Left. Below. Above. Following the pattern of the fallen angel's swords, Naruto moved, letting his body guide him, evading his opponent's attempts to cut him. This resulted in the result Kawarna's eyes captured. Naruto danced around his thrusting katana, not letting Otsutsuki's blades touch him, as if engaged in some strange dance that only he knew, as if he were taunting them. Heh. Cocky. The air left Kawarna's lips. He stomped his foot and threw the spear straight at his target at the precise moment his back was turned. It was a one-shot hit. Ugh. There were several scenarios that could have occurred once the light magic spear left the caster's hand. The first ended as expected. The spear piercing its target. The second was a bit discouraging. The spear didn't pierce its target and was lost among the dense trees. And the third scenario was the one that had occurred, the one Kawarna's eyes couldn't process. Her own spear piercing Otsutsuki's body. This last scenario stopped everything for several seconds. It stopped time for a moment. Kawarna's eyes widened, a thick drop of sweat trickling down her temple, lightly staining the top of her uniform. Had she really killed her comrade in a single second? How had that been possible? Kawarna couldn't find the answer. Not until blue eyes stared at her, inches away, causing her to jump back. What are you? What am I? The boy tilted his head, his expression confused and incomprehensible at a simple question that the girl's own eyes could answer. I'm human, of course. That simple answer shattered the woman's psyche. Her eyes lost their vision and turned white. Her legs trembled, losing the strength that had kept her standing, and she fell to her knees, staring up at the sky. A human. I think the toy is broken, exorcist. Naruto turned his attention to Fried as he pointed at Kawarna, showing a smile full of mockery and venom that was answered by the same exorcist. Hahaha. In another time and place, I would have thanked you for what you did to this bitch. Fried grabbed Kawarna by the hair. You guys are so arrogant. But my role here is to take the twilight and bring it to that person precisely. And I already have the gear. Fried's instinct screamed. Thanks to his experience and insanity, he blocked Naruto's move with a 20% success rate. Due to the length of the weapon and the force behind the swing, the exorcist was thrown backward and crashed into a column. I'm going to be a little serious here, the blonde's hair covered his eyes. Slowly, the enormous three-section nunchaku wrapped around the young man's neck. I'm not one for bothering women. I don't like a dog talking to them with such a filthy mouth. Fried's habit was stained with blood. There are a multitude of attitudes in me. Many personalities if you want to call it that. But my master taught me to simply play with the psyche of my adversaries. Yes, I'm arrogant, but pushing your companions has been my goal. He stretched his body to its full height, showing that he had grown, letting the ends of the nunchaku rest on his chest. With you, I will be me in all my splendor, in every sense of the word. You're an arrogant bastard. Hey. I have an arrogant teacher, you little shit. Dust rose lightly as Naruto fell a few feet away from the downed and injured Fried. His arm was shattered, and he could feel the skin pulsing, the bones shattered by the nunchuck's blow. I'll have to slit your throat, you arrogant high school boy. Sure. I've dealt with the same shit since I was little, priest. You're trying to intimidate someone who's overcome bullying and turned into a beast. I have to applaud your stupidity. You can't break me, idiot. The blade moved. The sword sought its target's heart with determination and nearly reached it. Unfortunately for the exorcist, one of the nunchaku sections got between the tip of the sword and its target, surprising Freed. Did you hear me? The second section of the weapon moved at its owner's command, striking the priest's face, shattering his jaw, and generating a grotesque crunch that was accompanied by a groan and a liquid sound as the blood fell to the ground. Oh. I don't think you'll be able to eat much these days. Maybe some mashed potatoes, don't you think? Meaning? Yes. I'm not going to understand you. Picking the rogue exorcist in the chin, Naruto smirked as blood stained his shoes. It's kind of gross messing with the target's master has set for me, Naruto ruffled his hair, sounding exasperated until a rupturing sound made him turn around. This is really going to get a bit messy, I think, he muttered, staring into the Gremory heiress's aquamarine eyes. Author's note. Harem thought. 1. Maki. 2. Nabara. 3. End. 4. Irina. 5. Lefay. I'm still open to changes, but the number won't go over 5, as I think that's the limit of what's manageable. P.S. Naruto has many personality changes. His real personality, his true Naruto, is like the one shown toward the end of the chapter. Serious, direct, and short on nonsense. He could literally break a person's jaw just by looking at him the wrong way if necessary, although everything will be explained in due time. But as he himself says, he uses his mentality and psyche to play with his enemies. Chapter 6. At one end of Kuo Academy grounds stood an old building. From the outside, its facade was covered in dust and cobwebs, giving the impression that it had been abandoned and hadn't been used for a long time. The dark windows, which didn't reveal anything inside, didn't help the impression of an old building improve for new and old students, who regarded the building with a certain indifference, as if it didn't exist or was simply an imagination of their own before vanishing. But the building did exist. The academy, or more precisely the student council, had kept the building and its facade completely intact, dismissing any plans for renovation or change that other students or the faculty themselves might try to implement, all of whom were removed by a simple school council. The student council had used one of the academy's own rules to validate their premise about keeping the building in its current state. They had resorted to the fact that the building had been important in the academy's history when it wasn't coeducational, turning it into a sort of symbol for both students and teachers. Pushed by one of the rules the founders established, no teacher could reverse the student council president's words and left the building in its current state, prohibiting any student from entering unless they belonged to the same council. However, the reason behind Sona's efforts to maintain the building in its current form was very different from what the teachers and other students thought. Using her powers as a pure-blooded demon and her own intelligence, Sona had maintained this alibi for all these years, concealing the true use she gave to the old building. Just as Sona Citri established her dominance in the school by taking over the student council with her entire entourage of hybrids, Ria's Gremory had used her love of manga and the supernatural to form the Occult Research Club, taking the position of club president and giving her the perfect facade so she could be surrounded by her own entourage at all times and move the jobs and orders of the Mao of the underworld. The club had established its headquarters in the old building, which both teachers and students considered a monument within the academy. Sona established the council and her own entourage within the academy, so Citri saw fit to give the exterior to her old friend and establish a status quo between the two entourages, avoiding a confrontation between the two. Ria saw the decision without malice, finding it the most feasible for her and accepting what Sona had extended to her as a friendly offer, taking into account that the Citri heiress had arrived in Japan months before Ria's herself, turning Kuo into a Citri territory in a certain way. I'll say the interior is nice. It's missing the skeletons, tombstones, and cobwebs, oh, thank you. Currently, both groups were inside the old building that served as the headquarters for the Occult Research Club. Although the building looked small and dilapidated from the outside, it was a very different story inside. It was well maintained, renovated, and magically transformed into different rooms, some hidden within others, in enormous hallways. Anyone who knew about the supernatural beings inside the building would have thought that the interior would have been decorated with macabre decor, with skeletons, dead bodies, and blood all over the walls, perhaps even some macabre paintings that revered the gods of the demons themselves. Those people would have been shocked and disappointed, as any image they had of a club run by demons would have been shattered by the mere sight of the two sofas in the living room, facing an oak table with a high back chair behind it. Between the two sofas, a small tea table completed the living room's decor, giving it a calm and relaxed feel, like any lawyer's office or meeting room. I hope you like tea, Naruto-san. Bakeno Himejima was a beautiful young woman with raven-like hair, a voluptuous body, and violet eyes that sparkled with amusement, always fixed on Naruto's movements as she offered him tea, appearing kind and calm. However, that was a mask to hide her two sides. The tender Akeno who was destroyed in her childhood, and the sadomasochist who was used to hide her own feelings. Don't try to be nice, Uzumaki-san. Sona readjusted her glasses on her face. Sitting to Ria's right and flanked by Tsubaki Shinra, the student council president's expression remained unchanged since Naruto sat before them, wearing the clothes and weapons he used to kill the fallen. So no more being the weak boy you met 2 months ago at the entrance of this school. That's great for me, Miss President. We won't have to pretend anymore. As Naruto brought the teacup to his lips, both Rias and Sona and their entourages felt it. A pressure bearing down on them like 2 immense hands. Hands that pushed them down, with enough force to keep them kneeling. But a few seconds later, the feeling faded. I don't like. Kaneko Toho, a sweet first-year student and Kuo's pet, fixed her hazel eyes on the sorcerer's apprentice. Her nose twitched slightly, wrinkling for a few moments, as if sniffing at the teenager. Akeno. There's something else here. With albino hair, a slim figure, and a slightly short stature for her age, Kaneko was not a pure-blooded demon. She was revived by the evil Peace Tower piece like all the teenagers in the room, except for Naruto, Rias, and Sona. However, despite being revived, she was also a hybrid of demon and yokai. Kaneko belonged to the Bakaneko, more specifically the Nekomata, a subspecies of these yokai. You're idiots, a small clang sounded as Naruto placed a cup and small saucer on the tea table. If the Redeed's intervention hadn't distracted me, that madman would be dead now. Probably with his head impaled. Just a few hours ago Ria's Gremory had participated in the confrontation between the fallen rebels and the student sorcerer, appearing at the moment when Naruto was about to end the life of Reed Selzen, a former exorcist who offered his services to the fallen and those who were fine with a rogue exorcist. Naturally, before exchanging words, Naruto and Rias began their own conversation and investigation of what had happened, causing the abandoned church to be absorbed by the energy of destruction that the Gremory heiress released during the confrontation. Rias had scolded herself for not mediating with words. Sona had warned her about the boy's mental state and his true personality. Despite her warnings that she should have arrived with her entourage or at least with Akeno and not go ahead, she hadn't expected that a boy who had appeared to be a weakling, a skinny dwarf, would have been about to stab her throat with a strange double-bladed knife. If Kiba, her knight, had appeared placing a sword between her and Naruto, she would have met her death much sooner than she expected. The Gremory heiress also had to thank Sona for that meeting. The young Citri intervened between Rias and the young sorcerer's apprentice so that they could stop the fight before it drew too much attention and so that the meeting could proceed without major problems, something that seemed likely to happen. Although Sona wasn't optimistic. They could have the boy sitting there, drinking tea, but in a second he could be facing them with his strange weapons. You seem worried about a rogue little exorcist who escaped with a few broken ribs. He's self-centered and a bastard, but he doesn't have the strength to do anything. Really? One of the blonde's eyebrows rose, disappearing beneath the thick locks of hair decorating his forehead. How sure are you that bastard is acting alone, or that the group of fallen is? For all I know, both the first fallen I killed and his group could be working for the Grigori. And that would create a real problem with the Accords. The influence of the biblical faction and its belief spread throughout the world since the appearance of the Son of God. Jesus Christ. The Messiah had marked the transition from polytheistic to monotheistic beliefs, signaling the shift in religion in most parts of the world and generating distinct branches within their own religion. However, although Christianity and Catholicism had grown in influence, this was not entirely the case within the supernatural world, limiting the sphere of action of demons, angels, and the fallen to certain parts of the world. The Accord spoke about the boundary zones between the different mythologies and the different gods who headed them, completely changing the zones of influence of said gods. The actions of the fallen are not actions of the underworld. And yet, the Grigori is located in a section of hell according to the sacred texts, right? Naruto hadn't asked his master about that information, much less how he'd obtained it. His master had given it to him so he could use it when he truly needed it. And this meeting could be his chance to show what he knew about all of them, about their limitations. And the underworld still has nothing to do with it. How did you obtain the right to remain in Kuo? He shifted his left leg over his right and rested his right cheek on his right fist. Perhaps a meeting between the Maos and Shinto leaders. Japan is governed by Shinto law. Both Rias and Sona had to accept that. It was their brothers' arduous attempts to obtain that city that had allowed them to truly be in Japan, living school lives like normal teenage girls. Now Naruto was reminding them of that. You're well versed in a variety of things for only having been on this world for a couple of months. I must congratulate you. Readjusting her glasses on her face, Sona kept her eyes on the boy, trying to analyze who he really was. Even the youngest members of our retinues don't know some things. I have a better teacher. In that conversation, Sona discovered the game of the boy in front of them. He was constantly sizing them up, analyzing them, and looking for the weaknesses each of them had. He was constantly reading the body language of the people in the room, his eyes moving across them all without specifically stopping on anyone. But it was a movement that lasted only a few seconds, maybe only milliseconds. So, with this, it is clear that it was you who killed Rainer, and it was you who killed those fallen. Sona's paperwork was going to be more than what she usually handled in a single student council meeting. Keeping the Grigori away from a human student with the ability to kill a supernatural being was going to be a headache, both for her and her sister, who was in charge of relations with the other factions. Yes. I won't deny it. Although the death of the woman dressed as a dominatrix was a mere and unfortunate accident. That doesn't mean I didn't kill her, and that I would have done so during the second encounter. Sona looked into those eyes, searching for any kind of remorse. She wasn't surprised when she saw nothing beyond a simple veil of calm, of tranquility that returned her gaze. That puts a target on your head. For as long as I can remember, I've taken care of myself. Thank you for your concern, Ria's Gremory. His older brother Serziches had been clear with his words, no, with his orders. The underworld wasn't currently going through its best period. After the civil war, too many loose ends remained, and the appearance of a human who killed fallen in demon territory shattered the peace the four Mao clans were seeking, both with Grigori and Heaven. Riaz had understood the implicit command behind her Siskin brother's first cheerful and kind words for her. Her brother wasn't the idiot everyone thought he was. As a super devil, a Mao, and one of the survivors of the civil war, he had the skills necessary to rule the underworld, to conceal information, and to give specific orders, while concealing them in simple conversation. Why don't you join us? There it was, the proposal. Sona wasn't surprised. She knew Riaz would try to recruit any human with formidable abilities, and one like the boy they had in that room didn't appear every day. Even she was tempted to pursue that type of relationship with the student, but without being pushed by her sister. Be a demon? The question came out slowly, as if he were measuring his own words, careful what he said in front of those two pure-blood girls and their entourages. He moved his eyes to Asia Argento and then to Issei before looking into Ria's misty eyes. Would you be willing to take someone without a gear for your team? They all seem to have something special. Yudo Kiba. Akeno Himejima. Kaneko Toho. Asia Argento. Issei Hyodo. Each and every member of Ria's Gremory's entourage had a plus that had made the Gremory heiress interested in them. But him? No, he didn't possess a gear, a power superior or comparable to those people, and his power resided in his own curse. Naruto knew that the only remarkable thing about him was his strange skill with swordsmanship, his own superior physical condition that made him better with training. Beyond those things, he didn't have anything special, not even overwhelming magical power that allowed him to stand out in that world. Killing the fallen isn't special. You're only human. Ria's smile showed the arrogance of the devils. The gleam in her eyes showed the interest the predators had in their prey. And that's enough for me as it is for any other devil. A horse-like figure appeared between the fingers of the girl's right hand. Be my knight. Serve me. Sona closed her eyes and sighed as she watched Riaz push her breasts forward, revealing the cleavage they created when squeezed by her bra and shirt. No man could resist a demon's magic, her seduction, and her words. It was impossible for an ordinary human to resist the temptation to obey, to be subdued by a pure-blooded demon. And that made Sona's cheeks turn red. Naruto didn't respond, nor did he make any obscene gestures or decline Ria's offer. He kept his eyes on the evil piece, which he was showing off as if it were his greatest wish, something he desired like water in a desert. But while other men or women would have accepted, the temptation of immortality and power corrupted most, he simply pouted before looking into Gremory's misty eyes and answering. You're as naive as a child, Ria's Gremory. Don't try to seduce me as if your body interested me or that piece were the greatest treasure I myself long for and cherish. Watch your words, or the underworld will know the true fire of hell. Chapter 7. A sorcerer could be treated differently depending on the faction to which he belonged. He could be called by various names. Magicians, witches, sometimes exorcists, or followers of the devil. But for men like Toji, a sorcerer, at least in Japan, differed from all of those terms due to his work and what he did. Exorcists were responsible for eliminating evil spirits, ghosts, or demons that took over humans and tormented them. In many cultures, they were a representation of the gods in the world, people with gifts that allowed them to confront a small portion of supernatural beings, at least in pre-modern times. On the other hand, magicians were those who performed magic, those who displayed supernatural powers unrelated to extracting beings from other people. Magicians often performed spells with endless possibilities and, on occasion, could even conquer death itself if the magician possessed the necessary power and experience. These magicians were referred to as necromancers. And finally, witches were that dark and twisted version of magicians, exorcists, and even sorcerers, if the latter could be compared to the former. Witches didn't follow a code of morality that could stop their own interactions with death and their own desires. They would achieve their goals no matter who stood before them, no matter who they had to defeat. Sorcerers were simultaneously all of the above, yet completely different. They had strange powers, could perform certain kinds of magic, eliminated evil beings from the world, and could follow their own desires to the point of turning them against their own, as sometimes happened. However, in Japan today there were only 200 sorcerers at most, spread across the country and based in Kyoto, one of the most important cities in Japanese culture, and with a high rate of appearances of strange and supernatural beings. Upon taking on a student, Toji felt obliged to instill in the teenager everything about sorcerers and the sorcery war that ended the reign of sorcerers in the world, although some remained scattered across the globe. Although the total number of individuals with the ability to be sorcerers did not reach 1,000. Toji knew the boy was in danger when he took him under his wing. Other young men like Naruto had already died, emboldened by the idea of a non-existent glory that would slip through their fingers when they faced him, the one who had killed the strongest sorcerer in the world. But then there were the circumstances. Toji witnessed Rika devour the fallen man in a strange dominatrix outfit, the feathers slowly falling into the pool of blood, while Naruto watched Rika devour her prey, all without showing the slightest disgust or contempt for the sight. Although by that time, the boy was unconscious. A certain paternalistic degree forced Toji to take the boy in when the scene ended and the curse vanished, enveloping the teenager in a heavy mist that slowly faded away, as if he had never existed and would never reappear, although Toji knew that said mist would never leave the boy, that it would remain with him for a long time, until the same presence wanted him to. An exorcist would have tried to separate the curse from the cursed person, but that wouldn't have ended it. Toji had seen hundreds of such cases. The exorcists in the service of the Holy See always believed they had managed to free themselves from the curse, but all they achieved was to make it go away. Sorcerers removed such curses. They knew ways to make them disappear that were far more effective than holy words, prayers, or holy water. And they knew when a curse needed to be lifted or held until it disappeared. Rika Orimoto had been classified as a special grade curse, one that few sorcerers today could face and undo. And so Toji sealed Rika within the young man he had possessed. Bed up, brat. Because Naruto had to contain Rika in a seal provided by his master, Toji had dedicated himself to training the boy in martial arts, giving him the foundations to become a sorcerer. The man was proud of what he had achieved in defeating some of the fallen, but he had been driven by a strange desire for recognition and an immense pride that he was determined to make disappear. Ugh. Naruto stood up with some effort, showing the bruised right side of his face. His teacher was a man of immense physical power, beyond the pinnacle of human strength, and of course, it was a supernatural strength, even if Toji pointed out that he had obtained it through training, which could be true to a certain extent if they asked the Uzumaki. However, that was what made it exciting, much more than killing those fallen in the abandoned church, of saving the nun. He got up with hardly any scratches, showing only the right side of his face a little swollen, if the purple color could be called a slight inflammation that could be cured with some ointments, which was not going to be the case, and Naruto was sure that his body was going to be bruised beyond his face. Is this the force you used against the fallen? The steel took on an orange hue as the torch flames reflected off the metal, creating a beautiful sight for anyone who saw it. I'd say you're barely a pup, kid. Up. The middle section of the triple nunchaku rested behind the boy's neck. Both ends hung from his neck, on either side of it, like two elongated heavy ornaments the boy barely noticed. I'm going to show you I'm a wolf. Toji showed nothing outwardly, however, deep inside the man felt a slight pang in his chest, as if a small needle had pricked him. Memories came flooding back, and to rid himself of them, he lunged forward, swinging his sword in an upward slash. As in the confrontation with Freed, the section of the nunchaku was sandwiched between the tip of the sword and its owner's heart. Naruto then moved and guided the other end of the roaming cloud against Toji's head, hoping to hit his mentor hard and possibly knock him out. But Toji hadn't been able to bring the strongest sorcerer to his death by taking blows like that or by letting himself be hit in the first place. While Naruto was waiting to hit the man with his weapon, he didn't notice the movement Toji was making. Taking advantage of the fact that his student was watching him and had his eyes fixed on the section of the nunchaku that was traveling towards his head, Toji knocked the section of the weapon with his shoulder and pushed his student with the palm of his hand and shoulder, which made him lose his balance and remained in a state of confusion for several seconds. Which he took full advantage of. He wrapped the teen's left wrist in a tight grip as he pushed him away and, in a true judo move, threw him over his body and slammed him into the ground with a crunching sound, a hollow sound that sounded like a pop to both combatants' ears, though to Naruto it was more like a whiplash that ran across his back for a single second. He's still a pup. The tip of the sword caressed the fine skin of the student's neck. Smugly, proud of himself, Toji smiled at the sight of his student as he cast a massive shadow over the boy, like a true victor if you asked him. A small wolf pup. A sigh escaped the boy's lip seconds after feeling the tip of the heinous press against his Adam's apple, as if trying to pierce through. Although if Toji had wanted to, Naruto had no doubt his master would have stabbed him straight through the neck without mercy. Shit. Aoji was surprised. Naruto was physically stronger than a boy was, and he even seemed stronger than someone without cursed energy or a heavenly restriction on him, and he had defeated the boy thanks to his own experience and difference in knowledge and skills. However, just as he was certain there was no heavenly restriction on the boy, he was also certain there was something else going on in the boy's lineage, something he was going to discover that wasn't tied to Rika Orimoto, the Queen of Curses. Come on, get up. Toji's outstretched arm appeared before his student's eyes. He stared at the outstretched hand, feeling the man step aside while still holding his hand outstretched. Although he was reluctant to take that hand, Naruto finally accepted it and Toji helped him to his feet. Although that help didn't take away the pain in his face and back, he felt that whiplash like a powerful electric current hitting his body, probably as if a lightning bolt had struck his spine. Next time I'm going to beat you, old man. The confident smile appeared on the teenager's lips, just as it had on previous occasions, always after training. Seeing it, however, Toji let go of his student's hand before he could even stabilize himself, allowing the boy to fall onto his backside with a thud. Idiot. Before you even think about beating me, you should know I'm not like the ones you've killed, kid. They're your prey. I'm your mentor, you little idiot. There was a difference between Toji Fushiguro and those who might try to recruit or assassinate him. Toji had no cursed energy or magic with which to directly combat the many mages and supernatural creatures he had fought and constantly battled. However, he possessed superhuman strength, immense skill with weapons, and a large arsenal of cursed weapons with which he could dispatch supernatural creatures and enemies, surpassing even the innate abilities of some species of demons. Such skill with weapons, superhuman strength, and the experience in martial arts he knew endowed the man with above-average power. He wasn't a descendant of a legendary hero, but Toji was capable of accomplishing things many descendants couldn't even imagine. The likelihood of a teenager with 2 months of training surpassing him was completely ruled out. At least if you asked anyone other than Toji himself, because the sorcerer could see the skill growing and honing with each training, the boy's growth under his wing. Kid. I'm going to leave you for a while. I've heard rumors about an old friend and I have to find him if I can still find him, or if he wants to be found. It wasn't a surprise to Naruto that his master had decided to leave. He had mentioned it before, that he preferred to move around and not settle in one place for fear of being found and used by his enemies or pressured by people seeking his abilities or cursed tools. 10. An object flew out as Toji swung his arm. Naruto caught it and looked at it. It was his master's favorite weapon, the one with which he had nearly defeated the strongest sorcerer, the one with which he had nearly killed him when he tried to pierce his neck with the same weapon. It was the inverted celestial halberd, a jet-like weapon capable of forcibly stopping any cursed or magical technique, regardless of the user's race. This cursed energy is corrupted magic. Or at least that's how I see it, brat. Sorcerers are trained with the idea of cursed energy, but it's not that far removed from magic. Chakra, kai, magic, cursed energy in the end, they all end up giving power to the user, right? Those mangas you read are guided by the fantastical concepts of said energies. You learn the real concepts better on your own from now on. But I'm not ready yet. Oh? Aren't you ready? Toji placed the sword on his shoulder and looked mockingly at his student. Don't give me that nonsense, you shitty brat. He pointed the sword at the boy, hitting the tip against Naruto's chest. I already taught you the basics. It's time for you to grow on your own, to develop yourself. It's time to see if I wasted my time training you or not. And those words were real. Kyoto. That night. In one of the enormous temples, in one of its secondary rooms, 4 people were gathered. 3 teenagers and an older man, an elderly man with a white beard covering the chin of a wrinkled and tired face. The wrinkles, in fact, seemed much deeper than those of any other man of a similar age, probably caused by the worry or stress of being in charge of that place. That old man went by the name of Yoshinobu Gakuganji, one of the last of the oldest and wisest sorcerers within the sorcery community. Yoshinobu was also the current and last head of a well-known sorcery college in Kyoto, and one of the last members of the council that governed the sorcerer's laws, which sought to prevent any destruction of the balance. Although that had already happened some time ago. The 3 young men dressed the same. Dark uniforms with a strange golden insignia on their shirts that made them look like sorcerers, even among their enemies. It was like constantly wearing a badge and a target that made them future prey. That man's actions have been too dishonorable for the community. The old headmaster's calloused hands held what appeared to be an old earthenware cup filled with green tea. He has taken in a boy and trained him as a sorcerer, according to the reports our allies in Kuo have provided us with. The number of sorcerers could be counted on the fingers of one hand. Not just any young person could be taught the ways of witchcraft, the sinful past that led them to near extinction, due to an evil that was still present in the world, probably in a state of constant hibernation. At least Yoshinobu preferred to see that evil still hidden, concealed and hibernating, sleeping after the chaos that occurred long ago, of the dead who bathed the world in blood. I want you to evaluate the boy. I want to see why that man, of all men, has decided to take him as his pupil. The headmaster was aware of the danger, what could happen if a man like Toji was pressured. But if that man is present, flee. Abandon the mission. I don't want to lose any more sorcerers. Not at a time like this. Understood, director. Go. Come back with the brat's header a full report. Author's note. When I mention the different types of energies, it's because I'll give or try to give a different approach to them, like what was done with Kai and Black Clover. So, don't beat me up too much, haha. Chapter 8. Transfer students usually occupied a room in the dorms associated with Kuo Academy, which the student council itself managed since the dorms were granted permission. These rooms were paid for by the financial aid that usually came with any transfer student, which could become a real hit to the academy's pockets, or at least that's how some people could see it. Kuo Academy was an institution with immense funds provided by its sponsors, who were none other than members of the Gremory and Citri families, the same surnames as the academy's main leaders in the student body, Rias and Sona, respectively. Although this information was only known to the important people, those in charge of the academy. This, of course, was linked to a fact that Rias herself had expressed on countless occasions. The search for new servants with supernatural powers that would put them on par with some supernatural beings. Aside from helping transfer students or those who lived too far from the city and had been admitted to Kuo, the primary function of the dormitory system was none other than to find potential wielders of sacred gear or supernatural powers that would make the world tremble and keep a constant eye on them. Watching them and the four demon kings of the underworld had proven to be too cautious, too ambitious for their own good. Something that was reflected in the sister of the Mao Lucifer when she took the wielder of the boosted gear after being attacked by a fallen angel who sought the boy's death. And the Gremory heiress forced the boy to be her servant, with no possibility of escaping said contract. Although it wasn't something the Longinus wielder was going to do anytime soon, if you asked him. The student apartments offered by Kuo Academy were similar. A living room with access to a kitchen, a bedroom with a small desk, and a small bathroom where students would have to shower and wash every day. There weren't too many luxuries, and students didn't want to be evicted from the apartment complex if they criticized the space, as at least the academy was offering them a place to stay. But there was always a black sheep. Naruto had traveled from the United States to Japan when he was accepted into Kuo Academy shortly after the start of school and had been admitted to the student apartment complex run by the student council to keep transfer students close to the institution, which the boy didn't see as too bad at first. 2 months after arriving, Naruto had shown that he wasn't too happy with his space, finding the shower really small at times. Though, of course, the problem only appeared when the boy began to physically change 2 months after his mysterious disappearance following Rainer's death, a fact that was clarified during the meeting between the two entourages and the sorcerer's apprentice. But one more thing had to be added. The information provided to the academy about the boy was very sparse, with only a few school records, the names of a few relatives, and little else. The names of the boy's parents were kept secret from the file, and any ties the boy had with them were severed and completely eliminated, leaving only a couple of people as his guardians. And those tutors were world-renowned figures in 2 very specific fields. Literature and medicine, both of whom were well-positioned millionaires with overflowing pockets that would likely never be completely empty. Because of this, Naruto had grown up living in immense luxury, at least in terms of space in his home and the basic amenities he might need. Therefore, his broad refusal to accept the apartment he was given forced the student council to investigate the boy further, to dig into his past and obtain a little more information about him. Sona, for her part, had other intentions when investigating the boy. He had changed physically in the last 2 months and seemed to have acquired a fairly extensive knowledge of the supernatural world without Rias or her getting involved. And the mention of a teacher during the meeting a week ago had left her with doubts about the boy's identity. Not to mention the fact that he murdered 3 fallen angels and nearly killed a rogue exorcist. Sona's warning to Rias about Naruto had been true from the start. The Uzumaki's skill with a sword had given him the ability to kill 3 fallen adults older than him in mere moments and without breaking a sweat, as if the boy had been made for it. So, do I move this bishop? Her eyelashes fluttered behind her glasses as Sona finally blinked, her eyes fixed on the chessboard on the table between her and her playing partner. I'd say you're not too smart when it comes to strategy, Uzumaki-san. The 2 teenagers had been playing a game for a few hours after school ended. Because it was mandatory to belong to a club, Naruto had opted to join the chess club. Although he could have easily opted for calligraphy when he dropped kendo. I've always been involved in sports clubs at my high schools. I haven't devoted much time to chess. After disappearing for 2 months and being trained by Taoji, Naruto had decided to leave the kendo club for the sake of his classmates. Though he should have said female classmates. There weren't many men in the club and the number of women far outnumbered men, so leaving the club had been a relatively easy decision for him. That, and if he continued, he'd probably land someone in the hospital, male or female. That's exactly what I saw in your file. Football, kendo, wrestling, boxing, the list is much longer than I expected, to be honest. Did you have time for everything? The pawn was removed and a knight was placed in the place of the first piece. I've been doing that for as long as I can remember. I'd say I've abandoned some clubs, setting them aside as I've gotten older or reached the full potential I could provide. He moved his bishop and made his knight disappear. And once you've reached what I have, it gets boring. One of Sona's pieces ate one of Naruto's and vice versa. If I were to fight, you said so yourself. The students would be harmed and I can't let that sink in on my conscience. I have strength beyond ordinary strength now. I'm not going to risk the lives of ordinary humans just for my own amusement. I'm no longer satisfied with fighting in a mere game of swords. Sona didn't see the lie in Naruto's words, nor did she feel like he was hiding anything. The boy wasn't looking at her directly, his eyes were fixed on the board. However, that wasn't a gesture stemming from a lie, or at least that was how she saw it and felt as she received the words of the boy sitting across from her, playing chess, with a serene expression and remaining calm. In fact, she could sense from the Uzumaki a serenity typical of people who spoke with honesty and truth, without the sour taste of lies in their mouths. Perhaps a sparring session with Kibura Tsubaki could satisfy your craving for a fight or a spar. Neither of them has a training partner, but both are too serious to leave their entourage to spar with a potential future opponent. The swordsmen in the service of both kings didn't train with each other for the sake of Sona's words. In the future, they could be enemies, rivals for some claim to political power, as her father had told her countless times. However, Naruto was neutral between the two families and had no interest in one sacred advantage over the other. That was how Sona felt about the sorcerer's apprentice's attitude. However, she was cautious. Sona knew Naruto was neutral between the two. But what about his master? Could this be a move by his master to gain something from one of the families? These questions swirled in her mind, adding to her interest in keeping the boy close to her. To learn from him, to evaluate him, and to understand his actions. At least with them I wouldn't have to worry about killing them. They're already dead, aren't they? Hahaha. The joke made the student council president frown. Sona readjusted her glasses on her face and swung her left leg over her right, causing the skirt to shift slightly, revealing a bit more thigh. That didn't sound like a joke, Uzumaki-san. Oh, it was a joke. Another pawn disappeared from the board and Naruto's hand moved his own to the position Sona's had occupied. If it wasn't a joke, I wouldn't have even mentioned it. The boy's blue eyes stared at the girl's violet ones for a few seconds. Then they moved back to the game board, allowing Sona to do the same. It's your turn, President. Sona scanned the chessboard. She wasn't going to admit it outright, especially not with Naruto standing in front of her, but she was enjoying the pleasant, relaxed conversation. It was bringing back memories of a better time, a time when she didn't have to be an heiress to a 72-pillar clan and represent her house at all times and in all places. There, with that boy, she was just the student council president, just another girl at the academy who had a few more responsibilities than anyone else. She was Sona Citri, there was no clan she had to represent, no action she had to take to stay the way she was. He moved his queen onto the field and dispatched Naruto's knight with ease. He looked up from the board, readjusted his glasses with a flick of his right hand and looked into the teenager's eyes, revealing nothing but a completely unfeigned glint of amusement. I think this is checkmate, Uzumaki-san. The boy scratched his neck as he looked at the board, finding his own king flanked and completely immobile. Whether he moved another piece or the king himself, the spaces were blocked for Sona's victory. Well. Your intelligence isn't just a fallacy, President. The boy's lips curved into a smile of genuine amusement as he pouted. I think beating you is even harder than beating my mentor in a sword fight, if I may say so. And he's a man who doesn't lose often. Sona felt the sincerity in those words, and the light blush on her cheeks was a completely side effect of those words, a reflection of what she felt at those words spoken by a boy she had begun to respect. Could I ask you a question, Uzumaki-san? Shoot. Her mouth opened slightly, and the sigh escaped her, barely audible. Sona lifted her face and fixed her eyes on Naruto's, displaying all the serenity and calm she possessed. I don't understand your lack of interest in immortality, in power, in remaining young for a lifetime. Demons age much more slowly than a human. 100 years is probably only 7 or 10 human years. By the time a demon reaches 18, even that slows down much more. He laced his fingers together and leaned his face against the grip made by her hands. Why reject Ria's Gremory's offer? Thousands of men and women would accept just to stay alive, to not die unless it's in combat or from illness. Why did you reject the enhanced body, the superior strength and power behind the offer? I never saw the doubt in your eyes or your words. I didn't feel the trembling of nervousness that accompanies a liar, a selfish and greedy person. The silence lasted for several minutes. Moving between the fingers of the sorcerer's right hand, a pawn moved playfully due to the movement of the boy's fingers. The boy was very interested in the pawn, much more than in Sona's words. The hollow sound woke Sona from the mesmerizing movement and forced her to blink. I didn't accept it because. The doors to the council chamber slammed open, creating a loud crash that echoed throughout the school halls. Sona and Naruto's confused gazes shifted toward the person, causing the unwelcome interruption. Ria's. Sona closed her mouth and stopped speaking. The Redeed's blue eyes were hazy, probably shining from the tears that were about to spill from the corners of her eyes. Even her usually straight hair was tangled, completely messy. Ria's. Only one word came out of the Gremory's mouth, a name that Sona knew well, but that generated insane curiosity in Naruto. Razor. Chapter 9. 4 people were in the student council room. An agitated Ria's Gremory had burst open the doors, interrupting the chess game between the sorcerer's apprentice and the student council president, and mentioning a person Naruto didn't know, but whom Sona seemed to know all too well, as her eyes had turned as cold as ice or the steel of a sword. Moments later, the queen of the Gremory entourage made her appearance carrying a cup of tea in her hands and handed it to a silent Ria's while caressing her back in a completely comforting way, as if to give her support. The girl began to speak and explain what had happened and the reason for her strange behavior. Ria's Gremory is engaged to one of the heirs of the 72 Pillars, more specifically to the third son of the Phoenix family. Razor Phoenix, an arrogant young man with delusions of grandeur that had clouded his mentality to the point of being eccentric if they asked Naruto, and that was even though she hadn't even met the young demon, although she was a few decades older than Ria's and Sona. According to Ria's words, Razor showed up at the occult club room ready to carry out his mission. To marry the Gremory heiress and take her as his own, adding her to his harem, since apparently his entire entourage was full of women who were completely faithful to the man to the point that someone should see if they were really mentally healthy, because like their king, each of the pieces seemed to be too full of themselves. All pride and tunnel vision that didn't allow them to see reality. Razor had been made Ria's fiancé when she was still a young girl of 9, a forced engagement imposed for the well-being of the underworld and the 72 Pillars. There were few pure-blooded devils left, and those that remained were expected to give birth to a new generation of devils, stronger than the last, more willing to face adversity. Of course the time for the young Ria's to marry Razor had been set. When she graduated from the academy, he could marry her and take her as his wife, something he seemed to have forgotten since he had brought forward the date and was willing to take his fiancée in the present time. Something that, of course, ignited Issei's feelings and forced him to push Ria's into a game known as the rating game, a competition where devils faced their entourages, and whoever won, apart from gaining power over their adversary, which became political influence, could obtain something that the other rival had in his possession, which in this case was Ria's engagement to Razor, who was not willing to let his biggest prize slip away. And that had left Ria's entourage with a 10-day window to prepare for the competition. But the information swirling around in his mind as he sat on the windowsill of the student council room, Naruto had to internally acknowledge that he had, in a way, misjudged Ria's Gremory. With his fiancée in the presence of her now, Naruto could explain some of the young woman's behavior, one of them being her desire to possess special people or those with powers she might truly need. Yes, she herself was still selfish and proud, doing it to escape a commitment and a man she didn't want in her life. The underworld functioned like a medieval civilization. It had demons of various stripes. There were clans that were above others in both political and economic power, and some had superior military might. Parents or older siblings seemed to rule over younger ones, and the rejection of those reincarnated seemed to persist, even despite the civil war that was waged to eliminate those stigmas. Naruto doubted Ria's could escape her commitment to Razor, and he doubted even more that an inexperienced oaf like Issei could defend her against someone like him. But was he going to help her or give her his soul? No, he wasn't a dog who was going to let someone put a leash or muzzle on him to prove he was submissive. Despite that, I don't know why, but I want fried chicken for dinner. That thought made a small Nekashu serving Ria's sneeze, who currently seemed to have returned to her serious and determined expression, filling her sparkling blue eyes with a proud shine. Pride goes before a fall. As much as Ria's decided to train those 10 days and train Issei, Naruto was sure of one thing. Razor's experience and power were going to make him defeat the Gremories and claim the girl as his own, even if she refused until the last moment of the competition or during the wedding. In the apprentice's eyes, Ria's Gremory was lost and all he was doing was prolonging her suffering. Uzumaki-san, the gentle voice of Ria's Grimory's queen, brought the boy back to his senses, nodding his head at the girl. She was politely extending a cup of tea to him, but Naruto could read the concern in the teenager's eyes. I hope you enjoy my tea like last time. Remembering that you liked it, it's black tea again without any sugar. He was a fan of black tea, as well as ramen. Both could keep him fed for years, and he could never tire of said snacks, even if they were already overused. They were delicacies of the gods, if you ask him, and he would never back down, not even if his life depended on it. Thank you, Himejima-san. Bakeno Himejima gave a slight nod of thanks and turned her back on the sorcerer to walk back to stand on one side, the right of her king, who was talking in a monotonous tone with Sona and at the same time throwing glances that the boy could catch. I've fought the fallen. But fighting Ria's fiancé? I don't have the experience or the desire, if you ask me. Naruto instantly caught Ria's interest and her immediate rejection of the girl's plan. What he didn't understand, though, was how Sona could be suggesting she ask him for help. Or was it the other way around? Was Sona telling him he wasn't going to participate in trying to discourage her? Naruto's intuition was telling him they were talking about him. He could see it in their faces, in the way they were looking at him discreetly, or in a way that both Sona and Ria's were trying to make seem discreet when it was anything but. But again, was he going to help her? Naruto knew one thing. To help Ria's Grimory with her problem with Razor, he would have to completely shed his humanity, die, and be reincarnated as a devil. It might have been an advantage if abandoning your humanity became an advantage, but he didn't want or need those advantages. He had the strength, the skill, and the knowledge to win any battles he faced, plus he had the inverted celestial halberd, the weapon that would give him more than one victory if he chose. Despite this, Naruto was willing to beat Razor in two situations. First, if the demon got in his way, which the teen felt was going to happen. And second, if Razor really annoyed him enough for him to intervene. But the doubt remained. Could he beat him as he was now? Naruto looked up at the night sky. Night had already fallen over Kuo, and the stars shone solitary, like small light bulbs hanging from a ceiling that was too high. Uzumaki-san. The boy's head turned again. This time it was Sona and Ria's who were waiting. He could see the brightness and intent in the Grimory's eyes, which seemed almost pleading, although that plea would never leave her lips, and he knew it, he knew her. I feel like an idiot, but I wanted to ask you something. Your performance against the Fallen made it clear to me that you know how to fight. I wanted to know if you. No. The monosyllable came out of the young sorcerer's apprentice's mouth in a sharp and direct manner, making the Redeed back away at the same time that the brunette readjusted her glasses again to stare at Ria's and Naruto. Sona had sensed this would happen. There wasn't a truly cordial relationship between her old friend and her new chess partner, whom she was beginning to respect. Although it was quite obvious, at least to her, that Naruto would reject any attempt to bribe him into intervening in a confrontation between demons, especially when he had to abandon his humanity to fight Razor. However, Sona wasn't an idiot. She could see Naruto's interest in the demon from a family that considered itself immortal, and she could see the glimmer of curiosity flashing in his blue eyes. There was a slim chance of getting the sorcerer's apprentice to help. Sona knew this was the case. They just had to find the right incentives to get Naruto to fight Razor. However, would he win? In everyone's eyes, Naruto was just a human, a special one, but an ordinary human trained to kill supernatural beings. And he hadn't actually managed to kill any truly powerful beings, if you asked him. The fallen he killed were mere fallen angels that she or Ria's could eliminate, or even their own entourages. Ria's using a reassuring tone, Sona intervened so that her old friend wouldn't say something she might regret. What is it that you want to be Ria's pawn? Pawn sounded like a slave to Naruto. Once someone was reincarnated, they couldn't leave their master unless they were killed, and he wasn't the type to die twice, and he probably wasn't the type to die only once. Honestly. There's nothing in the world you can offer me for an eternity of slavery. The apprentice's blue eyes reflected revulsion at the idea of being a slave, a pawn, as the demons called him. I'm sorry to have to leave early, Sona. But I don't want to take up your time with a conversation I have absolutely no business in. We'll play again another time. It was fun. Risas looked at Sona after hearing the door to the room close, a quiet thud if you ask Sona. The young citriaris, feeling her friend's sparkling eyes on her, simply sighed. He already told you at the time, Rias. Using her right hand, Sona readjusted her glasses on her face to show her point and the seriousness of her words. He's made it clear that he doesn't want to continue, that he won't be a member of your entourage. I can understand your need to strengthen yourself, but if you push someone like Uzumaki-san, the consequences would likely be devastating, if I do say so myself. And I'm not going to be there to save you forever, Rias. You should know when someone won't be subdued by your childish whims. But those words, Sona turned her back on her old friend, leaving her with many thoughts and doubts inside her head so that she could put together her own puzzle, so that she would finally understand that Naruto Uzumaki was a lone wolf, a survivor. Naruto Uzumaki. What makes you special? Guo school apartment zone. The sky was completely clear and the moon was at its zenith when the young Uzumaki finally arrived at his apartment door. As a sort of joke, his apartment had been numbered 69 on the enormous list of numbers that the apartment maintained. Although this could have been due to his missing mentor's own pranks, who had teased him about it a few times. Or had he been placed in that apartment due to his previous submissive attitude? Naruto grabbed the door handle as he inserted the key and turned the knob to open the door. It exploded into hundreds of fragments that scattered across the ground and fell into the street, creating a curtain of splinters that completely obscured the view. Seconds later, the sound of a car alarm began to blare, followed by a loud bang, followed by a crash of glass and the collapse of metal under pressure. Naruto slowly sat up and raised his head to look up from where he had fallen. His instincts must have screamed as he grabbed the door handle, forcing him to jump back just in time to see a red arrow destroy the door to his house. Although he did not receive any damage. Guided by his senses and a strange sense of danger, he jumped back and used the railing to spin in a circus-like somersault, landing him on a vehicle with enough pressure to cave in the car's roof. Surprisingly, none of the bones in his legs appeared to be broken. I was hoping I could put that arrow through your head and not make this too long, renegade. Renee what? Dressed in a black shizoku, a thin, black-haired young man stood on a lamppost. His hair framed his face. Long enough to reach his chin, he kept it tied in two thick strands on either side of his face, making it appear much thinner and sharper. I have come by order of the elders. You must be arrested. His instinct screamed again. Without much ceremony, he leaped back and witnessed the car he'd been holding beneath his feet split in two under the downward blow of a sword imbued with some kind of energy. What the buck? I'm not paying that. That won't be necessary, kid. You're coming with us. The second person had been responsible for splitting the car in two, slicing through the steel with a simple movement. This person was a man in his late 20s, probably, with messy black hair with strands pointing in every possible direction. Unlike the first, Naruto couldn't tell if he was a sorcerer, though he knew he was. The man was dressed in a professional civilian outfit. A long-sleeved brown jacket over a black button-down shirt with a tie flapping in the light breeze, and black office slacks and black shoes. You're not even going to leave a note. That's cruel. Grabbing the edges of his school uniform jacket, the sorcerer's apprentice peeled it off, revealing the orange t-shirt he was wearing underneath. That's a lot of petulance, if I may point out. Petulance? It's reality, brat. A harsh reality that's going to smack you in the face. Yes, I want to see that. Naruto cracked his neck. The man gripped the katana handle, and the thick-haired boy drew the bowstring toward him, aiming for his target. The hunt had begun. Author's note. I think I've made some changes to the protagonist's harem. 1. Maki. 2. Nobara. 3. Zenobia. I've got positions 4 and 5 unfilled because I don't really know how the story will go, but I highly doubt he'll end up with a demon in his harem. But life takes turns, and Naruto the sorcerer's life is about to take many more. I accept suggestions. P.S. Remember, Toji is in it for the money and he trained Naruto. You know what I mean. Chapter 10. The Sorcerer War had driven the sorcerers to near extinction and erased them from the history of their fleeting existence. Existing since the Heian era, sorcerers, also known as shamans, had fought and struggled against beings created by the evil of the world, beings born from people's ambition and hatred, from their darkest desires. However, these were not all the evils they fought. The sorcerers battled demons, spirits, and confronted terrifying gods who took the lives of innocent people in false sacrifices for their food. At that time, wizards were everything. Now, 1,000 years after the Golden Age and the Sorcerer War, things had changed for wizards. Not only had they been reduced to an absurd number, but the entire structure of wizardry had been completely transformed in an attempt to survive the dark age they were currently experiencing, under the reign of one of the most terrifying forces of nature. Previously, sorcerers would welcome anyone who possessed a bit of talent in sorcery, and following the whims of the one who was the strongest among them, they would welcome people whom they should have executed in an earlier time, to safeguard the well-being of the world. And they had erred in trusting. The world of sorcery completely collapsed. The strongest of its members were killed, and those considered sorcerers simply collapsed, abandoning all belief in a better time, a golden age that would supersede that darkness. However, those who survived and remained standing created a new world of sorcery, one where outsiders to their ways would be completely excluded or eliminated if they discovered anything about them. And those who did not agree with the new rules would be eliminated. Toji had since become such a nuisance to the elders and the hunters who were after him that they decided to cast him aside, pretending he didn't exist. However, 3 months ago, he decided to take a pupil and train him as a sorcerer without proper approval, turning the boy into prey a renegade and a target with a considerable price on his head. Pupa. The young sorcery apprentice skidded across the parking lot, dodging the swings aimed at his head, particularly his neck. Facing a swordsman while also having to guard against an archer's arrows, he was dividing his attention between the men who were coming for him, intent on killing him and delivering his head to those he had dubbed the elders, likely the leaders above them. He had trained his body and his handling of weapons. He could handle all kinds of adversaries, as he had demonstrated with the Fallen. But there was a difference. The Fallen were uncoordinated when they attacked him, and those two men were pressuring him in a coordinated and systematic manner, seeking to break his rhythm so they could put an arrow in his body or tear his head from his shoulders. And he wasn't about to let his head leave its socket. He liked his head where it was and preferred to keep it that way. Suddenly, he felt the cold on his back, felt like he was colliding with something metallic. He looked over his shoulder and found his back was to a car, one that had become an obstacle for him and was hampering his movements. But he didn't have time. The sword was coming down toward him at breakneck speed. Bracing his hands on the roof of the car, surprising the swordsman, Naruto dodged a slash by leaping up and crouching on the roof of the vehicle. A second later, he turned his head and dodged an arrow fired by the man with thick locks, framing a long, beaky face. Taking advantage of the initial surprise and shock, Naruto jumped over the man with a tie and kicked his back to slam him against the car door, more specifically to slam his head against the window, which exploded into hundreds of fragments that embedded themselves in the swordsman's face and fell to the ground. But he wasn't to remain absorbed by that. He shifted his body and evaded an arrow that ended up sinking a centimeter from the swordsman's body, causing the man's body to tremble as he pulled his face from the shattered window, revealing small streams of blood caused by the shards of glass. That was close. How the hell do you shoot that hard? Don't you even know how to manipulate your cursed energy, kid? The crunching of crystals alerted Naruto. The swordsman had begun removing the fragments from his face, leaving only the open wounds. It's understandable, having that kind of mentor, I suppose. The blonde's lips pressed together. Hey, bastard. You better respect the old man if you don't want him to rip your heart out, okay? HMP. Your handicap is starting to make you delusional. Could it be from the fear of death? You're poking at a hive, man. The knuckles cracked one by one in a sequence that lasted only a few seconds. You're pissing me off a swordsman type. Noritashi. Don't interfere. I'll take this guy. Noritashi came all lowered his bow at his superior's request, but despite this, the boy felt something in his chest. It was a strange sensation, like a discordant throbbing, the whirring of an engine that dulled his ears. Was he doing the right thing by letting his comrade face that boy alone? Don't be too confident, Atsaya-san. Atsaya Kusaka sighed at Noritashi's warning. He wasn't confident in his victory, but he saw a likelihood of defeating a boy who had only been trained for 2 months by a renegade with no cursed energy, no magic, no power whatsoever. Neither that boy nor Toji were special in his eyes, and he had a katana in his hands, while the renegade boy possessed no weapon, and Toji's only specialty was weapons. He had both the odds and the advantage. Yeah, that's it, don't get too confident. Atsaya's eyes widened. Naruto's body filled his vision. His dark eyes could only see the boy and nothing behind him. But seeing only the body, Atsaya missed the knee and felt like a hammer hit his face and he was thrown backward, leaving a trail of blood. NGH. From his perch, Noritashi gasped in surprise. When had the boy moved? How had he performed a jumping flying knee without Atsaya being able to see it? The boy they were chasing was proving too troublesome and he'd soon have to use his innate technique. Do you think I've only learned how to use weapons? The katana's blade sliced through the air. The apprentice's body had ducked, entering Atsaya's field and standing right in front of his unprotected side. Don't be naive, old man. Toji had been in charge of training him in the use of weapons, in improving his IQ in combat, and in how to survive. But he had already had prior training. For as long as he could remember, he had always been in some kind of sports club, usually in contact sports that pitted him against other teammates. He had a foundation when he arrived with his sorcery teacher and only increased his own skills and strength because Toji was adept at fighting without extra power, without techniques or magic. He slammed the punch directly into Atsaya's left side, sinking his fist into his ribs. By pushing with his waist, he generated more force and sent the man crashing into the rear of a delivery van. Overconfident, the smug smile appeared. Yeah, I'm going to be self-centered about this. Atsaya let out a scream of pain, accompanied by a bit of blood that stained the cold pavement. Some of his ribs had probably been fractured. He could feel it. Could his lung have been punctured? He didn't know for sure, but now he had an idea of the boy's strength. And it wasn't a strength to be taken lightly. Was it just his physical strength, or could he really manipulate cursed energy? Shit, pushing the thoughts aside, he finally stood up. He'd have to fight seriously if he wanted to take the boy's head for the elders. It was either that or his own. I can't play anymore. It's time to take this seriously. That was your mistake, old man, the boy smirked, pointing at Uchiha. I took it seriously from the start. And I have the advantage. How many ribs? At least 2 were broken with that blow, don't you think? I can even see you're willing to move. Are you going to keep this up? Uchiha grimaced slightly. The boy was right. Her ribs had been broken by that blow, and her back was sore from crashing into the van. However, she'd fought in these kinds of circumstances before and she wasn't one to back down. Not when the elders had her. Don't worry about me, brat. You're my target and I won't fraternize with my enemies. Not again. Oh, alright. Let's go then. His fingers wrapped around the katana's handle. The leather yielded under the pressure, molding itself to the swordsman's hands and grip. Letting the air out of his lungs, Uchiha swung the sword in a horizontal slash that could have cut a person. And that was his goal. To cut a person. Many might think it was complicated, but Uchiha Kusakub knew it was too simple, much simpler than cutting through air once you've tried it once. Guided by the expert hands of the master sorcerer, the katana sliced through the air, trying to tear the skin, muscle, and flesh of its target and taste blood. And the katana would taste blood when it stained its steel, when it trickled like a small river down the blade. That would have imbued the steel with a reddish hue, a truly dark summer wine color. The young sorcerer's apprentice's right forearm blocked Uchiha's movement, preventing him from executing the slash. This surprised him. He hadn't expected the boy, in his 2 months of experience, to dare enter his zone when he was covering everything to wound him. And he had surprised him by doing exactly what Uchiha hadn't expected, what no one would have thought, and what only someone like him or his master could do. Blocking the katana's movement, Naruto Uzumaki stood in front of Uchiha Kusakub, 2 feet away. Close enough to strike, yet far enough away to observe. However, it was close enough that the katana's movement was useless as he couldn't swing his arms as required, which was exactly what Naruto was looking for. However, Uchiha wasn't going to give up. Not now, and not while the elders had her in their grasp, controlling her, using her to keep him fighting when he knew it was all over. He threw his head back. He could see the surprise in his blue eyes. He brought his head down and didn't care about the blood that spurted from the gash, trickling down the tip of his nose or trickling down his chin. He kept his right eye closed from the blow and fixed his left on his opponent, on the rogue sorcerer, hoping he had hurt or upset him enough to either make him do something crazy or to retract his actions. Again, Uchiha was surprised. Naruto could remember what they'd called him a few times. Unpredictable. And his tutors and schoolmates in America had been right. No one could have known what he was thinking, what he would do, or what he wouldn't do. Despite the blow he received, Naruto returned the blow with a headbutt of his own. But unlike Uchiha, Naruto displayed a mocking and amused smile, watching his opponent's frown deepen with the pain he received. Taking advantage of the momentum of the headbutt on his opponent, the apprentice knocked the older sorcerer to the ground when he was knocked off balance by the blow to the face. I won, old man. Naruto was standing, showing a slightly bloody face from the head blow caused by Uchiha, but with a face much less painful than that of the older sorcerer, who grimaced as he was on the ground, with a gaping gash on his forehead. What are you made of? Uchiha could imagine that the boy's body was pure iron, or at least his head had hit the iron and gotten that gap as a gift for hitting something much harder than flesh. And it wasn't ordinary iron to him. Pure muscle. A snap made Naruto move his head. He tilted his head slightly to the left, letting the arrow pass unharmed, only for it to split against the ground, much to the archer's surprise. You're a bit annoying, archer. Noritashi Kamo had prepared for a fight. The arrows imbued with cursed energy didn't seem to affect the renegade, and Uchiha had been knocked down. All he had to do was use his innate technique to defeat him and obtain his head. Technique of. The cracking sound. Drops of blood fell, accompanied by splinters, and a few seconds later, a dry sound. Noritashi was knocked back by a right jab that broke his bow and struck his face at the same time, sending him to the world of Morpheus. I think I love you. Facing the fallen Kyoto sorcerer was a female form of average height, with an athletic build beneath her clothing. Other people might have reacted with disgust to the scars, but Naruto didn't. The guy said you were an idiot. Yeah, that's what an idiot would say, I guess. Naruto sent Uchiha into the dream world with a punch to his face. Uncle. Behind her glasses, the girl's eyes meticulously observed the sorcerer's apprentice. Toji Fushiguro is my uncle. After all, we are related by blood. Unfortunately for me, I am a Zenin. Maki Zenin. Chapter 11. The renegade sorcerers were no strangers to their situation, as the elders and most sorcerers let them live, as long as they didn't interfere in matters involving the new government and the new rulers of the sorcery world. Everyone won, and no one lost, nor were lives lost unnecessarily. Of course, the elders had their own exceptions, such as Toji Fushiguro up until that point and his apprentice now. Both apprentice and master were clear targets to be eliminated, as if they were simple stray dogs that could be disposed of. They should survive. There were renegades who enjoyed privileges after the Sorcerer War. These were usually members of the former 3 clans or from lesser clans in the sorceress world. Nowadays, the clans and their members had changed, as had the elders, but those who had once been the pillars of sorcery enjoyed certain privileges in the eyes of the elders, even if they were renegade sorcerers who disagreed with the new world being created. The Zenin clan had been one of the 3 clans at the head of the world of sorcery and had provided the world with extremely powerful sorcerers, to the point that 3 of them were the ones who changed the world in a certain way. Maki belonged to said clan to her own misfortune, and she was the last of the Zenin to be alive, if one did not count that Toji was a pure member of the clan, but without cursed energy and a complete exile and renegade at the same time. But there was a difference in the way the elders treated them. While Maki lacked cursed energy, she had tried to contribute as much as possible to the survival of sorcery, while Toji had tried to bring down the elders using his own strength, without achieving much. That was why Toji asked his niece to look after his apprentice. With Maki involved in the mediation, the elders would be more cautious and avoid attempting to eliminate a boy with barely any training. Although they had already tried and failed to obtain what they truly wanted despite sending 2 expert sorcerers. And the chances of them trying again in such a short time, and with the presence of the last Zenin, were almost 0%. But there could be exceptions. After Noritashi and Itsuya's defeat, the 2 teenagers had left the school apartment area and ended up in a hotel, in a room with separate beds. Naruto dropped his things on his own bed and noticed that Maki wasn't carrying much. She only seemed to be carrying a small handbag and a small backpack. He, however, brought all the available clothes, basically all of their uniforms and school supplies, along with his cursed tools, which he would have on hand at all times after the attack orchestrated by the sorcerers, whom they both stuffed into a dumpster and closed without much concern for the 2 boys. They were sorcerers and could handle a little trash. Traveling to a hotel in the middle of the night could be seen as indecent, especially when the room was occupied by 2 unaccompanied 18-year-olds. Maki had been living in motels and hotels for a long time when she started traveling, whether accompanied or alone. Naruto, for his part, had no objection or qualms about sharing his room and bed. And he even less thought about what others thought. And that bed seemed much more comfortable. The boy lay back on the mattress, letting out a satisfied sigh. He discarded his shirt, which was now stained with blood thanks to Itsuya's own blood and the huge gash created by the headbutt, a poorly thought out and ill-advised move that had caused more pain to the person who hit him than to the target, if you ask Naruto himself. By exposing his torso, he also revealed a few scars that adorned it, along with the enormous tattoo of the 5-pointed Star of Solomon that Toji had inked on his back to ward off Rika, his curse and the reason he'd gotten himself into this whole sorcery mess. But he didn't blame her. He was having way more fun than he expected. So the old man still cares about me. The dim lamplight was the only thing illuminating the room. Maki stood with her back to the boy, peering through the window through a gap in the curtain. He's a little stubborn, yet sweet. Cute isn't a term often used to describe Toji Fushiguro. I don't think I've ever heard anyone call him that at some point. Toji Fushiguro could be described with a dozen epithets, most of them derogatory, usually coming from his former clan. Of course, in the end, the Zenin clan only survived thanks to Toji's own whim, who didn't eliminate them purely on a whim or by the work of fate. Why are you here anyway? Besides to get into my heart. Her eyes narrowed and her head turned slowly. With a piercing gaze, Maki stared at the boy's face for several seconds without saying anything, trying to discern whether he was mocking her, tickling her, or just a complete idiot. In love with her? Getting into her heart? No one in their right mind would be with a girl like her. She was covered in scars, no longer completely feminine, and focused on fighting. She had basically stopped accepting her role as a damsel since leaving the Zenin, and she couldn't see anyone looking at her with that kind of intention. Did Itsuya hit your head hard? Not at all. You hit my heart. Naruto could point out that he was smitten with Maki Zenin, just as he could point out that he was with Rika Orimoto in his youth. In both cases, of course, it was due to the same circumstances. They demonstrated a strength he didn't possess, or he was simply dazzled and hooked, as if the sight were simply a narcotic too strong for his system. Stop talking nonsense. The curtain fell back into place, and the echo of footsteps was the only sound for several seconds. I need to ask you a few things and see how well my uncle trained you. Oh? Well, I'm mostly trained in the use of cursed weapons and my physical condition to the pinnacle of human strength, like he mentioned. Though I'm not as strong as him. Why is that? Maki, with extensive experience in sorcery, knew the answer to the question. She herself could be the answer. She had been compared to her uncle on many occasions. And in physical strength, they were equal. The only difference between her and him was that her uncle was truly a fighter, a hunter and predator with a mind for hunting his targets, something she lacked. Toji wasn't just a sorcerer and a renegade. He was a hunter of sorcerers, an expert in murdering people with powers or supernatural beings, turning them into his weight. They might not possess cursed energy, magic, or any other kind of power. They might have unmatched physical power and weapon handling. But as of today, Toji's experience outweighed hers by a scale of 20 to 1. Both my uncle and I carry a curse. We have a celestial restriction that has forbidden us from using cursed energy. We don't have cursed energy, and we can't see curses. Although we can make up for that, the sound of a zipper replaced the girl's voice for a second. Because we can't use cursed energy, we possess strength greater than that of an ordinary human. But my uncle is stronger than that. He was the third strongest man behind the Curse King and Saturo Gojo. And he didn't have overwhelming cursed energy, but he nearly killed Professor Gojo. You speak with regret. Who is that king and who was Saturo? This isn't the time for history. Naruto was forced to grab a tank top. My uncle left me a job. To train you and keep you away from the Elder's hounds. However, I haven't been able to accomplish the second task. Maki had hoped to reach the boy before the men of the old headmaster of Kyoto and the Elders. She was truly surprised when she saw Saya being overpowered and how Noritashi would follow suit shortly after. However, it was at that moment that she decided to enter the fight to send the young Kamo heir into the world of dreams. If not, his uncle's apprentice would have done it. It's too tight for me, Maki-chan. The first-grade sorceress's gaze, showing tension, fixed on Naruto Uzumaki. The teenager, unable to see him as an adult despite being of age, had managed to get his shirt caught and rolled up, creating a bulge in his back that wouldn't go down completely. This made it impossible for the boy to put the shirt on correctly. You're an idiot. Sighing, Maki climbed onto the boy's back. Now one could notice the height difference. While she had reached 5 feet 7 inches to stay there, the boy had grown from 5 feet 6 inches to a completely solid 5 feet 7 inches, with a body well proportioned by training. Small memories flooded Maki's mind. Memories of a much happier time when another of his classmates had the same problem, although this time it was Panda who ended up helping him so he could continue training. Thank you. I hope you're smarter for the fight, the girl murmured, focusing back on her enormous cloth bag. From what I've seen, you've not only trained in the use of weapons, but you're also quite good at hand-to-hand combat, from what I saw against Saya. I've been practicing for as long as I can remember. I've always been in clubs dedicated to contact sports. MMA, judo, karate, kung fu, taekwondo, almost any martial art you can think of, my body has tried it and absorbed it to the point where I'll never forget it. Despite the calmness with which the words came out, the girl could understand the seriousness in them, in the truth behind the serene face that remained looking up at the ceiling, as if he were a simple teenager, and did not have 200 sorcerers after his youthful head. Although that made Maki wonder about her uncle. Would he have sold Naruto out like he did his son? Would he have sought some kind of armistice with the Sorcerer Society? Such logical questions, in Maki's eyes, were logical when it came to Toji Fushiguro, who knew him only partially. We'll put all that into practice when we leave the city and the motel. It's not safe to keep you surrounded by people. It's better to fight in the open, where we can restrict our opponent's movements and the range of their curse techniques. If Toji had been tasked with training the boy, Maki was willing to harness his potential until his body rebuilt itself into a completely different person. Just as she had after fighting Jogo and understanding more about herself, becoming stronger. That sounds fun. It will be. You're bait for every mercenary and assassin in Cool looking for your head. She wasn't going to lie to the boy. He was going to be hunted until the Sorcerer Society gave up, something that wasn't going to happen anytime soon. I have a partner. She'll let me know when the place is ready to occupy so I can safely train you. Maki hadn't arrived in Kuo completely alone. She'd maintained communication with her partner and best friend, who had been building a perfect place to hide her uncle's apprentice and be able to finish training him in the realm of sorcerers, something that wouldn't be truly complicated. In the sorceress's eyes, Naruto had demonstrated the ability to surpass 2 first grades without much effort, something admirable considering the boy had trained for 2 months under Toji's supervision. Either the man was a master genius or the boy's potential was greater than anyone could have expected. Yeah, that's the best I've heard, Naruto clapped his hands together. Seconds later, Maki's phone vibrated for 3 seconds before stopping. A call? That's way too short, if I do say so myself. He ignored the question and took the phone in his right hand. Glowing on the dark screen was a text. Everything is ready. His lips curled upward for a few seconds. I was planning on training you in the forest surrounding Kuo, but it's much better to train you in your new home, Naruto Uzumaki. Blinking, Naruto kept his eyes on Maki as she turned to him. I hope you like Japanese-style forest-surrounded homes. And I hope you're ready for the true definition of hell. Chapter 12. The leaves were green, heralding the beginning of summer and the joy that filled spring. The grass, lush like the forest itself, displayed a shade of green bathed by the sun, with a small flash of yellow against the green that contrasted with the dark leaves of the trees, creating a beautiful sight observed by the animals, the main inhabitants of that lush forest that surrounded the city of Kuo. It was strange to see such a clear clearing. There were no animals, and the grass was lower in height than that found in the darker parts of the forest, the grass at the foot of the thick, sturdy trees that stood stoic, vigilant, observing everything that happened around them, like sentries. This indicated that the grass was being trampled or cut by some animal or someone who was overusing the clearing. And it wasn't a mistake. Completely surrounded by trees and leafy bushes, the clearing was the preferred training area for the new inhabitants of the forest. It was where they trained constantly, where they generated strange sounds that kept the animals away and attracted the attention of some more curious and less fearful of the presence of humans. The grass was shorter than usual due to wear and tear and due to the frequent use of weapons by the two main participants in that morning routine that began at dawn and ended around noon or lunchtime. Occasionally, more intense sessions had been held that ended almost at the end of the day when the sun had already begun to disappear over the horizon. And that day was no exception. A total of 27 days had passed since the assassination attempt by Noritashi Kamo and Itsaya Kusakabe. 26 days had passed since the beginning of that hellish training that forced the student to use muscles in his body he didn't even recognize. And 20 days had passed since it had become a part of him, as necessary as breathing to stay alive and, at the same time, sane. Physical training was his main form of training and growth in the eyes of his new mentor, who had accepted Toho's request to retrain him from the ground up and make him grow while he was not around, as if it were some kind of punishment or reminder to think about him. And yet, he had taken it. 27 days after meeting his master's niece, his mobility and strength had surpassed his own expectations and had grown to a new scale that was following in the footsteps of his two mentors. Toji and Maki, both with a heavenly restriction that turned them into true monsters. However, that had not been all the training. Cursed weapons and tools were a great help to many sorcerers and were an exploitable resource that could be used to end countless conflicts. To use cursed weapons and tools, sorcerers needed physical strength and skill. Naruto already possessed that, and he had developed it under Maki's training and the foundations Toji gave him before leaving for wherever he was going. But a sorcerer couldn't turn his sorcery into hand-to-hand combat and the almost exhaustive use of cursed weapons. A sorcerer had to know how to harness the cursed energy, use it against other sorcerers or enemies who attacked him. That tedious task had fallen on the shoulders of Maki's only trusted friend, the only one still alive who could use the cursed energy. She was the only one who could help Naruto use his cursed energy and manipulate it. Therefore, on this occasion, two different people occupied the space usually occupied by Naruto Uzumaki and Maki Zenin. One of the figures, supposedly, belonged to Naruto himself, while the other was not Maki. That figure was feminine, with a curved waist and prominent breasts hidden by a dark sweatshirt. Her hair fell mid-length over her left shoulder, covering her left eye with the orange-tinged hair at all times, even when she moved. The girl was thin and shorter than Naruto, a full head shorter than him. She wasn't as muscular as Maki, but she had her own hidden strength, which Naruto discovered sooner rather than later. According to the report Toji gave to Maki-san, "You are the bearer of the Queen of Curses, a cursed girl named Rika Orimoto." Her voice was sweet, but her single visible eye showed nothing. "That indicates that you possess cursed energy. But despite that I don't feel anything." Unlike Maki, that girl could sense the cursed energy because she was a user of it and was not conditioned by a celestial restriction that prevented her from using the sorcerer's special weapon, and as a user of her own cursed technique, she was the appropriate one to train the boy and see if he possessed cursed energy. That's bullshit, I guess. Naruto didn't give those words much thought. He possessed strength, agility, intuition, instinct. He didn't need to fight using cursed energy or any other type of energy as his mentor had mentioned. Where was he going to learn them, anyway? Don't try to sound arrogant, brat. Hey brat. You're a few months older than me, no-chan. The Barakujisaki's face twisted at the affectionate nickname. It had been almost a month since they had known each other, but she wasn't used to affection. And she couldn't allow it, either. Not since they lost. Leave that no-chan stuff alone. Only Maki can stand that shit. He pointed a nail at the apprentice. Voodoo doll technique is my innate curse technique, the one I learned to use thanks to my grandmother. From one of the nails, a strange, heavy, sinister energy sprang forth, imbuing him completely. Can you see it? Feel it? Only cursed energy users, those with true understanding, could see and feel cursed energy. In Nobara's eyes, Naruto shouldn't be able to sense or appreciate it, much less see it. Or at least, he shouldn't be able to. It's foggy. My eyes can barely make it out, but I feel the repulsion coming from that nail you're holding, and I can see a faint aura. The answer filled the sorceress's mind with disbelief. Was she seeing the cursed energy? Was she feeling it? Nobara didn't doubt her words, for she herself felt what she was describing, but could she really see it? If someone with little or no cursed energy tried to look at her, they wouldn't be able to see anything. Even Maki was forced to wear special glasses to be able to see the curses. You're not lying to me, are you? No. Naruto stared at the nail wrapped in cursed energy. He could feel the repulsion of said energy, how it was filled with negative feelings. Now he understood why Toji had mentioned that curses appeared with the accumulation of negative feelings, strong, dark emotions that had gathered at a specific point and began to form the curse. This is unheard of, he threw his head back and let a frustrated sigh escape his mouth. Are you feeling the cursed energy without having cursed energy? Yes, I'm feeling it. I'm not lying to you. He wasn't a liar. He would often leave out some things, but he never lied outright or directly. If he was asked about a topic, he would say exactly what he thought. It's another matter if he left out some things that weren't interesting to the other person. But this time he wasn't even omitting information. He was watching the energy surround the nail and feeling the repulsion of the cursed energy overflowing from Nobara's object. This shit must have an explanation. Didn't you read the whole report? Walking towards Nobara and Naruto, Maki appeared before them in slightly tight sportswear that perfectly hued her body. Of course, her glasses remained in place in front of the girl's eyes. What's in the report that can help me with this idiot? Hey. Show some respect. Shut up, idiot. Naruto's power may have been sealed by the five-pointed star of Solomon, my uncle tattooed on his back as a seal containing the curse. If Naruto's curse is sealed, his cursed energy may have been affected. It would act as a heavenly restriction. It wouldn't be exactly correct to say that the five-pointed star acted as a heavenly restriction, but it was the closest thing Maki could find after studying the report her uncle had provided her on Naruto, one that detailed the first meeting between her uncle and the aforementioned boy. If Toji had sealed Rika Orimoto in the seal he carved into the teenager's back, the odds that most of the cursed energy in it had been sealed with Rika were closer to 90%, maybe 100%. But it wasn't something they could work with. Rika Orimoto, known as the Queen of Curses, was a special grade curse that even Toji preferred to seal away rather than exercise, making it clear to Maki that it was best not to trifle with the curse, and keeping it sealed would bring peace to both them and the boy. Then it would be best to continue training your physical form and weapon handling. Until we find a way to make the cursed energy flow through your body as it would through any sorcerers, it's best to train that same body. The sorcerers weren't ignorant of physical techniques, nor did they neglect the martial and physical training Maki was imposing on Naruto. But there were sorcerers who were much more focused on this aspect, either because of a curse technique or because it was how they best worked or utilized said energy. This time, Maki had already thought of a method to make the cursed energy flow through Naruto's body. It involved pushing him, making his cursed energy resonate with that of another person, who in this case would be Nobara. Do I have to go get the bamboo swords? No, an object flew towards the Uzumaki. Naruto caught the sword, looking slightly confused. This is the Chinese combat sword, a cursed weapon used by one of my companions. He glanced at Nobara out of the corner of his eye. I want you to push him until that other person sells. Have you called him too? He's the only one I know who can push this idiot to grow. Your moves are long range, but he can extend or shorten that range. Nobara grumbled at her companion's words and pulled a hammer from the back of her pants, showing it to the Uzumaki as if it were a simple object. But that hammer was Nobara's weapon. And she proved it when she slammed one of the nails between the boy's eyebrows, forcing him to deflect it with his sword. Understand? Stop crying. 3 more nails appeared in Nobara's left hand and the cursed energy completely engulfed them. I'm going to push your body to its death. I'm going to go for the kill, and if you die, you've already been warned. Hairpin. The blast of cursed energy hit Naruto's back and sent him crashing to the ground with a poof that even reached the ears of Maki, who was walking towards the edge of the forest. Shit. I forgot you could do that. Rubbing his head, Naruto slowly began to get up, just in time to witness Nobara's knee crash into his face and send him to the ground with a thud. Stop acting like an idiot. Nobara stepped on the Uzumaki's stomach, earning a groan from him. I'm really going to stab through your stomach, idiot. Rudeness wasn't a characteristic people saw in Nobara Kujisaki when they looked at her on the street. Or at least that would have been the case before the Shibuya incident, before the Sorcery War, and before she became a sorceress under the tutelage of Satoru Gojo. And even when she was much more snobbish, she always had her temper and always knew what was right. Okay. It hurts. Uzumaki-san knocked down. From the ground, Naruto turned his head to look at the person who had called him. Standing over the apprentice, Nobara looked in the same direction. Sona Sitri. Surprise was implicit in the question and in the looks on the faces of both teenagers. Both that clearing and a fairly large area of the forest were protected so that no one could find it or enter. It was a little difficult finding you. Naruto accepted Nobara's hand to stand up. I want to hire you for a mission. 100 million yen. Moving his mouth and knowing what Sona was going to ask him, Naruto gave his number that wouldn't go down and would probably go up in the next few seconds. I always knew the price wouldn't be cheap. But it's not a price I can't pay. Chapter 13. Most of high society had turned up at the Gremory clan's home for one of the most important events of the decade. The engagement of the young Gremory heiress to the third son of the Phoenix, two clans that belonged to the 72 pillars of the underworld, although they were currently 34 pillars, the clans with the most political power and influence within the underworld, and were those who indirectly supported the four demon kings of the underworld. The entire underworld knew of the engagement between the two young people and rejoiced for them. After the civil war that involved the old and new, the pure blood demons had been on the brink of extinction, and they remained so. As a race, the demons had nearly destroyed themselves during the civil war and lost thousands of their members during the conflict, staining the underworld with the blood of the mighty pure blood demons. Thanks to one of the new kings of the underworld, the demon race was reinforced with those reincarnated through the evil P system created by Ajuka Beelzebub, who saw an opportunity in these half-breeds to once again increase the number of demons in the underworld. Although, of course, it was a system that only nobles could use, and not everyone was happy with its presence or use. Both demons and reincarnated beings could be against the system. Many demons tolerated the system created by Ajuka, while humans saw it only as a second chance and resigned themselves to being servants of those who reincarnated them. Otherwise, they would be stray demons, uncontrolled, and would be persecuted by some other group. Not everyone was happy, but everyone kept a cheerful face without being able to make the necessary change, and respected what the kings of the underworld did to return the demons to a more acceptable state within the biblical factions, placing them again in a respectable position of power in front of the Gregorian heaven, their two rivals. The evil P system was also influenced by marriages between two members of the noble houses of the underworld, and even more so when those houses belonged to the 72, as all eyes would be on the members who married. In this particular case, Ria's Gremory would have to keep her entourage under control so that her fiancé, Razor Phoenix, wouldn't get rid of him on a whim or use them as tools, which the pure-blooded demon himself had thought about countless times, especially when it involved Akeno or Ria's herself in his own harem. Razor saw the rest of the entourage as replaceable by much more servile pieces and less fierce or rebellious against him, as had been the case with Ria's new pawn. Issei Hyodo. Issei Hyodo did not agree with that compromise and had not agreed to let himself be defeated by Razor by withdrawal, despite the fact that he had been on the verge of death at the end of the raiding game against Razor's entourage, who truly showed their superiority despite the training in the Gremory country house. However, that was how things had turned out. Razor had won a victory over the Gremory entourage and had complied with Ria's request not to kill the pawn, even though she had been rude to him and treated him like he was nobody, as if his word meant nothing outside the underworld. But Razor proved that he was above Ria's and her followers. He proved that he could not be beaten and that his record in the raiding games continued to rise. However, even Razor's victories had a simple explanation that came from his blood. He was a member of the Phoenix and had the regeneration and power of the fire of the mythological bird known as Phoenix, which gave him a direct hack in any confrontation he had with the person he had, only if that person didn't know how to overcome that immortality he had. Demons and more experienced beings or humans could overcome Razor or any member of the Phoenix if he wasn't powerful enough. This time, Ria's had neither the power nor the experience to face Razor, who had already won several raiding games and solid experience in fights. This fact had left the members of Gremory's entourage shocked, who had not seen their lady for the entire month until that very day, where Ria's would accept the engagement with Razor and would get married 3 weeks later. We should stop her. Issei wasn't a guy who gave up. He might be an idiot and a pervert, and he was even hated by many, Naruto included, but he wasn't a person who would abandon his friends in situations like the one Ria's, the club's beloved president, was currently in. Pass it on Issei-kun. Hiba's sad murmur was only heard by the members of Gremory's entourage, who were separated from the rest of the guests sitting at a distant table. GRGE. So what? We can try again. Perverted idiot, the little Nekomata looked just as dejected as everyone else. Ria's had been the one who took her in, protected her, and helped her through her darkest hour, despite being turned into a piece. Ria's was her friend. We must respect what the president wants. Issei listened to this in disbelief and looked at his friends with real confusion. Were they really serious? Just giving up? He couldn't understand how those words had come from people like Kiba or Kaneko, who had been on Ria's side for many years before him. Issei Kanekeno's melodious voice sent a chill down the teenager's spine. When he looked at her, he saw the seriousness in the queen's violet eyes. Rias has asked us not to intervene under any circumstances. And that is what we will do, including you. We could cause this problem to become bigger when we are in Razor's clutches because we will be his wife's retinue and, as her husband, he will have the right to get rid of all of us. And especially I. No one was unaware of Razor's aversion to Issei. They saw how the pure-blooded demon beat him even after he had already won, sending the boy to be checked out by the doctors instead of being healed by Asia. They didn't have the strength to beat him, not yet. Where is Sona? The guest's attention had been drawn to the stairs. Slowly, wearing a beautiful wedding dress, Ria's Gremory had begun to descend the steps one by one, passively resisting their finale. She said she would arrive a little later. Tsubaki Shinra, as queen of Citri's entourage, had accepted the invitation to participate in that event with her lady, representing her, while she finished some important and urgent tasks that had plagued the Citri clan in recent days. She doesn't usually miss these society events. Akeno responded slowly, trying to see the reality in the girl's features. But Tsubaki's eyes and body language didn't satisfy the curiosity of the Queen of Gremory, who blinked upon finding the truth in the Queen of Citri's words. She goes wherever she wants, Himejima-san. Rias is a good friend of Sona-sama, but the Citri clan is above these social events that occur from time to time. The safety of the Citri clan is above all of this, even Rias. Tsubaki spoke seriously, trying to put an end to the conversation. For her mistress, the Citri clan was above many things, but even she doubted it was above the well-being of Rias, one of her best friends, if not her only friend, in the underworld. Sona-sama. Where is she? The Citri clan's urgency existed. Tsubaki hadn't lied or hidden anything from Akeno's constant questions and stares. She had only omitted the truth because even she, as queen of Sona, didn't know the whereabouts of her own mistress. Sona had mentioned a problem to her, a delay in her appearance at Ria's engagement, something Tsubaki found strange but didn't investigate. Trust in her mistress was everything, and as queen, she had to support her. Finally, Rias reached her future husband's side and took his hand. Behind the couple stood Lucifer, displaying a warm smile to the attendants and the couple themselves. He himself had supported the marriage when his father proposed it. As Lucifer, he couldn't refuse or interfere with the wishes of his father, leader of the Gremory clan. Such were the rules. Thank you for attending this event, all of you. The Mau's eyes searched the room. They glittered slightly at the absence of the Citri heiress and the presence of her sister's entourage. It is an honor to be present during this important moment, not only in my sister's life, but in the society of the 72 and the entire underworld. The word sounded full of energy and joy to everyone present, however, anyone who truly knew Surziches could see the reality in the sparkle in his eyes. They were dull, lacking the playful glint that was usually present when he was with his younger sister, like at this moment. Some joke would have come out of his mouth, some comment that would have made her feel embarrassed. But since he didn't feel joyful about this, Surziches couldn't play around like he usually did, teasing his little sister. My younger sister, Ria's Gremory, will take Razor Phoenix as her husband in a few weeks, making the Gremorys and Phoenix families one within our society. This will lead to a better society and a new light for the underworld after the terrible events that occurred a few hundred years ago. The memory of the civil war still lingered in the minds of the elders and many noble members of underworld society. It was a wound that had lingered and had yet to heal, a memory that weighed heavily, even though several hundred years had passed since the event. But everyone present within those four walls had lost a member in that cruel historical event. This is the first marriage among the 72 that have taken place since the Civil War. The first marriage that will give us a new line of successors and pure blood demons to populate the underworld in a few decades. Please support them. Applause soon followed. The smile on the third son of the Phoenix family's face widened and he looked toward the audience with a bright glow in his eyes. However, Ria's eyes remained dull despite her smile. It was at that very moment that the sound of the thick oak doors of hell echoed over the applause, the smiles of the visitors, and the flattering words directed at the couple. It was at that very moment that the sight of the guards flying caught the astonished gazes of some of the event attendees and, like wildfire, spread through the rest of the crowd until it reached all the guests. It was at that moment that the people moved aside, forming a corridor towards the couple and the Mao Lucifer, where the three could see how one of the last layers shot out and fell at the feet of the third son of the Phoenix. The head of 100 million, a black blade rested on the attacker's shoulder. His mocking smile inflamed the spirits of Ria's Gremory's future husband. And a KFC from hell. The hellish crispy chicken is sure to be packed with protein. Two guards flanked the intruder. They swung their steel swords, and sparks soon flew. The Chinese combat sword blocked the blade of the guard on the right. The swordsman deflected the slash of the attacker on the left with his forearm, causing the attack to hit the ground and form a metallic echo that resonated even in the windows. It's not like I like you, Ria's Gremory. But my master taught me. That money never hurts. and I like money almost as much as Machan and No-chan do. Naruto. Breathing in, filling his lungs with as much oxygen as possible, Naruto Uzumaki strained and sent the guards crashing into the surrounding walls, forcing the attendants to move so as not to get caught in the path. 100 million is your price, Razor KFC Phoenix. The twitch on Razor's face indicated that he didn't like the intruder very much. 100 million. We demons have a lot more. If I give you $1 billion, could you leave? You're ruining the atmosphere, kid. And you're insulting my professional ethics, you living KFC. The sword's blade cut the phoenix in two, ending with the blade crashing against the steps, surprising the audience. However, their surprise wasn't due to Razor's death, but to the speed of the unknown. I'm going to have to gut you, kid. Razor's body slowly reassembled. Small traces of orange fire disappeared before the sorcerer's apprentice's mocking gaze. I'm going to have to teach you to respect your elders. Major, my beautiful ass, the fire-wrapped arm moved toward the apprentice's face. He dodged it and skidded, moving 5 meters away from the pair. I want to see what an immortal can do. I want your head as a trophy. There were certain things that motivated Naruto to intervene in that event, but none of them were his love for Rias or her entourage, nor even his appreciation for Sona. One thing was the 100 million. The other was his intention to test the results of his training. And of course, see if I could beat someone immortal. Chapter 14. Arrogance and pride were Razor's main characteristics. His confidence in his own ability and immortality only fueled his ego, and if someone added up his victories against promising young demons in the raiding game, his ego only multiplied to a scale that made him unbearable for everyone who knew the pure-blooded demon. However, Razor truly had something to support his ego. He had proven he knew how to fight and that he had experience. His entourage was completely loyal to him, and his regenerative powers gave him the weapons with which he could defeat almost any adversary. And the important thing was the almost. Both his parents and older siblings had advised Razor not to accept the confrontation with the intruder, as they had sensed something extremely strange in the atmosphere. However, Razor's ego dulled his hearing, and the reasoning that should accompany him had gone down the drain in the face of the intruder's mockery of his event of the year, his most important event. Now both blondes were in a different dimension, surrounded by graces, standing in the arena of what seemed to be a coliseum under the watchful eyes of all the guests, whether by Razor himself or by Rias herself, who was the most affected by that confrontation. It was possible that some of the guests had not grasped the essence of the young sorcerer's apprentice, but the leading figures present at the venue quickly realized that he was a human and not a reincarnated being as they had initially thought. How had a human gotten to the Gremory mansion, and how had he entered the underworld in the first place? Both questions lacked a clear answer. Could it have been Ria's doing, or that of one of her entourage members? Had it been planned by Zeldris, Ria's father, who saw that the pairing was a mistake and could no longer back out? While they couldn't see an answer, Razor had agreed to the confrontation and the conditions, relying on his own immortality and enormous ego. I'm going to show your beating heart to all the guests, boy. You'll wish you hadn't come. Razor had kept the outfit he'd originally worn. His phoenix regeneration, now active, allowed him to keep his clothes without any scratches or damage that could severely affect them. If you rip out my heart, I won't be able to wish I hadn't come to KFC, you idiot. Naruto hadn't changed his attire either. Surprisingly, he'd chosen the same outfit his mentor wore for that occasion. A tight-fitting black short-sleeved t-shirt, loose-fitting gray pants, and black tie-kai shoes to complete the outfit. He was a complete copy of his mentor, but with blonde hair. I'm going to shut that mouth. The first move was an overwhelming torrent of fire. Razor had initiated an attack that would bypass his opponent's defenses, completely overwhelming them and rendering them incapable of action. He had to, as his ego told him, finish off his enemy with a single move. Surprise filled the stands and erased the smug smile on the demon's lips. The sorcerer's apprentice hadn't taken most of the damage. A shield remained covering the Uzumaki's entire body, taking the brunt of the flames. This is Yada's mirror. Such insignificant flames won't be able to break it. Doji had taken it upon himself to leave his apprentice a vast array of cursed tools with which to confront any enemy while he returned from work, one of them being the well-known Yada mirror, a defensive weapon that could protect its user from almost any attack. To overcome it, more than a sea of flames would be needed. What the buck? Enliven his vocabulary, Naruto sneered at Razor, striking the handle of the inverted heavenly halberd against his own temple. There might be children present. Buck off. Razor spread a pair of wings made of his own fire and flapped vigorously, creating a scorching wind that generated a small storm of sand and embers towards his opponent. Naruto simply took cover behind the Yada mirror, showing his mocking smile at all times, not preventing Razor from enjoying it. Hey. This will affect my complexion, idiot. The grinding of teeth could be heard above the wind itself. Naruto was enjoying, if you ask him, inflaming the pure blood demon's temper even more than it already was, finding it extremely amusing and a key to his victory. In battle, the psyche was an important tool. If your opponent knew how to play with your mind, they could win the battle much more easily than if they didn't. Insults, taunts, and comments were some of the tools fighters used to inflame their enemy's temper and bring them to their side at all times. Naruto had learned to read his opponents. He knew about Razor's self-esteem, his enormous ego, and his confidence in his powers and immortality. To defeat him, he would only have to break his confidence in his powers, and he would no longer be able to fight as he had been. In fact, he would be overpowered in seconds if the Phoenix's immortality didn't do its job. I expected a little more from the great Razor Phoenix, to be honest. Leaning behind his shield, Naruto began walking towards Razor like an old Roman soldier. Are you only attacking from the front? Aren't you going to flank me from behind? Razor felt anger rising inside him. He felt the bile, caused by the apprentice sorcerer's mockery and comments, rise up his throat and into his mouth. I was about to throw up from anger. I'm going to put out those comments of yours with my own fire, boy. I'm going to break that bucking shield. I'm going to burn your face with my fire until not even your mother recognizes you. Oh, my poor mother. What's she doing now? Cooking ramen. The Yata mirror shifted under Naruto's thrust as Razor lunged at it. Following its owner's movement, the shield slammed into the pure demon's body, passing through it like a ghost, something that made Razor smile. I got you. No, I caught you. The tearing of flesh filled Razor's ears, and soon he felt a sharp pain in his side. He turned his head and looked toward the source of the stabbing pain. A blade had pierced his suit and penetrated his flesh with ease. And there were no flames healing the affected area. His regeneration wasn't activated. What? Releasing his held breath, Naruto rammed a powerful knee into the demon's belly before connecting with a semi-spinning kick that sent Razor crashing into the wall. You're so self-centered and confident, you couldn't have thought I was prepared. The blade of the inverted celestial halberd dripped with blood, the metal of it hidden from view due to the red liquid. I always had the advantage, and this confrontation was in my grasp. I'm the demon hunter, you little shit. Surprise flashed across Razor's eyes. The regeneration wasn't activating, and blood was still oozing from his side. Furthermore, the blow had damaged some of his ribs and backbones, or so the demon felt. His injured back was screaming in pain. Naruto had used Razor's own personality against him. Superiority had become the demon's own weakness, and the apprentice had simply exploited that to execute his simple plan. With the powers sealed, or with the opportunity to constantly seal them, Naruto Uzumaki had the advantage over Razor he needed. It didn't require rogue power to overcome the Phoenix's regeneration. Simply by thrusting the halberd into Razor, the powers would fade for an as yet unknown period of time, but Naruto would simply calculate it. Only if he gave Razor time to figure that out. Damn bastard. Blood had begun to seep between the demon's fingers, dripping down his skin and falling to the arena floor like water. This just makes it a little harder, that's all. I'm not going to lose to someone without powers. Suddenly, his hair whipped around in the wind. Razor's eyes saw the halberd hurtling towards him. Due to his misunderstanding and his lack of confidence, he stood still, expecting the weapon to pierce through him like anything else. And that was the biggest mistake he could have made. The inverted celestial halberd pierced through him, cutting through cloth, flesh, and muscle, and embedded itself in the wall behind the third son of the Phoenix, leaving him even more confused and fearful. This is really disappointing me, Razor. Naruto tugged on the chain that bound the halberd. With a crack, the weapon popped out of the wall and returned to its owner's hand. Turning you into mincemeat wasn't my goal. Even those fallen were more fun. When the leather handle of the halberd touched his hand, he shot towards Razor with the sole intention of killing him. That was what his blue eyes showed to everyone, to anyone who cared to look, including Razor himself. But there was still arrogance, still a fanaticism towards pure demons and the power of the Phoenix. Razor was too confident and dependent on his powers, so those two attacks must have been a mistake, one that would be fixed in the next attack. Razor's confidence was shattered when Naruto pierced his stomach with the inverted celestial halberd. He did so with such force that the blade and the apprentice sorcerer's hand appeared on the other side, clearly creating a fatal wound. Cough. Blood stained the apprentice sorcerer's face, but he didn't mind it. After killing 3 fallen and bringing a former priest to the brink of death, this was something he would see for the rest of his days if he completed his training. And he was fine with it. There's a difference between us, KFC. I expected everything from you, and you never expected anything from me. A grotesque sound arose as Naruto pulled the halberd and the arm from inside Razor, causing murmurs among the spectators, which added to the looks of panic and sadness, as if Razor were loved. I'll take your head. I'll tear it off now, Razor, while you're still. The crack like a small lightning bolt forced a boy to move away from Razor's almost inert body, leaving him at least 20 or 30 meters away from his target. The Mao Lucifer's eyes would have intimidated any fighter, that was something everyone knew. He was one of the top 10 members and a truly powerful being within the underworld. But was that boy perhaps scared? Surziches had to give Razor's killer some credit. The boy hadn't flinched from his presence. He didn't even seem affected by his aura and stood there, moving the weapon from one hand to the other, looking at him, calculating. This wasn't necessary. This was necessary. Work is work, tomato head. And I meet the delivery deadlines requested by the client. Naruto wasn't an idiot. He could see that fighting the current Lucifer was a waste of time, a truly suicidal act. But was he going to back down? If it came to that, despite his promise to his master, he would simply use his ace up his sleeve to get out of that place without heading for his death. Then I'll have to ask you some questions, kid. And you're going to have to answer. No, he won't do that, Surziches. He won't answer your questions, and better yet, you'll answer mine. Surziches Lucifer might be powerful, ranking in the top 10 of the most powerful beings and ruling the underworld alongside his Mao companions. However, they were nothing compared to the demon who appeared before Lucifer, causing a stir among the wedding guests, who stared at the demon with equal measure of admiration, respect, and fear. We have a lot to discuss, boy, the demon's eyes never left Lucifer's. And this human has been useful to me, so he'll be coming with us to make his point. Of course, Mr. Contractor. And depending on your answers, the index finger of the demon's right hand pointed at Lucifer, your head could be on a spike by sunset. Chapter 15. Razor Phoenix's head was on display in front of the Phoenix mansion, impaled on a wooden pole deep inside, probably almost reaching the inert brain. Blood seeped down the wood and dripped onto the grass. A small pool had formed around the pole, turning the grass beneath it red, creating a gruesome sight. Inside the mansion, the atmosphere was icy. The celebration of an engagement that should have been a joyous moment for both families had completely overshadowed the Gremory household and left the Phoenix patriarch without one of his children, which was a blow to the family and all its members. The meeting of the four kings of the underworld within the confines of the Phoenix estate left everyone present, including Surziches himself, surprised by the presence of the highest authorities of the underworld. The four were leaders of the underworld, but unless there was an urgent meeting or an important event, they didn't usually gather in the same place at the same time, as doing so could be taken by others as a sign of weakness for not being working on their own fronts. However, the presence of the Mao in the Phoenix household had been produced by the same presence that threatened Surziches Lucifer himself. This demon lacked the power to confront the Reed or any of the current kings. Even he himself could say that he could be swallowed up by the power of many young demons with enormous potential. But he had something that many demons lacked. Political power, influence, and being the representation of the underworld itself in the eyes of those who lived through the transition between the old and new eras. He was not a demon who intervened in the affairs of his family or the 72 pillars, but he was presented with things that made him move at how blind his offspring had been to what was right in front of their eyes and did not want to see it. But the serious face, black hair with some thick white strands and violet eyes that shone with strength, the demon who threatened Surziches Lucifer, remained seated being watched by the Phoenix, the Gremory and the Mao, as if he were not the center of attention of all the demons in the room, as if he had not given 100 million to the student of the man behind him. Toji Fushiguro wasn't a man to associate with demons or supernatural beings unless the situation warranted it. On this occasion, the demon who requested his student services, although it was his own services he actually requested, had information that was much more important to him than the money he had taken on other occasions. Finally, an elderly, brown-haired woman approached the dark-haired demon and offered him a small cup. With gloved hands and gentleness, the demon took the offered drink and waited for the woman to leave. When the servant disappeared from view, the demon took a small sip of his tea, spreading despair to the demons in front of him, who stared at him uneasily, waiting for an answer as to why he had interfered in the hunt for the human who had killed a noble of the 72 pillars. It was unheard of. Throughout the existence of demons, no human had dared to enter the underworld and face a member of the 72 pillars, or rather, a clan of demons belonging to the 72 pillars. Who would have thought that such a thing could ever happen anyway? The only humans feared by demons were the descendants of ancient heroes or those who wielded a sacred gear powerful enough to defeat them. Both of these premises were not fulfilled by Razor's murderer in the eyes of demonic society, who awaited an answer that the demon sitting in the armchair enjoyed keeping hidden for as long as he deemed fit. He wanted to see the desperation in the eyes of the Phoenix, the confusion in Surziches, and the haste in the eyes of the remaining Mao, who had been called by him. Placing the cup on a small saucer, the demon wiped his chin with a delicate napkin, creating tension in the atmosphere. Enough. The Phoenix Patriarch's voice finally rose. Golden hair, deep blue eyes, and a bushy beard gave the Patriarch of the Immortal Demons the appearance of a fierce warrior, although if you ask the intense-eyed demon, that would only be a mockery to real fighters. You can have all the power and authority you want, but not to kill and allow my son to die, Zekrom. Zekrom Baal could be considered many things. But naive. No, that wasn't in the demon's definition of the man who maintained peace during the transition between two eras in the underworld. Therefore, seeing him act was extremely strange and rash for many members of demonic society. Oh, don't shout, man. Using his left pinky finger, Toji cleaned the wax from his ear as if it had been blocked at some point, which wasn't true. You're going to make me deaf, damn it. Don't give me that shit, human. Extending his arm, the Elder Phoenix pointed at the sorcerer. You shouldn't even be here. Humans would suffer in the underworld, their souls tortured throughout the 9 circles of hell in pursuit of repentance. A living human, without demonic blood, was a greater affront to the members of the 72 and to the deceased original Lucifer, who would be turning in his grave. Ha! And you're going to kick me out? Zekrom raised his hand. Toji's mouth creaked as it snapped shut, forcing the patriarch to stare at the Baal. Blue eyes trembled at the harsh glare in the elder demon's eyes. Stop your tantrum, Phoenix. Baal's harsh voice pushed the patriarch back several steps. I'm not here for you to try to diminish my authority in our society. Is your brat dead? It's a shame for the purebloods, but it's something he's been asking for ever since he himself stained your name. What? Any member of the 72 might view Zekrom's meddling as inappropriate and try to minimize everything he did for underworld society by downplaying his importance and power. But Zekrom wasn't an idiot. He wasn't here without his work done, without his investigation completed long ago. He had investigated Razor Phoenix since his first appearance in the human world, since his search for parts for his retinue, and since his engagement to Ria's Gremory. He knew the life of the Phoenix Son far better than his siblings or parents did, far better than Zeodicus or his descendant Venelana did. And as a proud devil, allowing someone like that to marry Ria's or even to remain alive wasn't on his agenda. What do you mean, Zekrom-sama? Ria's had chosen to refer to the Baal Lord as appropriate. Her brother was more powerful, but Zekrom's mentality surpassed that of many demons by a period of thousands of years before they were born. Razor Phoenix has broken the pacts that were made after the Holy War when Michael and I established peace between the two factions. Even if it wasn't a long-lasting peace, I preferred to maintain it out of respect for my father. Zekrom was directly descended from the original Lucifer and Lilith, the two most powerful entities of the underworld, those who gave the demons their existence and established the 72 demon pillars in their reign. Wait. You made peace. As sleepy as ever Surziches. Even the surprise on the others' faces doesn't surprise me. Peace sought by a demon when his father died. There are things you young people can't see or understand even if a million years pass. The Holy War had been the biggest event within the biblical faction, leading the 3 factions to a fierce confrontation that ended with the disappearance or death of some of the leaders, one of them being Lucifer himself and the other his father, Elohim, the ruler of heaven, indirectly guilty of that war. I'm not going to go into a long explanation. I don't have the time to educate idiot brats. Violet orbs bore into Surziches. Razor did things that even the greatest demons and members of the old faction would enjoy, kid. Things that would disgust you, that would make you reconsider how many actually follow your new system. Your new system. Eyes shifted from Surziches to the rest of the Underkings. Not everyone is happy with the rebirth of humans as demons, even if they support you. It's a game for grown-ups, and children see everything as a bed of roses already completed. The underworld civil war was the cause of the greatest change in Hell society, a change that not everyone wanted or could implement. This was something that older demons like Zekrom knew, but that younger demons like Surziches seemed to ignore, focusing their attention only on the positive side and trying to sweep everything else under the rug. Razor was one of those young demons who preferred the old ways, who viewed humans as objects. And that was something Zekrom could welcome in a time before the present, a time when his ties to the factions weren't about to be severed by outside forces. As a member of high society, as one of Lucifer's direct children, Zekrom placed the well-being of the underworld above the individuals who made up the underworld and its society, even if that included members of his blood, such as the 72 pillars. Because of this, he did not oppose the transformation of young demons into the current Mao and their followers. Because of this, he did not oppose the evil P system or the reincarnation of humans to turn them into slaves for noble demons, thus increasing demonic society. And because of this, he was the benefactor who supported Sona Citri in ending Razor. This is being inconsistent, Zekrom. What evidence do you have to do something like this to claim it? Respect isn't in your mouth, huh? It doesn't matter. My brother Phoenix was always disrespectful to the older brother. However, you idiot children can't stop me from speaking the truth. You don't even seem to know me. Do you think I would do this without proof, without it being beneficial to the underworld? Zekrom fixed his eyes on the Phoenix Patriarch, making him back away. Seraphol, my dear. Give him it. Seraphol Leviathan was a slightly adult version of her younger sister, Sona Citri. Violet eyes sparkled with amusement and black hair tied in 2 pigtails framed a rounded face, thick strands falling over her forehead. Surprisingly, she wasn't wearing a magical girl outfit but rather appeared to be wearing a secretary uniform. At the feet of the Phoenix Patriarch and his wife, a sticky, damp sack fell, slightly darkened by the liquid that seemed to be coming off whatever it contained. When the blonde man opened it, his wife brought her hands to her mouth. I suppose the killing of virgins is a beautiful part of our old culture. Yes, that is indeed beautiful if you look at it from the devil's perspective. The old ways were ingrained. Zekrom could see that, knew it. But we're taking a global view. These people of faith, were faithful followers of Lady Gabriel of Heaven, Archangel and sister of Lord Michael. Putting it that way, if I hadn't taken Razor, a second holy war would have erupted out of the pure desire of an overly self-centered and self-absorbed teenager. The rustling of clothing alerted everyone. A man appeared behind Zekrom, his hand resting on the handle of his sword. Sustaining a second holy war, could you have managed to sustain it, Surziches? Even someone like you, with a lesser mindset than a Juka, can't see the error in that. The deaths would be far too high to sustain the society. That could be seen as a lesser evil, a mistake that wouldn't be taken seriously. But lesser mistakes had started wars that changed the world, whether they were in the supernatural world or not. And it was something Zekrom was avoiding. I suppose my time is up. The swordsman behind Zekrom nodded subtly. To be honest, Toji, I didn't expect your student to be able to handle the pompous phoenix. The mockery was implicit and not lost on the patriarch. What you asked for. Give it to him, Garling. Garling was a truly tall man, with a thin, lanky build and shoulder-length hair the color of night itself. He towered over his master, a full head taller. He may not have been as muscular as Toji, but the sorcerer captured the experience in his movements, in his ever-ready attitude. The swordsman handed a folder to the currently strongest sorcerer. Without responding, Toji took the files and left the Phoenix Mansion back to the human world. My visit has been brief but enlightening, I suppose. Zekrom stood up and Garling stood behind his lord. Dear Riaz, I hope this does not affect your growth as the leader of the Grimory clan too much in the distant future. In fact, I hope to see better behavior and growth from you as a partial member of the Baal. The greater demon's attention turned to Surziches. Investigate something called Crow. You will be able to understand my presence here and what is truly going on under your nose. Chapter 16. The sky in the underworld seemed to have been created by the blue of the human sky and the red of blood, generating a strange yet beautiful violet for those unused to it. The sun, being only a darkened sphere that stood out, was the only star that occupied the sky, whether it was day or night. There were not even clouds attempting to obscure it. Considered a strange and unusual phenomenon, it was already present in the lives of those who lived in the underworld, but it generated a strange feeling in outsiders who saw a sky in such conditions, 24 hours a day, regardless of whether it was day or night. It only differed in the hue and intensity of the violet color itself. Except for the difference in the sky and the sun, the rest of the underworld seemed to be a copy of a more medieval human world. The houses, pavements, and bridges were made of stone. People's clothing, while sometimes similar to that of the human world, generally seemed to be from the 14th century, being much more prominent among the underworld's upper class, which included the 72 pillars. Because of this, foreigners stood out too much when walking through the streets of the underworld's capital. Naruto was no exception to the rule. Despite being accompanied by Sona Citri, the young sorcerer's apprentice was the center of attention, both male and female, adult and child, who crossed paths. It was somewhat strange to see a person in chains walking calmly next to one of the young heirs of one of the 72 pillars of the underworld, in turn generating unanswered questions, or with an answer that they could obtain if they asked. While the high-ranking demons were deciding the future of the human who executed Razor, another of the young demons, it had been imposed that Naruto be accompanied at all times by a demon, and that he be chained with a complete restraint on his arms. However, try as they might, they could not get rid of the young Uzumaki's weapons. They seemed to have suddenly disappeared, without a trace, and they did not see that the boy had thrown them away at some point when they took him prisoner, although Zekrom himself pointed out that he was a guest, that the chains would disappear in a few minutes when he finished his conversation with the victim's parents. There was mockery and irony in the way Zekrom mentioned the word victim when referring to Razor Phoenix. All those who heard the old Baal's words remained focused and frozen in place. Only rarely would Zekrom Baal turn his back on one of his own to side with a mere human who had killed a member of one of the 72 pillars families. But that was what had happened. Sona had been the one in charge of hiring Naruto as her mercenary for Razor's death because Zekrom couldn't do it directly with so many eyes on him. Knowing the relationship between Seraphol and the Yokai Shinto faction had helped Zekrom find the right people to take on the death of someone important. And he'd used both of them. Using people directly linked to the Yakai or Shinto would have led to a clash between the two factions, causing disaster in Japan. That's why turning to exiled members of the faction was essential to uncovering Razor and ridding himself of the demon taint, at least for Zekrom himself. Because of all this, Sona thought Naruto felt used as a mere tool in the entire plot to assassinate one of the Phoenix clan's children. The entire time they left the stadium and she showed him the streets of the capital, the young man remained silent and didn't even make eye contact with her, as if he were angry or pondering something the whole time. Sona leaned toward the latter. She was the second daughter of the Citri, an intelligent girl who had never been defeated in a battle of intellect. She could see the patterns of anger in her body language, in the way she walked and the slight grimaces of her mouth, in the way she seemed to maintain a frown throughout. And it was understandable. She could understand his anger and sympathize with him. He had been used as a mere object by a race he himself despised and wanted to see extinct. And, if that weren't enough, he had been chained like a dog and always had to be accompanied. Uzumaki-san. Shit. The outburst stopped any words of apology or attempt at one from the council president. She looked at the sorcerer's apprentice's back. He had raised his arms to the heavens and shouted as if he were angry at something up there. Perhaps it's some god. Uzumaki. You know, I could have asked for more than 100 million yen. Maybe a trillion. I'm an idiot. Despite having his hands chained and considerably reduced mobility, Naruto managed to take Sona's shoulders and make her look him in the eyes, something that surprised her and caused her cheeks to color slightly. Yeah. I'm an idiot, Sona-san. If that old man from Bale was the one paying, like you said, I could have asked for 1 billion yen. I didn't want to ask you because I like you. But I should have known. I should have known so I could have gotten 1 billion yen out of that old man's pocket. His blue eyes took on an intense glow that matched the intensity of the derogatory words Naruto spoke to himself. He thought he was an idiot, and he truly was. When Sona offered him the chance to fight Razor and kill him, he only asked for 100 million yen to get that money in his pocket, not wanting to get too much from the only demon he truly liked. But if he had known someone else would put up the money, he would have multiplied the figure by 1,000. Now, Sona was left looking like an idiot. Her usually white skin turned completely red from the combined embarrassment and anger, causing Naruto to blink at the Citri heiress's behavior. Throwing off the boy's grasp, Sona swung her arm and delivered a blow directly to the crown of the Uzumaki's head, slamming the young sorcerer to the ground. Idiot. The violet eyes flashed angrily. I thought you were mad. And all you were thinking about was increasing your reward. You're an idiot. I'm not saying anything to the contrary. The Uzumaki stood up unharmed over the sunken hole in the ground. I'm just saying I was an idiot for not asking for more money. Anyway, what's done is done. Both teenagers looked in the same direction at the echo of footsteps. With his hands in the pockets of his baggy gray pants, Toji Fushiguro walked directly toward them with complete calm, as if this meeting were normal and they weren't surrounded by demons. The apprentice's attention shifted to the folder his teacher was carrying securely fastened under his arm. Ah, the pair of lovebirds, the blushes were not long in coming. Not caring that his student had his hands bound by thick chains, Toji threw the folder directly at him without much ceremony, forcing Naruto to move his hands in coordination to catch the object and not allow the pallets to fall to the ground. We have some permits and things to do, kid. Taking his Roman sword he cut the chains, causing a metallic sound when they fell to the ground. That old man Zekrom fulfilled the 2 promised payments and your death sentence has been completely erased. Naruto massaged his wrists while shooting a poisonous glare directly at the sorcerer, who only hissed. Or work. Weren't you supposed to be gone indefinitely? And I've been gone for an indefinite amount of time, you little grasshopper. The storing curse swallowed Toji Fushiguro's sword unceremoniously. I'm not yet present for your training as a sorcerer. I take it my niece is training you, right? If I recall correctly, there's a fellow who can help you with cursed energy who hasn't been affiliated with the elders for a while. Maki Zenin could be considered a cold and direct girl after being violated by her biological family, something that worsened when she lost her twin sister and almost died on 2 occasions too close to each other, bearing the scars on her body for the rest of her life. But despite this, she was a woman who cared about those she cared about. Something she demonstrated by arranging the worst training for one of her uncle's students so as not to see him die like her classmates. Ma-chan is really tough. She lifted her shirt slightly and pointed to her right side. There, both Sona and Toji saw a small scar that looked well closed and healed. She almost pierced my lung with one of her punches. Physical training and the use of weapons were the foundation of their training throughout that time. Despite Nobara's efforts, the sorceress hadn't managed to get the apprentice to use the Ladite energy in the same way Maki had gotten the boy to move naturally during battles. Ah, something typical of Maki. She's intense and went a little too far, I see. Nothing to worry about. HMP. Sona couldn't be entirely sure of the sorcerer's statement. Shouldn't they be worried about a training that could lead the boy to his own grave? She had reservations and doubts about it, but she wouldn't say anything if it was what Naruto was willing to do to stay alive, because after Razor's death, he had become the underworld's #1 target, even though he had Zekrum's partial support. Bale has managed to give us permission to approach Purgatory to gather information about a certain group of witches who have been associated with the founders of the 72 Pillars houses. Apparently, the old man wants to use us as a tool to avoid directly involving anyone associated with any faction. Doji knew a little more about this group of witches. They were known in the underworld as Crow, a small group of 6 members spread across the world. Recently, they had begun to make unusual movements and raised some alarms in some parts of the underworld as ancient rituals had been initiated and completed some time ago. Rituals that only the elders could know and use. What does this have to do with me? Razor was bound to Crow for an unspecified amount of time. From what the old man mentioned, he used the 7 hearts of 7 heaven-bound virgins for some sort of ritual that seems to have been completed. I don't know what they were after, but the answers will be in the worst place I'm sending you to. Don't count on it, old man. Not even for $1 billion. There were requirements Toji had to meet to pass through the gates of Purgatory, which his student met effortlessly and wouldn't be stopped at the gate. They might have had permission from the elders of the underworld, but they didn't have the approval of Purgatory itself, not at the moment, at least. If you give me that money, I'll think about it. Doji fixed his eyes on Naruto and looked at him closely. Doubt had arisen in his mind, and with that doubt, the sorcerer made another decision about the boy. Despite having the possibility of passing the trials and being accepted into Purgatory, he wasn't ready, not to see what lay there. Changing his mind, the man's hand took the folder from his student's hand, earning a groan of protest from the latter at having been tricked. On second thought, it's time for you to return to class. 2 months with me and another 2 with Maki. I doubt your teachers will be too happy with your performance and disappearance, will they? The mocking smile was directed towards Sona, who nodded in understanding what the man was doing. Adjusting her glasses, Sona proceeded to speak. You're a sorcerer if that's a complete definition of what you are. But even as a demon, I can't miss too much time. Midterms are right around the corner. And I don't think you want to fail. Words that completely sank the apprentice. The men sank, and the teenager's face showed how he felt about what the girl had said. It's good to see you, teenage lovebirds. Toji raised his hand, ignoring both teens. When we meet again, I want that rematch, apprentice. Chapter 17. Midterms were 2 weeks away at Kuo Academy. For those students who had been attending the exams for the past few months and kept up with their studies, the exams shouldn't be too difficult. However, for one of the academy students, passing the midterms had become difficult. He hadn't been a bad student, but the time he spent away from the academy due to external factors had resulted in extra work he'd have to complete before he could participate and take the end-of-term exams, which was stressful if you didn't know how to study. Naruto, unlike many students who were now lost in their notes, the same notes that Sona, Tsubaki, and Akeno had given him and were trying to make sense of the words written in their own minds, knew how to study, what to do in order to memorize only what he needed to capture in his papers and exams. Therefore, when he returned to the academy after 4 months, in an estimated time of a week and a half, where he was also trained by Maki and Nabara in the skills of sorcerers, he was able to catch up on the work required to take the exams, although due to his continued lack of study, he wouldn't get a 10 or an honors degree, which Sona saw as an opportunity for the sorcerer's apprentice. Sona had confirmed that Naruto was intelligent. She hadn't taken this from the biased dossier that the academy had given her and the council shortly after. She learned who Naruto acted and how he did at every moment. She read his body language, watched him interact with Rias and everyone else who had surrounded him for the past 4 months, as well as his reaction to money, gambling, and Razor Phoenix himself, whom he ultimately killed. Leaving behind a nauseating trail that the elders tried to hide, or at least part of the 72 pillars. She was shocked when the Lord of the Bale himself, the old man, contacted her directly, giving her a sum of money to hire Naruto Uzumaki, the sorcerer's apprentice. He even made a big deal out of it and couldn't object at all when he asked her to locate and hire the sorcerer's apprentice, which she did without too much objection and ended up presenting him with the offer that Bale extended to hire the boy. It was at that moment that Sona saw Naruto's intelligence. He didn't just play to Razor's ego and his arrogance in believing the Phoenix's immortality couldn't be defeated. He played with them as if they were mere puppets under his care, letting them see that he wasn't the fragile boy who had appeared before them, or so Naruto himself had told them, because she saw that the story was different in many ways. This change only emerged after the incident with Rainer and when he began training as a sorcerer. Although she couldn't deny that Naruto was a monster with a sword, as if he had been born for it, as if the weapon were an inseparable extension of his arm and moved in perfect harmony with the rest of his body without any mistake, as if he couldn't make it anyway. And the boy's personality was different when a sword was in his hands, whether it was made of wood or steel. The material didn't matter as long as the weapon was in the form of a sword with which he could strike his opponents or cut them at will. He had been, by far, the best member of the kendo club until he cast it aside, something that surprised the council. Sona knew there was more to Naruto than he let on. He hid his intentions and was driven by self-interest, which made him a danger to anyone who tried to cross his path, which at the same time made him easily manipulated. If someone offered him what he wanted, what would Naruto do to get what he was yearning for? It was such a terrifying question, she wasn't going to look for the answer. She didn't even want to hear it from anyone else, much less from the Uzumaki himself, who would surely be happy to tell her. A loud knock brought Sona back to the present. She was in the student council meeting room. It was the only place where few people came to find her when she wanted to be alone, which made it difficult for the person on the other side of the door to be either Tsubaki or Naruto himself, the one who had been on her mind for the past few months. She cleared her throat and spoke calmly, moving the pen across the paper without much thought. Being a demon, this was all too easy for her. Forward. The voice came out in a barely audible whisper that a normal person couldn't have heard on the other side of a door 20 meters away from where the president was standing. However, the door opened, and Tsubaki was exposed to Sona's purple eyes, who had raised her head to look at who had entered. I came with a new transfer guy. Another boy transferred to Kuo Academy today. It wasn't too unusual. Various full scholarships had been offered around the world to provide students with a better education, as was the case with Naruto. In Sona's eyes, that was the official story. Behind Tsubaki appeared a 17-year-old boy with spiky, groomed hair that Sona saw. His eyes were blue, lacking the lifelike sparkle that was in Naruto's eyes, and giving off a small vibe of a listless person. He was also tall, probably shorter than Naruto, and with a much slimmer body than the swordsman. That eye exam gave him good information about the new boy who had just arrived at Kuo with outstanding grades, being a very different physical contrast to his friend. Megumi no last name? Sona raised one of her eyebrows when she saw that there was no last or middle name after the first, which was very unusual, although it had happened on a few other occasions that she couldn't remember. Yes. I'm an orphan. I never knew my parents. There's not even a record of my birth, and my name comes from one of the nuns who cared for me at the orphanage. Megumi's voice was soft and slightly eerie, if you asked Sona. It matched her looks and attitude too well. It was an emo boy vibe she was showing off in front of them without hiding it too much. It really must have been like that. At least, that's what Sona thought. Well, it's not like it matters, Megumi-san. A strange feeling ran through Sona. She didn't usually use names unless she liked those people. I'm assigning you a tutor and a room in a new student complex. Your tutor sleeps next to your room. For now, you're the only ones watching there. When Naruto told her about the attack by some sorcerers who wanted his head, Sona took it upon herself and her sister to obtain the permits and resources to create a better place for the students, placing barriers, sensors and entry permits so that only those who were students could enter. Naruto-kun is arriving. I saw him in the library preparing some new papers and reviewing for the exam in a few weeks. I don't think he'll be too long, if you ask me. Midterm season kept students focused on exams, especially those in their third year who wanted a scholarship to a prestigious university, even if it meant transferring. And Naruto had shown he wanted to study and continue growing academically, which made Sona happy for her friend. Your tutor will be a student in your class and grade. Naruto Uzumaki. He's one of the students who represents effort within the group and who hasn't stopped studying despite his circumstances. A story had been created about the teenager's absence, and it was too believable, including evidence and facts, which made it difficult for the principal to decide to fire him, although she gave him almost half the course's worth of work to do so in exchange. I hope you can work together and get along. You both are promising, and I don't think we or the teachers would wish any harm or anything like that on you. Sona was gauging Megumi's reactions, waiting for something from him. But the boy remained silent, staring directly at her, barely blinking or breathing. Tsubaki herself was about to see if the boy was still alive or had died standing there from cardiac arrest. I understand. I won't cause too much trouble. Sona nodded at the teenager's simple response. Without much ceremony, she handed the schedule to the boy and gave him the relevant rules. Sorry I'm late. The door swung open. This didn't surprise Tsubaki or Sona. Naruto appeared, looking somewhat agitated, clutching various papers and disheveled, his uniform disheveled and slightly wrinkled, indicating the boy had rushed there. Uzumaki-san, Sona respected Naruto and was his friend, perhaps his best male friend if Naruto allowed it. But within the confines of the academy, there had to be a separation between them, a boundary that neither of them could cross, or at least not too frequently or in front of other students. It's no problem. Tsubaki mentioned that you were studying for the upcoming exam we'll have soon. I'm sorry I didn't let you know in advance. The words were cordial, and though some might have found them cutting, they caused Naruto to smile slightly as he tilted his lips, revealing his bright teeth. He'd been talking to Sona too much to notice when she was actually being blunt or upset about something. No problem. He placed the papers and assignments on the living room table and walked over to the three people. Tsubaki and Megumi had approached Sona to get the schedule, so when Naruto arrived they were still close enough. "What do you need from me? I only understood that you wanted to talk to me, but nothing more. This is Megumi-san. He's a transfer student like you, and I want you to help him." The two teens shook hands briefly. "I want him to adjust, and you're the best person to do that right now, knowing his situation and having been through the same thing. Of course, if you refuse, we'll have no problem finding another student. However, the credits on some of the exams will be seriously affected." Threat. Blackmail. Sona was good at playing, and Naruto only felt one of his eyebrows twitch at the girl's words. She was staring directly at him, as if she were trying to stab him with just her gaze. "Fine," he sighed, running his fingers through his hair in defeat. His shoulders slumped slightly, and his body lurched forward, creating a hump. "I'll be your slave." "No need to be dramatic," Tsubaki laughed lightly, hiding her laughter with her hand. "In a little less than a week, Megumi-san will probably be free of your influence, and you'll be able to continue being the loner you are." "I'm not lonely," the boy grumbled. "I just don't want to share my food with people who will try to take my delicious snacks away from me. Thanks." A proper, normal school life. Naruto wasn't going to have that. He didn't need it. He didn't need other classmates asking him for money or for his gum or food. Letting out a sigh, Sona spoke. "It's the best we can give you right now, Megumi. If you see that Uzumaki-san isn't complying with the assistant program, you can report it and he'll be removed." "Yes. I will." Megumi was serious. Both girls felt the teenager's response was concise and direct, yet laced with seriousness, just like someone who would actually do what he was saying. "Good. With that, you may both leave this room. Thank you for coming, and I hope this is your place, Megumi-san." Megumi nodded at the president's words and headed for the exit. Naruto followed seconds later, having gathered his papers and arranged them so they wouldn't get in the way of his race back to the library. Naruto placed the papers under his left arm. "Megumi, right?" The brunette nodded. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, a third year. I assume you'll be living in the new dorm. Should we head there first? I think you should drop off your things." A pair of suitcases were placed on either side of the meeting room door. Yes, that would be the best idea. That decision changed history from that point on. Chapter 18. The sky had darkened in a shorter period of time. Thick dark clouds covered the heavens, preventing the sun from allowing its fine rays to penetrate, and lightning was the only visible movement of light seen by the people running through the sparsely populated streets of Kuo, most of whom were students who had left the academy to return home, caught in the sudden storm. The day, according to the news, was going to be a hot and clear day, perfect for resting from the exams that were affecting the lives of all Japanese students that week, especially those who hadn't studied or prepared for their midterms. It was also the Friday of the last week of midterms. Minds were frazzled, students were tired. And it was raining. It seemed they couldn't even enjoy a little rest when they'd given their all in the academy midterms, and God was hating them for something they hadn't fully accomplished. Although some might find the day perfect, especially the rain lovers. It was a perfect day to be at home, with a cup of coffee in hand, a blanket on their legs, reading a book. That was what Sona was going to do. Naruto, on the other hand, had different plans. In fact, they were plans with a new kid in his class. Megumi, the tired emo kid who had been his companion for those weeks while he showed him around school, always wearing a flat, emotionless face, as if he had no will to live. Could anyone be like that? Naruto couldn't tell, but Megumi was definitely a pessimistic kid, albeit a very good person. He had certain ideals of justice that made him look like a dark hero, though he wouldn't be the one to dismiss his attempts to save as many people as possible, which was quite commendable if you asked him. Although he'd have to be paid. That day, both teenagers were going to the arcade. Surprisingly, Megumi had agreed, something unusual for the dark-haired teenager. But the opportunity wasn't to be missed, and neither Maki nor Nobara were going to coach him that day, so Naruto was too free that afternoon, something unusual and very strange. "When did you both leave my training behind?" Never had both sorceresses disappeared on the same day. There had been times when Maki or Nobara would leave the house and their training for a trip for a set period of no more than a week. But now they were both gone, and he had a month off, according to words written in Maki's hand. However, Naruto couldn't afford to falter in the absence of both of them. He had to keep training, to reach Toji's strength when the time for their rematch came. "Yes, I must polish my strength." He didn't have the experience of the 3 first-grade sorcerers, but he had the cunning and skill to match them, as well as an exceedingly sharp mind that was slightly honed by Toji when he took him in as his pupil, something that ultimately led to all of this and Rika's disappearance for a long period of time. The teenager was grateful for that. With that 4 months without Rika's presence, he was able to think about what to do with her, how to undo the curse that had bound them together for the rest of their lives, something he couldn't accomplish at the moment. He had no control over the cursed energy. He wasn't as skilled or strong as Toji, Maki, or Nobara. He had too many things to learn, too many things to improve before he could help his friend. Hold on. A sigh left the sorcerer's apprentice's lips. A small puff of steam rose from his throat, disappearing into the dark clouds, never to return. Under a small overhang of a building, Naruto and Megumi had taken shelter from the pouring rain. The storm had caught them on the way to the arcade and too far from the dorms to make it back without getting completely soaked. I told you it was better to watch a series. The twitch appeared on the blonde's right eyebrow. Oh, shut up. Megumi's annoyed tone reached her ears and she made a face that was a small mockery of the apprentice. How was I supposed to know it was going to rain? It was supposed to be nice. The surprise storm before summer. It wasn't news to anyone. What was news was that it was raining without the news even mentioning it. Throughout the week, all we had seen was the sun shining high above, accompanied by white clouds and a beautiful blue sky. But that day, the clouds suddenly appeared, covering everything in a dense darkness that made those hours seem like part of the night. Didn't you look at your phone? Do I look like an idiot, Emo? Megumi shrugged at that question, but neither confirmed nor denied it, which made Naruto's face redden at that silent mockery from his partner. That might have been viewed strangely by both teenagers' classmates, but not by Megumi, but by Naruto. The young Uzumaki hadn't earned the friendship of his classmates at the academy. In fact, none of them seemed to recognize him as a classmate and tried to ignore him or stay away from him when they were forming work groups. If it hadn't been for Tsubaki and Akeno, who were in his class, he probably would have ended up failing more than one subject, if not all of them. That's why it was strange that Naruto would get along with a boy, or rather, with any other student other than the class leaders. In fact, this outing between the two was unusual for all the students who shared the dorms with the two teenagers. They had never seen Naruto leave those dorms unless it was for his kendo classes at a private academy, as he had mentioned on several occasions to those who asked. Hey. A tug on his jacket made the young apprentice look in the direction his companion pointed. Who's that? Under the heavy rain, a figure was walking slowly, as if dragging its feet on the damp ground. A thick cloak seemed to cover its body, and from that distance, with his squinted eyes, Naruto deciphered that the man seemed to be tall, with an odd gait, as if he were hiding an injured leg. Any cripples? You have no tact, Uzumaki. Megumi placed her hand over her eyes, ignoring her companion. The person seemed to have seen them and increased his pace as if he wanted to catch up with them as quickly as possible, making the figure increasingly visible. Hey. That's big. Naruto alluded to the guy's height. That figure was 2 meters tall. He was taller than Toji and wider, something that was obvious to him and Megumi, who seemed to react strangely, as if she'd seen something. Careful. He raised his arms. He took that punch and felt his body shake under the impact. Powerless to do anything, Megumi shot forward with a speed too high for the blow to be ordinary, even managing to stop the rain. Naruto raised his arms. He grabbed the ledge with a leap, dodging the individual's blow. Crouching over it, he could see how the arm didn't stop and the fist shattered the wall in an explosion of concrete fragments. Megumi. He's not a sorcerer, a demon, or an angel. He'll be dead if I don't help him now. Thinking it was simple. Doing it was a very different thing, especially when the man's hands ripped through the platform he was standing on, grabbed his ankles, and threw him to the ground. He spun, skidding on the soaked ground. Hey. Not even a coffee. The left arm moved toward Naruto with surprising speed. The boy raised his own and blocked the blow. A ripple of wind stopped the rain for a few seconds before it fell again. This strength is not ordinary, it is not normal. Not even that phoenix had this enormous strength. Being focused on the first blow, he couldn't avoid the second, which moved quickly and hit him directly in the face, making him stagger slightly, feeling the blood fall on his upper lip. You could at least introduce yourself, you giant idiot. But the hand that was huge by human standards, the figure threw off the cloak that covered his body and face, revealing an immense humanoid-looking monster with red skin and a head similar to that of an octopus. Agen is my name, sorcerer. Moving his arm, he grabbed Naruto's face and slammed the boy against the wall without any fear, causing the building to shake. However, my goal is to rip your head off right now. This guy. He moved his legs. He wrapped them around Dagon's arm and twisted his lower body with superhuman strength. Surprising the octopus type, Naruto performed a disarming hold that sent Dagon crashing to the ground. Don't take me for a wimp, idiot. He lifted his leg and brought it down straight down, wanting to crush the monster human's head. These weak blows won't stop me, sorcerer. Dagon had stopped Naruto's foot before it could crush his head. He effortlessly threw the boy back several meters and made him get back on his feet. If you intend to force my hand, you'll have to do better. Water sphere. Dagon swung his arm, and a sphere of concentrated water was shot towards the sorcerer's apprentice's chest, hitting him and sending him flying effortlessly. And I hoped the boy would fall. Shit. Naruto maneuvered in the air. From his pocket, he pulled out several utensils and shot them at his opponent with a flick. Dagon only deflected them as Naruto hit the ground. First a fire type and now a water type. What happens next? An earth type next? Dagon didn't respond. He ran toward the apprentice like a rugby player. Shoulder first, transforming into a freight train headed straight for its target. But Naruto wasn't an idiot. He wasn't going to let a 500-kilo guy run over him if he didn't weigh a full ton, that is. He let the air escape from his mouth. He braced his legs and moved his arm back, closing his hand around something cold. When Dagon was 7 meters away, the Ubian slammed the last section of the roaming cloud into his target's head, sending him crashing to the ground. I don't know what species of Cthulhu you are, but I'm not going to let you just keep moving forward. Dagon began to stand up. Naruto let the 3-section nunchaku hang from his neck and raised his head to look at his opponent. The height difference was all too clear when looking at the two of them. I am a hunter. And now you are my prey, because I want it that way. Arrogant human, Dagon's wound began to close seconds after that sentence. As if he hadn't been struck by superhuman strength, the man-octopus towered over his enemy, displaying an angry look. I'm going to devour that head of yours and rip out your heart. Not even she could do it. Dagon's arm moved with the intention of slapping him. The guy was caught off guard when the left section of the roaming cloud turned into a shield and blocked the blow without a crack. You're good, I'll give you that. And stronger than me. But I'm not going to let you keep playing in the rain, you little fish. I'm going to have your head, stupid. The leg moved. Naruto was thrown backward. The barking dog never bites, you know. Dagon tilted his head to the right, watching Naruto get to his feet. Just don't get up. Water sphere. He had been condensing and shaping a massive sphere of water. Dagon brought it down upon his target like an immense torrent, hoping the pressure would crush the sorcerer's apprentice and end his life in one fell swoop. New. Feathers fell onto the wet asphalt. The water hit the ground, causing a tremendous tremor. Flying through the dark sky, a bird had taken Toji's apprentice by the arms. Megumi. I'm sorry I kept this from you these past few weeks. Megumi wiped the blood from her chin and appeared behind Dagon. I'm a sorcerer sent by the elders to control you, Uzumaki. Let me help you with this special grade curse. Naruto was released by Nu, and the apprentice fell on his feet. I knew you were weird. Not even the average student is as emo as you, the Uzumaki's mocking voice reached the black-haired sorcerer's ears. But I'm not sharing my money. Even if I like you, Megumi. I don't want money. I want to see what you're capable of, Uzumaki. Fine. He said arrogantly. Naruto's form was enveloped by an aura of confidence. I'm going to show you why you shouldn't chase me like prey. Chapter 19. Special grade curses could be countered by special grade, quasi-special grade, or first grade sorcerers, making them suitable for a wide range of sorcerers. But this curse was different from the others. Both young men noticed it when it finally decided to confront them, when it began to use its cursed energy to attack them and overwhelm them with its strength, disrupting any strategy they had. It might be special grade, but it wasn't a special grade that first grade sorcerers could face, and both Megumi and Naruto could tell with every attack they launched, with every combination they tried to create. Having more experience, Megumi knew about the special grade curses that sorcerers had faced. Throughout history, first grade sorcerers had faced special grade curses and overcome them, proving that sorcerers were not weak, despite the clear differences between curses and sorcerers, between entities generated by hatred and the humans who exercised them. Dagon was different. The roaming cloud was a curse tool that only someone with superhuman strength could wield. It had been wielded by Toji, Maki, and currently Naruto, 3 sorcerers with superhuman strength that rivaled that of curses, which could surpass many demons. And yet, Dagon received no more damage than if he had been hit with a feather, even though Naruto moved the roaming cloud to hit his head as if it were a pinata, returning to his form seconds later, before the astonished gaze of a distracted Naruto. Of course, Dagon took advantage of that. Usually, the curse would use its territorial expansion to finish off its enemies. But it only did that to those with proven strength, and the 2 teenagers in front of him were far from compelling him to use his ace. By now, the confrontation had worn both boys down. Megumi was a user of Shikigami generated by his curse technique. Shadow of 10 types, making it impossible for him to permanently damage his opponent and think of using his ace to finish off Dagon. On the other hand, Naruto wasn't having a better time. Despite his physical training, which gave him the necessary resistance, not possessing a curse technique he couldn't seriously damage Dagon, who was watching them from across the street, a mocking smile hidden by his tentacle-shaped mustache. Of course, this was unnerving the sorcerer's apprentice. While Megumi remained calm, the Uzumaki's clenched jaw gave a clear idea of his feelings regarding Dagon, who was once again walking toward them with slow, confident steps, his fists clenched, giving off an air of authority. The difference between the two sorcerers was that Megumi's perception gave her an idea of Dagon's power and his status, clearly being a special category. Naruto, on the other hand, wasn't as focused on perception and was willing to demonstrate strength against the enemy walking toward them. His mind seemed clouded with anger. Megumi could have said that. His body language indicated he was filled with frustration and anger. But emotions must not be allowed to cloud the mind. Dagon charged forward at the same time Naruto reacted. Surprising the curse, the sorcerer appeared from the side of his enemy, swinging the roaming cloud, charging up a blow by swinging the lower section of the cursed weapon and slamming it into his enemy's side with devastating force that generated an airwave. Dagon's hand stopped the lower section of the cursed weapon. Swinging his right arm, he slammed a crushing downward blow into the apprentice's head, slamming Naruto into the ground. The water seemed to stop. No breath left Megumi's mouth. Blood mixed with rainwater, and the crunching sound of bones was a sweet sound to the curse's ears, which seemed to move its tentacles in a malicious smile, as if delighting in the sight. Megumi frowned at that. Dagon stood over his enemy's inert body, blood dripping from his fist, which he used to crush Naruto's head, as if it were nothing more than a melon that could be easily burst. One out, the crunch followed the three angry words from the enormous figure, the other follows. The battle between a sorcerer specialized in long-range combat against a curse with overwhelming physical power, with a strength that rivaled Toji's when they faced each other some time ago, a fact that neither sorcerer knew. Shit. I have to keep some distance between that guy's long arms and my head. Otherwise he'll crush it. The hands caught only air. Nu did her job, rescuing her summoner from the thick grasp of her enemy. Shikigami users had to be careful in a close-range confrontation against those skilled in close combat. Megumi knew this. Getting a good distance was the goal for him, and it was the plan he was following. Getting a good distance would give him the opportunity to summon his best Shikigami for a more even fight if he didn't use him. Nu dropped her summoner, who clapped his hands together in a strange shape. As Dagon approached, the cursed energy appeared, and a herd of rabbits halted the curse, startled by the adorable white animals blocking its progress. That wasn't what he had to worry about. The swift claw traveled at tremendous speed and struck the curse's chest, knocking it backward. Appearing from the pile of rabbits, a bipedal wolf appeared to intercept its target using the strength of its arms. Jade wolves. Totality. It's the best I can use against this guy right now without relying on him or using my territory expansion. Megumi was determined to contain the curse using his best weapon without being incapacitated. The signal he'd sent to the Sorcerer Society should be fast enough to have additional help available within a few minutes if the sorcerers were free. And it was complicated. The combined Jade Wolf was forcing Dagon to focus his attention solely on him. At the same time, the rabbits had become a rolling swarm running around his legs, intent on knocking him off his feet. And he wasn't that easy to knock down, especially not by rabbits. Grabbing the wolf by its throat, he slammed it into several of the summoned rabbits, creating a burst of shadow that made them disappear, just as Nu appeared in that burst and struck Dagon in the chest, sending him flying backward. You should be way more focused. Moving faster than the eye could see, the roaming cloud slammed into Dagon's chest, sending him tumbling into the ground with a blast of concrete, dust, and puddled water that drenched both the cursed and the apprentice. Because that shit wasn't going to kill me. Blood trickled down the sorcerer's apprentice's right temple. It dripped, mixed with the rain, until it soaked his uniform shirt, creating a pinkish hue on the white of the fabric, which was sticking to the boy's shapely chest. So you didn't die. The lower section of the triple nunchaku separated from the cursed man's chest, leaving a sunken area with some bones sticking out of the target's body. That really offended me too much, Megumi bastard. The jacket fell into a puddle. The usually messy hair now fell completely wet over the boy's forehead. I'm too turned on to hold back. I'm too hot. Megumi's eyes formed two slight slits in her face. She could see the steam rising from Naruto's body with every drop that touched his skin. Even his skin seemed rosy, as if he were taking a hot bath. I thought about taking this off, he raised his right hand and showed his ring finger. Despite the rain and clouds, Megumi could see something glittering around the boy's finger, but I'm not going to do it. No, because I want to kick this bucking octopus's ass. Dagon hadn't been defeated by Naruto's final blow. The curse lifted and rested on his feet, any wounds disappearing from his body as if they'd never existed, as if nothing had ever hit him like hell. That minuscule force clearly wouldn't hurt me. He swung his arm. The Uzumaki raised his own and was pushed back. It doesn't matter if you're pinker. Pink, huh? Two fists collided. Naruto was thrown back slightly, while Daigen only felt his limb tremble from the apprentice's strength. Daigen looked at his own fist, noticing the slightly mangled knuckles. His own blood was soaking them, disappearing in the rain and the wounds that were beginning to heal. "You're not a rag doll," something erupted from the boy's core. Like a flame, it surrounded him like a waterproof cloak and concentrated in both of the teenager's fists. "And that's making this a lot more interesting. I'm going to kill you, arrogant human." The water spheres moved swiftly against the sorcerer's apprentice. However, in a second, a direct jab connected with Daigen's chest, and seconds later, a discordant second hit wave sent him hurtling backward. "I can't exorcise you without cursed energy. I have too much of that shit." Right punch. Left punch. Deflection. Block. A clash between the two. Both combatants focused on eliminating the other with a single blow, with direct contact. Daigen had the advantage, the experience, and the better use of his cursed energy, so Naruto was pushed back by the force of the curse. "So much energy, but you don't know how to use it well." The right hook hit the Uzumaki's chest. "You're just scum." Clasping both hands, he slammed Naruto's back down with a hammer blow that would have broken any other sorcerer's back, but not the boy facing him. He only spat out blood, his back feeling like it had been hit by an iron bar. "Even if you try now, you won't be able to learn how to use Melita energy consistently to defeat someone far superior to you." He took the sorcerer's apprentice by the locks with his hand and pulled him to his feet. "I'm going to rip your head off and take it to the king. No brat is going to take what belongs to the king. No curse is to be attached to a mangy human." The words were directed towards Rika Orimoto, a curse that was locked by Toji with the various seals in Naruto's body, without him being able to escape, without him being able to harm anyone or being able to harm his creator. Naruto pressed his lips together and let his mind relax. Was that guy after Rika? He thought about using his friend, about letting go of the restraints Toji had created. But what would that turn him into? What would he become if he did that, or if he let this curse take his friend? The air left his lungs. Anger connected the necessary dots, and his mind focused on nothingness, on following only the primal instinct of survival and overcoming his enemy with everything he had within him. It was a black flash with slight reddish tones, an explosion of cursed energy at an exact point that connected directly with Daigen, enveloping him in a dome of overflowing pain and energy that made him roar. "That's going to cost millions." Daigen threw Naruto toward a house. The boy covered his face with his arms and felt his body crash through the storefront window, feeling the shards cut into his skin. Human Daigen's right side was erased, as well as several buildings behind the curse. "You should have gone for the head." Megumi's eyes widened. Territorial expansion. Horizon of the captivating Skandha. Shit. All three were engulfed by Daigen's expanse. That had completely changed the tables. The sorcerers would die. Chapter 20. Horizon of the captivating Skandha was the innate territory created by Daigen's cursed energy around the three individuals currently fighting. Daigen, Megumi, and Naruto, enveloping them in a paradisiacal creation that had eliminated the Kuo storm and transported the two Magi to a tropical beach with warm sand and the sun shining high above, with the tropical trees swaying slightly in the light summer wind. The water was blue, clear from the sunlight, shining brightly against the blue sky, clear of any clouds that might have been present to obscure the star watching the battle, even though it was a completely artificial sun, created by the cursed energy of the special curse, which stood in the middle of the water, showing only the upper part of its body, looking at both sorcerers, who were on the beach, surprised. The Shikigami created by Megumi's curse technique were eliminated when the expansion took form, undoing them and leaving the young second-grade sorcerer unarmed, who showed himself affected by the gestures on his face. For how inexpressive the teenager usually was, he was letting see the fear he felt at not having access to his Shikigami, seeing how they were going to be devoured. Although this was not like that completely. Megumi did not want to use him, the only Shikigami that could give them victory. If she summoned him, he would probably die along with Naruto and the special curse. However, someone wasn't scared. That breaking point he surpassed gave Naruto the strength to get back on his feet. He didn't have the roaming cloud in his hands. He had used a cursed energy to hit Daigen and broke one of the sorcerer's limiters. The black flash, although the blonde himself didn't seem to understand what he had done. Even so, the Uzumaki had stood up, showing a smile too wide to believe he was inside a territorial expansion, at the mercy of the curse that watched them from the water. Maki and Nabara gave him enough insight to understand what Daigen had done and the card he'd used to stop them when they'd pushed him hard enough. A territorial expansion was a last resort for sorcerers because of the disadvantages it gave them. It could only be used once a day, and after being used, the user's curse techniques would be affected, becoming unstable. So why had Daigen used it? Naruto saw Daigen's increased power as the factor the curse wanted, in addition to having pushed him by using a black flash directly against him without killing him due to not having the necessary control. And he didn't know of an expansion to counter Daigen's. They were trapped in the world shaped by Daigen, surrounded by a structural manifestation of the curse's cursed energy, stranded in a completely different dimension and without the weapons to escape. It was at that moment that blood splattered onto the sand and a look of pain appeared on the apprentice's face. What had that been? Naruto lowered his head and looked to his side. The cloth and skin were cut and the blood began to turn the white into a light pink that mixed with the moisture. The figure appeared for a few moments and the boy caught it out of the corner of his eye, not understanding what he had seen for a few moments. It was Megumi's scream that made him move, waving his arms and separating the jaws of an immense sea animal that tried to devour him, being pushed a few meters by the force of said Shikigami that tried to eat him. This thing is trying to eat me. Naruto took a deep breath. His muscles grew a few inches with the effort and he pushed at the animal's jaws, causing a grotesque crunching and tearing sound. The sea creature's upper jaw dislocated and flew off, releasing drops of what appeared to be the summoner's blood. The blood disappeared when Naruto shoved the marine Shikigami with a downward right hook that slammed his enemy's shattered head into the ground. And a second Shikigami attacked him, passing through his partner's body. Cursed energy erupted from the sorcerer's apprentice's upper limbs. Surprising Megumi, Naruto struck the second and third Shikigami simultaneously, causing them to explode from the force and density of the cursed energy, generating a second jarring blow that sent the debris flying. It's like Itadori. The memory of a young man with short pink hair and eyes full of energy and joy flashed through Megumi's mind. At the same time, that face distorted into a four-eyed one, with dark markings covering his face and torso. Daigen slammed his palms together, causing a vibration in the water that created small ripples. He clasped his hands together and formed a hand seal. Seconds later, a shower of Shikigami that emerged from behind the curse headed straight for the sorcerers. Naruto spread his legs. He let the air out of his mouth. He didn't care that his eyes were blurred by blood and sweat. He took his own hand in his opposite hand and pulled back his right arm, twisting his torso in that direction. I had seen it in a manga. Type of emission. Expelling the cursed energy in a molded torrent that would sweep away the Shikigami like fallen leaves in the coming of autumn. He was going to test if that could be real, if he could push and mold his cursed energy into an emission attack upon his enemies and eliminate them as if they had never existed. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. Naruto let the cursed energy flow. When he reached what must have been 5 meters, he simply raised his arm in a thunderous uppercut and generated a slashing sickle of cursed energy that seemed to be shadowed, striking the Shikigami at the center of the formation, damaging those around him and advancing towards Daigen with intensity, although the latter undid it with a movement of his arm and looked at the apprentice with disinterest. I hope that wasn't a clear idiocy. But it is. You're in my territorial expansion and my domain. You're under my complete control now, kid. You're surrounded by endless Shikigami that will end up devouring your insides. The fifth Shikigami was knocked down by a right hook from Naruto, who didn't seem to be paying attention to his enemy's words. However, the boy watched as the cursed third knocked down the 10th Shikigami with a left hook. Oh? Yeah, I understood that because Ma-chan and No-chan explained it to me. Domain expansion and all its positive and negative aspects. I'm in your cage, in your home. He raised his hand to his left shoulder. Slowly, a sword emerged from the storing curse that belonged to his mentor. Even if you have me under your foot, I won't stop. It's not like you split me in two, bastard. The sword moved according to its owner's wishes. Blood and pieces of Shikigami splattered the sand before Megumi's astonished eyes as she tried to find a way to escape. Daigen's Shikigami were supposed to be hitting the boy safely. You don't understand that you're going to die, boy. You're in my domain, in my territory now. If you haven't died, it's only because I haven't gone in for the kill. Now, however, I'm going to kill you and devour you whole, boy. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not interested in that right now. The blade moved at breakneck speed, surpassing Daigen's sense of sight by 1,000th of a second. I'm full of energy and I want to make my own domain now. Because it sounds like fun. At this point, Daigen was surprised. A mastery couldn't be achieved by just anyone, and it couldn't be created if the sorcerer wasn't innate, as is the case with some sorcerers outside the main lines. Was an apprentice going to achieve it? Even Megumi found an incongruity in her companion's words. Territorial expansion. Naruto waved his arm at his personal weapon wielder. Storage curse. Give me this weapon called whatever. What the hell are you talking about, Naruto? The Shikigami fell toward the apprentice. With a grin, Naruto slashed at the summoner with the Roman sword he pulled from his storing curse, getting covered in the summoner's blood. Here, Megumi, the boy caught a black-bladed sword. It's the Chinese sword. I hope you take good care of it because Ma-chan will kill me if I damage it. Mockery? Dagon saw the mockery in the apprentice's gestures, and it made him boil with rage, feeling the cursed energy bubbling inside him like a volcano. And, of course, it erupted, sending waves into the sea that made it rage. I'm going to kill you with mockery, boy. He formed another seal with his hands. Bubbles began to appear around Dagon, accompanied by white foam. You've provoked my anger, and I wish for your death. I wanted. Megumi taking the right side of her neck with his left hand, Naruto caused a creaking sound. It's really been an honor meeting you and all that. It's been a lot of fun. You're an idiot. Cursed energy overflowed. An immense figure appeared behind Dagon, shaped like an immense serpent with enormous jaws, teeth protruding from its jaws. It was immensely large, probably hundreds of meters underwater, and from the side of the sorcerers who watched, completely astonished, the Shikigami's upper body already measured at least 20 or 30 meters. I'm going to kill you. Naruto's aura changed, followed by Megumi's. Both teenagers positioned themselves to face the enormous Shikigami that moved toward them with its immense mouth open. We're going to be eaten. This was to be expected. Yes, that's to be expected. But we're going to give him indigestion. Megumi could see the determination in Naruto's eyes. He was filled with willpower, too much willpower. And he was grinning like a maniac who wasn't afraid of death. A ripple distorted Dagon's domain. A second ripple caused the Shikigami to disintegrate and disappear. A third created fissures in the world created by the special curse, and the fourth caused the domain to dissolve as if it had never existed, returning the three to the cold, damp streets of Kuo, with the rain falling on them again in an instant. This. Someone has smashed Dagon's domain from the outside. Megumi scanned the area for the culprit, trying to locate the source of its cursed energy. They've just smashed it, so the force is truly devastating. Dagon dropped his arms in surprise. A cold sweat ran down his back and beaded his forehead as he realized his best technique had been defeated by a greater one, by someone who outclassed him by a wide margin. Well. What I found when I came to visit Kuo and get some sweets. The curse's eyes widened. Megumi and Naruto turned their heads and looked behind them to see who had spoken, shocked. The dark bandage leapt across a pale neck. Snow-white hair cascaded like a silvery waterfall in the early sunlight, which had begun to rise when the clouds cleared, as if it had been that person's presence that had ended the storm. Blue eyes watched the scene, shining like two sapphires struck by sunlight, and focused only on the figure of Dagon, who recoiled from this. Slowly, a delicate hand rose and the finger pointed at the curse. You've behaved badly, follower of Cthulhu, the voice softly reached Dagon's ears. We're going to exorcise you. Wrapped in dark robes, the blue-eyed, white-haired woman smiled. Chapter 21. The territorial expansion could be destroyed in different ways, the most well-known being destroying it from the outside and defeating the expansion with a more refined, controlled, and powerful one. But this hadn't happened with Dagon's expansion. His domain was destroyed by the presence of the new sorceress, who stopped walking a few meters from Dagon, leaving the curse completely surprised by the woman's appearance. White hair, fair skin, and blue eyes like two dazzling sapphires that looked at him with mockery and a certain amount of contempt, as if he were nothing more than trash that could be defeated with a blow. That image was that of Saturo Gojo. That name struck the special curse's mind. The essence, the aura, the gaze, everything about that woman reminded him of the last member of the Gojo clan, the clan of balance in the supernatural world, the one that had been a wall to curses. But that couldn't be. It didn't fit in Dagon's mind as he stared at the woman. The last member of the Gojo clan was killed by their king in that world-changing incident. Years had even passed since then, longer than the girl, who looked at him as if he were a female copy of Saturo, seemed to notice. But those weren't the only memories in Dagon's mind when he saw those eyes. The memory of Hanami's death hit hard and changed him completely. The calm with which he had faced Megumi and Naruto disappeared completely, and a blazing anger appeared in the curse's eyes, directed solely at the woman standing there a few feet away from him, as if she were nothing more than an ordinary curse. And it wasn't. Cursed energy bubbled from the curse's body. It condensed. Even though its hold was broken by the white-haired woman, the curse attempted to reform its expansion and finish what it had started, the worst choice Dagon could have made. A swift movement. None of the three could see anything, and Dagon couldn't react. In what seemed like a split second, the curse shot out and slammed into a wall, becoming wedged in place by the force of the impact. I understand, Megumi. Naruto felt something in his chest that hit hard. When Megumi looked at him, she saw him blushing, his hand on his chest as if he were having a heart attack. I think I fell in love. The apprentice's blue eyes formed the shape of a heart. The blush Megumi believed was due to fatigue from the confrontation or the drain of cursed energy from the fight with the Shikigami. But he had been wrong. The eyes and the blush were caused by the woman who had joined the battle, the one who had saved them with a single move. I suppose you're a little lost. The white-haired woman's voice, melodious and sharp as a knife, reached Dagon's ears. He felt the pressure on his body as if a wall were pushing him against the ground. I suppose you've seen Satoru Gojo in me. He's so hilarious sometimes. Wagging his right hand, a torrent of water fell on the woman. It spread around the curse and the sorceress. The memory of my father is so present in you curses that you only see him when you look at me, as if I were a ghost of his presence. The arm extended and the pressure increased. Her eyes began to bulge out of their sockets, and Dagon began to snort at the force on his torso. My name is Tsuki Gojo, firstborn daughter of Uchiha Miori, first-grade sorceress, and the late Satoru Gojo, special-grade sorcerer. Any other sorcerer would have seen Dagon's death as an all-too-convenient event, as if his Tsuki had been the final straw for the curse's demise, generating a cold sense of inferiority in those who faced it. Megumi had another thought regarding the woman. She was the daughter of Satoru, the strongest sorcerer to date, the one who participated in the Shibuya incident, the one who was imprisoned and killed by Ryam and Sukuna, the king of curses, before the sorcerer war hit them with the cold reality of a battlefield littered with dead. And she was there to see her friends fall to Kenjaku's comrades, to Sukuna's servants. But she was also there to witness the power of infinity and the 6 eyes of Satoru Gojo, unanimously granting him the title of strongest sorcerer, the only one who faced the worst being in the universe with his bare hands, and a self-confidence that couldn't be normal. That woman was a direct descendant of that man. She had his hair, his eyes, his skin, and his overwhelming presence. She had used infinity and ended her enemy's life in mere seconds, while they barely escaped the curse's grip alive, thanks to Tsuki's power. If Megumi was to give a degree of power to the woman who eliminated Dagon, the boy would take the special degree within the hierarchy of the Sorcerer Society and place it on her like a newly forged golden crown, studded with precious stones. You're both quite handsome. It's a shame you were so hurt. Megumi flinched when she saw Tsuki's eyes were too close. When had she ever moved that far? She sent Dagon 30 or 50 meters away, and she moved in just a whisper or a blink of her eyes. Thank you, Naruto ingratiatingly accepted that small, completely poisoned compliment because the woman said it with too much mockery for it to be real. The next clue was that Naruto was on the ground. Let's see. White locks of hair fluttered, covering the right side of the sorceress's face. Megumi clapped his hands, ready to summon one of the Shikigami, betting on his ace. I came at Maki's request to save and train the ass of a troublesome and interesting boy, but what I see is a boy fighting alongside his hunter, I guess, fighting against a greater predator, huh? I don't intend to take Uzumaki's head. I think you've misinterpreted my presence here, Gojo-san. The boy had raised both arms in surrender, something Naruto could see from his position so upset. The girl was holding him down using the strength of one of her forearms and pushing him with infinite force, so he wasn't feeling the albino's skin. So what are you doing here? Tsuki sent a sharp glance at the summoning boy, searching for any sign of joking or lying on his part. However, Megumi's dark eyes held a sincere gleam deep within the shadow of his eyes. The elders only seek to study him and understand why he follows Toji Fushiguro, the traitor to the Sorcerer Society who wreaked havoc at the worst of times, taking the life of the boy who was to be Lord Tenjin's star plasma vessel. The boy held his hands up. It's surprising Fushiguro would hide that from you, Uzumaki. Naruto's eyes widened at Megumi's words, beginning to doubt his teacher, the man who rescued him. But that lasted only a second. Faced with the doubt, Tsuki slapped the boy across the face with a painful blow. Don't start with any strange ideas, Uzumaki. Tsuki's voice softened to a truly cold tone. The Sorcerer Society never tells everyone, and they hide much of their history. They keep everything a strict secret and have lost many of their own because of it. The Sorcerer War is too painful a memory for many of us, and Toji wasn't a traitor, not directly, anyway. He was just doing his mercenary work. Blaming someone for what Kenjaku and the elders' ineptitude did is ridiculous. In this world of sorcerers, you kill or you are killed. It was a reality. Unlike the exorcists of the church, Buddhist monks, or Japanese onmyoji, sorcerers were caught up in a war that weakened them to a certain extent, pushing them too near extinction by the curses they themselves unleashed upon the world. Being a sorcerer was a job that could lead to death. Satoru and Yaga were perfect examples of what could happen to them on a bad day, with one wrong move on their part. I'm just saying what I know. Tsuki stepped away from Naruto and allowed the boy to stand up. Gojo-san. Naruto. I think I'll say goodbye a little early today. We'll leave the arcade for another less rainy day. The rain had disappeared as Dagon's domain was shattered. The afternoon sun had begun to shine its warm heat upon Kuo City once again, making some places glisten in the wake of the storm's downpour, which had created an immense problem for the mayor and his cabinet. Several trees were flattened, and a wall and a shop were smashed by flying objects, as the news would report the next day. So, Tsuki-chan. Cute nicknames without a date, baby. Smirking, Tsuki placed the black blindfold back over her eyes and picked up the bag of funny candy she'd ordered from one of Kuo's nearby well-known sweet shops. You're a bit too forward, if I do say so myself, kid. Haha, with this idea, it's better to be bold than to be sorry, Tsuki. As you said, sorcerers kill or be killed, and although I'm not yet considered a sorcerer. No. Behind the blindfold, the young woman's eyes flickered at the teenager's response. To her, a full-fledged sorceress, Naruto was a sorcerer, especially when he performed the feats he felt he could within the curse's grasp. We'll have to change that with a little training, then. It will reinforce the fact that you are a sorcerer. Tsuki Gojo wasn't affiliated with the Sorcerers Society or the Gakuganji group in Kyoto. As the daughter of Uchiha, she learned everything about sorcery from the elders and the new society founded on the graves of hundreds of sorcerers, including her own father. At Maki's request, he came to train the boy who was chosen by Toji Fushiguro, the only man who defeated his father with his own strength in cursed energy manipulation. Train? Tsuki looked at Naruto and smiled. I'm going to create your own hell, darling. Chapter 22. Cursed energy was present in all living beings, but not everyone could sense it or manipulate it as they wished, which led to the creation of curses caused by the negative feelings of people who could not handle the energy present in their bodies. Sorcerers dealt with these curses by manipulating the cursed energy within their bodies and performing techniques to exorcise the curses they encountered or those they were tasked with eliminating. But cursed energy wasn't the only energy that existed in the world or that the perceptive used when confronting supernatural beings. Curses were powerful beings that could only be exorcised by the cursed energy used by a sorcerer, but there was chakra, kai, magic, and every person in the world was perceptive to one or more of them, although kai and kai could, for the most part, be learned and awakened with proper training and under the tutelage of the right people. For their part, although everyone had chakra and cursed energy, not everyone could use and manipulate it as they pleased. Only those with a deep understanding of these energies could manipulate and use them safely. However, there was a huge difference between those who used cursed energy, sorcerers, and those who used chakra, sages, and that was the number of people who could use these energies. While sorcerers were normally bound by inheritance, sages were bound by meditation to avoid succumbing to chakra as had happened previously, which left the latter in significantly smaller numbers than users of other energies. Tsuki Gojo had been appointed by Maki, Nobara and Toji as Naruto's instructor in the manipulation of cursed energy, which Nobara did not believe the blonde-haired teenager possessed, as he could not grasp this energy within himself, as if it had some kind of restriction, although Naruto was able to see the cursed energy when Nobara manipulated it over one of the nails. But that had changed. Even Maki could sense it when she saw Naruto's first training session after the encounter with Daigen. Using the black flash without any control over the cursed energy was something no one expected from a mere apprentice, but Naruto achieved it when he struck Daigen with more of his own energy. Tsuki described it as a sea of new sensations that filled her and called her to combat. It was that offensive technique that made her appear and destroy the curse's domain to save both sorcerers, although Satoru's daughter didn't mention Megumi because she didn't see the need for it at any point. He was just another sorcerer from the Sorcerer Society doing his job, as Naruto had told her before arriving at the training ground. Naruto hadn't been shown to possess an inherently cursed technique. He wasn't a member of some of the sorcerer clans of ancient eras, nor was he the offspring of some curse brought about by the evil wishes of some sorcerer. Naruto was, within canon law, a simple user of cursed energy, now, who was cursed by Rika Orimoto, at least in the eyes of the girls. Toji had a different version that he was investigating and hadn't mentioned to any of the young men. Therefore, investigating who Rika was paramount for Maki and Nobara, while Tsuki dedicated herself to giving Naruto the necessary classes to use the cursed energy properly and without wasting a single milligram of it. Being able to manipulate cursed energy was not a sign of being able to use a cursed technique. Any sorcerer was capable of manipulating cursed energy safely and could derive techniques from it, but that didn't necessarily mean they possessed cursed techniques. To exercise a curse, it was necessary to manipulate the cursed energy and unleash an attack on the target, eliminating them by using cursed energy upon cursed energy. Tsuki had learned this from watching Naruto fight Daigen and observing the mismatch between energy and blow, being able to use something like a divergent fist that generated 2 hits. One from the physical blow and one from the cursed energy, being a double hit that became 4 if both fists connected. That's where it had to start. The teenager knew the basics of cursed energy and how to manipulate it to give it a form outside of the body. Having been trained by a Zenin and a cursed technique user, the Uzumaki also knew about cursed techniques and what one must do to possess one, mostly by belonging to one of the clans and having inherited one of the family or derivative techniques. There were also those who possessed a derivation, a creation of a cursed technique. Naruto was an example of this, and Tsuki was going to help the boy develop his own cursed technique based on the divergent fist he used on Daigen without too much trouble. That was the goal. During the weeks following the confrontation with Dagon, Tsuki redoubled the apprentice's training, taking away his free time after school, forcing Naruto to go directly to the mountains for proper training, something that everyone within the academy noticed at first, something that the boy dodged by declaring that he had been working nights with a friend, helping him with some urgent hospital issues, also dropping that he wanted to be a doctor. Of course, this was a shock to the students and teachers, who saw a new light on the former member of the Kendo club and one of the top positions in the class, and despite the increase in training, Naruto was able to stay at the top of the table by redoubling his efforts until it became a habit for him to use the nights as study hours, and the afternoons were spent in the intense training of the last member of the Gojo clan, who seemed to enjoy the boy's suffering. It did not give in for a day and was all those in which Tsuki wanted. Finally, one day in the 5th week of training, Tsuki decided to stop training when she saw her apprentice's hair moving slightly. This wouldn't have been anything special, and she might have pointed to the wind. But she knew it wasn't the wind, and she was right when seconds later the cursed energy erupted in a small burst around Naruto's fists, though he had stopped moving when Tsuki said so. They had succeeded. Tsuki whistled slightly as he swallowed air through his teeth. He pulled down his sunglasses with his index finger, watching with his bright blue eyes as both of the teenager's fists were surrounded by a cursed energy that was inconsistency, as if they were a pair of fires whipped by a hurricane-force wind that would extinguish them at any moment. But it looked powerful and dense, like an enormous sea. Good, the applause woke the Uzumaki from his trance, and Naruto undid the cursed energy that had surrounded his fists, leaving them completely bare. You're not a waste after all, kid. Self-centered, arrogant. In those weeks, Tsuki had let her face be seen without the sweet smile she displayed when she fought Dagon, never once using the flirtatious manner with which she spoke to both teenagers when she interrogated them. Backed by power and skills, Tsuki appeared arrogant during training, to the point of being more annoying than attractive, so Naruto ended that day irritated. But that sentence, the apprentice pressed his lips together. Good. Let's see who's better, Miss Infinity. What did you? A strong wind whipped through the trees behind Tsuki, sending the animals running in terror due to the wind and the guttural growl that escaped the attacker's throat. Using force, Naruto tried to hit Tsuki's barrier with a jab full of cursed energy. There was one thing worth noting about Naruto that Tsuki didn't know. The boy improved greatly in training when someone like Toji, Maki, or Nabara herself pressured him, or when he was fighting for his life. Tsuki hadn't done that, and his training was slower than Tsuki herself had expected, a hint of disapproval in her voice when she spoke to the apprentice on a few occasions. Now Naruto was determined to prove that Tsuki's time on him wasn't wasted. A second straight blast slammed into the girl's barrier, but nothing hit her. You should stop this futile attempt to break through infinity, brat. You need years of experience for that, and you don't have that time or those years in your mind or body. You have no understanding of. The force behind the blow pushed Tsuki back enough to leave marks on the ground, but that was impossible for a rookie. Had the boy moved the infinity with her inside with one blow? It was unbelievable, but it had happened. Trying to test this, Tsuki let Naruto's hammer strike her barrier. But as she expected, absolutely nothing happened, and her concern was completely unfounded by the suggestion that she had moved without really meaning to. That would have remained in Tsuki's mind if the next fist hadn't hit her directly, passing through infinity and connecting directly with her chin, causing her to bleed. What? This guy I see. He used simple territory and hit me. Did Maki or Nabara? Tsuki's thoughts were cut short. Fearing a second blow, the girl blocked Naruto's knee with both arms and, exerting force, brought the boy's leg down just in time to see another knee advance and strike her face again, causing her to flinch. That is interesting. He spat out a mouthful of blood and wiped his chin with the back of his hand. Naruto had earned his respect now, and his time had been worth it, as the boy was keen to show him. You used a simple territory to eliminate infinity so you could hit me. Who taught you that? The cursed energy faded, and a sigh escaped the teenager's mouth. He learned what Tsuki called simple territory from one of the books Toji left in his care, and ever since Toji left him with Maki, he'd been training in that technique, mastering it to the point of being able to eliminate even a territorial expansion. In fact, it was what he was going to use against Dagon, or would have if Tsuki hadn't arrived and broken the curse's hold. I learned it on my own and perfected it to a certain extent. If I can move it and I can evolve it, then I can create my version of Sadatsuna Shia's technique, so I can make it much more versatile and not have to be anchored to one point like a connection. I want to be able to transmit simple territory to cursed weapons or limbs. I want to make it better, me who can't use cursed techniques. The arrogant tone disappeared from Tsuki's voice, and a wide beautiful smile appeared as she spoke again. Ah. So this is what Maki-chan sees in you, what Nabara-chan sighs over every night. She brought a finger to her lips and tilted her head slightly to the left. It's nice to see you trying to improve something so simple. I want to see if you're able to do that while I directly encourage you. I hope I don't make you fall in love. The next words didn't come from Naruto, nor from Tsuki or any third party who might have come to interrupt. In fact, no words or sound came out for a few seconds before a heavy feeling hit the sorcerer's apprentice and made the special grade sorceress frown, causing her to look back at the city. Are you joking? She muttered, filled with anger at whatever had caught her attention. Tsuki? What's a cadre doing in Kuo? What the hell are the fallen angels doing in the city? Do they want to lead us into a war? Shit. There really are stupid people, and then there are the fallen. The woman threw an object towards the apprentice. Naruto caught the Roman sword with his right hand, looking at his teacher. I don't want you to see me as arrogant, Naruto. I don't want you to look at me with disapproving eyes. I'm not going to lose anyone else. I don't want another unborn child to be left without a father. Be strong, because I don't want you to die. If you defeat him, then I'll tell you who Tsuki Gojo is and you'll have that date you've been wanting. Naruto cleared his throat, visibly blushing. The boy scratched the back of his neck and nodded. Fine. If you're asking me, then I won't take payment for saving those demons' asses again. I want to see what my divergent fist simple territory and I can do and achieve after this training. Her fingers tightened on the handle of the cursed weapon. I don't plan on finding myself in a situation like with Dagon again. However, Naruto would have to use her. Chapter 23. The air was stale, filled with a sense of death that gathered around the academy, within the barriers put up by Sona Citri and her entourage, with the intention of preventing the confrontation from damaging the entire city. They would have their hands full rebuilding the academy and making everyone forget that a being with 5 pairs of wings had destroyed the academic institution. They would also have to make people forget that another academy had appeared where the first one was just hours after it was destroyed. They would be giving too many explanations even when it wasn't necessary, nor were they going to do it. Using memory erasure to allow the changes was something that fell within the logic of Sona and all the demons. However, that wasn't the main problem they were facing. Sona wasn't exactly the least intelligent of the group and she knew that even stalling for time with someone like Kakabiel was impossible for people like Rias or Issei. Issei didn't have the necessary power or experience and Rias was letting her impulses guide her in facing the cadre. Above all, it was her pride as a daughter of the Grimoire she was fighting for. And that was what Kakabiel wanted and Sona knew it. The tension between the 3 factions was something that had been present throughout the story following the Holy War, where the Heaven faction supposedly won the war by sending demons and fallen alike to the underworld, guided by the Holy Knights and their chief angelic leaders. That same tension was what Azazel and others had been trying to minimize and form an alliance against a common goal that was moving in the shadows. Kakabiel wanted to destroy that. He wanted to send all of Azazel's actions to hell, generate distrust, and raise all the fallen for a second war, with intentions only Kakabiel could know. But to do that, he had to kill them both. Letting out a sigh, Sona silently prayed that Rias could defeat Kakabiel with Issei's help. She hoped that the sacred artifact could be powerful enough in Issei's hands to defeat one of God's children. So, this is a party that requires an invitation. The sound of breaking branches alerted Sona's entourage. The student council members shifted, ready to see who had spoken, ready to fight. However, the sight of Tauji's apprentice made them relax, letting the tension escape in the form of sighs. Do you want an invitation to your death? Making contact with only his fingertips, Naruto pressed his hand against the barrier, hoping to avoid entering the battlefield. Surprisingly, his forearm entered and was surrounded by the barrier up to above his elbow, causing him to blink in surprise at having been able to bypass it so easily. I love rubbing shoulders with the Shinigami. I just don't use a Bankai, you know. He cracked his neck and passed the barrier despite the complaints of some of the council girls, who didn't want to see another one die unnecessarily. Oh, man. Save me an invitation to Mizori men later, Tsubaki. The frown deepened on the queen of Sona, who lightly covered her mouth with her hand and laughed silently, increasing when her companion looked at her with daggers in her eyes. Alone, don't die. No, woman, no. It makes you a little demoralized. A rustling noise caught the attention of Tsubaki and the rest of the people. Naruto had begun to crack his fingers, his trench coat falling to the ground, revealing his strong, weathered arms. I'm going to save your asses a little, I'm going to fight without any material payment involved. His blue eyes fixed on a new figure. Su-chan, I want payment. Oh my. Pushing down her sunglasses with her index finger, Tsuki flashed a mocking smile. If you don't bleed to death, I'll do whatever you ask with that mouth of yours. Good, the arm jerked back and a sword appeared in the young apprentice's hand. Let's see what a bird can do. That shout caught the attention of both sides. From a distance, approaching the battle zone, Naruto identified who was winning the confrontation. It was almost too obvious, and he didn't need to ask how things were going, since even with the church's help, the demons hadn't stopped or reduced Kakabiel's strength. Kakabiel looked at the new intruder with a certain disgust. Naruto couldn't identify what that look sent his way, but he didn't like it even a little, if he were asked. The boy stopped next to Ria's. The girl was on her knees, showing slight wounds on her face, and her eyes reflected the pure fear that filled her body at that moment. Once again, shortly after Ria's had been defeated, and that must have been a severe blow to the morale and pride of a Gremory heiress. "You're not an angel, you're not an exorcist, nor a demon," Kakabiel's thick cold voice made the young man look up at the sky, at the enormous figure trying to block out the sun. "What are you, human?" He didn't respond right away. He put his index finger in his ear and wiggled it, dislodging a bit of earwax from his hearing aid. The wax disappeared when he blew on his pinky finger. "I'm a human, you demented idiot," he waved the Roman sword with a dismissive gesture, causing Kakabiel's guttural laughter to rise again. "What am I? I'm a human who's going to kick your feathered ass." "Ahaha. I'll be honest, brat. You're an excellent clown. Are you sure you don't want to work for me? I'll let you live. You'll be the only human no one can touch." "I'd rather decline, if you'll allow me. Because then none of them could touch me." The Roman sword moved at breakneck speed, but Kakabiel didn't react. How could he when the boy was about 20 meters away, swinging the sword? But his instinct screamed at him. He swung his lightsaber and felt the pressure hitting his blade, making his eyes widen. It had been just strength. Throughout mythology and history, humans had appeared with immeasurable, superhuman, and anything but ordinary strength. As a former follower of God, Kakabiel knew about these exceptional cases linked to the biblical faction. Could he perhaps be a descendant of Samson, Hercules, or Heracles? Before he could come to a decision, he was forced to block the blade of the sword that tried to slice his neck. He did so out of inertia, despite the surprise that a human had appeared in front of him in a split second, as if running 20 meters and jumping another 20 were something ordinary people would do. He was not a normal boy. "You, who are you?" "Since I know your name," a blade of light forced Naruto to the ground. Blood dripped from his slightly cut cheek. "Naruto Uzumaki at your service." He swung his sword and deflected the barrage of light spears that tried to pierce him. "It's a pleasure." "Ah. Uzumaki, huh?" Taking the lightsaber with both hands, Kakabiel sent a powerful downward slash that destroyed the Academy sports building and split the ground in two. "I think I remember that last name, it sounds familiar." "It's not very well known, I think." A click. A gunshot and a bullet flew straight into the cadre's head. Maybe because of the manga Uzumaki by author Junji Ito. It's a horror manga, so I don't know if a cadre would be familiar with it. Strands of hair flew out as the blade of light tried to slice through its target. Naruto had fallen, losing a few strands as he felt the light burn through his hair. "You talk too much." Kakabiel swung his left arm and aimed at the apprentice who was falling to the ground. A shot of light shot from his fingers and sped toward his target. "Why shouldn't I?" Flipping through the air, he used his sword as a light reflector and fired a second shot at his target with his pistol, watching as the blade of light sliced through the bullet. "I'm imitating my favorite character. Son Goku. He talks a lot unless it's a serious fight. Aren't you taking this seriously?" The wind whipped. Naruto was thrown to the ground. Despite the wind, the boy managed to stand, feeling the pressure on his body as if a huge pillar were trying to crush him. "Ugh. Not much." Cursed energy erupted. He spread his legs and threw a hook wrapped in cursed energy that cut through the wind pressure and struck Kakabiel, causing an explosion that engulfed him in a hurricane force wind that whipped his hair around. "That's your power. What a farce, Uzumaki." Kakabiel waved his arms. 100 swords were summoned, forming a crown overlaid by circles of weapons cast by light magic that illuminated the entire academy, as if day had returned and night wasn't falling over the city. "Wow. You made it day. TCH. Crown of God." The arm waved slightly. After a few seconds, the 100 swords formed by light magic moved and an immense rain fell upon the cadre's target, causing explosions of earth, blood, and wind that created a huge curtain over the sorcerer's apprentice, hiding him from the cadre's red eyes. Hundreds of cuts, but none in a fatal area. Before Kakabiel's eyes, Naruto stood up as the dust around him faded, revealing his slashed body and clothes, stained with blood. "Is that all?" Blood trickled down the teenager's chin. It was clear he hadn't deflected many of the attacks. Despite that, Naruto was standing, without mortal wounds. "Because I expected a little more, cadre." HMP Kakabiel exhaled heavily and allowed his lips to move, showing a cruel smile. "Just how proud is a human, kid? I thought the pinnacle of pride was present in the Gremory brat, but I see that humans are even worse than devils in that regard." "Pride." He placed the sword on his shoulder. Using the back of his left hand, he wiped his chin with a smooth motion before running his tongue over his lip, tasting his own blood. "I'm not being prideful here, bird guy." His hair swayed, giving a serious air to the apprentice's words. "I'm just fighting to kick your feathered ass. Although I'll probably die." A sigh left the Uzumaki's mouth. Yeah, you're like 3 times more powerful than me. I can tell, and I'm at least 20 times stronger than that pervert and the retard. His blue eyes glittered slightly. I don't have a weapon to kill you, a technique to overcome your light magic. I'm at a clear disadvantage against a guy who's been around for more years than I have, maybe even beyond the existence of humanity. Are you trying to flatter me so you can survive? That chance is gone, kid. You're going to die alongside the Gremory girls and Citri. I want a second war. I'm not looking for salvation, my friend. I'm just giving the exact points to motivate myself, to clarify the situation before the boss who sent me to kick your ass. Despite being in front of Kakabiel, Naruto only spoke calmly, relaxed. I'm going to die, give me a few moments to elaborate, okay? I won't be able to collect a bet with Tsu-chan or Ma-chan and No-chan. It's only fair that you listen to my complaints, as a son of Elohim. You, human. I don't want to hear your voice anymore. The arm retracted and moved backward. An immense spear of light began to form, shaping the cadre's next attack. I've wasted too much time on this. Just die. If at any point you see that the situation cannot be overcome, I give you permission to do so. But not too soon, not now. Only do it when your body is ready. Doji's voice reached the boy's mind. He looked down at the ring that had adorned his right hand all those months since he was adopted by a sorcerer. I just hope I don't get eaten. That would be a pain. He tugged the ring off his ring finger. Help me, Rika. The spear shot out towards its target. Chapter 24. The mist had completely covered the sky. The usually orange-yellow sun had turned a shade of red like blood itself, sending that color into the sky and the mist that covered it, creating the perfect look for a horror movie. The buildings blurred, shadows looming over 2 small figures who stared at each other without breathing or blinking. They just stared. Blue eyes like 2 enormous gleaming sapphires against brown eyes that seemed lifeless, almost as dark as the shadows of the buildings that loomed over them, waiting for that strange encounter between 2 children. The boy seemed nervous, slightly embarrassed, showing those feelings by the way he held the hem of his fox-patterned shirt, by the way he twisted the fabric, while keeping his eyes fixed on those of the girl in front of him. She, on the other hand, was calm, wearing a beautiful blue dress with a white collar that covered her small body. She seemed to be waiting for something that wasn't happening, or that hadn't happened at first glance, because seconds later a thin smile appeared on the girl's face, and hazy, dark hands fell on the boy's shoulders, who flinched at the cold that entered his body with that simple, second-long touch. A second that changed the feeling surrounding that meeting. There were just the 2 of them and the shadows of the buildings, watched only by an immense red sun that dyed the sky a color too similar to blood, as if in a second it could rain blood on both children, and they would be unable to do anything. The first to move was the little girl. She delicately raised her arm and pointed back to a spot behind the infant. At that, as if on command, the misty hands moved the child's head and forced him to look. It was the same girl wearing the same dress, but she was lying in a pool of blood, her body mangled. On the other side, the same child watched with tearful eyes, muttering something incomprehensible. Seeing this affected the boy standing next to the living girl. Nervousness and embarrassment turned to tears. He knew what he was muttering and didn't need anyone to tell him that he was the one to blame for it all. Now that he knew about sorcery, the boy knew that he had kept Rika alive like a curse. He had cursed her with that phrase, driven her to stay with him. He had cursed Rika Orimoto when he wished she wouldn't leave, when he wished she would abandon him, and bound her to the world of the living. Me too. Tears streamed down Naruto's cheeks as he disappeared into the dark ground. His voice cracked, and his thoughts were a constant jumble, forcing guilt to surface in the child's darkened gaze. He should have been cursed, driven to become a monster, not Rika. But he turned her into what he now fought, what he exercised to give him peace. He hadn't exercised Rika Orimoto's body. He had turned it into a curse that bound her life. He hadn't given her the peace she deserved as a free soul in heaven, and now that he knew about her reality, he wished his old friend could have a well-deserved rest. I cursed you that day. I tied you to my life for the following years, and you were, in a way, my protector. Despite his attitude in adolescence and his constant changes in mood and attitude, in his childhood he was not that strong boy and was always the target of the bullies at his school, being pushed, in a way, into ostracism. You were forced to do cruel things when it shouldn't have been that way. Both children were separated by 20 meters in which different bodies appeared. Women, men, children and adolescents ending in the decapitated body of Rainer, all covered in blood. You have dragged your existence behind me like a shadow, always following my steps, doing things that I did not want you to do, driven by my curse, forcing you to protect me when I did not want you to leave. A ray of light fell on the infant. The stone of the ring that surrounded the blonde's ring finger shone slightly. It took me a long time to realize that, to know that I cursed you. And I understood it when I spoke with my teachers, my caretakers. I forced you to remain among the living. I forced you to kill when I was defenseless. Your blood-stained hands are my fault from beginning to end. I killed those people because I couldn't let you go, and finally, I sealed you away." The childlike figure disappeared and a teenage form appeared in front of Rika. The five-pointed star of Solomon began to fade into ash, leaving its back completely visible. "I am a selfish person. I have made you suffer so much, and I am only now realizing it and asking for your help when I have only pushed you to do bad things. I shouldn't even look at you. I shouldn't even be seeing your angelic face." Guilt filled those words. Guilt filled those tear-filled eyes, slightly reddened from crying. Naruto stood tall, his almost 6'6" frame, looking down at Rika's small figure as she looked and studied him, but he could have fallen to his knees. His legs were trembling, not from fear of facing the curse that had made his childhood and pre-adolescence a living hell, but from having discovered and understood so many things, and he alone being to blame for everything that had happened. He took a deep breath. He swallowed back his tears. He didn't mind feeling the hands on his shoulders tightening and lightly scratching his skin, letting him know that what he was experiencing was real, or perhaps just a dream that was too vivid. Despite those painful remarks, Rika didn't move or change the thin, cold smile she was giving him. Her eyes darkened even further, and a cold feeling grew in the teenager and apprentice sorcerer's chest, making him weep slightly. Whisker's Kuna's soft, warm, and harmonious female voice dispelled that coldness and stopped the tears at the edge of his eyes. "You are very naive about many things, as always. You haven't changed in all these years, even though I've watched you." The childlike figure that had been Rika Orimoto disappeared completely, and an older one took the place where the little girl had been. "I have never blamed you for anything or hated you for the things you don't understand. How were you supposed to know you could curse me, idiot? You are, like me, a little boy without any real understanding of the world and its surroundings." Behind Rika's teenage self, her curse form came to life. "These beings that we believe to be a mere story, a myth, are real. Vampires, curses, ghosts, demons, each and every one of them exists on this plane, and you must fight them like a trained sorcerer." Her blue eyes grew wider as those words hit him, and Naruto realized that Rika had always been watching him, something that hurt him more. "Don't cry." He felt warmth. Rika's skin wasn't cold, it was warm, and that warmth filled him as she took his face in her hands and smiled at him, like when they were children. "You've always been a crybaby, Whiskers-kun. But I'm proud. I'm proud of what you do, of who you've become and what you will achieve over time. I'm not upset about being a curse, the queen of curses, as I have been crudely called. Thanks to this, I have been able to be by your side and see how you have grown despite what happened, despite what my death marked on you and the events that followed." The lifeless bodies between the two teenagers vanished completely. They were a memory, a mark, and a weight Naruto carried on his memory and shoulders, but Rika wasn't going to let him carry it alone. They were both guilty of everything that had happened in their history. Naruto wasn't the only one to blame for those unexplained deaths and disappearances, and Rika wasn't the only one to blame for what she did with her hands. They were both linked for the rest of their lives, something Naruto understood and Rika accepted. "You're a bit of a queen." The teenager's laughter, vibrant, shook the world, completely shattering it. The sun shone brightly, dispelling the red color that had characterized it. The shadowy buildings turned into beautiful spring cherry trees, filling the vast meadow with their delicate, soft, and beautiful pink leaves, which covered the grass. Ah, so flattering. The weight on the apprentice's shoulders completely melted away, freeing him. "You're trying to flirt, huh? In this situation? Just when you're about to receive an attack that will disintegrate your existence. You're very bold, Whiskers-kun. I was fighting Kakabiel." The memory made the teenager's face redden and at the same time made him tense up. He had undone Rika's seal so he could confront the cadre, and the cadre had launched a huge compact spear of light at him. If he didn't act soon. "Calm down," Rika said, firming her hands on Naruto's shoulders, bringing him back to his senses. "In this space, time moves in a way that is far too different from reality. Probably when we return to reality, not even a millisecond will have passed. Or you will have been killed in a way that your body will leave no record of." "Hold on. Oh. I was just joking. Hahaha." Rika laughed heartily at her best friend's pout, her laughter increasing when he frowned, realizing that she was just making fun of him and would likely continue to do so for a long time, an inherent trait of the teenager when she was a child present in the Uzumaki's life. And, in a way, it made the boy smile genuinely. "So what you want is my help to confront this guy, Kakabiel, right? He sounds like an angel from heaven to me, a war lover, but I'm not too well versed in the Bible and everything that surrounds it. But anyway, I have no problem helping you now that you're ready." "Ready? Ready for what?" The question came out hesitantly, but the boy could understand Rika's words and her widely evil smile. "I saw that man. Toji Fushiguro. He has trained you so that your body can withstand my power, the cursed energy I can give you when the time comes, and whatever you will use. You have a powerful cursed energy." The teenager's right hand pressed against the sorcerer's apprentice's chest. Naruto lowered his eyes and watched as Rika's hand touched his chest, right where his heart should be. You are ready to use my strength and not die trying. This talk, your decision, and your willingness to let me kill you for everything that's happened tells me that you are still the naive hero of my childhood, the one who puts others above himself. It is a commendable trait, but it could lead to your death, and it is my mission to prevent that from happening. Naruto Uzumaki, as a sorcerer, you are going to fight against truly powerful enemies. And I, as the Queen of Curses, will lend you my strength so you don't lose someone you truly care about, so you don't sink into despair. Are you ready to kick some feathered ass? 2. Outside the mental space. Everyone's eyes were focused on two figures. Naruto Uzumaki and Grigori Kakabeil's cadre. The latter had summoned light magic and formed an immense spear of light that he fearlessly fired at his target, none other than the sorcerer's apprentice, who seemed motionless, with cuts all over his body and his clothes torn. This was taken as a surrender, at least in Kakabeil's eyes, who laughed out loud as his attack engulfed and destroyed his opponent's body, enveloping it in an intense yellow light. Therefore, he didn't wait for the boy's voice. Destruction. The beam of red energy shattered the spear of light. A massive explosion engulfed the area, and a thick layer of dust covered the sorcerer's apprentice, forcing Kakabeil to squint his eyes into two small slits to see through the dust. Swiftly, an object shot out at the cadre and made him move, summoning a sword of light that he used to block said object, being surprised when Naruto Uzumaki gave him a bright smile. Surprise. He felt a hammer blow. Kakabeil was sent flying to the ground, crashing into it, causing a slight tremor and surprise among the spectators watching the battle. Did I do it right? Naruto smiled amusedly. He didn't have the ability to fly like Kakabeil or the demons, but he didn't fall to the ground. He stood on the palm of Rika's hand, who was in her curse form, floating in the air. Oh, that was wonderful. In her curse form, Rika had hit Kakabeil with a hammer blow when the cadre was solely focused on Naruto and his surprise attack, which was made possible by Rika propelling the teenager using her arms as a spring. Yuma Kakabeil's eyes widened when he saw the figure of the Queen of Curses holding Naruto up in the sky, not letting him fall. A curse. No, not just any curse. That presence is that of a truly powerful one. Kakabeil spoke fearfully, sensing the density of Rika's power, understanding that his own might was beneath that creature. Having seen his spear shattered with a single swing made him understand the strength of his enemy. Oh? I see you know what a curse is. The left arm moved and Naruto pointed it at Kakabeil. Destruction. Rika's mouth opened, revealing her sharp predatory teeth. The energy began to gather, forming a small sphere that grew larger with each passing second. When it reached the size of a soccer ball, Rika fired a beam of red energy at Kakabeil, surprising not only the cadre. That's the power of destruction. Ria's Gremory screamed, her eyes wide open, understanding the power behind the curse's movement. It was the power of the Baal, the signature power of her brother and hers. NGNH. Kakabeil blocked the energy beam using two blades of light, hoping to deflect his enemy's attack. However, Kakabeil hadn't imagined the force behind the attack, which increased when it collided with the cadre's defense and overcame it, causing the fallen man's right arm to be torn from his body in the blink of an eye. Everyone watching the fight was amazed. How was it possible that he was using the power of the Baal's destruction? It wasn't Naruto who was using this power. Rika, using her curse technique, had copied everything her host had seen at some point in those months, replicating the power of the Baal in a completely perfect way and without any error, surpassing the power of a cadre when the attack was pushed back by the cursed power of the Queen of Curses. Do you want to continue? Both Naruto and Rika were left standing in front of a badly injured Kakabeil. Damn human. The strange feeling that had surrounded the academy vanished when Kakabeil showed weakness in his voice, in his intention towards the sorcerer's apprentice. I'm going to. 1,000 crystals shattered and a squeezing sound like a jet followed the figure as it crashed between the cadet and the sorcerer's apprentice. Wrapped in white armor, with blue flashes, the figure fixed his eyes on the downed Issei, then looked at Naruto and Rika, and then looked at Kakabeil. Azazel asked me to take you, Kakabeil. If you want to live, I wouldn't oppose what your brother dictates. Chapter 25. Fragments of the barrier began to disappear as they fell away. The hole remained, growing larger, as the albino armor stared at the sorcerer and the curse that stared at him intensely. Standing between them and Kakabeil, the blonde teen's thoughts and the curse that accompanied him pointed to the fact that he was an ally of Kakabeil's, trying to save him and keep him from dying. That statement was partially true. That knight in albino armor and blue gems had been sent to save Kakabeil from death and at the same time lead him to eternal punishment at the hand of the Grigori leader. However, the truth of his participation was due to Azazel's lack of desire with the deaths of Gremory and Citri and wasting the boosted gear with an untimely death, which in turn benefited the person covered in white armor. It had been a shock to see the warlord missing a limb, being overpowered by a human and pushed to the brink of death. though he gave credit to the curse that accompanied the human. It was noticeable how much power he exuded just by being on the human plane, and how the pressure he exerted was greater than anything an ordinary demon could exert on his enemies. The albino armor fixed its eyes on Kakebiel's figure. It slid its right leg back and prepared to launch itself at the cadre using its maximum speed, which was already greater than that of the five-winged fallen angel himself. And he didn't expect to be repelled. In slow motion, as he advanced towards Kakebiel with the intention of taking him and fleeing the scene, probably ranting at the Drake boy after a moment, an object appeared in his vision, and he felt a heavy blow that made him crash against the ground with a painful thud that made him grunt and made him feel Albion's angry voice inside his head while he recovered. The clicking sound caught the attention of the person inside the armor. He slowly raised his head and looked at the person who had hit him hard. "Hey, do you know what my prey is, you idiot in armor?" The three-section nunchaku hung around the sorcerer's apprentice's neck, but one of the sections still swayed slightly, indicating that it had moved to strike something or someone. And the roaming cloud had struck the person in the armor with enough force to crack a skull, something reflected in the subtle cracks in the armor that no one seemed to notice. That was surprising, or at least it generated enough surprise and interest in the person inside the armor, who stared at the sorcerer's apprentice as if a second head had grown next to the first. With pure fascination for the strange. Had that mere human attacked him using a force beyond human or even that of some supernatural beings? Damaging the armor he wore wasn't something a normal person could do. Not even ordinary supernatural people could damage it. Are you listening to me? Slowly, the person stood up. The small cracks began to disappear, leaving a trail of cyan-colored magic particles, almost very narrowly, invisible to the vision of anyone looking at him. I didn't want to do this. I was going to let even the existence of the red and its presence here slide. The light intensified. The gems that served as the armor's eyes glowed brightly. But if you're going to try to interfere, then I have no choice but to fight you and prove to you that, for a few seconds, I was too lenient with you and the others. The arm traveled toward Naruto's face at a speed faster than the human eye could see. And that would have worked for a person moving at a speed the human eye could see. Naruto didn't move at human speed. In fact, his right jab struck the armor's helmet before exceeding the speed of the albino armor's arm, freezing it in place. Hey. If you're going to threaten me, Naruto's legs wrapped around the armored person's waist, and in a flash, surprising the person inside, he knocked his opponent down by using his lower body in a scissor lock. At least have the strength to back up your words. It was an insult. That's how the person inside the armor felt, looking up at the sky as he heard Naruto yell at him for not having the strength to back up his words. Was a human really looking down on him? Him, the direct descendant of Lucifer. Pressing his lips into a thin line that almost disappeared, Volley Lucifer stood back up, one thought running through his mind. Kill the human who was mocking him for his lack of strength. I wouldn't push too hard, Volley. This guy be careful. He's constantly changing. Volley grumbled at Albion's warning, but didn't respond. Could the boy be like Cao Cao, a descendant of a hero wielding a powerful sacred gear? He looked every bit the descendant of a hero. Even the weapon didn't seem ordinary. However, something didn't quite convince him about that path. What would a hero do, helping demons, fighting alongside a curse? You're a sorcerer, Volley's words whispered to Naruto, who puffed out his chest like a turkey. That's the only reason I see your work being consistent with a curse. Even that's outside your book, but it's not impossible, is it? They say curses helped sorcerers in the war 20 years ago. I'm no good at history lessons, man, the smug smile spread across the sorcerer's face. I only know how to strike well with my hands and weapons. Though I'm not the only one, of course. The ground shattered under the hammer blow from Rika Orimoto in her Queen of Curses form. That blow could have partially shattered Volley's armor, and he anticipated it in time to evade the blow. If he hadn't, he would likely have sustained serious injuries by now. 2 against 1? Volley's attention shifted to the sorcerers. One of the nunchaku sections traveled at tremendous speed against his side, shortening the distance between the weapon and his body. Sensing the movement, the demon-human hybrid swung his arm and pushed the section into the ground, while simultaneously raising his opposite arm to aim at the curse and split the energy attack it fired at him, causing it to vanish, leaving mere particles of cursed energy in the air. I can handle both of them. Volley moved forward. He charged a Tauji's apprentice and rammed into the teenager, using his body and the weight of his armor to knock the Uzumaki down, which he partially succeeded in doing. Despite the general view and the hybrid superhuman strength, in a second the situation reversed and Volley was on the ground, being overpowered by the young sorcerer's apprentice, who brought the hybrid down with a judo move that surpassed his opponent's vision for a few seconds. You're very self-centered, man, there was no trace of heaviness or tiredness in the Uzumaki's tone. Naruto looked fresh despite having fought Kakebiel and knocked down Volley with a single movement at a speed faster than human. To think that I can't beat you and that I need Rika or a cursed weapon. Cursed energy erupted from the teenager's fists, forming two dark-colored flames, almost preventing his fists from being visible, as too self-centered on the part of a person I'm going to beat. Volley moved, using his power to split the cursed energy until it disappeared, erasing the force behind the blow. It was simple. However, it wasn't. The teenager's right arm moved faster than he and Albion could act to make the power disappear. Therefore, he wasn't surprised when the fist wrapped in cursed energy struck him powerfully and forcefully, sending him flying and crashing into the basketball club building, covered in debris, and leaving fragments of his armor flying in a whitish-blue trail, representing small starbursts that someone could see as a comet's tail. Human speed and reaction time superior to an ordinary human, but not driven by any kind of energy. The shadow of a hand covered the visible eye of the descendant of Lucifer. Feeling around, Volley tried to see how much damage his armor had taken. What are you? You're not a normal sorcerer, you're not a normal human. Slowly, after a brief blue glow, the armor once again covered the side of Volley's face that was visible after the devastating blow. If you're going to tell me you're pushing your strength with cursed energy, I have to tell you that I've fought other sorcerers before. And I've killed them. The wind whipped through the air. Sand flew between Volley and Naruto like a small screen. While the hybrid's words tried to unnerve his opponent, he remained calm, staring at the talking armor with the intense glow of his sapphire eyes. Naruto merely twisted his lips, showing his gleaming incisors in response to Volley's provocative words, who frowned inside his helmet. By the way, Naruto's voice made Volley react. Stop paying attention only to me. The shadows lengthened or disappeared. The head of Lucifer's descendant moved and lifted to look at the sky. Above them all, a huge crown of light, like the one Kakabiel had made in his time, was ready to fall upon the entire academy. Now, Rika. Floating beneath that crown of overlapping light formed by spears, Rika Orimoto followed her partner's orders and dropped Kakabiel's move on Volley and Naruto himself, who was smiling mockingly. You're trapped. The blade of the Roman sword appeared in the Uzumaki's hand as he lunged at Volley. Either you split the swing or block my attack. But you can't do both at the same time. Stop Rika's magical move or stop the slash that was about to split him in two. Volley was at a crossroads. His enemy was right, and he could only take advantage of one of the two blows, not both at the same time. He would have to allow one to hit him so he could deflect the other. He focused on the curse attack, on copying Kakabiel's move. He could withstand a slash with the best of weapons, but receiving that amount of energy transformed into a devastating move would leave him on the verge of death. I'll stop that. Volley. Lucifer focused on the wave of magic descending upon them. He braced his body and extended his arms. The blue gems began to glow brightly, and soon the crown of light formed by the spears began to slowly diminish, shrinking as the seconds passed. But he would have to use too much time. And his opponent was already coming for him, sword in hand. Volley. I'll try to take more of that, but taking that hit could be fatal for us. Be careful. Unlike his wielder, Albion saw something in the boy who was a sorcerer. It was strange, but the sense of danger was always present in the white dragon's mind, something screaming at him to be careful, that he was the prey of an ordinary human, a simple Japanese shaman. A flash of light erupted. Volley narrowed his eyes and breathed heavily, his arms dropping. He had managed to control the movement of the curse, to make that movement disappear. But his body was completely overflowing with energy, expelling large amounts of it. Now comes the blow, huh? The grotesque sound of flesh being cut and blood splattering was the next thing heard throughout the destroyed Kuo Academy, followed by a deafening silence. The blade sliced through the air. It disappeared inside the storing curse. A sharp thud followed a second later, followed by an even louder one. I told you, armor guy, the blonde teen's smile grew as he looked at a static Volley. Don't get between me and my prey, because my prey will still be mine. The Kabiel's head was severed. The Grigori's cadet was killed. Chapter 26. They were both staring at each other. Intense blue eyes against amber eyes that showed suppressed anger, hidden by the helmet of Albion's armor, but only fixed on the figure of the sorcerer who was staring back at him, with the body of his target lying in front of him, generating a significant pool of blood. Not even a phoenix tear could bring Kakabiel back to life, and Volley knew about that from seeing how the head was severed. The intention was clear to him when the sorcerer went after Kakabiel. His intention was never to fight him, to attack him as if he were an enemy. Obstinate as an animal, the sorcerer went after the cadre with the intention of killing him. And that, in a way, frightened him internally. How far could he go to kill someone? Would he follow him to hell itself? Volley wasn't entirely sure what the boy in front of him would do to kill someone, but he had no doubt he would do anything, as long as he had the help and strength of that curse that accompanied him, like the inseparable shadow of his body that wouldn't leave his side. Out to fight this guy. There was an opportunity in his mind that would give him the chance to end the confrontation. The boy had gone after Kakabiel because he was his target. Him. He had merely been an obstacle to overcome, a wall to overcome in order to obtain his enemy's head, something he had already achieved. Why would he go after him when he had already finished off his enemy? It didn't make much sense, at least to him. A sigh escaped the apprentice sorcerer's lips. The boy dug the tip of his sword into the sandy ground and massaged the bridge of his nose, watched by those still conscious and by Volley, who was doubting the blonde's actions. Even he himself was doubting his own actions. The wind stirred his golden hair. Thick strands caressed his face like Rika's fingers in his headspace when she forgave him for his mistakes. It was a warm, pleasant sensation. He wrapped his fingers around the sword's handle. He took a deep breath. He looked up, staring at the albino figure who was watching him patiently, probably waiting for his next move. And what could it be? Rika, she slowly unsheathed her sword, starting to walk towards her enemy seconds later. Volley stood on guard, watching Naruto walk towards him with a determined look. I'm going after this guy. Alone. Protect the others. I want to see how far I can fight in the situation I'm in. The mist covered the monstrous figure of the Queen of Curses. When it dissipated, a brown-haired teenager took her place, watching her companion's back as he walked away from her, only to return. Now the two were united, if their connection could be called that. Of course. There had been times when sorcerers and curses had made pacts to fight for a common purpose. The Shibuya incident and the Sorcerer's War had resulted in sorcerers bound to curses combining their powers to defeat the Sorcerer Society, ultimately achieving the death of the strongest. The relationship between Naruto Uzumaki and Rika Orimoto wasn't bound by any pact. While the union had been brought about by the curse placed on the girl, now without the weight of the curse, the two were bound by friendship, by being friends since childhood, and by Rika's intention to protect Naruto. And because of this, the Queen of Curses would intervene if her companion was seriously hurt. She would do so with the goal of not losing Naruto, of not losing her best friend in his entire life, despite the torment she herself was for him during his time in high school. The sword closed the distance and attempted to slice through its target's neck, ending the confrontation that had dragged on for too long. Experience and reflexes allowed the hybrid to block the sword with both hands, stopping the blade inches from his body, moving a few inches back, staring at the boy. Do you really want to continue? Your companions. They're protected. The arm shot out, and Volley felt his stomach crushed by the force of the fist. A second, invisible blow sent the hybrid teenager several meters back, fractures in the abdominal area of the armor. If you're trying to threaten me with the death of the people behind me, there's a problem. I don't care too much about them. However, Rika is protecting them. And I don't think you can take on two at the same time, white-armored guy. Volley understood immediately. The boy in front of him loved to fight, even if it wasn't for a particularly valid reason. He'd been given the goal of finishing off Kakabiel, and now that he'd achieved it, he went after the gang as if he were just another dog he had to chase. But was he a curse, or someone like Kakabiel? No. He was far more powerful than Kakabiel, and he wasn't going to allow himself to be beaten by a human with above-average power. Be careful, Volley. That kid is like a perpetual balance breaker. He's constantly improving, growing before your eyes. He's not the same now as he was when he finished off Kakabiel, and even less so the same as when he started his fight with the Fallen. He's grown too much in such a short period of time. Those words fell on deaf ears. The two fighters met halfway, colliding forearms and generating a wave of wind that stirred hair and skirts, completely cracking the ground beneath the feet of the human and the hybrid, creating a small earthquake that shook nearby buildings. This guy, what is he? Among humans, only the descendant of Hercules possessed the strength to match what that human was doing and trying to stop him. Volley had never met anyone outside the hero faction who could match the strength of a demon without being a supernatural being. He reacted quickly. Sensing the movement of his opponent's arm, Volley blocked it by raising his knee, feeling his limb throb under the increased force of the cursed energy. He even heard Albion grunt at the new fracture in his armor, courtesy of that human. Naruto swung the sword, intending to pierce his enemy's chin. Volley stepped back, tilting his body and head slightly in the indicated direction to let the tip of the sword pass, feeling the cold of the steel seemed to call to him at every moment. That stab is almost the end of your days, huh? The mockery was implicit in those words. Volley didn't find the situation funny. As the bearer of the white, he had expected the red to be the one to deal him that blow, not a simple Japanese sorcerer. A pity he missed by an inch. The sword moved at its master's command. It sought out its target's neck, abdomen, and collarbone at all times, generating small silver flashes as its master moved it with such intent in search of his opponent's vital points, something Volley tried to repel at every turn, watching as the sword subtly struck his armor with the intention of cutting it. Ha! If it's a fight you want. Overcoming the teenager's reaction, Volley bypassed his defense and slammed Naruto's face into the ground, then I'll give you the fight you want. Volley had made the decision to take the life of the boy who had been constantly harassing him. If the sorcerer's apprentice was pushing him to fight, then he would go all out and take the boy's life as he had done to others before him. Well, the hybrid's eyes widened inside his helmet, watching as Naruto's hand wrapped around his wrist, the fingers forming a ring around his limb. That was quite the strike from you, clad in armor from the Chinese. His foot lashed out, slamming into volley Lucifer's stomach, sending him swaying forward onto the teen. But that's how you strike, man. With a simple movement, Naruto tossed volley like a doll to the other side, sending the hybrid rolling on the ground, as if his body had been severely damaged. Seconds later, Naruto jumped to his feet, remaining in a slight crouch for a few moments. Hey, armor guy, he looked over his shoulder at the newly raised figure of volley Lucifer. If you want, we can stop this. I'm not going to waste my time with such an uninteresting fight. Can you just try to split my strength? Even if you manage to do it, the split second it takes me to exert the movement and hit you is much faster than your magic power. You're completely at a disadvantage. Volley considered the boy's offer. Should he continue fighting a guy to avenge Kakebiel's death? What bothered him wasn't Kakebiel's death, but the fact that someone like that boy could have tricked him so easily. But continuing to fight might attract the attention of prominent figures in the Bible faction, and that was something he wasn't prepared for, at least not yet. Are you going to run away now? I've got you on the ropes, Naruto admitted, looking directly at volley Lucifer. I don't want to run away, but even you can see that if we keep fighting, we're going to attract a lot of attention. He took the sword in his right hand and inserted it back into the storing curse, making it disappear. You can have a rematch with me whenever you wish, but when the two heiresses of two of the most important clans in the underworld are threatened, I fear that the powerful move even faster than you could expect. And that is precisely what you fear. Being mistaken for the one who caused this. Naruto pointed at the ruined school, the injured and the people watching, with the barrier particles floating and giving a slightly golden color to the entire surrounding area, even the sky above their heads. Yes, it's something I accept. Volley took a deep breath, understanding Naruto's words. Currently, both Seraphol and Surziches would be traveling towards the conflict zone with the intention of stopping anyone who hurt their little sisters. And he was currently the focus of the conflict between the two groups, even though he had mentioned that he was coming for Kakebiel's head to return him to the Grigori. I think I'll accept your offer, kid, even if it looks like you're running away. A smile appeared on his lips. Naruto looked at Volley, mockery reflected on his lips and eyes, shining brightly. If you want to keep fighting, I have no objection. I don't care what some old people say. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. The fractures in the armor began to fade under a faint blue light, indicating that Albion was regenerating its wearer's protection. I hope you're willing to clear this up, human. Ha! I hope you're willing to die. Chapter 27. The death of God was a secret of the church revealed to some believers through the words of Cadre Kakebiel himself. The desire for a second holy war had pushed the Grigori member into a massive movement that ended with his death and almost a schism of the church and its beliefs. All the faith of the believers was placed in the figure of God, Elohim, now represented by Michael, current leader of heaven. The same leader who allowed Asia Argento to be used by the fallen, the same leader who allowed the defection of several members of his church, people who had blindly believed in the existence of the figure who represented the church, but who now was nothing more than an illusion. God is dead. The figure of the four kings of Hell or Mau was the representation of power and leadership of the underworld, the one who commanded the 72 pillars and governed to lead his faction against the angels of heaven and the fallen of the Grigori. Azazel was the leading member of the Grigori, who was in charge of the fallen in his ranks, willing to follow his own pleasures and allow his brothers freedom by leading his own faction as best he could. The difference between the three stemmed from the lack of truth within the church and heaven. It stemmed from how the Holy See manipulated information to prevent the connection between believers and the angels, preventing them from knowing the location of the person they prayed for. The underworld and the Grigori always provided the relevant information, allowing their followers to see with their own eyes the leaders who led them, giving the faithful a glimpse of their leader. The church hid behind miracles and a figure who had been dead for millennia, giving power to the second most powerful man in heaven. The consequences of lying and hiding were part of the calculations of the deceased Kakebiel, who broke the news knowing the ripples such a stone could cause in the lake that was the world. Zenobia Quarta was an 18-year-old girl with dark blue hair and a noticeable green streak. She had been an exorcist, wielder of a fragment of Excalibur, and one of the most highly regarded swordsmen within the Holy See, having been trained by one of the best exorcists in the church. But that faith had been destroyed with just 3 words, even if they were spoken by a figure too despicable for those who followed the church. For as long as she could remember, she'd been in charge of the church, trained by Griselda Quarta, the woman who'd taken her under her wing. She'd taken it upon herself to learn everything Griselda wanted to teach her and more, wanting to be a source of pride for the woman. But Zenobia couldn't deal with what had happened and what she felt. How had the church excommunicated her for even mentioning the death of a god? Why did Arena hate her now, looking at her like that? She'd served the Holy See since she was a mere child, yet she'd been discarded like an object no longer useful. She felt betrayed. Suddenly, the rain stopped wetting her. She'd been sitting on the steps, facing the riverbank, watching the rain fall and nothing mattering to her anymore. She had no family, no faith, no friends. "You're going to catch a cold." A male voice made Zenobia raise her head and look at the person standing next to her, an umbrella protecting them both from the rain. She had seen that boy before, recently when he fought Kakabiel. Thank you. The school had been destroyed by the fight with Kakabiel and Vali, which had suspended classes for a few weeks due to a case of gas that caused an explosion in the building, which ended up being too large and sending the school grounds into refurbishment. This forced the sorcerer's apprentice to spend 2 weeks of strict training under the supervision of Tsuki, who never took her eyes off him until today. Bara, Maki and Tsuki had to travel to Kyoto, leaving him free to stay at home for a few days and with the freedom to train or rest, something that Naruto saw as an opportunity to meet up with Megumi and take a break after what happened at school. Both of them remained silent respectively. Zenobia kept her hazel eyes slightly covered by her soaked hair, looking through strands at the river in front of them, her legs tucked into her arms. Naruto remained standing, covering himself and the girl with a dark umbrella he brought from home, watching as the river seemed to be hit by ripples caused by the falling rain. He could understand the feeling of loneliness Zenobia was going through, taking root in her head and soul. He had been through it since his adolescence and childhood, a few months ago before being taken in by his mentor and being trained in sorcery, where he began to have friends and companions. But it was something he didn't overcome until a few days ago, when he accepted everything he did to Rika. But who would have thought he was a sorcerer? It wasn't something Naruto thought of his ancestry. Although his father or his mother would be the sorcerers. Or maybe both at the same time. Understanding the loneliness and the annoyance of being rejected made the boy able to understand what Zenobia was going through, surely with a troubled mind that could end up pushing her to perform some actions that could hurt her in the end. Out to join the demons. One thing that was clear in the boy's mind was the troublemaking magnet that was Issei Hyodo and the Gremory clan. Every time he turned his head in another direction, a huge problem was befalling them and he had to save their asses. As if killing a demon wasn't enough. And on the last occasion, he didn't even get paid for it and had to deal with a crow and a lizard. Knowing that, Naruto preferred to put himself before any plans a girl like Ria's Gremory might have for Zenobia, a wielder of a sacred weapon that would be a key point in the war that was about to come. Because he wasn't an idiot. He knew something was brewing, that something would end up exploding and would push him to fight in the company of Rika, who at that moment would probably be watching television in the living room of the house. It's surprising the girls didn't want to kill her. Curses were the natural enemies of sorcerers. The latter had been tasked with exorcising the former for generations, maintaining the world's balance as long as possible until the appearance of the king of curses. Ryam and Sukuna, the monster who ended 2 eras of sorcerers and imposed the era of curses 20 years ago, after the last battle of the strongest sorcerer. And Rika was known as the queen of curses. Why wouldn't they call him out on it? Naruto knew Toji had mentioned Rika to them, but she was a curse on par with Sukuna's. If he were them, he'd kill her as soon as possible, before she got any stronger. You've been discarded. It wasn't a question, and it was a direct, unsympathetic statement about the situation of the girl sitting there. But it was the truth and too obvious to deny. People who were mentally healthy or didn't need help weren't sitting on stairs getting soaked by a relentless, annoying rain. And? The girl didn't find the strength or the need to lie. She had been discarded like a broken tool that could never be used again, or like a dog that had turned against its master and done things the master didn't like. And she knew that the idea of a dead god wasn't popular with the church's higher-ups. I could tell you things that might comfort you, but the church has a similar history in its actions. Freedom and love are replaced by oppression and hatred. When someone knows more than they do, they simply can't stand it. God is dead. So what? It's not like God has done anything for us because he's been dead for thousands of years. Zenobia tilted her head and looked at the boy standing there, feeling the weight of his words. When did God die? At what point did he abandon them? Could humans have had something to do with it? Those questions were going to go unanswered. No one would hear them and no one would get an answer from anyone who could give them one. It would stay as it was. But anyway, shrugging, Naruto stepped down the first step. It's not like we can see the past. God has always been a figure of good and has protected his own. He did that in the Holy War a few hundred years ago. Getting worked up over things like that isn't even conceivable, is it? Naruto looked down. He stared at Zenobia's soaked figure and saw the lifelessness in her gaze, in the hazel eyes that were slightly covered by her blue locks. It was a painful and desperate image. Painful because of what it conveyed and desperate because he wasn't used to comforting anyone. He wasn't an optimistic figure. Maybe Rika or the girls can do what I can't. She took a deep breath and lowered the umbrella as the rain eased its attempt to drown out the teenager's wailing. She looked at the river a few feet away and heard the umbrella click as it closed, held in her right hand. "What can I do?" Zenovia's voice came out muffled. She had buried her face in her arms, hiding it from any prying eyes. If asked, Naruto would say that the girl was crying or hiding the beginnings of tears that would eventually fall. "What did you have in mind?" She had been excommunicated, but there was nothing she knew how to do. Zenovia was aware of her swordsmanship, of what she could do using Durandal in a fight. "I've been thinking about joining the Gremories." The tick appeared on the sorcerer's apprentice's face at the mention of Gremory, the surname of that girl with bloody hair and eyes as foamy as sea foam. "And you don't prefer to remain human?" "So what am I going to do? I only know how to fight. I was only trained to serve as a tool." "If you want to be a tool, at least don't tear away your humanity." Woman Naruto stopped at the same height as Zenovia and tapped his forehead with 2 fingers. "Just because God is dead isn't enough for you to throw away your beliefs and throw them in the trash. A human will always be able to overcome, while demons only wish to feed their ego. Follow me." "That? I'm going to show you that humans still have strength." Chapter 28. 2 figures stood facing each other, with a few feet of grass separating them. The only obstacle remaining was the grass swaying in the gentle afternoon wind. Slowly, the sun was setting over the horizon, transforming the rainy cloud-darkened sky into a clear fire-colored sky, with clouds slightly tinged with purple due to the combination of blue and orange. Both the male and female figures carried a sword in their right hand. The apprentice sorcerer's sword was the Roman sword that his storing curse hid inside, along with all the arsenal he carried, and that his companion could use at any time of need. The former exorcist's weapon was the holy weapon Durandal, an immense 2-handed sword carrying holy power, and that no one had been able to wield to date since its former wielder, thus making Zenovia one of the few people who wield a holy weapon naturally, without an aid that had turned her into a wielder of Durandal. The holy weapon was an immense sword, a wide-bladed double-handed weapon with a dark blue blade and a golden edge, as if it had been plated in gold. Naruto had to admit that the power emanating from that sword was immense and reached as far as he was, and he didn't doubt that someone could notice it outside of that clearing, his usual training ground. It wasn't an immense power like Rika's in her Queen of Curses form that could overwhelm him, and it wasn't as powerful as Kakebiel, but it was strong enough to make him sweat slightly and understand something. Experience. Durandal's power was immense and possibly concealed something much more interesting within itself, but Zenovia lacked the training and experience to fully grasp the weapon's power, which could make anyone see the holy sword as just a tool in the hands of a little girl. And it would be fine to think that. He could think so, despite not having such a powerful weapon within the entire arsenal inherited by his master, who didn't seem too interested in continuing to use said weapons, which was truly strange. For Durandal to be used effectively, Zenovia had to become one with the holy sword, turning the weapon into an extension of herself that moved at will, using its power when the situation required it. And there was only one way to do that. Training. Naruto could tell that the exorcist training was a good start, but it didn't take into account the training of its members. Why wasn't Zenovia trained in strength? Durandal probably weighed around 10 kilos or much more, so she should have enough arm strength to use the weapon at all times, and without the difficulty of the weight, making her lean forward or tilt when she made a horizontal cut, which would make her lose balance. And control was another important point. Mind and body had to act as one to wield a holy sword like Durandal. If an ordinary broadsword were used, only strength would be necessary to wield it. But the sacred power radiated by the weapon, which remained hidden until the moment its wielder could use it, had to be wielded by the spirit, mind, and will of its wielder. It was exactly as Toji had taught him during one of their lessons. The mind governs movements and helps us use power in the movements necessary to wield a weapon. And he had followed that advice even when Maki began training him alongside Nobara in the use of cursed energy. Zenovia, with training that would hone her physical and mental strength to wield the power of her holy sword. And Naruto had no doubt that the girl would be a monster when that power could be wielded by her hands. She even had the potential within her to be one of the greatest swordsmen he would ever meet, even better than him or his master. Although Maki was a different wall from them. He took a deep breath and inhaled through his nose, letting out all the air in just a second. He didn't take his eyes off Durandal, following the girl's movements as she positioned herself to fight. He was tasked with proving that humans had a place in this world. Over the centuries, humans had been looked down upon, treated as lesser by the factions, allowing very few to enter the supernatural world and follow the whims of the biblical factions higher-ups. Some of them were well-known St. George, King Arthur, but their legacy had passed into another life, forgotten, their stories told as mere myths. Although this was not exclusive to Christian mythology. Shall we begin? Impatience leaked from the girl's mouth. Having nowhere to return, having no purpose, had made her desperate, terrified of what might happen once this confrontation was over. Her mind, completely in disarray, had fixed itself on the grimoires. "You're getting impatient." Zenovia stepped forward and swung her sword in a powerful downward slash that split the ground where the boy had been standing. Naruto had jumped in at the last second, watching the brunette's erratic movements. "You should take it easy." Zenovia Quarta. "You're not the one who's homeless." The Roman sword and Durandal met halfway. Naruto felt the force of the blow overwhelming, forcing him to lean his body back as far as possible and let the blade pass over him, thus preventing his own weapon from being shattered by the overwhelming power of the holy sword. "But it's not like you should give your life to them, throwing away your beliefs." He swung his sword and deflected Durandal's blade with a smooth motion. He gritted his teeth and guided his left fist to strike the blue blade of the greatsword, sending Zenovia tumbling back but letting blood seep from her mangled hand. "Are you going to throw away everything you've been taught, Zenovia? You're a beautiful woman, but too naive." Durandal moved, following its wielder's instructions. Glowing golden, it cut the ground in two again, but it caused a tremor that shook the surrounding trees, causing Naruto to stumble. TCH. Her beliefs were challenged. Her life was linked to God from childhood, as just another child in an orphanage run by nuns serving the Holy See. But everything she built collapsed like a house of cards blown away by the wind. "You know," the Roman sword shoved Durandal and forced her to crash to the ground, its tip digging into the disturbed grass. "I'm not a believer in God, but my own beliefs are contrary to what the demons do. And you think I'd throw everything away if I ever lost faith? If you're so willing to serve demons when humans are superior, then your faith was never true." Hazel eyes widened. Naruto studied her words and understood what was going to happen even before the speech. He shifted his body and thrust his sword forward to block Durandal's blade. It swung furiously against him, splitting the Roman sword and slamming him into a leafy tree. The tree shook at the impact, causing him to grunt. He had touched the keys and pressed the buttons. "That's it, huh?" He drew back his arm and pulled at the handle of his new weapon, pulling the roaming cloud from within his personal storage. "Good. I'll have to convince you with my strength." The massive three-sectioned nunchaku moved in the apprentice's hands as if it were a part of his body, an extension of his arms. It spun and deflected Durandal's blade as it tried to stab its wielder, shifting its rear section to force the swordswoman back and allowing the boy's hip twist and full 360-degree rotation to create a small crater as the front section slammed into the ground. "I have no need to fight with a sword." The nunchaku deflected Durandal's blade by striking the center of it, causing Zenovia to lose her footing and deflect the thrust. "I know all of your weaknesses. I've studied and understood you in just a few minutes, Zenovia. I defeated Kakabiel and went toe-to-toe with a white dragon. Do you think you should join the grimoires when you have the potential to surpass me?" He twisted his lips, giving a predatory smile that anyone would have seen as Hexy on a bad boy. "I won't let you waste your life being a mere pawn, a servant for some egotistical weakling." There was no respect in those words. Zenovia saw it that way, felt it that way. The boy was talking about the grimoires as if they were a simple gang, as if they were human thugs and not demons of the underworld related to the 72 pillars, to the wielders of the power of destruction, and to the 4 demon kings, more specifically to Lucifer. Did he not even have respect for someone within the most powerful? The boy was foolish, with a mouth that was too big. "That arrogance will end up killing you." He narrowed his gaze and took Durandal in both hands. He took a deep breath and let his feelings disperse, diluting the thoughts with every ounce of air that left his body. Humans, on their own, only go so far. They have a limit. Then break it, book you. Durandal crashed into the ground, struck by the top section of the roaming cloud. As Zenovia attempted to swing her sword, she felt herself being pushed forward, so she raised her head and found the blue eyes staring back at her, millimeters from her face. Naruto had placed his foot on Durandal, preventing it from moving. "Beliefs are what keep us going, Zenovia. They give us strength, they allow us to keep fighting. They're an important part of us. Dos is dead. Are you going to believe Kakabiel or the people who discarded you like a dog, like a useless tool after giving you everything?" His breath hit the girl's face, making her blink. "You can't trust those who hurt you. God is dead. Then seek him out. Find the truth hidden behind the curtain of lies." They were logical and rational words driven by anger. She knew it, but there was nothing she could do. Where could she look? Who would help her or give her a clue? If Elohim was dead, at least there should be records within the Holy See, some information on his whereabouts. But she couldn't get into the Vatican, could she? Eyes. They both nodded. Rika stood at the edge of the forest, waving her arm in greeting, but with a serious face, her eyes fixed on the two of them. Naruto lifted his foot and Zenovia fell to her knees on the ground, Durandal rooted to the ground. "Have you achieved anything?" He didn't look at her. He moved his eyes to Rika and tried to read her face, to understand what was going on. Because even from there, he could see the fear in his childhood friend's eyes. "I'll break into the Vatican and take the hidden information about God's death. I want to see if he really died, if they're not hiding something else behind all this. I can be satisfied with that." He extended his hand, and Zenobia took it, being lifted up a second later. Raiding one of the most protected places in the world, with the hidden secrets about God and the Christian religion. I think he could pin me on that. The girl stared, her eyes wide, at the sorcerer's apprentice. "Hey, are you coming? Do you expect me to leave you alone? Hahaha. I'm not that horrible, Zenobia. And if it's to strike at the Holy See, I want to shake its foundations a little with my actions. Because my only god is money." Chapter 29. The woman sat on a cushion in Caesar position, facing a moist cup of black tea and a saucer filled with freshly served rice cakes. She wore a clinging black kimono with silver trim and a chain of moons embroidered with gold thread on the back. This chain represented everything from a moonless night to a fully formed full moon, passing through all the phases. It was a beautiful design. The woman's figure was curvy, delicate and slender, giving the clothes a much looser shape than they actually were, as if they were barely covering anything, hanging off a body that seemed not to exist, even though it was there. Her hair, black as night itself, fell straight over the woman's shoulders, opening up, covering her semi-naked breasts, due to the opening of the kimono, and two thick strands framed her sharp and feminine face, thus representing the sweet and fierce side that was a warrior woman. This thought settled in Naruto's mind as he sat across from the woman, crossing his legs and assuming a relaxed pose, but with his back straight and his eyes fixed on her face, searching for any kind of scar or sign of imperfection. But her skin was smooth and soft, unscarred, unblemished, undamaged by the sun, extreme heat, or cold. It could be considered perfection. He'd felt that way before when he'd seen Tsuki or Maki. It was different with Nobara, but the path he was following was the same as when he'd looked at the first two, and even when he'd looked at Zenobia. All four of them were fighters, but the woman before him now was different from what he'd been looking at before, from what the girls made him feel. It was as if he were watching a predator sitting there, sipping the tea Rika had poured him from the glass. And made him sweat. Naruto Uzumaki, the voice sounded sweet, melodious, but it made a spark run down the boy's spine, making him straighten as if he had been scolded by his mother. "Toji Dono has chosen his successor well, I see. And he has given you the training of a wizard as a whole, with some additions completed by Tsuki-chan and the rest, correct?" "That's how it is." Toji had trained him to exhaustion in weapon handling. Maki trained him in using his body as a weapon. Nobara taught him the principles of cursed energy, how to materialize it. And Tsuki trained him to understand what cursed energy was and what he could do with it as a whole. "Ah, I see. The girls have really done a great job, even when the Sorcerer's Society called for your execution alongside Toji Dono's." The glass was placed delicately and soundlessly on the small table between the two of them. "Gakuganji and some of the other elders believe your existence is a stain, the cause of the sorcerer war that destroyed society 20 years ago, wiping out nearly all the sorcerers. I see you more as what you are as a whole." "As a whole? What are we to you?" "Mere tools to be used as I please, which includes that sorcerer society that denigrates those sealed by a heavenly curse. Although well, it's not something we need to discuss now. I came on other matters on behalf of my sister, who couldn't make it today, and who has taken a liking to you." More questions appeared in the apprentice's mind, and he didn't take his eyes off the woman. She seemed to be perfectly familiar with the Sorcerer Society and its treatment of those without cursed energy or with any restrictions, and she even seemed to know her master better than many others, as if she had known him for several years or more. "Forgive my rudeness," he swallowed and ignored the glass Rika placed in front of him, containing the same drink his guest was drinking. "But who are you? Are you a sorceress or one of the elders? Because you don't look like an old woman." The woman's lips curved into a smile. She'd been called many things, but an old woman? Never, even though she'd been there since the birth of the world. "Tsukiyomi, the god of the moon." Silver orbs watched the confusion and realization flash across Naruto's face. They watched as his blue eyes seemed to spark slightly, his pupils widening as comprehension finally dawned on him. And even the goddess's lips curled when the boy pointed at her with a trembling finger. "Why you're woman? Or god? Even when you speak of me, the moon has always been feminine. However, does an object have a gender? I am a god. I don't have something like a gender that you can define or the human mind can understand. Just like the moon, I can change my image according to my interest. Knowing of your appreciation for women, I decided to take on this aspect. But Amaterasu is a woman. And according to the legends, you should be a man. Didn't the Christian god turn into a dove to Father Jesus? Even Zeus did it by being a bull and transforming a woman into a cow." Another gulp silenced the goddess's voice. "My domain is the moon, boy. And I am a god if you want to give me some kind of race. And as a god, I can be whatever my needs suggest. Although, is it appropriate to believe humans? You yourself have seen what they have done to that girl, the Christian. I do not doubt that, over the centuries, stories and myths have changed and transformed what we are into what mortals yearn for. Air filled the boy's lungs as he finally calmed down. He had a god lecturing him on being a god. And he couldn't see how surreal the situation was. Despite being in the supernatural world and having faced Kakabiel and the dragon wielder, what were the chances of a god showing up at his house? He always believed he'd end up killing a god, not talking to him calmly. I understand. Tsukiyomi looked at the boy's face for several seconds and then laughed softly, amused at the image the boy was sending back to her. I was just messing with you. He left the completely empty glass on the table, being refilled by Rika seconds later. It would have been worse if my sister had come. She would have done worse things. She may be a representation of light, but even I see her humor too, like a certain ninja boy from a fictional story. Anyway, he took a deep breath and showed a much calmer and kinder face. I came at my sister's request for an important matter. But the information that a god was in his house already assimilated. Naruto looked again at the woman sitting in front of him, with those silver orbs staring at him without blinking. They were beautiful. What could some gods possibly want from me? They are representative at the meeting that will be held at the City Academy, together with the 3 factions of the biblical faction. Azazel El Grigori was always an angel who was too inclined to be peaceful, and this was his last attempt to obtain the tranquility he craved to continue his growth in sacred artifacts. And although it was a kind thing to do, Tsukiyomi saw it as a waste of time. Christians were self-centered and narrow-minded, believing other religions to be pagan and hunting them like dogs. A meeting. The leaders of the biblical faction have organized a meeting to discuss peace agreements. And we, the Shinto, will be the arbiters of said meeting, since they are using our soil to organize it. As such, we must avoid a war on our soil. Japan was the territory of Shinto throughout its entirety, but the city of Kuo was ceded to Sona Sitri when Seraphil requested a place for her younger sister, resulting in the appearance of Ria's Gremory shortly after, something that annoyed some gods, but not Tsukiyomi. She believed that keeping the sisters of Tumayu would keep them calm. They were, potentially, her hostages and would remain so until they left the city. That, at least, was previously. The Kabiel had messed up everything and angered the Shinto gods, something the biblical gods failed to notice or address, believing only they were affected. It was possible that the meeting was between the leaders of the biblical faction, but both she and Amaterasu had imposed their representative, and he would have to be present. Why me? Maki, Nobara, or Tsuki are much better prepared and stronger. You won't go alone. 2 sorcerers from the Sorcerer Society will accompany you. The eyes shifted and fixed on the shoji door. And you can take that girl. The door opened with an invisible force, and Zenobia fell forward, hitting the ground with a dull thud that made Rika and Naruto blink. Zenobia. Wielder of Durandal, the sacred sword. Now that you have been welcomed by the champion of the sun, I believe it is time for you to follow the path destiny has chosen for you. But, Tsukiyomi-sama, Naruto drew the goddess's attention. Champion of the sun. That's like a champion, and I'm not a champion. I can't even beat a special grade by myself. Doji Dono is my champion. And you are my sister's champion. Tsukiyomi gently helped Zenobia up. And she has a path to follow, and you to guide her. The goddess's silver eyes looked at the 3 teens. The king and queen are going to have their revenge, but the dead walk. Well, it's time for me to return to the palace. Tsukiyomi was enveloped in a silver light and in a flash disappeared from that room, leaving behind an empty plate and a glass with a tenth of tea still undrank, as well as an impression on the young people left behind. Zenobia's mind was in chaos. A strange feeling had run through her when Tsukiyomi had touched her, even if it was only to help her up, and now those words were a constant hammer in her head, pounding the gong that was her brain until they were completely burned into it. And Naruto and Rika's situation was no better. I should have known something would happen, the boy cursed, slamming his fist against the table. Every time I look away, the demons just stir up trouble. Should we wait for the girls? Rika asked, looking at the scene the goddess had left. No. We don't know exactly how much time is left until the meeting, and we can't disturb the others. Sapphire eyes looked at Zenobia and then at Rika. It's up to us to solve this. Chapter 30. A meeting of biblical factions involved the presence of the main leaders of each group, always accompanied by a retinue of powerful guards to defend them and do battle, should any of the others present a threat, something that was to be reduced if angels were present, those who would never stain their hands with the blood of their enemies first. Representing heaven was Lord Michael, current ruler of heaven, and who had taken God's place when the father of all angels disappeared after the Holy War, being declared dead by many of his children within the high command of heaven, which had led to the fall of many of them by losing their faith. Michael was a man with light, feminine, delicate features, with enormous green eyes that stood out when accompanied by his beautiful golden hair that fell like a golden waterfall over his shoulders and upper back, giving him an aura of security and magnificence, like a true leader of heaven. He was accompanied by his ace, a former exorcist and newly reincarnated from an angel by the Brave Saint system that was implemented in heaven some time after Hell installed the Evil P system, being a system very similar to the one within the underworld. As a representative of the Grigori and the entire Fallen faction, there was Azazel, Michael's brother and current leader of the Grigori since the Holy War that pitted the three biblical factions against each other, leaving him as the most powerful of his own faction, as he was the only one with 6 pairs of wings and was considered equally or similarly powerful to Michael. Azazel was a man with messy hair, streaked with dark almost dirty blonde, while the other half remained dark. With eyes just as dark as his brothers, the governor of the Grigori was a contrast to Michael, having a much more careless appearance, with a lascivious gaze that did not reflect the kind eyes of the leader of heaven. Unlike Michael, Azazel had been accompanied by his adopted son as his only bodyguard, and the boy remained glued to the wall, with his arms crossed over his chest and occasionally looking towards Grimmery's entourage, towards one of its members who also seemed to be looking at him. Finally, the underworld was represented by 2 of the 4 Mau who led it, in this case by Lucifer and Leviathan, being Serziches and Seraphil respectively, with the first being the most powerful of the 2. Both Mau were accompanied by the retinues of their respective sisters, Seraphil being a much more extroverted representation of her younger sister, with eyes brimming with energy and a more voluptuous feminine body. The leaders sat around a circular table, looking at each other, occasionally glancing at the empty chair they'd had to set aside at the last minute after a last-minute announcement, an announcement that left them feeling unsettled and unsure of what was being asked. Breaking the silence in the room, the doors swung open forcefully, as if a gale had blown past them, and a group of 5 entered without a word, led by a tall, slender woman with light hair and large eyes that seemed to burst with life. The woman was flanked by 2 boys. One of them was Naruto Uzumaki, who had changed into a sorcerer's attire. He wore a dark jacket over a black short-sleeved shirt with black pants and dark shoes. A pin gleamed a dark gold on the left side, holding the uniform jacket closed. The other boy had pale, almost sickly skin, with a piercing gaze adorned by dark circles under his eyes. A dark tattoo of a horizontal line was across the bridge of his nose, crossing his face from right to left. But unlike Naruto, the boy wore a long-sleeved beige shirt with a purple sweater, baggy light-colored pants, and a dark scarf that covered his neck at all times. His brown hair was divided into 2 buns with small strands adorning his forehead. "Ah, our guests." Azazel was the first to look at them, showing a pleasant smile that was returned indifferently by Zenobia and Rika, while Naruto and the other boy stood a step behind the woman without showing anything, while she gave a mocking smile to the governor of the Grigori. "How was your trip?" "I suppose, from Kyoto, it was a bit long and overwhelming for an urgent meeting. Although we could have had it there." A smile formed on the woman's lips. She stopped in front of Azazel, a few steps from the governor, her hand extended, but she didn't take it. Instead, she looked at Michael's figure sitting across the table from her. "Are all angels that self-centered?" Her teeth flashed as her lips moved, widening into a smile. "God is dead, and they use it to get rid of those who aren't useful to the cause. I suppose egos are enormous in people who think they're all they need, especially if they're human." The woman moved her chair and took the seat across from Michael, leaving Azazel on his right and Serziches and Seraphil on his left. She then moved her legs and placed them on the table, crossed, pushing the chair back slightly, and covered her face with what appeared to be thick biker glasses. "Is she going to sleep?" Naruto blinked a few times, a drop of sweat trickling down his temple. As if no one in that room could kill her, the woman had the nerve to reprimand heaven for its actions against Asia Argento and Zenobia Quarta, then simply closed her eyes, shamelessly showing no real interest in what they might discuss. "That's who she is," the other sorcerer's voice caught Naruto's eye. "Surprisingly, she's come without any fuss. But that doesn't mean she'll take into account what's said in this place, kid. She's merely the presence of the Shinto gods in their home, emphasizing home to the biblical faction." The biblical faction meeting was supposed to be a private affair, without the presence of outsiders. But there had been too many problems in recent months for the Japanese gods to pass up this opportunity to remind their guests that they were on Shinto soil, which might have been too direct a statement of intent for Azazel's interests. The current governor of the Grigori wanted to use that meeting as a beginning, a start for a peace between pantheons that would extend into the coming centuries and not just remain within the biblical faction. But the Shintoists weren't too interested in following the rules, in reaching out for peace. And it was understandable. Exorcists, fallen, and demons had used the streets of Kuo as a private playground for their internal strife, which had upset certain people that no one expected. After seeing the woman's lack of interest in the meeting, the governor's eyes shifted to her companions. He didn't know the sickly-looking man, but the teenager at his side was familiar to him. How could he forget the boy who killed his brother and nearly cut his adopted son in half? Naruto's name had been echoing in the Grigori from that moment on, and Azazel was interested in the boy who nearly killed his adopted son. "So you're that boy? Naruto Uzumaki." Everyone's eyes focused on Naruto. They hadn't recognized him until Azazel mentioned his name. His clothes were completely different from usual, his vibe completely contrary to what he'd had up until then. Even his neatly trimmed hair gave him a different look, as if he'd matured or grown in just a couple of weeks. And the most remarkable thing was his body. Surprisingly, the apprentice's body had undergone a gratifying transformation after so much training under Maki, who had completely polished every physical aspect he still felt was weak. Thanks to this, his body had been built for physical perfection. He didn't have monstrous muscles or an ogre-like appearance. Every muscle was in place, defined, well-defined, and hard enough to pass for an indestructible body if someone looked closely, although all of that was hidden under his clothes. "I suppose you know me, sir." Azazel, governor of Grigori and Vali's father, he pointed behind him, at the boy pressed against the wall. Vali's eyes had shifted from the person of interest in Gremori's entourage to the sorcerer's apprentice. "I believe you met during the incident with Kakabiel." "Yes," the smile hardened. Naruto stared at Vali and didn't even blink. "We've met, but I wouldn't say in a brotherhood kind of way." The two teenagers stared at each other intensely. The young sorcerer's apprentice's last words remained in the descendant of Lucifer's mind as a constant memory, like something burned into him. And that was Naruto's intention. For the threat to be a reminder of what would happen if they met again on the battlefield, face to face. "It's good to see you," Vali's voice came out raspy and slightly higher than usual, which gave Azazel an idea of what the boy was thinking. "Do you want to finish what we started?" Naruto stared at Vali unblinkingly for the next few seconds after that question. Seconds later, he twisted his lips and displayed a mocking, amused, and predatory smile that was directed solely at the hybrid. "If that's what you want, I can make a bag with white scales." There was enmity between the two, and it could have ended up exploding. Naruto, the boy's companion, held the blonde in place, pushing him back with his hand, trying to maintain distance between the two. "This isn't what we came for. We're the impartial point." "Impartial, Choso?" Toso looked at the apprentice with an emotionless look, which made Naruto only snort at that gesture of disapproval for his partner. Of the 5 sent by Shinto, Choso was going to have to take charge of being the responsible figure. "If the children are finished playing," Lucifer's commanding voice echoed in the room. The demon's eyes fell on Azazel. "We have something to attend to, don't we, Azazel?" "Huh? Ah, yes. Sorry for the poor show between Vali and this Shinto sorcerer, who I believe you know Surziches." The fallen man's smile turned slightly mocking before he sat down in his seat. "But that is not why I have decided to request this meeting. My intention is to achieve peace between all of us, which extends to other factions." He briefly glanced at the woman sitting to his left, not getting a word from the sorceress. "I am entirely to blame for the Kakabiel incident and for what happened to the poor nun who now serves the Gremori. However, I did not pull the strings, and I highly doubt Kakabiel would have done it on his own. No one would start a war without the proper backing. And that backing has a name. The Cows Brigade." Information about the Cows Brigade was beginning to emerge within the country's established intelligence networks. Recently, a significant amount of this information reached Azazel, and he decided to use the group as a common ground for peace and move forward from there toward better communication. "Are you saying they backed Kakabiel, brother?" The Archangel's green eyes glanced briefly at his brother. "That's what I'm saying, Michael. According to my information, Kakabiel was in talks with the leaders of the terrorist group. And it was they who pushed for the search for the Excalibur fragments so they could reforge the sword and lead the Second Holy War. The Cows Brigade is made up of fallen and demons. And I don't doubt they have figures from other pantheons. It said they've seen some warlocks working for them and some renegade sorcerers." Toso remained impassive, but Naruto blinked slightly. Taiji had told him about the split in the new Sorcerer Society, established after the Shibuya incident and the Sorcerers' War that ravaged Japan, leaving it in one of its worst times in history. And it didn't surprise him that many had switched sides after finding a place to belong. He might even do it. "Ah. I see that the Fallen's view of us sorcerers is too pretentious. You should always be the linchpin, the center of the world, shouldn't you? When it was you who started the Holy War, the fight for the Grail, and the chaos before we were even noticed." The wooden table shattered into hundreds of shards, forcing the people sitting there to move. A towering figure emerged from the rubble, covered in a cloud of dust that obscured its appearance. "But again, it's not like we can't change the world a second or third time, something Kakabiel hasn't achieved and you guys aren't going to stop us from doing." Hey, I can't move." Toso grabbed the back of the Uzumaki's jacket and pulled him forward as a burst of flame engulfed the spot where he had been standing. Seconds later, the wall collapsed and the eyes of the biblical leaders beheld the battle between angels and demons. "Surziches, what is this?" They're not my guard. Both Serafal and I only came with our sisters and their retinues. Ha. I guess we're going to meet the cause of all this, right, human? Sitting on what appeared to be a pitch-black cloud, a man watched the chaos with a mocking smile. He was dressed in what appeared to be a monk's robe. A light-colored rakusu with checkered patterns was draped over a black yukata, and his feet were covered in platform tabizori, resembling wooden sandals. Should I give you a treat, you stray bird? Or should you just watch your life? Azazel reacted to Vali's movement and blocked his adopted son's arm as he was pushed back a few inches. Wait. I only seek to fight the strongest. The clap stopped the interaction. Good. I want to see you a little desperate. So, show me your desperation for life. Chapter 31. Everyone's attention was drawn to the strange man sitting on the dark cloud, his forehead scarring the scene. It seemed to have been sealed with stitches or engravings to prevent his head from being removed, revealing his brain or skull. But none of the leaders were fooled by the presence of this human. They could sense his hidden strength and, more importantly, that of their comrades outside the room of the faction meeting. Toso and the blonde woman's eyes had widened at the sight of the sorcerer sitting on the black cloud, recognizing him and verifying his presence by recognizing the scar that ran across his forehead. That man was one of the most dangerous to the Sorcerer Society and was a true special class rogue sorcerer who brought the country to a critical point 20 years ago after the Shibuya incident and the sacrifice game, which had caused a huge change in the world, one that still remained 20 years later. And that man was the catalyst for all that change and everything that had happened. Toso unleashed a certain murderous instinct, which he directed toward the man, who at that moment was staring at the figure of Michael and the other biblical figures. Sensing the murderous intent, he turned his dark eyes toward the sender and flashed his enormous smile when he recognized both sorcerers, feeling as though no time had passed, even though some 20 years had already passed. Not missing the interaction between the three, Naruto began to unbutton his uniform jacket, taking the edge of it and throwing it towards Rika, who caught it blinking at the gesture, moving her eyes to her old friend. But that was all it took. A look. Naruto was ready to fight without using his power, and Rika Orimoto accepted that as a test to prove her own abilities, which she welcomed and something that Nobara, Maki and Tsuki would have accepted and even forced Naruto to do. The apprentice's blue eyes rested on the figure among the rubble of the meeting table, neither blinking nor turning away. He could feel the power of the cursed energy boiling from that body, but with a certain tone of nature. The boy clenched his fists and dropped into a standard combat stance, waiting for any reaction from that enormous figure. The humanoid figure standing among the pieces of wood turned its attention to Naruto, boring into the high school student with its eyes if they could even be eyes. Two thick branches sprouted from the figure's eye sockets, giving the appearance of two horns growing from its head. It had a muscular body with extremely white skin, strange blue patterns, and where its left limb should have been, there was a sheet covering it, tied across its right side, as if it had some kind of injury on its arm and wanted to protect it. But despite this, Naruto wasn't fooled for a moment. That curse was strong, perhaps stronger than the octopus man from a few weeks ago, but Naruto quickly deduced that it must be because of the natural energy that entered the curse. If he added up the points, he got that this guy was probably of a special grade. The air left the student's mouth, and his eyes widened at the movement, his ears perking at the crunch. He jumped to the right and evaded a massive branch that tried to impale him from below. He skidded and looked down at the curse, which was now grinning at him, as if it had caught him right there. He grows branches from wherever he wants. And his density of cursed energy makes him strong. He shook his head. He reached back and grabbed the roaming cloud from the storing curse, yanking it free from the human worm curse. With a metallic clang, the boy readied himself with the 3 sections of the enormous red nunchaku ready for battle. The roaming cloud responded to the wielder's strength. The stronger the wielder was physically, the more the cursed weapon responded, giving him greater and multiplied strength, something that had given Tauji countless victories and added to his list of slain enemies. It was time for Naruto to start adding to that list, just as his master had done in his youth and not so youth. Looks like the brat wants to play, the man's voice above the dark cloud echoed through the room. Hanami, could you take the kid out of my sight? Take as long as you want. I think each of us is going to have a little fun. Don't you think, Kateria? Kateria Leviathan was a woman with light brown hair, with reddish framed glasses covering her blue eyes. She was a descendant of the original line of Leviathan, one of the 4 kings of the underworld before the underworld civil war. Oh. If I can take Serafal for myself, there's no problem at all. Naruto swung his arms and covered his face. Hanami's fist connected squarely with the blonde teen's defense and pushed him back into the wall with overwhelming force, sending the student flying through the wall behind him, leaving a gaping hole through which the curse surged out behind him. The blonde spun in the air and used the bottom section of the nunchaku to stop himself, leaving a small groove due to the force with which he drove it into the ground, knowing that the barrier behind him would turn him into mincemeat if he touched it. The enemies had seen fit to build a barrier over Kuo Academy, intending to prevent anyone from escaping, preventing anyone from signaling and obtaining reinforcements. It was similar to the one Sona and her entourage had built over the academy when they fought Kakabiel, but it was also very different. This one had a thicker layer, and it was clear it wouldn't allow anyone to enter or exit. The buzzing sound, similar to electricity, gave the teenager an indication of what could happen if he touched it. Naruto took a deep breath and unstuck the nunchucks just in time. He positioned the middle section of the roaming cloud as a shield, so Hanami's fist hit the tool and pushed the boy a few inches closer to the barrier. He could almost feel her on his back. Bucket. She gritted her teeth and wrapped the nunchucks around Hanami's arm. She stomped down, sending all her force into Hanami's waist and lower body. With an animal-like growl, she pulled the curse in an attempt to spin 180 degrees and slammed Hanami into the barrier, earning a hiss from the curse but nothing more. Taking the boy's dismay, Hanami yanked the teen up and slammed him against the barrier, earning a yell of pain from Naruto as his skin slowly began to burn upon contact, causing him to release the roaming cloud and jump away, leaving about 20 meters between himself and the barrier. "You can't get out, kid." Hanami threw the curse tool to the ground and stepped on it as she started walking toward the teen. This barrier has been modified so that no one can leave unless they're killed. But again, it only affects you sorcerers and enemies of the Cow's Brigade. The arm moved with dazzling speed and Naruto reacted by raising his own, stopping Hanami's fist with his forearm, which left him trembling slightly from such a massive impact. A second later, the Uzumaki was pushed with a kick from the curse, causing him to skid a few meters, feeling his hand tremble. "The difference between us is comparable to that of a glass of water and a river. I'm the river and you're the glass, brat." Hanami stomped on the ground. It cracked under the force, and vines began to appear from the crack, shooting straight at the teen, intent on trapping and restraining him, though also intended to kill him. Naruto saw this and brought his hands together in a palm gesture, causing Hanami to look at him with interest. A moment later, Hanami doubled over as a fist wrapped in cursed energy connected squarely in his stomach, splitting a few of his ribs and lifting him a few meters off the ground. "You snot." Divergent fist. The second punch followed the first, a third followed the second, and a fourth followed the third and so on. Naruto went from punch to punch, taking advantage of Hanami's opening, never ceasing his intent or his barrage of blows. His eyes, fixed on the area he was striking, didn't see the branch that grabbed his ankle until he was thrown to the ground, his back hitting it with a dull thud that made him gasp for air, the taste of blood filling his mouth. "That mediocre power won't be able to stop me." The curse had crouched down, placing its left hand on the ground. Plant manipulation technique. Roots. The ground heaved for the second time, the cracks and fissures widening. A sea of roots erupted from beneath the earth and shot toward its target, overwhelming it like a tsunami and drowning it in sharp roots that sliced through its body and tore it apart, or at least that was Hanami's intention, as she pushed the cursed energy to increase the size and force of her attack. "This is shit." Beneath the pile of spiky wood, a bloodied Naruto spat out phlegm. The roots had caught him off guard, but not many had harmed him. Surprisingly, his body had snapped off many of the tips, almost as if he were made of iron, and that made the wounds much lighter, but scattered all over his body, they gave the impression of greater damage. The Roman sword swung and split the roots, causing a shower of wood to cover Hanami's vision for a few seconds. Seconds in which the sorcerer's apprentice moved from his original position and positioned himself behind the curse, unleashing a sword blow that would have cut anyone in two, but not Hanami. The special grade curse moved. The cloth covering his left arm tore. A limb resembling a tree trunk, shaped like an arm, appeared and blocked the sword blow, causing sparks to fly when the metal touched the wood, surprising the student, who dodged a branch that forced him to fall to his feet. So that's what he was hiding. An arm tree with a rose on his left shoulder. Why a rose? Naruto scanned his enemy's new limb, looking for any weaknesses or strengths, anything that would give him an idea of what that arm could do. But he was forced to shield himself with his sword when the curse's left fist struck him, sending him flying. He spun through the air and landed on his feet. "He's stronger than I thought. Even with my growing strength, this guy is comparable to Toji-sensei. But there's one difference. One that doesn't have this curse. Both Master and I don't use curse techniques. Our strength is pure. If I enhance it with cursed energy like when I use Divergent Fist, then I'll be able to break through this guy's defense." After a thorough analysis of both his own abilities and those of his opponent, the blonde's mind began to work, transferring information from one neuron to another, slowly weaving a plan to overcome the special grade curse before him. He was able to defeat Kakabiel because he had Rika's support. Suki was the one who saved him from the special grade curse when they fought in Kuo with Megumi. He had to win that fight. Making the decision. Naruto unclasped the sword and placed it on his shoulder as he stood up to his full height, his blonde hair blowing in the wind, always messy. Without his jacket on his body, a white short-sleeved shirt covered his torso, his muscles visible beneath the fabric, blood oozing from the cuts. I have the roaming cloud on the other side of the battlefield, behind the grass type. He cracked his neck and looked at Hanami with his sapphire blue eyes. And I don't have a curse tool that amplifies my strength as I'd like, with which to damage your body. After the rain of blows on the cursed stomach, none had left a considerable wound, much less caused visible damage. Guess I'll have to hit harder, huh? If I want to break you, tree type, I have to nip the problem in the bud with a direct hit. Hanami would have blinked if she had eyes, but she didn't. Still, she twisted her lips, baring her teeth in a mocking smile, finding the teenager's statement amusing. Was he really going to attack him and kill him with one blow? If Satoru Gojo had lived, he would be the only one who could defeat him. There were no sorcerers left with the power to confront such advanced curses, much less a brat. If that's what you think, the roots began to move beneath the earth, making it tremble, then I invite you to try. Try killing me, human. Naruto and Hanami exchanged glances. Sparks flew between the sorcerer and the curse. The battle was to continue. Chapter 32. To exercise a curse, the sorcerer had to use the cursed energy in his blows or on his curse tool. A simple well-placed move ended the life of any standard curse a sorcerer faced. The real problem? Special grade curses wouldn't die with a well-placed blow, they didn't even seem to feel the blows that affected the curses a sorcerer was used to. That had been evident when Naruto hit Hanami with a barrage of blows imbued with cursed energy, finding that it didn't even slightly harm the curse. However, he ended up slightly injured when the same curse made use of its curse technique, which seemed to allow it control over flora or vegetation. The teenager hadn't yet discerned the limits of Hanami's control over plants, but it was enough to be a threat if he himself desired it. Thus, the sorcerer and the curse now faced each other, their distance between them neutral. In the distance, the sounds of battle continued, indicating that the Cow's brigade and the blonde's companions were engaged in their own battles, leaving him alone against the curse of branches for eyes. Although, to be fair, he himself had wanted to take on the special grade curse himself, to see if it was capable of fighting its own battles. In his right hand, the Roman sword awaited its owner's commands, thirsting for the blood of the curse before them. It would have been far more useful to use the roaming cloud, but the massive 3-section nunchaku was positioned behind the curse, making it difficult to take it in one fell swoop. If he tried to focus on retrieving the curse tool, he would likely receive a fatal wound from one of his enemy's branches or from the enemy's fist tree. It was strange to see a branch turned into a limb, but the boy had seen stranger things. Without the ability to use a curse technique and having separated from Rika, Naruto stood alone in front of Hanami, looking at the face of the curse with a certainly mocking smile. Whenever you want, we can start this waltz. The student waved his sword in a dismissive gesture at the curse, who responded by tilting his head slightly to the right, over his right shoulder, as if looking at the sorcerer in confusion, trying to understand what he was talking about. While Hanami had noticed the mockery in the apprentice sorcerer's tone, she didn't understand the part he had mentioned about a waltz. What was a waltz? I don't understand your words, human. He flexed the fingers of both hands, producing slight creaking sounds in the branches when he did so with his hand tree. What is waltz? Naruto blinked at the question about the curse and laughed in amusement, realizing the curses were just that. Curses generated by the negative energy of humans. Of course they wouldn't know what a waltz was. He shook his head and placed the sword against his shoulder. The waltz is an elegant ballroom dance, the evolution of an ancient dance from the 12th century. It's the kind of dance that wins over the wealthy, just as it did the nobility in 1760, he pointed at Hanami with the tip of his weapon. And it's that kind of dance I most desire to perform with this battle. Let's dance. Hanami reacted, sensing the young blonde's negativity, moving his body accordingly and blocking his enemy's slash with his left arm. He had used his shoulder to prevent the Roman sword from lowering completely, positioning it in such a way that it hit the hilt of the sword and forced Naruto to jump back slightly, launching a roundhouse kick against Hanami's face. A kick that the curse deflected using his right arm. But when the student's feet touched the ground, he launched himself, crouching, towards Hanami's unprotected torso with his sword at the ready, taking it in both hands and launching a stab at his enemy. An explosion of branches and brambles forced Naruto to skid backward, slightly covering his face and feeling some small twigs stick into his body, especially his left hand, which he used to protect his face from his rival's summons. Hanami had forced the plants to protect him, creating a small wall that, due to the sudden appearance, caused the sorcerer to retreat with minor injuries when pieces of wood pierced his left hand and forearm, leaving some trails of blood that painted his skin. Plant manipulation technique, or also known as the nature manipulation technique, was Hanami's curse technique. It allowed her to control plants entirely, using them as her defense or as her offense when required, making life miserable for her enemies. But Hanami didn't only rely on plants to fight, as she had demonstrated when she took direct attacks from Kuo's student. She was also physically strong, with strength comparable to 20 people, maybe a little more. And all of this without pushing the cursed energy into her body to enhance herself physically. If she did, her strength multiplier would skyrocket and she could finish her enemy in one blow. Nevertheless, Hanami found that fight fun. It wasn't like fighting Satoru Gojo or those two strange students. This was exciting because she was going to win. No sorcerer without a curse technique had ever won against a special grade curse, much less one as enhanced as he had been. Hanami breathed through her mouth, letting steam escape between her lips. The king of curses had been abundantly clear since Dagon's death. He wanted all the information on the sorcerers who killed him, and the boy before her was one of them. Because of this, Hanami had vowed to manipulate the boy until she had everything she could from him, and now that she knew his capabilities, she could easily defeat him. He wasn't the danger. So who defeated Dagon? Snorting, she raised her arm and deflected the sword's slash. She swung her left arm and struck the blonde's chest, sending him flying. You're not going to win with that strength, human. He leaped into the sky, where the Uzumaki was still suspended. I don't even know how you survived Dagon. The hammer blow. Hanami brought her hands together and slammed Naruto down, sending him crashing into the ground, creating an explosion of earth and dust, with rock fragments flying across the sky and creating a curtain. It was because of things like this that students without curse techniques were removed from the battlefield. Curse tools were fine, given the proper experience and training. But did they make a difference against a special grade curse? An enhanced one? No. Curse tools were merely the weapons of those who couldn't defend themselves, those cowardly enough to charge into battle with only their fists. The boy could manipulate cursed energy, but there was nothing else about him to make them look twice. He reacted even while in midair. Hanami reared back and dodged a slash of air that would have cut him in two had it hit him. That movement forced him to look at the attacker, who was pointing his sword at him with a determined mocking smile, as if he hadn't just been defeated. Brat. Hanami fell. When his feet touched the ground, he shot toward the Uzumaki at a speed surprising for his size. The boy threw the Roman sword into the sky and met Hanami's first punch with his own, generating a wave of wind that surprised the curse. Seconds later, the two were locked in an exchange of blows that made Hanami grit her teeth. How could a human have such strength? Could someone be marked by a celestial restriction like that Zenin? Because he didn't feel the boy moving his cursed energy. Left and right fists collided for the umpteenth time, and they separated. Naruto raised his hand and caught the sword, feeling the weight of it force his arm to move. Hanami just stared at the boy, trying to comprehend what he was really doing at that moment. I'm not a brat, you know, he put the sword inside the storing curse. I'm almost 18. I'm a full-fledged adult. You act like a brat, crying all the time. And you're telling me that. Your voice is a woman's, and it's weird coming from a monster who might want to eat me. Hanami snorted. I'm not going to answer a teenager's stupid questions. Plant manipulation. Cursed seed. Hanami relaxed her body and clapped her hands vigorously, causing Naruto to blink. Seeds shot out at the boy at tremendous speed, making him unable to dodge them, so he met them directly and they bounced off his body as if he were made of steel or diamond. What was that supposed to do? So, you don't use cursed energy? According to No-chan, I barely have any of that stuff, that's why I use my cursed tools. Well, the ones master gave me. Naruto cracked his neck. It's surprising that I can use something like the Divergent Fist, but that uses up all my cursed energy. And I'm just learning how to handle it for a barrage of blows like the one I gave you. I hope I didn't disappoint you. Hanami slumped her shoulders. If she'd been in any other situation, she would have laughed. A sorcerer with barely any cursed energy. And he was trying to defeat a special grade wizard. She snorted with unfeigned amusement and balled both hands into fists. She was going to try to have fun with the brat, but she wasn't promising not to break him. That was going to be after just beating him up. But I hope you don't underestimate me. If he'd had eyes, Hanami would have opened them wide. Naruto had vanished and was now glued to his back, facing the other direction. It had only been a split second, a human blink, or the blink of someone with eyes that could blink. The boy had gotten behind him and he couldn't even perceive when or how he did it. He didn't even feel the cursed energy bubble up in him or change. He raised his arms and twisted his body in time. He received the roundhouse kick and was thrown forward, crashing into the barrier with a loud prof. If that barrier could have been broken by impact, Hanami was sure it would have been with the impact of his body after that blow. It was one with truly monstrous force, as if a ton of iron had hit him. What? You didn't expect that? A new sword was in the teenager's hand. This one had a black blade and was known as the Chinese sword due to its resemblance to a Chinese saber. That's what happens when people underestimate me, you know. I didn't train to be a simple punching bag. Especially when I'm needed elsewhere. Although Rika will protect the others if necessary, I don't want her to reveal herself. Not yet. Hanami began to stand up, feeling his body regenerate slightly. His ribs had returned to their proper place, and his injured abdomen no longer bothered him. So, plant guy, third and final round. This one's mine by right. Brat, plant stirred beneath the ground. Hanami let anger and resentment fill her voice, making it thick. I'm going to kill you in the name of my king. Chapter 33. Pieces of branches were scattered throughout what had been the courtyard of Kuo Academy. The ground was cracked, with thick roots showing slightly beneath the fragments of soil, as if they had tried to escape their confinement and had sought a little light and air to continue growing. But these roots had not grown with light and oxygen, nor had they moved from beneath the earth of their own volition. Instead, they were the result of the confrontation between Hanami and Toji Fushiguro's student, who was now in front of the curse, several meters below and with his eyes looking at Hanami, who was perched on top of a thick root, observing the sorcerer with some curiosity, trying to discern if his threats had been real or just a poor attempt to intimidate him. Hanami acknowledged that the student was physically powerful, with mobility too unbecoming of a sorcerer to be ignored. But he didn't have the power to exercise a special grade curse like him or to make a difference in a fight that went on for too long. She had surprised him with her incredible speed and powerful blows that nearly shattered him into 1,000 fragments, but it was nothing he couldn't fix with his own power. There was no longer Satoru Gojo to stop them or their king. The teenager's thoughts were the opposite of the curse's. He had used his only technique, Divergent Fist, and didn't have anything in his repertoire powerful enough to take out Hanami in a single blow. But that wasn't his intention when he fought hand to hand with the curse, and to demonstrate, he raised his leg, pulling something out from the rubble. The boy's hand closed around the middle section of the 3-section nunchaku that I dubbed the Wandering Cloud and twisted it slightly until it was around his neck, the side sections dangling from it and caressing his half-naked torso, covered only by his tattered shirt. If Hanami had had eyes, they would have narrowed. The roaming cloud was a curse tool that struck its opponent with abysmal power, following its own power outside the user, amplifying it beyond imagination. And Naruto had a strength unlike many of the sorcerers Hanami had fought, being far superior. If the two, the roaming cloud and Naruto, fought together, the curse had no doubt that the boy would be a real problem for anyone who decided to fight against him, and that was not something it would allow itself to do. Hanami swung his arm branch toward Naruto, intending to overwhelm the teen with the power of his curse technique. But the boy didn't flinch when he saw the roots moving against him, trying to stop him and crush him like an ant. He flexed his leg slightly and gripped the 3-section nunchaku tightly, swinging it horizontally in a perfect 360-degree spin that generated a shower of wooden fragments that were like an enormous cloak that covered all vision. Taking advantage of this cover, Naruto ran under the roots and jumped between them to destroy Hanami's seat, attacking him from below, forcing the curse to jump out. This had only been a movement of a few seconds, so it hadn't been completely planned. Once in place, Naruto leaped directly towards Hanami, who was still in the sky, and delivered a powerful blow with his curse tool, watching as the curse tried to defend itself from the blow by creating a sort of wooden cocoon that ended up shattering and sending Hanami flying to the ground. Hanami moved her arms in a simple, smooth motion, as if trying to gently nudge something, as if trying to encourage the defenders to advance. This caused the roots to move on command and shoot out like spears toward the teenager in the air, intending to impale him and end his life, now that he was no longer at ground level and unable to reorganize a defense to protect him. It was a mistake. Naruto firmly gripped an nunchaku in his hands and generated a constantly moving mirror that shattered the tips of the roots, slicing them as if he had a cutting propeller in his hands. He firmly stopped the movement and grabbed the lower section at that moment to generate a slashing motion that sent the tips of the roots directly towards their owner, causing the inertia of the movement and the force to embed themselves in the hardened body of the curse, as if it were a simple target. Hanami lowered his face to see how the spikes were embedded in his body. He moved his right hand and began to pull them out one by one, showing that the wounds were slowly beginning to close, as if he had some kind of regeneration if injured, which could make the fight much more complex, since the boy hadn't had any information about the curse in his mind. If I want to get rid of that kind of regeneration and end this, then I must use the inverted heavenly halberd and end it once and for all. The curse tool had already helped him with a similar type of regeneration before, though this time Naruto felt very different, as if it weren't a partial or slow regeneration, nor a type of power that could last too long. But then again, the halberd could break that and cause a fatal wound that would end the fight, which was his best option if he wanted to get back to Rika and his companions, who would be dealing with the scarred man. He slowly inserted the roaming cloud into the storing curse and with his opposite hand took the handle of the inverted celestial halberd, showing the short blade to the curse as if it should be afraid of it. But Hanami was not afraid of the appearance of that knife that the sorcery student was carrying, she only showed her teeth with a smile full of mockery and venom, as if the boy were showing her some kind of toy, as if it could not harm her. It seems his knowledge of curse tools is too little. Usually, a curse would flee from this weapon, and this guy doesn't even flinch. Either he's counting on the certainty of not being harmed, or he's truly ignorant. He shifted his body weight to his left leg, and in a second he disappeared from his place to appear in front of the curse, delivering a knee to its head, which was reduced in power when Hanami placed her arms in a protective manner, but not preventing him from being displaced a few meters. When he felt the ground beneath his feet, the teenager moved with the intention of stabbing the curse with the halberd, but a wall of roots stood between the blade and the curse. A wall that was completely ripped apart before Hanami's eyes as if it were completely paper, as if the roots were nothing but twigs. The inverted heavenly halberd was capable of stopping any curse technique in the world and undoing it with just a single slash. It was a weapon capable of halting the Gojo clan's infinite power and nearly killing the last member of the clan, who was saved at the last second. That weapon. It will be your downfall. Hanami jerked her left arm, sending the root scattering behind the boy. Naruto leaped up and began to run, leaping from root to root, chasing the cursed tree, which was trying to stop the boy's advance by any means possible. Until that moment, it had never occurred to Hanami that he could possess a weapon of the caliber of that knife, capable of breaking her curse technique, and once she identified its energy, she was able to understand what that weapon was doing. If the tip even managed to pierce his skin, he would end up destroyed, and there would be no proof of his existence beyond all the destruction from the battle. The two stood face to face when Hanami stopped running away from the teenager. She crouched down and placed both hands on the branches while keeping her attention on the boy. "What are you going to do, giant plant? There's no way, Wuo." Naruto was thrown to the ground. He spun in the air, feeling his hair whip around, and summoned the Chinese sword of the storing curse, halting his fall by slamming it into the branch that was reaching up into the sky, leaving him about 50 meters away from being completely mashed. When he managed to compose himself, Naruto looked up. Where before there had been only one Hanami, there were now dozens of them watching him with their branch eyes. Shit. The boy didn't consider the possibility of multiplication, that the curse could create exact replicas of itself, as if it were a virus in solid form. But it seemed that Hanami could do it at a decent speed to be considered a plant curse. It was almost as if Hanami had planted seeds of himself and they had germinated and grown in just a few seconds. "I hope you don't mind." Hanami appeared in front of the boy and hit his face, sending him crashing to the ground, "but I invited my family." An army. That a special grade curse could create an army out of itself was terrifying, even more so if these copies retained the same power as the original. Standing up slightly, blood trickling from his nose, Naruto flashed a sharp grin, like a wolf baring its teeth at a young fawn. That blow hadn't been powerful. He barely had enough strength to knock him to the ground, and little more. If Hanami had hit him with all her power, she probably would have killed him with that fall. "You're too much of an idiot, you plant-type bastard." The Chinese sword shone brightly, as if it had been hit by the sun's rays directly. With the back of his right hand, Naruto wiped away its blood, "But you've made a mistake. Both the roots and the copies were part of the Hanami technique." This was something Naruto understood just by seeing it once. "And you've allowed me to stick the halberd into the root controlled by your cursed energy. You're mine now, idiot." He shot forward with momentum. At the same time, Hanami's copies crumbled one by one, as if the inverted heavenly halberd had infected the root where the original Hanami and the copies were, as if a disease were running through the root toward its target. He leaped forward, dodging the clone's hands as he felt the root tremble slightly. He appeared in front of the original Hanami, once again wielding the inverted celestial halberd in his right hand, and launched the Chinese sword like a projectile, directly toward the curse's face. Hanami dodged the sword by moving her head to the side, but that was what Naruto expected. The blade sliced through skin, muscle, and flesh, or they would have if that were what Hanami's body consisted of. Slowly, the halberd tore a deep hole in the left side of its target's chest, where its heart should have been. Arg. Naruto slammed the weapon into the cursed man's chest, forcing himself to do so. He didn't care that a piece of wood had pierced his right abdomen from front to back, leaving another scar to remember. "People like Toji-sensei, and I should just wait for the right moment for the final blow, no matter if we take any kind of damage." Using the palm of his left hand, he pushed the tool until only the handle was visible, lodging the blade within the curse. It's an overly suicidal tactic in my opinion, but it's very effective when they're underestimating you. They stared at each other. Hanami shook her head and stared at the handle of her enemy's weapon. She felt the strength draining from her body, her slowly failing. If she had had eyes, they would have blurred. If she had been human, she would have felt terror. "It doesn't matter what you try," he said, using his high-pitched voice. "The king is ready for war. He's really going to destroy humanity, something he couldn't do 20 years ago." Prepare for everyone to be assimilated, brat, because no one will be able to escape death. Ha! I don't mind dying. And I don't mind that king. If he tries to harm my precious people, he wrapped his hands around the controller, then I'll kill him just like you. The slashing sound was briefly heard over the sound of the explosions. Seconds after this happened, Hanami vanished into ash, or something very similar to it. And now Naruto turned his attention to the building where the meeting was taking place. I have to go after the scarred guy. Chapter 34. The battle inside the hall the factions had used for their leaders' meeting had begun after Hanami had taken the sorcerer's apprentice for a one-on-one battle. The Cow's brigade had been eliminating, one by one, the members of each leader's escort, leaving 100 bodies scattered across the academy courtyard completely inert, leaving them with their personal bodyguard, which in Azazel's case, had been reduced to a traitor, who had gone over to the enemy side when the battle began. Although some had been completely frozen in time, while others witnessed the battle thanks to their abyssal powers or the gears they carried within their own bodies, making them powerful. While that was happening with the factions, the small group of sorcerers had their own confrontation, or rather only one of them had decided to fight, showing an almost irrational anger against the person who had confronted them and mocked them with his mere presence. The strange monk sitting on the dark cloud had remained watching Choso throughout the entire exchange of attacks. The sorcerer had made a full display of his blood manipulation technique, his curse technique. But the same strange man with the scar on his forehead showed that this was not something that really worried him and deflected each of the attacks with a single hand, increasing the smile on his face and the amused gleam in his own eyes, as if this game were simply that. A game he knew he was going to win no matter how much the sorcerer tried to do otherwise, showing that he was not making an effort to face it. But you had to look closely. If one looked at the entire interaction between Choso and the scarred man and looked at the position of the sorcerer, one would see that the man with the horizontal tattoo on his face had placed himself between the strange man dressed as a monk and the woman who had been set up as the representative of the sorcerers in Shinto at that meeting, as if trying to protect her from something. TSK. You can continue as long as you want, Choso, the man indicated, deflecting another arrow formed from his opponent's blood. It only fell powerlessly to the side, creating another puddle. Can you try not to bleed out? I think the king wants to destroy you like he did 20 years ago. The man's words had their effect on Choso. The sorcerer lowered his arms as if he had surrendered, as if he could do nothing more. But that was only a ruse in everyone's eyes. When the scarred man seemed pleased, a sea of blood split the dark cloud in half and forced him to fall onto his wooden sandals, blinking for a few seconds. Oh? Is there still courage in you, son? Dark eyes stared at each other. Fury rising in his gaze, Choso swung a punch at his opponent with all his pent-up anger, generating a wave of wind that kicked up dust and debris, creating a curtain behind the scarred man. But he dodged the blow by shaking his head to the side, a gesture that seemed to indicate to Choso that the blow was childish on his part, a simple gesture made out of spite. Bastard. The man moved his hand. He placed his palm flat on the blood sorcerer's chest. When he flashed a mocking smile, Choso was thrown backward and slammed into one of the columns, causing it to crumble on top of him. Is that how you speak to your father, Choso? What would your brothers say about you? You've never been a father, Jito, or should I say Kinjaku. Showing confidence, with her fists placed on either side of her waist, Yuki Tsukumo stood between Kinjaku and the teenage girls who had accompanied Naruto, showing the man a small, amused smile. Just like 20 years ago, like when I took Tenjin after killing you. She really is cruel, bringing you back when I've already killed you. It gave me a second chance to kick your ass. If I already killed you once, why wouldn't it be any different now? There's a huge difference between us at this point. You're back to life, and I never left. Yuki looked at Kinjaku, her smile slowly falling until her lips turned into a flat line, almost white from how tight they had become. She knew he was right. She couldn't have defeated him 20 years ago, before everything went to hell, so how could she now? The Sorcerer Society had tried to keep a low profile after the change, but Kinjaku seemed determined to appear in front of them at every possible moment, as if he were a constant they couldn't shake. She is going to kill you. Ha. He didn't do it the first time, I doubt he'll do it now. Not when we have his power. Kinjaku raised his hand and pointed his finger at Yuki. A dark sphere had slowly begun to take shape at the tip of the Witcher's finger, growing darker and darker until it resembled a piece of the night itself. Irradiated power. Whatever Kinjaku was going to do, it never happened. In the blink of an eye, the Bujo's index finger was severed from its socket and flew out in front of his eyes, a trail of blood making him blink. It was this action that made him jump back, dodging the blade of the Roman sword that could have cut him in two. TCH. Having almost no cursed energy, I couldn't read your movement, boy. The golden hair stirred. Icy blue eyes appeared behind the strands and bore into Kinjaku's figure, causing him to smile at such hostility. I guess I should have used that better and cut your head off. Ah. I understand. You're trying to emulate him, but even you lack the understanding. Our history is much longer than 2 battles, boy. Don't try to understand our history when you're just a baby. Kenjaku blocked Naruto's punch, but was knocked back several meters. The punch left the Witcher's arms trembling slightly, his skin reddening as if something had been rubbed hard. I'm not trying to emulate anyone or understand anything, he placed the sword on his shoulder. I just do what I think I should do or what I'm paid the most for. What if I pay you a few million and you kill them all? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Did you hear that stupid thing that came out of your mouth, idiot? I'm not someone you can buy, Scar guy. I'm the person who's going to kill you. The sword swung down with tremendous speed, cutting the distance between it and its target. But the blade met another sword blocking its attempt to cleave Kenjaku in two, causing Naruto to jump back, gaining distance. You're not the only one who came prepared, Yuki. Kenjaku crossed his arms. The young man dressed in a black tuxedo, wire-framed glasses and blonde hair in a braid that fell lightly over his left shoulder, stepped forward and made his presence known, staring at Naruto. Oh. So you've made some new friends, Brainiac. Yuki mocked, watching Kenjaku jump back into the dark cloud. Don't be a coward. Don't be a coward, PFFTT, hahaha. You're so funny, Yuki Tsukumo, you make me want to stay. But I've already gotten what I wanted with this courtesy visit. The next time we meet, it will be your certain death. She moved her eyes to Naruto. And you, boy, aren't even worth my time. Naruto and Kenjaku's companion exchanged sword blows as the sorcerer student tried to jump behind Kenjaku to kill him, or at least prevent him from fleeing. But the bespectacled boy didn't seem very willing to budge. Get out of the way, you four-eyed idiot. The young man repositioned his glasses on the bridge of his nose and, at the same time, blocked Naruto's sword with his own, once again generating a loud, metallic sound. Haven't you noticed, kid? No one seems very interested in fighting anymore. Volley, my comrade, is already retreating. I doubt you want to follow us to our headquarters, do you? You die in. The Roman sword cut through the space between them at breakneck speed. The boy didn't see the tip pass him by, and in a second, a cut appeared on his cheek that could have disfigured his face. Don't try to tell me what I can or can't do, he muttered, hitting the boy with a powerful blow that sent him slamming into the ground. Even less so if your boss is that idiot in white. But the boy's words were true. The Cows Brigade was disappearing from the combat zone, leaving behind their own debt and some prisoners for the unconscious factions. Why Kenjaku retreated at the same time as them was a mystery to Yuki. I guess, as always, something attracts something. Like 20 years ago. The woman sighed heavily and scratched her cheek, slightly annoyed. Just as the Sorcerer's Society hadn't expected Kenjaku to appear again, she didn't expect him to follow someone else's orders either. If that was happening, would this king be the one in charge of her enemy's new group? It can't be him, can it? They made sure he died. Doubt had settled in Yuki, causing her to frown with some unease and discomfort. If this king they'd been mentioning about the curses and Kenjaku was who she thought, the problems had become much more serious than they expected. And she would have to investigate much more thoroughly. Whiskers, Naruto blinked and looked at the special grade sorceress. Get Joso out of the rubble, will you? We need to get back to headquarters, and you guys need to get home. What? Why? Don't argue with me, kid, the woman snarled, her hard eyes boring into the teenager. This isn't the time for games. Not if hell is about to return to Earth. Chapter 35. A few weeks had passed since the appearance of the Cows Brigade in action, and since the presence of Kenjaku in the world became known, being an ally or possible leader of the terrorist group that seemed to be terrorizing the factions and the different pantheons of the different cultures, as if the presence of the Cows Brigade was a reminder of a possible extinction of the gods, as if it were a thorn in the side of the faction leaders, and a constant reminder full of fear towards them. After the battle, Lucifer himself had taken charge of repairing the academy grounds and the main building, which he had done with a slight gesture of his hand, as if he were assembling simple Lego pieces one on top of the other, fitting them together with a movement of his hand, which was surprising to see, so the building was rebuilt by the next day, and classes continued their normal course, without anything being able to interfere with them. That was only an indication to the teenagers that the final exams before the summer holidays were just around the corner. Issei wasn't a brilliant student, but he had been going to class throughout the entire school year, something very contrary to what Naruto had done since day one. Despite the difference between the two boys, the blue-eyed blonde had proven, once again, to be superior to his classmate and ended up with one of the best grades at the top of the table, receiving various point deductions due to his tardiness and unjustified absences that left him within the top 10 students of the academy. While Issei Hyoto had not passed number 50, although it was a good average for a recognized pervert. After completing their final exams, the young people were released from late July to early September, giving the students a full month to avoid worrying about exams or homework assigned by teachers until September. But that was something a normal student would do. Enjoy the fireworks and have one of the best experiences of their lives, perhaps even with a summer love that would last a fleeting or lifelong life, sharing a kiss during the fireworks. The sorcery students' vacations weren't marked on any calendar and could be considered something completely non-existent. For Naruto, the 31-day month of August was going to be focused on arduous training to further improve his physical condition to the point of superhuman, something he already surpassed by some margin, but Maki wasn't going to let her apprentice slack off on training or give him a break, even though he had defeated a special grade curse with his own hands. Naruto was still an apprentice, and Maki was going to remind him of that. Zenovia Quarta, the newest member of the mansion where the young sorcerers lived in the forest outside Kuo, had joined both boys' training. They were surrounded by forest and wild animals that watched the exchange of blows without worrying too much. It was already a constant after the long months in which Maki, Nabara and Tsuki had been training the golden-haired young man and had used him as their punching bag. That August 4th was no different for any of the three teenagers. While Nabara and Tsuki trained with a different regimen, the other three had returned to the area of the forest they used as their training ground. Trees were uprooted. Craters adorned the areas that should have been filled with grass, revealing a pristine green, identifying the forest as a safe zone for human intervention. This area had been filled with the sounds of struggle between the fighters present, the clash of swords and the grunts of the teenagers who were trying to claim victory over their rivals, something they seemed to be failing to achieve so far and which Maki herself seemed to be trying to achieve with her fingers. Both of them are growing at an accelerated rate. Ever since Rika broke free from the seal and they're sharing two bodies, Naruto has been changing in some ways. I feel something strange coming from him. Maki Zenin blocked the fist aimed at her and kicked the boy's chest hard enough to send him sprawling backward, leaving marks in the grass. Naruto massaged the area as if it had been a mere graze that couldn't have broken any bones or caused internal damage, as if she hadn't kicked him directly in the stomach with a force that could have ruptured it, and he looked at her with an amused glint in his blue eyes. He is different. She relaxed her muscles and fixed her eyes on Naruto alone, straining her ears to be ready for Zenovia to intervene at any moment. They were both ambushing her, circling her as if she were their prey and not the other way around. But she'd been in a war. She'd lost friends and comrades in the Shibuya incident and in the sacrificial game. She wasn't an ordinary sorceress they could look down on. He lunged forward as he caught the slight movement of the Uzumaki's dominant leg, entering his personal space and delivering a jab straight to his chin, which was blocked when the boy raised his left arm and made the limb take the full impact of the blow, causing wind to stir both of their hair. But it didn't end there. They began throwing blows at each other as if there was no tomorrow. The speed of their limbs couldn't have been captured by normal human eyes, and many who could have seen such movements wouldn't have been able to react, or their bodies wouldn't have reacted as normally as they did. Maki and Naruto were two monsters of physical power who would put high-caliber sorcerers like Yuki and Gakuganji to shame. A gust of wind caused the two to separate, opening gaps in their defense. The quickest to react was Maki, who recovered surprisingly quickly from the change in pace and launched a headbutt that shattered the boy's nose, causing it to crack and spurt drops of blood that were carried away by the wind. Arg. In war, everything was worth it. Maki spun and lowered her body as Naruto threw a right punch. Surprising the apprentice, the first-grade sorceress landed a blow against the area where her opponent's liver should be, earning a sharp grunt from him when she hit the same area, nearly causing his ribs to break. Are you giving up? Not in my dreams. The young woman's eyes opened and a shadow spread across her face, and she lost sight of the midday sun. Naruto delivered a direct jab to Maki's face, sending her crashing to the ground with crushing force. Anyone else would have been knocked unconscious or killed by a blow of that magnitude and the boy's strength. But Maki wrapped her arms around the Uzumaki's limb, surprising him. When he tried to retreat, her legs pushed him to the ground and Aki held the apprentice with his arm at Maki's complete mercy. Jujutsu. Naruto recognized that lock when Maki applied it and his mind raced to find a way to overcome it. If he used his strength, he could either fight back or lift Maki up and escape the lock. But that was something Maki had already thought of when she performed it, so the crack sound came a second after she performed the lock, causing Naruto's left arm to become dislocated, his shoulder jerking out of its usual position. NHG. I wasn't going to let you try to move, she muttered, standing up and watching Naruto rise at the same time, his left arm completely limp, as if lifeless. I've already thought about your possible moves. You're an apprentice. I'm a sorceress. Naruto's eyes were hidden by his hair. Without complaint, he repositioned his arm before Maki's wide eyes, who looked at this with slight unease. Had it hurt the boy's pride? Had it hurt him emotionally? Naruto. That was amazing. A drop of sweat trickled down Maki's chin as heart-shaped eyes stared at her intensely. She'd forgotten that the boy was in love with strong women and she was on Naruto's list of what he considered a strong woman. "Idiot," he muttered under his breath, shifting his body and letting Zenovia's sword hit the ground. "I've sensed you for minutes, Zenovia." The former exorcist raised her sword and blocked the sorceress's kick, which sent her crashing into a tree too easily, pushing her back with the force of the blow alone, which was somewhat surprising if you asked her. Maki possessed superhuman strength and experience in hand-to-hand combat and with bladed weapons. She had been in charge from the very beginning of following Naruto's training and of being Zenovia's mentor when the boy convinced her not to join the side of the demons. But both of them lacked the experience she had, and that was what both of them lacked, especially the blonde. "We're done for today." With that statement, both Naruto and Zenovia fell onto their butts, showing faces marked by the bruises and sweat caused by training under Maki, who seemed to have only begun to sweat a few minutes or less ago. "I heard you have a trip to Kyoto coming up soon," he asked, looking at the two teenagers who were panting for oxygen in their empty lungs. After summer break, Naruto took a deep breath, filling his lungs with all the air he could find. "The teacher told us before the break started. In mid-September, we'll travel to Kyoto with all the second-year students." The sorceress frowned at this news. The Sorcerer's Society branch was in Kyoto, the one that controlled all the sorcerers of the new era after that dark time. When Naruto set foot in Kyoto, he could be hunted down like a simple dog and killed without them being able to intervene, even if he had been used as a mediator during the faction meeting. Maki shook her head and cracked her neck. Kyoto is the main gathering place for supernatural beings in Japan. It's the capital of the supernatural world for the Shinto faction and for sorcerers. The scars began to itch. Those marks reminded Jogo of the Shibuya incident and the deaths of his comrades who weren't revived. "You'll probably become their target." "What?" "But I helped with the faction meeting. I even killed that plant guy. 20 years ago, Kenjaku killed all the elders who made up our old society, leaving us without the leaders who should have guided us in the war. After 20 years, Kenjaku has returned to finish what he started and seems to be serving a king. If he is who I think he is, Kyoto probably isn't the best place to be for a month." Whiskers. "Who is this king?" Her mouth felt completely dry, as if all her saliva had disappeared. Her lips seemed to turn to sand, and when she swallowed, she felt like sandpaper running down her throat. Maki Zenin took a deep breath and looked up at the sky, at the white clouds that had appeared. The king of curses Ryam and Sukuna. Chapter 36. It was August 15th in Japan. A hot day, with the blazing star slowly setting over the horizon and allowing the moon to rise in the sky, enveloping that side of the world in the darkness of night, with the stars twinkling in the sky, observing the figures walking through the cities of the eastern country. That day indicated that they had almost reached the end of summer vacation. In the first days of September, all students would return to school and resume their student routines, focusing on the not-so-distant future when a boy or girl reaches adolescence. Although it could be something very different for the young people who studied sorcery and were full members of the Sorcerer's Society, something the students didn't become until the school granted them their degree. Before the war against Kenjaku and the Endgame, there had been 2 schools that gave the appropriate classes and training required to young people sensitive to cursed energy or to young people coming from the sorcerer clans that were built 1,000 years ago, in the Heian era, when sorcery was at its height. After the destruction of the sorcery world and the change the world underwent when the sorcerers lost, approximately 20 years ago, in their confrontation against the King of Curses, a nickname that had been on the lips of all the special grade curses that appeared in the city of Kuo. But the history of the sorcerers, one that came from before the Heian era, did not seem to be taken into account when telling the young, a gesture that indicated a desire for control on the part of the elders of the Sorcerer Society, and how they seemed much less willing to let the young change than to allow the control of the world by the enemies. This was taken over by Kenjaku who, in turn, took the lives of the elders and changed the world by taking control of the Kamo clan and the Sorcerer Society and maintaining it after his victory 20 years ago when Satoru Gojo lost and the sorcerers died. And yet, the world didn't seem to have changed at all. Ryam and Sukuna's victory and Kenjaku's control over the sorcery world went completely unnoticed by people, something that didn't seem to be in the interest of Kenjaku, who seemed determined to change the world and didn't seem to have succeeded. So this guy with the scar, he made a huge change in the world and failed. August was almost over, the holidays slipping through the students' fingers. Despite the arduous training the girls had imposed on Naruto, he had taken August 15th as his day off, deciding to go to the movies with some classmates, Zenovia Quarta and Megumi, the only 2 students besides Sona and her entourage who seemed to tolerate him, or at least warm to him. Yes. No one could ever know what failed in Kenjaku's plan to unite everyone with Tenjin, but the world hasn't changed in 20 years and we only have another group of elders to serve. While Maki, Nobara, and Tsuki were reluctant to explain any of the sorcerer's history or the event from 20 years ago, Megumi had no such problem. He was a first-ranker sorcerer in the service of the Sorcerer Society, and as his rank indicated, he knew enough about the current world to be able to share it with Naruto without bothering to cut the story short. Is it possible he's looking to finish what he started, or is it possible something went wrong 20 years ago? Naruto licked his lemon ice cream. The three teens had different ice creams. Zenovia's was a strawberry ice cream, and Megumi's was a dark coffee-flavored ice cream. And is it possible the king and the scar-faced man are working together to finish that event? It's possible the sacrificial game isn't over yet because they didn't die. It's possible the game itself recognizes them as players. The sacrificial game ends when the administrator is killed. Kenjaku isn't an idiot to make himself the administrator, and I doubt it was Sukuna. You're wrong, Sukuna's servant is completely out of the question. But even if we try to verify, I doubt the game would persist. If it did, there would be colonies where Magi would fight each other, and in the world, there are no more colonies or groups that could be considered participants in the sacrificial game. The game ended with the death of the first vessel of the King of Curses, which was a very harsh scene to watch. The boy was skinned, his raw flesh left in the sun, and his head was severed. Megumi took a deep breath. Images flew through her head and built up to what her words said, which was disgusting. She gritted her teeth and swallowed before continuing toward the theater. Sukuna is a monster capable of doing the cruelest thing imaginable in a simple way. I think he even ate human flesh and that's why he got the tattoos. Tattoos? In the ancient Heian era, probably during the time of clans and fiefdoms, criminals were marked with tattoos like the one Sukuna had when he fought in the war. Depending on where he has the tattoos, they represent one crime or another, and Sukuna had a lot of these. Chest, arms, face. I wouldn't be surprised if he was one of the worst murderers of his time. You speak of him with so much hate. The boy stopped at the entrance to the cinema. Zenovia had heard the resentment in Megumi's voice, as if speaking from his own experiences, as if he had been in the war 20 years ago against Sukuna and Kenjaku, but that couldn't be right. Sukuna killed a lot of people close to me, which would include my parents, Megumi mentioned, shrugging at the girl's words. Many people died in the war, whether they were sorcerers or not, which included her family. My older sister died in the Shibuya incident from what my grandmother told me, and my father followed my sister shortly after, during the war. He was a sorcerer. Then, I was born a few months later, 9 months specifically, and my mother died of grief and exhaustion, leaving me in the care of my only surviving relative. My paternal grandmother. Naruto hadn't met any young man his age who had lived through the aftermath of the Sorcerer's War, as the event that changed the supernatural and human worlds was called, though no one yet knows how it changed them. But beside him was Megumi, a first-grade sorcerer who went to high school with him, a boy who had lived through the changes and death caused by Kenjaku and the King of Curses. It was something that shaped one's character. I understand that you don't agree with the laws set by those elders. Zenovia was the second to finish her ice cream after Megumi, throwing the stick into the trash can. If not, you wouldn't have helped Whiskers fight the octopus type, and you would have betrayed his current location, because neither Tsuki nor Maki are there to protect him if they send a special grade sorcerer after him. You're good, he murmured, looking toward the dark lobby of the cinema that awaited them with a cold feeling. I don't agree with leaving Sukuna and Kenjaku aside. It has been proven by Kenjaku that they have not forgotten about us. Granting them that advantage is like leading the 200 surviving sorcerers to their deaths very easily. And the elders have not seen the danger posed by the King of Curses and the traitor of sorcery. Kenjaku and Sukuna were two prominent figures in the world of sorcery today. One, Kenjaku, had been a sorcerer consumed by his dark agenda, creating what were known as cursed wombs and giving birth to humans who could be considered hybrids due to their cursed nature. The other, Sukuna, had been a monster in life who was able to eliminate Satoru Gojo with a single move, but little was known about his past or history before and after his time as the Cursed King. All that was known was that Ryomen Sukuna was a monster and that he would not hold back even when killing a simple child or a devout person. Yes, I'll have to kick their asses. Naruto threw the popsicle stick toward the trash can without looking, hearing when it hit the edge, and proceeded not to fall out of it but into it, getting lost among the garbage. That's easier said than done. Since the Chaos Brigade's attack, there's been no clear sign of Kenjaku, much less Sukuna. The only ones who can tell us anything. It's either the members of that terrorist team or the curses that seem to be following me. The boys stopped at the counter, their faces twisting in disgust at what they were seeing. Is that a human? Where the man or woman in charge of selling tickets should have been, there stood a strange purple-skinned figure, with blood dripping from its eye sockets, and its body so swollen it seemed as if compressed air had been forced into said figure, creating a grotesque shape that might have made the sensitive vomit on their shoes. It's disgusting. Both boys silently agreed with their friend's statement. Their eyes had registered the strange humanoid shape that Naruto could have passed off as a strange figure, but the breathing gesture it made had indicated to the sorcery student that it was alive. Either that, or the figure could represent the function of breathing just as well as a living person, be it an animal or a human. And this was neither. "We should search the theater," the air left Megumi's mouth, forming a sorrowful sigh from the dark-haired boy. The scene was a typical horror movie scene, but the difference was that the monsters were real, and everything pointed to the presence of some supernatural being in that place. He could feel it, with its cursed energy bubbling. "I hope you brought your..." Megumi turned around. In Zenovia's hands had appeared her enormous sword with a blue blade called Durandal, and in Naruto's hands had appeared the Chinese combat sword, as well as another girl who shyly greeted Megumi. "The follower, Naruto." "What? Ah. This is Rika Orimoto, the Queen of Curses, my best friend," Naruto introduced a brown-haired girl who had appeared next to the blonde. "She is my curse, my downfall." "Idiot. Ouch. It hurts." The smell of blood filled the four teenagers' nostrils. The stench of death came from one of the rooms and intensified as they walked, taking one step at a time, forcing them to scrunch up their faces and noses because of the smell. This turned into a look of horror when they saw other similar figures, some of them half-transformed humans. "Hey, hey, hey. We have guests." The young man sat in a small seat beneath the enormous movie screen, which hung torn and bloodied over his head. His hair, a light shade of gray, fell to his shoulders, and huge scars ran across his body like tattoos. Did you cause this?" Naruto's voice was filled with rage as he took a decisive step toward the boy sitting there. Had he taken another step, the converted humans would have pounced on him. But Durandal cut through half of the room with a single movement, sending body parts flying all over the room. "Oh. The intelligence of today's sorcerers is a little too short, don't you think?" The boy laughed in amusement, mocking Naruto's increasingly angry face. "It's so fun to watch you get angry. Or to watch humans get angry in general." Naruto swung his sword and cleaved a half-turned person in half. His eyes stopped being blue, stopped being human. "And since the king wanted to involve you in the game, why not play while we wait?" The gray-haired boy snapped his fingers in amusement, his smile filled with mockery and venom. A figure fell in front of Naruto. He was thin, with pale skin and a long face. If he hadn't seen other curses, Naruto would have fled the scene. But he didn't move even when that curse fully erected, towering over him by about 6 inches, maybe more. Hechicero. The curse's arm moved with the intention of striking the teenager. That was only the intention. The arm shot out toward the gray-haired boy's right side. Rika was less than pleased with the threatening gesture. "I'm going to kill him, Naruto." "Go ahead, Rika. Let's finish this bastard off." However, having been distracted with their eyes fixed on the boy and the curse, none of the four could see the fire that shot out from the left and, at the same time from the right, a huge white dragon, a curse in the shape of a small dragon, went directly towards Zenovia. "Since you want to fight," the gray-haired boy smiled. Naruto didn't seem threatened by the attacks. Megumi seemed to get rid of the fire, and Zenovia blocked the dragon with her sword. "Let's fight." Chapter 37. The movie theater that should have been used for a quiet summer day while high school classmates watched a movie enjoying their break had soon become a war zone and was enveloped in the constant sounds of fighting between humans and the curses that fought each other. Although Rika Orimoto was not a human in terms of the word and was closer to what a curse was, carrying over her head a title similar to how they called Ryam and Sukuna. The worst criminal in the history of the Sorcerer Society and one of the enemies that not even Satoru Gojo could stop 20 years ago and who now seemed to have appeared again. Every new curse that appeared in the young mage student's path referred to Sukuna as the king, and you would have to be an idiot not to see the similarity between the two. All the curses and dark sorcerers seemed to be on the side of the king of curses, being part of the terrorist group known as Chaos Brigade and taking part in the war against the factions in an interesting way. The sword swung a second time, cutting the distance between its wielder and its target. The strange curse swung in an attempt to strike the sorcerer's face, but her second arm was sliced off, leaving her completely limbless and with little balance. This was taken advantage of by the golden-haired boy, who spun and slammed the curse's face into the left side of the movie theater, causing the curse to disappear into a gaping hole created by her body crashing into the wall. Naruto looked over at the gray-haired, scarred boy. His blue eyes had darkened, if that were possible, and showed a stormy sea, which caused the boy to smile disdainfully, as if those were interesting memories for him, as if he had seen someone else look at him like that at some other point in his life. Both young men began walking toward each other. Naruto closed his fingers firmly around the handle of his sword, and the scarred boy enlarged his arm. The two of them threw a blow, and blood sprayed the sorcerer's face, surprising him and giving his rival the opportunity to strike him in the chest. It was a simple touch, an open-handed strike that, with just the right amount of force, knocked the Uzumaki back several meters. The cold sensation ran through his body for the next few seconds, as if something had ripped out a part of his soul with that simple touch. He lifted his head and moved it away to let his opponent's arm pass. When he tried to retract it, Naruto swung his sword and severed the limb without flinching. Oops. The gray-haired boy laughed mockingly, evading the next slash and blocking the sword when it came down against his neck. Surprising Naruto, the human curse reached out and enlarged his hand, pushing the sorcerer hard, throwing him to crash into a set of chairs. Didn't I tell you I could change souls? It's my fault. Now you can't use cursed energy and you'll slowly stop seeing curses. There were spells and curses that could damage the soul of their opponent. The gray-haired boy's technique allowed him to change the soul and form of the beings he touched. It didn't matter if they were humans, curses, or gods. He could change each one at will, modifying their souls to the one he desired. And, at the same time, he could change himself. I'd say I'm surprised, he threw the chairs that were on top of him toward the ceiling, causing small explosions. Changing someone's soul is a pain. I don't see you upset because you'll soon stop seeing me. Through the thick strands of his blonde hair, Naruto's blue eyes bored into his enemy's form like two daggers. Didn't he have cursed energy? He never cared. Couldn't he see his enemy? He didn't need to see him to strike. Knowing this, the boy lunged forward and swung his sword in a perfect arc that would have sliced his opponent in two if he hadn't hardened his body at the last second, revealing his true form. Mahito. Be careful how you provoke him. It had only taken a split second for Naruto to cut Mahito in two, something the curse hadn't expected. Everyone knew about the power of the apprentice of the sorcerer hunter and the achievements that stood above his shoulders. That was why Mahito had taken advantage of Naruto's lack of information about him and his curse technique. And he had seized the opportunity and run with it, although the boy didn't seem to stop, even when he denied him the use of cursed energy and the ability to see the curses. Is he a monster? The Chinese combat sword cut the distance between Mahito and Naruto in a semi-circular crescent-shaped slash that would cleave any cursed person or normal person. In its original form, Mahito had an extremely tough body, which caused the sword to bounce off, generating a few sparks upon contact, leaving the sorcerer student unprotected for a direct blow to his chest, which sent the Uzumaki crashing into the right wall of the movie theater, being covered in debris. Without cursed energy you can't hit me. That cursed tool, it can't get past this defense and damage me. You can't beat me like this. So, if I can't Rika. Naruto screamed as he climbed out from under the rubble, but no one spoke to him. He blinked in surprise, feeling blood trickle down his right temple. He looked over to where his companion, the girl he cursed, should have been. He saw Kenjaku standing there, grinning at him, a black sphere in his hand. I guess Mahito's been a bit too kind to you, kid. Let me explain. We're not here for you, nor is the change made to negate the cursed energy, just to separate you from Rika Orimoto so we can obtain it for our curse army. Something I can do with ease after 20 years. The dragon-shaped curse dropped a bloodied Zenobia at Naruto's feet, his eyes wide open, feeling his mouth begin to dry up. You son of a bitch. Ah. You may insult me. That will make it much more gratifying for me, my dear boy. Kenjaku closed his hand around the marble-sized black sphere and made it disappear. Your incomprehension of our history, of what happened and its main culprits, is a bit annoying and disappointing. It seems no one has taught you anything. Again. Satoru Gojo didn't train you 20 years ago, and now, even though you have training, you are a bit too naive. That. For reincarnation of Yuji Itadori, they haven't protected you as they should have. Naruto's blue eyes dimmed slightly. A second later, an arm covered in tattoos and studded with dark nails emerged from the young teenager's stomach, creating a small shower of blood and flesh. Cough. I skinned you 20 years ago, brat. 20 years later, in a different body, you end up in the same circumstances. And yet you had everything to train you, yet they refused to even tell you what you needed to know. Megumi had changed. Her face became covered in black tattoos. Two new eyes appeared beneath the first ones. And the strands of hair on her forehead rose as if she'd been gelled. When I let Megumi wander for 20 years, she never tried to stop me. I guess she's given up now and the clock has struck. Megumi withdrew the arm she'd used to impale Naruto, and the boy fell to his knees. Blood seeped from his lips, soaking his shirt and chin, dripping down to his pants. The hole in his chest was so clear it could be seen through, indicating that Megumi had disposed of the student's internal organs with that arm stab, which would buy Naruto a few more moments of life. Megumi. Brian and Sukuna dug his hands into his pants pockets and walked slowly toward Kenjaku. Once at his side, he turned, looking at the kneeling Naruto. He was flanked by Kenjaku. The special curse. Mahito. And a volcano-headed curse. This is the only time I'll give you my name, brat. They stopped everything for a span of 20 years. But they can't stop another god with power greater than theirs. Time has returned to its flow and it's time for a change. The ceiling collapsed and concrete fragments fell between Sukuna's group and the mage student, crushing the strange curse that accompanied Mahito instead of the king of curses, who glared at the intruder. "I thought you were coming, Maki Zenin." Nabara. The first-grade sorceress didn't say a word to Sukuna, but she didn't take her eyes off the curse. "How is he?" "I'm giving him first aid. But he's in too serious a condition. His life is hanging by a thread." "Heh. We're finally reunited after 20 years. She allowed you to return to life and ended the game, but she couldn't stop me because she lacks the strength. It's amazing what fate does." The king's eyes flicked over to Naruto briefly, only for a few seconds, before looking at Maki. "Yuji Itadori inside that brat. A reincarnation. No, a transmigration. What gods do to stop what they don't like? To slow down change. Can you stop your rant, will you?" White hair stirred, blue eyes blazing brightly. A pale finger lowered his sunglasses slightly, and Tsuki Gojo looked directly at Ryam and Sukuna without any fear. 20 years have passed, and you're still crying. The boy will live, and I suppose he'll finish what my father and Itadori couldn't. Sukuna took a deep breath and gave Satoru's daughter a mocking smile. "Yeah, if you want to believe that, go ahead. I guess mediocrity calls for mediocrity. I am Ryam and Sukuna, the king of curses. And unless you surpass the power of a god, you won't be able to stop me. The world has a date and a time. It's time for humans to be introduced to the supernatural world. I guess we'll make it official. December 25th. As a reminder of your failure, December 25th will mark 20 years since your defeat. And I want to kill you like I killed your father." The blue-eyed sorceress shrugged. "Go ahead. It's time to finish what the gods couldn't." Chapter 38. Everything around him was dark. Sensations faded, and each of his senses seemed to disappear completely. Hearing, smell, sight, touch and even taste were gone, as if he'd never had them, or as if they'd all been predicted with a single snap of his fingers, a mere blink of his eyelashes, that made everything vanish like dust. Everything was black. He looked to the right. He looked to the left. He looked up. He looked down. Wherever he looked, everything was dark, as black as the night itself or as nothingness itself, because it seemed like absolute nothingness. He couldn't even tell if he felt fear or peace. Ah, is it limbo or hell? Naruto looked around completely in a 360 degrees turn, or at least what he thought was a perfect 360 degrees turn, because he didn't know when he returned to his initial position, or if he did, he only saw black and couldn't differentiate one side from the other or glimpse a small difference or glimmer of light that would give him an idea of where he was. So Megumi was Sukuna this whole time, huh? I didn't feel anything from him. Thinking about Megumi made him frown slightly. Ever since Sukuna was mentioned to him the first time, or since the King of Curses was mentioned, he had expected to feel an overwhelming power or a cursed energy so great that it would overwhelm him when he was next to him. But at no time had Megumi released any cursed energy that would make him think it was Sukuna. The teenager had displayed the power and skills of a first-grade sorcerer, but nothing different from what he had seen so far, and he couldn't suspect that his best friend was the King of Curses at all times. The sorcerer student gritted his teeth and let a frustrated sigh escape his lips. After meeting Kinjaku, killing Hanami, and stopping the entire event with the Cow's Brigade, he had hoped for a respite. He had never expected to die at the hand of his best friend. Don't hold it against him. He's already given up. The darkness faded before the teenager's eyes. Like shattered glass, the darkness fragmented, and Naruto found himself standing before a beautiful beach, looking down at the crystal clear blue water bathed in the rays of the sun. He had felt again. His senses were recharged, and that peaceful place overwhelmed him for a few seconds, almost as if he had super-developed senses, as if something had changed. It's always been like that. In the crucial moments, he never gave his all. It sucks, but I guess Sukuna knew how to play with Megumi's mindset better than Gojo-sensei did. Naruto looked toward the sound of the voice. A teenager of about 15 years old was standing next to him, about 2 meters away, wearing the sorcerer's uniform he'd worn during the conference with the factions, but with a hood and red sneakers. The boy's pink hair caught his attention. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Naruto Uzumaki." The boy turned around with his hands in his pockets. When he smiled, Naruto felt all the warmth of that gesture, as if it came from the sun itself. "Excuse me. These manners of mine. If my grandfather found out." He extended his hand and Naruto took it without any problem. It was warm. "Yuji Itadori. It's a pleasure to meet you." Naruto's eyes opened slightly, only for a few seconds. After that brief interval, the boy returned the smile, albeit more restrainedly, feeling overshadowed by Itadori's brilliance with a simple gesture. "Naruto Uzumaki, equally delighted. Although you already knew my name." "Hahaha. A curse of being inside your body, like a disembodied soul." Itadori scratched the back of his neck, looking slightly embarrassed. "I hope that doesn't bother you or make you think that I'm a voyeur. I'm really sorry." This being a transmigrant thing must be a pain for you. Especially since we couldn't contact you until Sukuna passed through you. I guess that idiot's cursed energy has unlocked some things. Contact me? Are you going to tell me I have more souls in my body? I don't want to be occupied by thousands of people, thank you. What? No. You can't have more than 2 souls in your body unless there are special measures. And you shouldn't even have 2 to begin with. I guess Amaterasu was too generous with me, giving me almost 20 years by your side to see how the world has changed. Amaterasu? What? You didn't know. She stopped Sukuna when he tried to complete Kenjaku's plan. She was the one who gave us 20 years of peace until that bastard came back with an entire army in tow. I guess she couldn't hold him off any longer. It has to do with having more power than a god, right? Itadori gave a slight nod. Having been dead for 20 years had given the 15-year-old sorcerer a lot of information to process, assimilate, and understand. Information the boy was willing to share with his transmigrant. The power of a god is so great that ordinary people like me can't surpass it, can't even dream of it. Even Gojo-sensei is limited to a human body and power. Yes, it's the power of a beast, but it's still human, and it's a power that another could replicate, with its limitations. On the other hand, people like Kenjaku and Sukuna left humanity behind long ago. They're not curses, they're demons. The cold feeling passed between the 2 teenagers, as if a threat of death had decided to approach them both for a few seconds. Demons? I've met demons and they're not as terrifying as Sukuna. Because the current demons are simply children, Naruto. The true demons are locked under the 9 keys in purgatory, constantly guarded by the gate guards. Although that didn't stop some from escaping and, weak, being devoured by those who wanted to leave behind the humanity that anchored them, Itadori's voice became slower, calmer, and calmer. The young man sighed and shook his head, as if he wanted to get rid of some strange feelings. That's why we couldn't defeat him 20 years ago. Sukuna was never a curse, he was a demon king to be exact. At least, in power. How did Sukuna or Kenjaku achieve any of that? How could they have obtained power greater than that of a god? They were ordinary humans until they abandoned humanity. Because in this world, unfortunately, impossible things exist, the pink-haired teenager murmured. Gods, supernatural beings you thought were myths, you yourself turned your best friend into a curse, with overwhelming power. Ryaman Sukuna was once a simple son of a peasant, someone who was the last link in an enormous chain. But with such a heightened power of conviction and a sense of revenge that he was turned into a demon. But some peasant. It's a simple tale of revenge, but the means he used to achieve it turned him into the monster sorcerer of the Heian era, one of the most feared figures of 1,000 years ago. Though, if he were just a sorcerer, people like Gojo or Maki might be able to win. No, Sukuna is a genius, someone born destined to be great in the sorcerer society, someone who rose to the very top. Before becoming the fallen one, someone who betrayed his beliefs to gain more power. Someone who devoured the heart of a demon. Itadori looked at Naruto again, expecting some reaction, some gesture of disgust. But the blonde-haired boy just looked at the pink-haired boy with his blue eyes, which made him laugh slightly. Currently, the Sorcerer Society is controlled by Kenjaku, who is under Sukuna's command. Clearly, the old Gakuganji hasn't even considered that he's a mere puppet of the bastards who created a genocide 20 years ago. The closed minds Saturo tried to open are still as closed as they were years ago. But, I suppose, they'll soon realize their mistake. I guess that would explain why I was used as a proxy for the factions, why the sorcerers and mercenaries put a huge price on my head. Toji-san was a master mercenary. Thanks to his work as a key player in Shinto, your life has been more peaceful than it should have been. In fact, he killed 1,000 people who were intent on coming for your head. Oh. He's a good father. He cares about Megumi, and because of that, he's getting a second chance. It's surprising that Gojo-sensei hasn't been revived, even though he's stronger than Toji-san. Could it be Toji's convictions to rescue Megumi from Sukuna's clutches? I'm lost, Itadori. Hahaha. I should have scolded Maki-san and Nobara for not explaining things to you completely. I have so much to tell you in such a short time, I'm going like a bullet train. You see, Megumi is Megumi Fushiguro, the son of Toji Fushiguro and his first wife, the love of Toji-san's life, and his light in the dark world of the Zenin clan that led him to some years of happiness. Unfortunately, father and son were never able to have a good relationship after the death of Toji's wife. He sank back into a version of Zenin, and beyond giving his son a name, he didn't do much. Although he counted selling him to his clan to keep him protected and with a good life. The 10 Shadows technique made Megumi directly the leader of the clan, and that wouldn't have dragged him after his father, although finally, Toji gave custody to Gojo-sensei when he killed him. After that and other events, Megumi ended up being Sukuna's vessel by force by the latter, after stopping me and preventing me from helping him due to a pact I made with Sukuna when he brought me back to life. So, Sukuna's soul was transferred into Megumi's body, turning him into his slave, his plaything, and chaining him to the death of his stepsister at his own hands. Sukuna knew how to play his cards like a strategist. Naruto remained silent and didn't break it after Itadori's speech, absorbing each of his words, feeling the sadness of the 15-year-old spirit. He had felt the boy's emotion in all its splendor, almost as if they were his own emotions and feelings. Could it be due to being Itadori's transmigrant? Were they sharing sensations and emotions? But I still have some hope. Well, I have it all pinned on you, Naruto Uzumaki. Itadori lifted his face and looked at the Uzumaki with shining eyes. You are the only one who can return Megumi's happiness, separate him from Sukuna. Megumi had betrayed him. Megumi had toyed with him. Sukuna had always been behind every curse-related event in Kuo City, gauging his strength, his tenacity, his conviction. He had only become a sorcerer to control Rika's power, which was now in Kenjaku's hands. And he only kept fighting because the curses seemed to find him, somehow linked to fate, but he never did it on his own, with a clear goal. I promise, I swear, Itadori, that I will separate Megumi from Sukuna. He extended his fist towards the pink-haired youth. And Uzumaki never goes back on his promise. That is my way. Itadori looked at the fist extended towards him and smiled with some affection, also feeling the feelings of the blue-eyed blonde who was smiling at him with a foxy smile. I'll take your word for it, Naruto Uzumaki. He bumped his fist with the blonde teens. Bring Megumi back to me, please. Chapter 39. Transmigration, in some cultures, refers to the passage of a soul to another body as time and lives pass, as some people believe that the soul is infinite and, therefore, must possess another body to continue existing and living, leaving a remnant of another person's soul in the body of a human being. This is what Sukuna referred to when he said Itadori's name when referring to Naruto. The soul of the first vessel of the King of Curses was present in the body of Toji Fushiguro's apprentice, something that soul experts could have seen or felt, and that all sorcerers knew, or at least those qualified to do so. This information had been kept completely secret by the Sorcerer Society, who sought peace and continued living after the war, leaving Sukuna completely forgotten along with his followers, something that the King of Curses did not want to maintain, and saw it as much more interesting to take the life of the Uzumaki and kill Itadori again, even if it was through another body with another face and visage, but the same mediocre presence. For everyone, Naruto Uzumaki had left the world of the living after being attacked by Ryam and Sukuna and his group of special-grade curses that served him like dogs. But the truth is that the student was transferred to the old complex of the Gojo clan, one of the three great clans of sorcery, along with the Zenin and the Kamo, the two rivals of the first, keeping the teenager's condition a complete secret, since even the elders believed that the boy had died and that Sukuna had disappeared again. Naruto Uzumaki's condition had improved thanks to Nobara's first aid, who managed to close the chest wound using the reverse curse technique, which wore down the teenager until she was completely exhausted, but giving the teenager the chance to live if he recovered, because now everything was in the hands of Naruto and the goddess Fortuna, who seemed to be smiling at the boy. At least, Sukuna had not torn him apart and skinned him like Itadori 20 years ago, something that was present in the minds of Maki and Nobara, who saw the body of their friend hanging on the cross. December 25th. 20 years ago, when the sacrificial game began and Satoru Gojo was released from the confining prison, Sukuna agreed to the Gojo leader's terms for a fight between his team and the sorcerer team, which turned into a battle on December 25, 20 years ago, the date on which Satoru lost the match against the Curse King, when he was split in half by the world-cutting slash, the enhanced move that broke through the barrier of the strongest sorcerer of the modern era. Now, 20 years later, Sukuna and Kenjaku wanted to relive that moment, finish what they started, and if possible, destroy all the sorcerers and everyone in their path, something Amaterasu prevented them from doing by reversing events to a certain extent. I guess he's so self-centered, he likes to rehash his best moments, Maki murmured. The girl was sitting on the windowsill, looking out at the trees surrounding the Gojo clan compound with a somewhat thoughtful air. He wants to finish what he started 20 years ago on the same day, and, probably, in the same place. It's not like we can stop him, Nobara entered the room. In the next room, Zenobia had been treated and was currently sleeping peacefully, resting and recovering from the injuries caused by Kenjaku's curse. Sukuna is a bastard, but one with power that surpasses God. Suki didn't say anything at that statement, but Maki frowned slightly at Nobara's words. After 20 years of training, preparing for when they would see Sukuna again, the King of Curses proved to be beyond their reach. They weren't Satoru Gojo, and they didn't have Itadori's determination, or they could only be determined to a certain extent. Ah. No need to worry either, she blinked softly, her white hair fluttering with a wave of her hand. We have the heiress of the Gojo clan currently with us. You should stop frowning, Maki. Maki looked at the albino with a certain degree of hardness, remembering when seeing her face the face Satoru had when he fought against Sukuna. showing a confidence that not even they had, giving the rest of everything he was to stop him without success. It seemed that the daughter had inherited her father's optimism and was not showing distrust or annoyance at being the main target like her progenitor had been. Because Maki doubted that Kenjaku would stay still until December 25 or even Mahito, the bastard murderer of many of his companions. Neither of them were people to stay still, and that was something she knew only too well. "You're too optimistic," Nobara pointed out as she went over to take Naruto's temperature. The teenager was lying in bed, sunken into the mattress, with bandages covering his entire torso and slightly stained red, indicating they needed to be changed as soon as possible. "And optimism is what caused us to lose the first time. We must find something to stop Sukuna. Naruto has been separated from Rika by removing all connection, something Mahito has taken very seriously to do with such haste before Whiskers could even learn how to fight. Using his curse technique, switching his soul and taking away all his ability to control cursed energy, exiling him from the world of magecraft, that was a blow too low, even for that bastard Mahito." Maki pursed her lips after mentioning the name of the human curse, feeling like throwing up just thinking about it. "Naruto is just a normal human now, and without Rika's support or seeing the curses, he is of no use to us, and we can't train him to take optimal form in such a short time. Sukuna has taken our best weapon from us." The three girls shook their heads and looked out the window. Leaning on the sill, right next to his niece, Toji Fushiguro sat, his dark eyes gazing at the sleeping figure of his first and only student. "Uncle. Toji Papaguro. I mean, Mr. Fushiguro." Toho twisted his lips and laughed dryly at the latest nickname he'd been given. That, of course, came from the daughter of Satoru Gojo, the only one who could make fun of him and still walk completely unscathed. It's surprising to see the brat sleeping so peacefully when a war is brewing behind the scenes. The elders have stirred a bit, uneasy with the strong presence in Kuo. And that's caused the demons and factions to notice the King of Curses' presence, which will be a pain. It seems that, just as those Gremory idiots are dealing with their problems, we're going to have to deal with Sukuna and Kenjaku if we want to keep the peace. What's going on in Kyoto? Do I look like I know this, niece? I'm not affiliated with the Council of Elders, and I wasn't in the Wizard Society for many years, even before you were born. I'm an abandoned dog. Of course they wouldn't put a leash on me again when I'm a spy for their enemy. Don't act so surprised. The Sorcerer's Society has been in Kenjaku's hands for years, since before all this started. Why do you think they punished the people who tried to rescue Satoru? Why do you think they branded Megumi and Yuji as traitors? Yaga died by Gakuganji's hand, following those principles, and he was the only one still alive when Kenjaku killed the elders, even though they were his puppets all these years. The new society hasn't changed hands. That shitty brain is still pulling the strings. Kenjaku's origin was completely unknown to all, but saying that he was a demon was the best definition they could give to the strange sorcerer, who began to become more present in the world after taking control of the body of Noritashi Kamo, who was known as the most evil sorcerer in history, the stain of the three great clans, but who gave Kenjaku 9 possible weapons in the form of cursed wombs. Although 3 of the 9 left their father's side, since Choso was now with the Sorcerer Society and his 2 brothers remained dead. In order for us to win, we must kill Kenjaku first and convince the rest of the sorcerers of Sukuna's plans and Kenjaku's control over the elders. We can't do it alone. That's what Satoru would say, and at the same time, it wasn't. He rested his chin on his retracted leg. Toji looked at the daughter of Satoru and Uchiha, finding similarities between the two sorcerers. She resembled Satoru in her hair and eyes, clearly a female version of her father. She also had a certain ego typical of the Gojo clan. But Uchiha's slightly calmer personality seemed to be the one that prevailed in Tsuki Gojo, Satoru Gojo's firstborn daughter. Wanting to kill the high command is such a Gojo mission that it seems like a joke. But you're right. The elders are a burden on the eve of a war, and it's clear that we can't trust old men who serve someone like Kenjaku, who is also Sukuna's bitch. You could say that our leaders are going to lead us to our own destruction, and we don't have the necessary members to fight on our own. So what are we going to do? Nobara asked. You're the oldest of us all, and the one responsible for all of this. What? Me? I already have a son, and he's crazier than I am. The girls glared at Toji. Okay. Gosh, it's not like I said I was going to give up and let them kill me. That's not what I do anyway, and this kid isn't going to give up. He's too much like me to be stuck in bed. But he doesn't have cursed energy. He can't see curses, and Rika was taken from him. Toji kept his eyes on the bedridden teenager, looking thoughtful. He had been working with the underworld to clarify the presence of the group of sorcerers known as the Crow, a strange group of 6 members who had been searching for the keys to open the gates of purgatory and bring out the worst demons within. Something, of course, he had avoided by finding one of the keys himself and keeping it. Although this, not even Zekrom Bale knew yet. So I guess you've lost hope and Sukuna has won again, huh? The blue eyes reflected something Tauji had never seen in his apprentice. Determination, confidence. Slowly, despite Nobara's protests, Naruto sat up in bed, his muscles creaking as he strained them beneath the bandages. Naruto. The boy didn't respond, instead staring at his teacher for a few seconds before looking back at the girls. He had promised Itadori that he would get Megumi back, and Naruto Uzumaki never broke a promise, never went back on his word. He was probably the most useless person in the room right now, but he was never good at just sitting around doing nothing. In 14 days, you will make the trip to Kyoto with your schoolmates. It is the center of all Japanese mythology. Nobara shifted her eyes to the adult, showing horror. Naruto didn't have access to Maki or cursed energy. He was easy prey for Sukuna's followers. Of course, considering your enmity with the demons, someone has offered to be your bodyguard. Don't worry. He's a first-grade sorcerer who single-handedly defeated a special-grade curse and about 10 first-grade curses during the night parade of 100 demons. And, of course, he's wanted to meet you for a long time. Apprentice and master stared at each other for a few seconds. Naruto realized his mentor was hiding something, that he was sending him to Kyoto for a specific reason, despite it being a nest of vipers who wanted him dead. Okay, sensei. I'll go to Kyoto. The girls' protests didn't matter. Teacher and student made a decision that would ultimately change the future one way or the other. Chapter 40. The distance between Tokyo and Kyoto was easily overcome by the speed of the bullet train that Kuo students would use to travel from the capital to the most mystical city in the entire continent, where they would spend 10 days learning about the mythology, religion and folklore that surrounded the city, which was proud to be considered the city with the most mysticism in the country, with the best temples and the most beautiful places to visit. Something that no other Japanese had tried to refute about their colleagues in Kyoto, because the city with its temples was too beautiful and interesting for visitors. Kyoto also had some interesting ceremonies in some of its most important temples, performed by the Miko, the priestesses of the different temples, almost as if the city were still loosely linked to a feudal era. However, what few people knew is that Kyoto was the seat of the kingdom of the Yokai, fantastic beings that were not seen, usually, by people outside the paranormal world. But that monks and Miko saw with frequent ease when they performed their own rituals, with the intention of removing all evil from their home and the city. Rituals so old that they were passed down from generation to generation until the modern era. This was what the second-year students at Kuo Academy in Kuo City were going to see, just like the third-year students had the previous year and the first-year students would the following year. It was, by all accounts, a sort of tradition the students weren't refusing to follow. In fact, of the activities mandated by the academy, this was the one the students enjoyed the most, even though the entire group of students was left in the care of some of the less competent teachers. Naruto wasn't surprised when he saw Azazel, the governor of the Grigori, standing on the platform, giving him a cautious smile, because of what had happened at the meeting between the factions. From what the student learned, Azazel had been put in charge of the team consisting of Ria's entourage and Sona's, forming a team under Azazel's command, and the Fallen didn't seem too concerned with actually training them. Though Naruto did catch Issei's new set of muscles when he saw him move. Like him, the devils had trained during the holiday period and didn't waste much of their time. Or so the young mage student thought. After being discharged by Nobara, Naruto had witnessed the scars that adorned his body after the fight against the curses and the king of curses. Forming a strange circular scar, the largest was located right in the area between his stomach and his pectorals, both front and back, being the same area that was pierced by Sukuna's arm when he attacked him from behind. The next scar was on his right arm, being semicircular, like a jagged line, indicating that someone was in charge of stitching his arm after some cut he got when he fought against Mahito or Sukuna, something that the boy wasn't too sure about. And the last scar was on his face, just above his left eyebrow. It seemed that a metal fragment cut the area and left that mark as another reminder of the fight. I guess it's time for a rematch. Those words felt empty in his mind. Kinjaku had taken Rika away from him, which left him in a bad position against someone like Sukuna, and Mahito had modified his soul and made him lose his ability to wield cursed energy, taking away all the weapons he could fight with. He had stopped seeing curses and feeling cursed energy. He was completely blind to the supernatural world, and it was annoying. Though now he understood how Maki and Toji felt. They didn't have cursed energy and spent their entire lives in the same situation he was in now, never giving up. He readjusted his glasses, courtesy of Maki, with a simple push of his right hand and looked toward the boys and girls who would be accompanying him to Kyoto. He wasn't too happy about being on a bullet train, 2 hours from Kyoto, sharing the same space as Issei, but he couldn't do anything to change that without raising suspicion. And his teacher wouldn't let him kill him. You look a little different, Uzumaki-san. As every year, the student council president made an appearance to see the students off on their trip to Kyoto. This time, Sona Citri took the place of student council president, which required her to be present, something that didn't seem to bother her too much since it was one of her duties as council leader. Few, however, paid attention to Sona. The male population's eyes were on Akeno and Rias, who went to see off Issei, Asi, and Kiba, the Gremory boys who would be traveling to Kyoto with them. "I've had better times. It's not exactly been my best week," the teenager declared with a simple shrug. His situation was a top secret and no one outside the Gojo compound knew that he could no longer control the cursed energy or that Rika had been taken from him. Naruto wasn't going to mention it even if he was burned with fire for 1,000 nights. But it doesn't matter. I've always bounced back from things like this. Sona looked at the young man for a few seconds before nodding slightly at the young sorcerer. The glasses weren't the only thing that had caught her attention. As a demon, Sona was able to perceive the scent of humans, differentiating them from one another. The scent of sorcerers was somewhat bitter, full of rust from the blood that clouded their hands. Naruto had stopped smelling like them. He smelled, pardon the word, delicious. And that made her feel calm in his presence. It was as if the boy in front of her was a completely different man. "I hope you manage to return to your normal state of mind and that you leave those glasses behind." He pointed at the glasses covering the teenager's blue eyes, earning a shy smile. "They look good on you, but your eyes don't need to be highlighted. I don't know if I'm making myself clear." A little, Sona-san," the boy shook his head, dismissing the idea of flirting the girl in front of him was doing. He hoped she wasn't flirting with him. "I guess the permissions Gremory gave Issei are to stay on the Yakai's good side, or am I wrong?" Naruto had seen Rias give Issei some passes and how she had whispered something to the boy, something he couldn't fully understand. But he quickly deduced what those passes were for. The enmity between Yakai and demons was clear. The demons of Christianity had taken over the city of Kuo and snatched it from the clutches of its protectors, which wasn't exactly taken as something praiseworthy by many of the Shinto creatures. If the goddess Amaterasu and the Yakai leader hadn't stopped the revolts, that action would probably have bathed the country in blood. Although it wasn't something the demons should have known. "You're not wrong." Sona looked at Rias, her best friend, for a few seconds before looking back at the sorcerer. "What Rias gave the boys is a pass that allows the devils to be in Kyoto for 10 days. These passes were obtained by my sister Serapho. I think you remember her, a girl with thick pigtails," and a cold smile came to the boy's mind. "Without that pass, we would probably create an unnecessary war between our peoples. And neither can have a war now." The Cows Brigade was a sensitive topic for everyone. According to information obtained through Azazel's network, the terrorist group's members were expanding into more and more pantheons, extending their network of associates to levels no one could have ever imagined. Who was leading it? For what motive? Naruto doubted Kinjaku and Sukuna were the main leaders, but he was certain they were important members. They, along with the special grade curses, were quite an attractive incentive for anyone who decided to start a war. But then, what did they promise them? While Itadori had shared a fair amount of relevant information, Naruto still needed to know a lot in order to stop them. And their current intentions remained hidden from everyone. He doubted Sukuna and Kinjaku only wanted to accomplish what they couldn't do 20 years ago, not if they were under someone else's command. It's understandable. Unity between factions is what the leaders of the underworld have been working towards lately, interested in gaining allies in a possible future war. Otherwise, no one would think about the well-being of the Yakai or how they accepted the sorcerers into their gathering. "I'm not as stupid as I seem, Sona-san. The Mayu have done everything possible to obtain the best allies. They seem to have a fixation on the terrorist group, which leads me to believe it probably has a demonic or fallen birth." The number of members and the leaders of the terrorist group known as the Cows Brigade were currently unknown, but they had concluded that it was formed primarily by demons from the old faction. It was strange that a group like that only relied on curses, no matter how powerful, and people like Sukuna or Kinjaku didn't form teams just for the sake of it. Sukuna was a self-centered king, a cruel dictator who enjoyed the deaths of others. Kinjaku always carried out his plan, step by step, and everything he did it for a reason. Those two always acted on their own ideas, their own agendas. Forming a group like the Cows Brigade didn't seem like something they would do, at least in the eyes of the sorcerers. "Brother, where are you?" The voice rose above the conversations of the other students. 2 new students had joined Kuo Academy after the summer break, and to the surprise of the older students, they had formed a friendship with Naruto Uzumaki. Though the young sorcerer wouldn't call it a friendship. Shit. The tall, burly boy with his hair tied in a ponytail and a scar on the right side of his face appeared before the 2 students. He was a fairly tall young man, probably around 2 meters or taller, with muscles upon muscles and a huge smile on his face. "Brother. I finally found you." Arms wrapped around Naruto before he could escape. In the blink of an eye, the young Uzumaki was being held prisoner in the strong arms of Aoi Todo, a second-year student and first-grade sorcerer. Let me go, you giant. Let me go. Dodu-san, please let go of Uzumaki-san. The girl was trying to get the muscular giant to let go of the blonde. It was a strange contrast. While Aoi stood out for his muscles and size, the girl stood out for her side hair that fell to the upper half of her back, with a long strand framing the right side of her face, and one at the level of her left eye framing the left side. After a few moments, Naruto was finally free from Aoi Todu's arms. I thought I was going to die. Are you okay, Uzumaki-san? Kasumi Miwa was a third-grade sorceress with nothing special about her. Unlike her peers, Kasumi lacked the physical abilities they possessed, and her fighting style, lacking innate technique, was based on the use of a katana and the new style shadow technique. Yeah, don't worry, blue-haired beauty, Naruto dismissed Kasumi's concern with a wave of his hand, standing up to his full height. Of course, the change in his demeanor made a drop of sweat fall down Kasumi and Sona's temples. Guo students, please get on the train. We're departing. Be careful, Sona's voice drew the attention of the 3 sorcery students. There have been rumors. Kyoto is in turmoil. I don't want anything to happen to you. What's going to happen to us? It's just a school trip, Sona-san. We'll make it back in one piece. Chapter 41. The trip between Tokyo and Kyoto took a total of 2 hours and 18 minutes on the bullet train, the transportation the students had taken to travel to Kyoto City for their post-summer field trip. The second-year group from Kuo Academy was currently accompanied by Azazel, who had taken over the occult research club, and a woman who had recently joined Ria's peerage, following the events of the summer in the underworld. Her name was Roswis, a former Valkyrie in the service of the god Odin himself. From what the trio of sorcerers ended up gathering, during the faction union event held in the underworld, the god of trickery Loki had revealed himself to be an ally of the Chaos Brigade, an enemy of their father Odin, and a potential thorn in their side of the world. This, of course, ended in a confrontation with the terrorist group, and the god was sealed in ice, which Naruto viewed as an absurd idea. Imprisoning powerful enemies in a time of war could be one of the worst ideas anyone could have. Naruto doubted the terrorist group would leave Loki encased in ice, wasting his power when they could use it on the battlefield. Therefore, the chances of them coming to a rescue were very high, although they would do so when they were weak and the enemies could take advantage of the situation. And Loki was someone truly powerful if he was given free rein. After the promised 2-hour journey, the academy students finally arrived at Kyoto Station 2 hours into the trip, which provided a welcome relief to many students. Apparently, a group of girls had finally had enough of the perverted trio, causing a stir in the first few compartments of the train and causing a headache for the other students, who had to endure the shouts of their reprimanded classmates. But after that unpleasant incident, they were in Kyoto. The air in Kyoto was different from that in Tokyo. It wasn't as polluted and stale. It was much cleaner, much more natural, as if they were in the middle of a forest, which wasn't a completely wrong idea. Kyoto was surrounded by trees, forests, and nature in its entirety, which complemented its temples and made them even more mystical, giving the city a much more fantastical feel than one might expect. Is this your first time in Kyoto, brother? Both Aoi and Kasumi had been students at the Kyoto School of Sorcery before the incident 20 years ago. Because of this, the 2 teenagers knew Kyoto like the back of their hand, having spent years there under the care of the school's administrators. Yeah, I've never been here before. I wasn't in Japan when I was a kid. They looked down a path lined with torii gates, surrounded by bamboo on both sides, creating a shady path uphill. Something had caught his attention, a small tick that made him look toward the entrance to the path. Could it have been my imagination? Naruto frowned for a few seconds and shook his head, gripping the strap of his backpack tightly. Unlike many of his classmates, he'd only brought a few essentials that fit in his trusty travel backpack. That gave him just enough room for the souvenirs he'd bring back to the girls. There are beautiful places we'll be visiting starting tomorrow. I've asked both Azazel and the teacher for special permission. Since we're wizards from Kyoto, we can be excellent guides, and they've let us move around on our own. The 3 of us and anyone else who wants to accompany us. Do you want to take someone else with us, Aoi? What? The boy blinked at Kasumi. I only suggested other companions since you're so kind to others, Miwa. My brother and I are enough, and we don't need anyone else getting in the way of our healthy relationship. Kasumi blinked, a drop of sweat trickling down her temple. She'd forgotten that Aoi Todu was an overly intense teenager, too annoying when he wanted to be. All the first grade and special grade sorcerers had distinctive attitudes. Satoru Gojo had been too carefree, too conceited. Yuki Tsukuma was cheerful, full of energy, like a hyperactive bomb. Suguru Jito had been a foil for Satoru when he was on the side of the good guys, and when he became an enemy, he was too self-centered and full of himself, a racist who considered users of cursed energy above monkeys. There wasn't a single one of the sorcerers who didn't have their own particular character trait, something that made them completely unique. But both the first grade and the special grade sorcerers, they could be too much. They're not fighting, are they? Silver locks fluttered before blue eyes that stared at the three students. The woman in charge of the students looked at the only three sorcerers in the institution. As a teacher, she was supposed to ensure the students' well-being, but as Ria's Gremory's pawn, she was supposed to stay away from the sorcerers as much as possible. No, Naruto intervened on behalf of his classmates, flashing an apologetic smile. Aoi is a little too intense, and Kasu-chan was just trying to keep him from doing something crazy. You know, Professor, students can choose to pursue things that interest them at their own risk. Roswa stared at the blonde-haired teenager, a frown etched on her slightly agile face. She twisted her lips for a few seconds and, after toying with a few thoughts, simply shook her head in acceptance. It wasn't beneficial for her or her king to increase the enmity with the sorcerers, and Azazel had asked her not to try to pressure the boy. She didn't see him as a threat, though. She didn't feel anything from him. To her, he was just another human. Good. We've arrived at the hotel we'll be staying at. Since you were standing at the door, I thought there was trouble. Come on, come in. Let's not keep everyone waiting for the room allocation. Aoi and Kasumi entered behind Roswas, but Naruto lingered in the doorway for a few moments. He turned his head over his shoulder, looking back at the dark path. Something was calling him, pulling him along, and for a second, he saw movement in the bamboo trees that lasted only a fraction of a second. It was so brief, he thought he'd imagined it. It must have been a hallucination of my mind. Yes, that must have been it. The room allocation didn't take too long to happen, and within minutes Naruto found himself sharing a huge, luxurious room that could have been considered a suite with his partner Aoi Todo, his self-imposed brother and one of his two protectors for that trip. Doji had let him go to Kyoto, and the same man had made it his mission to allow the trip beforehand, seeing it as an opportunity to learn, understand the world of sorcery, and likely find some solution to what had happened to him. But the girls were adamant in their desire for him to be accompanied by some sorcerers. Yuki and Choso were ruled out, as they were tied to the Sorcerer Society, and Toji couldn't go unnoticed among the students or teachers. Since they were constantly on missions for their team, which revolved around research, Maki took it upon herself to ask two former classmates from Kyoto, who had retired from the Sorcerer Society after the war, for the favor. This ended with Aoi and Kasumi taking on the roles of students and protecting the apprentice sorcerer throughout the trip. Kasumi had had no relationship with Yuji Itadori, but Aoi had been a self-imposed brother figure who had stood by the deceased first-year sorcerer when he fought Hanami and later Mahito, serving as a kind of encouragement to the boy. This feeling had struck Naruto's soul and heart when he met Aoi. He hadn't spoken to Itadori again, but he had felt things he hadn't felt before when he saw Nobara Armaki, like remnants of feelings that weren't truly his own and could only be linked to the remnants of Itadori's soul inside his body. Although, of course, he wasn't going to be upset about feeling certain things when he looked at the pink-haired boy's former companions. It was understandable. And it was better than having them occupy his entire body. Naruto left his backpack in the far corner of the room, under the windowsill, right where he'd placed his futon. He liked sleeping by the window, feeling the small rays of the moon caress his skin, if only they could caress him. And besides, he felt better near that path through the bamboo, which seemed to comfort him in some strange, supernatural way. That girl I saw, was she real? Or just my imagination playing tricks on me? Already lying on the futon, while listening to Aoi snoring like a giant seal, Naruto looked toward the path between the bamboo that had caught his attention. Was it really a girl his eyes saw? Was she really surrounded by that blue aura? Squinting, resting his chin on his right hand, Naruto Uzumaki looked toward the entrance of that forest surrounded by modern buildings, by night passers-by who walked without feeling what he had felt. Was he going crazy? Or was it just his desire to see the curses again and have Rika by his side? Ever since Rika was taken from him, he'd felt alone despite being constantly accompanied. He could be in a room full of people and feel an enormous emptiness in his chest, as if a part of his soul had been taken away, something that was annoying and sad at the same time. He didn't know how to feel, how to recover, or how to keep moving forward. Just when he thought he'd been able to build a bridge with Rika, overcome her death, Kinjaku took it upon himself to snatch away the only stable thing that had been in his life. His parents had passed away when he was a child, always in the care of his godparents. When he won a scholarship to study in his home country, neither his godfather nor his godmother were afraid to let him go, almost as if he were a nuisance to them. Rika Orimoto, on the other hand, was always with him, in one way or another. She was his friend, his curse, and his companion. The faint creaking sound followed that thought. Naruto had opened the window and, in an instant, had jumped out, falling to the street below at the same time that Kuo's uniform jacket flapped slightly behind him. He didn't understand why, but he felt he should go see what was hidden in that bamboo forest, to see if his eyes had really seen that figure moving among the trees, or if it was just his mind going crazy, which could certainly be a huge possibility. Sukuna appeared in his life in the form of Megumi Fushiguro, his mentor's son. Kinjaku took Rika from him using some kind of curse technique. Mahito took away his ability to see curses, which he now saw through Maki's glasses. And his body was marked with the scars from that fight. Despite the fact that he had to be protected, Naruto Uzumaki launched himself into the unknown. Chapter 42. The night was slightly warm, with the remnants of August slowly escaping as the cooler autumn wind took its place. The moon was high above, at its zenith, shining a beautiful, intense silver color that illuminated the path the student was slowly following, passing under the torii gates, surrounded entirely by bamboo trees. It was as if the moon was trying to guide him along that path, signaling him with its silvery light. It almost seemed like a test of courage, something popular at summer camps back in Japan. Although he had to admit that it was also very popular in the United States during his school years. And he never backed down, not even when he was faced with the worst bully in school. He finally made it out of the bamboo forest and stood at the edge of it, at the edge of a vast field filled with grass and graves. The tombstones were the first thing the boy's eyes saw. All the same, all dark, giving the impression of people crouching. But the brightness of the moon gave him an idea of what they were, of who they belonged to. Each and every one of those more than 100 graves was an unwelcoming sight for a high school student, and Naruto felt his mouth dry up, his throat lose all the moisture from his saliva, and he could only stand there, staring for the next few seconds, stunned by what his eyes were seeing, but unable to look away. In a way, though he wouldn't admit it, Naruto felt fascinated by the sight. It wasn't the graves or the tombstones, but the silver glow that shone on them, and how he had come to find that cemetery hidden in that strange area, in a clearing in a bamboo forest that was located in the middle of the city, as if it were a completely magical place. And, in a way, Naruto knew that this place was magical and strange. His body felt the energy in the place, the sense of death that surrounded him, and all those souls murmuring, staring at him as if he were a spectacle, a celebrity who had arrived in the neighborhood or the school. He felt singled out. When the boy realized what was happening, his blush soon increased, feeling truly embarrassed at feeling watched and the center of all attention. But when he realized that they were actually ghosts of the dead, Naruto could only open his eyes wide, any trace of embarrassment disappearing from his face, and his skin turning the color of a blank sheet of paper. "Oh. I see ghosts aren't your cup of tea, Blondie." Naruto jumped at a cold touch on his shoulder, pulling away from the ghostly form of a teenage girl. She smiled at him in a lascivious, charming, and predatory way. Her dark eyes didn't blink or reveal what she was saying, but Naruto could see behind that mask, finding only pain and longing, sadness for not having been able to accomplish some things. "And not too much. I don't like ghosts," he murmured, scratching his cheek. On another occasion, he would have jumped up, left, run away from that strange place. But doing that in front of a girl looking at him, even if she was a ghost, didn't seem like something he would do. "I'm sorry if my words offended you." The girl's dark eyes stared into Naruto's blue ones for the next few seconds, creating a tense atmosphere between the two. Seconds later, she burst out laughing at the perplexed look of the sorcery student. "Oh, my. You're so funny, kid. You don't have to apologize. First of all, I'm a ghost. If you hadn't been scared, I would have been offended." He tossed his hair to one side and bared his teeth in a bright smile. "And second, you can't offend a ghost for being a ghost. Much less when you can see them. It's understandable that you don't understand a lot of things. But I saw you with certain people and I couldn't help but stare a little harder." Naruto blinked for a few seconds and understood the girl's words the next moment. She had been the strange shape that moved among the bamboo trees. It was she who had left him with that feeling of being watched and, possibly, the urge to enter that forest despite it being the middle of the night. Although he would never deny that it was an entertaining experience. "I'm sorry. For making you come." The girl had short greenish-black hair, wearing a dark dress that covered her legs, her arms completely free of any fabric or tattoos. Her dark eyes, probably brown, seemed to glow faintly in the moonlight. "Doesn't matter," the boy muttered, shoving his hands into his uniform pants pockets. "Surprisingly, I had nothing better to do. Not even sleep." "Ah, sleep has been eluding me lately." The girl laughed softly, covering her mouth with her hand. Being a gentleman, Naruto kept his eyes on the moon, staring up at the starry sky. It was beautiful, and he felt at peace. "And walking alone through a forest full of spirits can bring back your sleep. We usually take away sleep, not give it back, kid. Your behavior is the opposite. I guess I should thank my time as a sorcerer, even though that's over. I no longer feel the fear I felt before. I'm no longer the Naruto I used to be." "Naruto, huh? It's like the city surrounded by whirlpools. Naruto is a reference to that city, right?" Are your parents from there, or did they just like the name? The student remained silent for a few seconds, thinking. He had never tried to find out where his name came from, what it meant, or why his parents had given him that name. And it was something interesting to learn, although it didn't matter now that his parents were dead and he was raised by his godparents for most of his childhood. I guess. I don't know much about my parents, he shrugged, trying to shake off the sad thoughts and downplay it. It wasn't like she was bothering him or anything, he was just strange. Naruto couldn't comprehend the question and satisfy his interlocutor. And you? Can you at least tell me your name? She lightly touched her lips and briefly looked up at the sky, at the moon and stars, thoughtful. Should Naruto know her name? Her mother explained the rules of politeness and etiquette. Having belonged to a prominent clan in Japanese history had marked her since childhood and left her with traits she had always hoped to surpass, even in death. Mai, she twisted her lips into a brief but charming and meaningful smile. My name is Mai. More? There was a strange familiarity with that girl's name and face. Her black hair, with a dark greenish hue, those brown eyes, and the smile on her face, told Naruto that he had seen those gestures elsewhere, on someone else with a similar name. And, once he knew that, it didn't take long for him to connect the dots in his mind, to overlap the faces. Maki? Ah. You know my twin sister, the girl without the cursed energy. I suppose you've met the only good side of our family, the only person I respect and love, although it's too late to tell her. Mai Zenin walked slowly between the graves, her hands behind her back, followed by Naruto. Both, spirit and sorcerer, stopped in front of a grave. Mai Zenin is my full name, twin sister of Maki Zenin, the one who took all her power. Did you know that in the world of sorcery twins are a sign of bad luck? For a brief moment, Mai looked towards the young apprentice. They split the person in two. I obtained the cursed power, the ability to manipulate the cursed energy. My sister obtained the body and the power. Although, she was always the strong one of the two, even with our family being a wall in her growth as a sorceress. Mai pressed her lips together and let a resigned sigh escape her mouth. Maki always wanted to be the clan leader, to change things for all of them. But her family, the main branch of the Zenin clan, wasn't one to accept things from weak people. They looked to the strength of individuals, intending to have the strongest as their leader. That's why the Zenin clan member with the 10-type shadow technique instantly took the position of leader. And Megumi would have been the leader as soon as she fell into the hands of the main members of the clan. She finally finished what that man didn't. She slaughtered his family for the sake of the world, for all the harassed and abused members, giving us a break. In the end, my sister rose above us and was able to achieve a first degree, all without possessing cursed energy, restricted by a curse. That says a lot about your sister and your family, the student admitted, looking at Mai Zenin's tombstone with a slight frown, his annoyance showing in his eyes. Two sisters at odds. One of them acknowledges her mistakes and supports the other by passing away. I suppose it's a novel story, well written and summarized. I can understand why you hate the Zenin and your envy of Maki. What I can't understand is how some bastards led you to your deaths. You know that part? Maki-chan explained it to me, how she gained her power by being in tune with her sister at a time when she died when you died. One of the members had attacked you, beaten you almost to death, and Maki was thrown with your wounded body into the pit full of curses that the clan members used for training. It's the most iconic place in the Zenin complex. Before it was destroyed by my sister, Mai found that a little funny. Over 20 years ago, a person without cursed energy let them live. Some time later, another person, who was mistreated in the worst way due to the clan's rules, ended up destroying them to ashes. Being a woman within the Zenin clan is, without a doubt, the worst thing you can be. Do you know that I wanted to take my own life? Seeing my mother suffer at the hands of our father for giving birth to us, it's not something children want to see, Naruto. No one should see that, I guess. But the world is a piece of shit, Mai-san. The world creates monsters and heroes. Our only choice is to choose who we want to be. Maki decided, after years, to become a figure for the world, for her family and her clan, to be a role model for other people regardless of their gender. He massaged the back of her neck while looking at the night sky. Ma-chan is truly amazing, and you too, Mai-chan. Both of you, for having suffered through that and, somehow, survived, are worthy of my respect. The silence of that declaration was broken when the spirits began to fade away. That feeling of peace and protection vanished a few seconds later. Standing there, Naruto felt the fear emanating from the spirits. You should go, Whiskers-kun. He is coming for a little suffering from me and others. And you don't have the power to face him. Not now, not here. Your best option to live another day is to run away. Naruto stared at Mai Zenin's face for several seconds, causing silence to remain between the masters the entire time. Footsteps could be heard approaching from the entrance to the cemetery, a figure slowly emerging from the darkness and its cursed energy causing the spirits to freeze. My dear. A young man appeared in the moonlight. Have you brought any live guests? I suppose they're another food I can digest, now that I'm a curse. I should thank you, cousin, even though you're as useless as your sister. Yes. Naoya Zenin smiled at his late cousin's mention of his man, but his eyes never left Naruto. He put his arm around the teenager's shoulders and held him close to his side. Aren't you going to talk, boy? I just came to torment Mai. The breath came out of the sorcerer's mouth in the form of a small cloud of steam. Did you hurt Mai and Maki? What? You're worried about those two bitches when I'm going to rip your head off. You can start. Naoya felt it. There was no cursed energy or magic behind that blow to the stomach, but he felt the force behind it seconds before he was thrown several meters backward. I don't care, you know. Naruto positioned himself between Mai and Naoya, his shirt open. I don't have any cursed energy or Rika to fight with. I don't care about life. You can rip my head off. But that won't take away the satisfaction of beating you to death. Naoya Zenin. Chapter 43. The Zenin clan was one of the three great clans of the Sorcerer Society, along with the Kamo clan and the Gojo clan, furthering the history of sorcery with their own grain of sand. But not everything was gilded in the eyes of those within the clan. While the Kamo didn't go too far with their own members and the Gojo clans dwindled to only a few, but remained strangely friendly with their own, the Zenin always looked out for the strength of the strongest, having the most capable and powerful clan leader, increasing rivalry with the other clans, and always wanting to take the lead by placing themselves above the other two. Within the clan, there were two branches. The first, from which came all those who had cursed energy and possessed the talent and power to lead the clan. And the second, those who were only servants, mere punching bags for the members of the first branch. The second, unfortunately, included all those clan members who did not have cursed energy, those who could not increase their status within the Sorcerer Society, and, being a clan where power was everything, were rejected and mistreated. Although some had the opportunity to be used as soldiers by members with cursed energy, giving them the chance to belong to a group that was made up of young people without cursed energy. But still, they were just like dogs on a leash. Naoya Zenin wiped the blood dripping from his chin with the back of his hand, squinting at her. That kid had beaten him in a split second. And he had the muscle power to do it. As he walked toward the cemetery, he'd studied the boy. There was no trace of cursed energy, and from what he'd learned of Kinjaku, he no longer had the special grade curse they called the Queen of Curses. And yet, here he was, standing a few feet in front of him, having landed a right hook full of intent and power. And while he'd give him credit for the blow, he was filled with resentment at being struck by a mere human, by someone worse than his dead cousin and the burned eyesore. Ah, we'll have to teach some manners then, don't you think, Mai? Mai Zenin's eyes widened. In a split second, Naoya was slamming his fist into Naruto's stomach and, thrusting his arm, sending it slamming into several tombstones. Whiskers. Don't worry too much about him, cousin Naoya laughed, cracking his arm as he began to stretch. I don't even need my curse form to beat him. I can outrun him with my innate technique, and I doubt he'll be able to match me in speed. Like his father, Naoya possessed a projection technique, which allowed him to modify the angle of vision to slow down the movement of the enemy, even being able to freeze the movements of his rival for a limited time. Time that he used to hit his enemy and cause his own injuries. And that blow was reinforced with cursed energy. I doubt he'll be able to stand for a few moments. Cough, he spat out blood onto the wet grass. With some effort, Naruto stood up and looked at Naoya's figure with his blue eyes. Did you hurt Maki-chan? Did you insult Mai-chan? Yes. If that's what you want to hear before you die. Yes, I hit that bitch and insulted that other one. A second later, Naruto crashed to the ground after a devastating right hook. And I'd do it again. Both of them are a disgrace, both of them are disgusting to our name. Naruto. I see. Naoya's eyes widened slightly. When he tried to move, a direct jab connected directly against his stomach and knocked him back a few feet. Now I understand, in a picture, Mai-chan's words. I can understand the hatred, the frustration, and what they suffered. Both of them. Denigrated for the mere fact of being twins, for the mere fact of being born with differences. He took a deep breath. He fixed his eyes on Naoya. He positioned himself, extending one arm forward and the other retracted towards himself. You're disgusting, Naoya Zenin. Stop messing with me, kid. And die with this blow. Martial arts. Why do you always tell me to teach you and never decide on something to pursue? You've never been decisive, kid. Hyakushin karate. A teacher, I don't know, I just want to know and understand what you do. Secret art of the four guardian gods. Arg, you're more annoying, boy. Do you want to know what I do, what I practice? What will you use it for? Naoya was inches away from touching Naruto. His cocky grin widened, his eyes flashing like a predator already biting at the jugular of its prey, a wolf on a gazelle. To protect Rika. To protect you, master. So I guess I can teach you a little. First stage. The fist of the black tortoise. Mai and Naoya's eyes widened for a few seconds. The girl's eyes flashed with satisfaction, amazement, and a bright, shimmering surprise. The boy's eyes flashed with shock, fear, and a searing pain that struck him like a bolt of lightning. Naruto's fist swung out, bypassing Naoya's technique, and struck his stomach with crushing force, sending him slamming into the bamboo forest, burying him there. Master Hand Dewey. Thank you so much for your teachings. He retracted his arm to its initial position, letting the air escape from his mouth and lungs. Naruto cracked his neck with emotion and readjusted his shoulder. I guess that's your technique. I counted to 24. After that, even I can handle something like that without cursed energy. You're the weakest guy I've ever seen in my entire life. You damn kid. Naoya spat out the words, completely filled with rage. What had that been? What was that blow? It had been charged with force. Like a whirlwind, that movement stirred his whole body and sent him flying as if he weighed nothing, as if he had no organs or decent weight, as if he were simply paper. You can put aside being a kid. Naoya's eyes widened. Flexing his legs, he leaped to the right, watching Naruto's fist shatter the spot where he'd been standing. I stopped being one a long time ago. The boy swung his left arm and blocked a roundhouse kick from Naoya, which was charged with cursed energy. Any ordinary person would have lost their arm in that blow, and Naoya and Naruto knew it, but the Uzumaki remained unmoved, moving his right arm with the intention of grabbing the Zenin's leg, forcing him to retract it and launch a front kick, which was blocked. I'm going to kill you. Naoya delivered a downward kick that struck Naruto's left shoulder, causing him to drop to his left knee and crouch in front of Naoya. I see you understand your place. If you kiss my feet and bow properly, I might forgive you. Slowly, a laugh began to echo in the graveyard. Seconds later, Naruto was rolling on the ground, pointing at Naoya, unable to say anything because his throat was cracking at the Zenin's words. Ha 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 ha. Oh gods, I haven't laughed so hard in a long time, you know. You're such an egomaniac, man. Naruto blocked Naoya's knee with his hands. Using force, he pushed the man's leg down, forcing Naoya to fall, and hit his chin with a swift elbow that shattered his nose, making him stumble, blood dripping from his nose. Don't underestimate me, Naoya Zenin. I've fought with the best, I've been trained by the man who flooded every Zenin's nervous system with fear. Injaku, Sukuna, Mahito, you all think I'm defeated because Rika dumped me because of a talking brain. Using his thumb, Naruto tapped his right temple. But you don't even have brains if you think that because I have no cursed energy I'm going to give up, you bastards. You heard Mai-chan. The girl's eyes widened slightly. You hit Maki-chan. The air swirled around Toji Fushiguro's student. And you dare say I kissed your feet. Naoya reacted by covering himself in time. The Uzumaki's right leg moved at breakneck speed, striking the Zenin and sending him tumbling backward. Naruto had covered the distance separating him from Naoya in less than a second, overcoming the cursed sorcerer's technique and overcoming the technique's temporary freezing. Second stance. Phoenix kick. He braked using his left leg and pivoted, stomping down with his right foot, creating a gust of wind that forced Naoya to plant his feet on the ground to avoid being blown away. This cut his clothes slightly and, shortly after, his bare skin. But he was powerless. When he tried to react, Naruto struck him with a black turtle fist, causing his skeleton to shake and his body to vibrate, as if he had been struck directly by lightning, rendering him immobile. Toji and Maki have proven capable of surpassing your innate technique, Naoya Zenin. Did you expect their student to be unable to surpass you when he's trained without cursed energy since he was a child? You're underestimating me, and doing so will only be the death of you. You're driving me crazy. Naoya wiped the blood from his mouth with his torn sleeve. He stared at the boy for several seconds and twisted his mouth into a cruel smile. If I can't beat you in my human form then I'll beat you in my cursed form. The powerful wave of wind and cursed energy forced Naruto to take cover for a few moments. When he was able to look where Naoya should have been there was no one there. He didn't feel anything, he couldn't see or hear anything. But he knew Naoya was there. He sensed it. Damn. Machan's glasses. The crack to the right. Naruto covered himself and shot forward, spitting blood. He rolled on the ground and jumped to his feet. Above. Following Mai Zenin's shout, Naruto jumped back and the area he had been occupying moments ago exploded into fragments of earth and pieces of tombstones. You're not going to beat me. You're not going to, kid. Naruto took a deep breath. Naoya smiled darkly. The fight between a special grade curse from a Zenin clan sorcerer and a sorcery student without cursed energy was about to begin in the hidden cemetery of Kyoto. And that battle was being watched. Chapter 44. The person became a curse when it had not been exorcised. Before his revival, Naoya had been a first-grade sorcerer of the Zenin family, the future head of the clan, and a self-absorbed person, conceited and only considering two people above his own abilities. As a fully talented male member of the Zenin clan, Naoya had been cruel and despotic toward the Zenin twins, going so far as to hit and belittle Maki for not having cursed energy and being a stain on the family. When Maki defeated him 20 years earlier, Naoya met his death at the hands of the twins' mother, who plunged a knife into his back. This caused the sorcerer, when not exorcised, to end up becoming a special grade curse, with all his resentment toward the Zenin twins. Although after a hard fight, Maki defeated him again, showing off her physical power, which denoted her own abilities. Now, resurrected to follow the plans of the King of Curses or whoever led the Cows Brigade, Naoya could access his cursed form whenever he wanted, as if it were a phase that could be accessed by breaking the rules that were established in the world, thus being one of the few cursed sorcerers. When taking his curse form, Naoya would turn into a strange creature that resembled an enormous shell with a skull for a face. When Naoya extended his arms, they appeared to be made of thick strands of muscle, which also served to pull his face out from the enormous rock that was Naoya Zenin's body in his special grade curse form. And when he retracted his limbs into the form of thick muscles to tuck them into his body, Naoya could accelerate and become a powerful projectile that would leave anyone badly injured upon impact. The problem was that Naruto wasn't blind. In the supernatural world, different types of energy existed. Demons and angels tended to use magic for their spells. Yokai relied too heavily on chakra, eventually linking it to nature in a way that ended up corrupting some. Kai was a type of energy that some of the best martial artists followed, using it as a booster for their own physical power. And Kai, contrary to how it was portrayed in fiction, was a type of energy that some humans could use as a radar for the environment. The better focus on goals or for a physical enhancement that even increased the power of magic, chakra, Kai, or cursed energy. Find out everything you can about all energies and learn what you can from them. Naruto closed his eyes and relaxed his body. Slowly, his heart began to slow, merging with his breathing, synchronizing until the two, breathing and heart, moved as one, as if they were one and the same. He must have felt Naoya Zenin's presence, sensed where he was moving. All people had Kai, if what he'd studied about it was true. He couldn't be entirely sure, but he was betting on a coin. Now that he didn't have any cursed energy but he wasn't without tools. The crack made him jump to the right. A second later, the ground erupted into a few pieces of earth that rose up. Another crack made him duck, and a gust of air whipped his hair wildly around, letting him know that Naoya had passed over him like a vicious projectile ready to kill him. He's using his innate technique, from what I see. But I can get ahead of him with the Kai he's releasing. I understand his intentions better than anyone. I can still fight. Placing his hands on the ground and flexing his legs, Naruto leaped upwards with all his might, evading Naoya in his projectile form, causing the cursed sorcerer to spin around and glare at the sorcerer's student. If his face had eyes or eyebrows, they would have formed an annoyed and unpleasant expression, but since there was only a cadaverous face with empty sockets, it was simply a skull-like face staring down at Toji Fushiguro's student in midair, which was an opportunity. If he could have smiled, Naoya would have. He drew back his limbs, turned into a projectile, and shot toward Naruto, intending to strike him, to split him in two. Being in the air, the boy could do nothing to avoid the direct blow, which would have been fatal, but it wasn't something he was worried about. First stage. Black Tortoise Fist. Naruto had had other thoughts contrary to Naoya. While the cursed sorcerer expected him to be completely unprotected, exposed in midair, Toji Fushiguro's student had wasted no time. Keeping his eyes closed, his ears strained, and his body at a minimum, he prepared to strike the invisible figure of the cursed sorcerer with a direct blow. And as Naoya charged at him, he unleashed the black turtle fist on his oncoming enemy, causing a burst of air that, after fading, created a crater in the cemetery, causing many tombstones to sink. Naruto had struck Naoya Zenin's invisible form, overcoming his innate technique. No. You shouldn't underestimate me. The boy fell to his feet. The hand he'd used to punch Naoya Zenin's hard body in his cursed form was swollen and slightly torn, with blood dripping from it. He hadn't controlled his strength, and combined with Naoya's speed, he unleashed a stronger blow than he'd originally expected. When you underestimate someone, these things happen. I should have seen it coming. Being that bitch's dog, Naoya stood up straight. Steam rose from his fragmented body, which had begun to regenerate. But you're not going to be able to stop me, brat. You don't have the power to do it, you know. You can't stop someone like me, you know. Naoya's ego had surfaced, enveloping his words. Slowly, Naruto removed the undershirt he'd been wearing over his short-sleeved shirt. Clenching his fists and relaxing his muscles, the Uzumaki prepared to fight Naoya Zenin in the second round, eyes closed. I've already surpassed your technique once, even in that cursed form you've taken. A strange aura began to surround the teenager. It was black, as if his shadow had begun to envelop him. You're not going to beat me. That's what you're suggesting, kid. Naoya shot towards Naruto at tremendous speed. A millisecond later, the blonde teenager was bedded on the ground, spitting blood, a crunching sound heard even outside his body. You can't beat me, brat. The speed of Mach 3. Naoya in his cursed form was capable of matching and surpassing that speed. He'd proven it in his fight with Maki 20 years ago, and now he'd proven the same against Naruto in that confrontation, feeling just as disappointed as he had when he'd fought his cousin. But there was something about the atmosphere, something about the teenager that Naoya didn't like. He felt the urge to kill him at that moment. Off slowly, Naruto stood up. Blood trickled down his chin, staining his white t-shirt and turning it pink. A Mach 3 hit should have probably killed him if he were a normal human. His body, while devoid of cursed energy, was still tougher than an average sorcerer's, and his strength was above many, including some supernatural beings. That was quite a punch to the stomach. I think I've thrown up all my food for the day. Couldn't you have hit my face or my back? I'm seriously going to have to eat dinner again now. And I'm going to eat your cousin. Your mind, are you crazy? Naruto leaped forward. He drew his right arm back, as if he were charging a crushing blow. Naoya saw this and disappeared, reappearing behind the teenager. But the Uzumaki was no longer advancing. He had remained in the middle of the cemetery, with his right arm retracted, as if he were carrying something. Once again, his shadow came to life. In case you didn't know, all of us special grade students have very chaotic minds. Don't even match them, you shitty brat. Just die. Naoya lunged forward. Naruto let air escape from his half-open mouth, forming a faint cloud of steam that made him look like a hungry beast. Iakushin karate, the shadows converged on the teenager's right fist. Secret art of the four guardian gods, the air converged on the fist, drawn by the black sphere. First stage. The black tortoise fist. The black turtle fist was the first stance of the Kyokushin karate style that Naruto knew, the one he had been taught ever since his teacher in America agreed to teach him. He knew everything about the movement, that's why he felt and knew that that blow was different, that there was something strange about it. And, when he connected with a blow against the invisible figure of the cursed sorcerer, everything slowed down for a second, taking on a strange black shape with red edges. Then, a flash exploded and the figure of Naoya Zenin was thrown backward, destroying all the bamboo trees in its path, disappearing from the sight of the sorcerer's apprentice, who remained standing there. That was a black flash. Mai Zenin's voice brought the sorcerer's apprentice out of his trance. Naruto looked at the fist he'd used to hit Naoya Zenin, observing the reddish hue of his skin. There were traces of blood, some raised patches of skin. But it didn't hurt. It was a little warmer, but he didn't feel any pain from his skinned hand or broken bones. He even felt better. I don't know what that is. He closed his hand tightly for a few moments and opened it, feeling the tendons in his hand respond to the movement of his fingers. I just hit him with all the strength I had. I didn't do anything else. The ghosts from the cemetery had begun to appear, emerging from their hiding places. Naruto was the topic of their conversation, the topic they would talk about while they gathered on nights like this one or any other time. He had saved them, and the boy could see their grateful faces. You'd better go, Mai Zenin concluded the meeting with a serious tone. You fought that idiot Naoya, and that might have stirred up other things. Go away, Naruto. Naruto blinked at the change in Mai's tone, but didn't reproach her. He stared at his hand for a few seconds before nodding and turning to leave. And Mai's voice stopped him, tell Maki I love her. Chapter 45. Black Flash could be considered the ultimate blow a sorcerer could achieve, uniting with the cursed energy to the point of understanding itself, having a point of evolution after the first blow that would make the user understand the cursed energy and the rituals much better. But that was the strange thing. Only people with cursed energy had executed a Black Flash over the centuries, and Naruto Uzumaki had been deprived of his connection to it. He couldn't feel it, manipulate it, or see it, which prevented him from seeing the curses around him, as had happened with the cursed form of Naoya Zenin, whom he had defeated with a powerful cursed energy blow, combined with his fighting style. However, he still couldn't feel the cursed energy itself, which confused him much more and created more doubts than solutions in his adolescent mind. But what he was satisfied with was having defeated Naoya Zenin with a couple of blows. Naruto wouldn't admit it outright, but he was angry, truly angry at Naoya's words and the history of the Zenin clan, especially the twins. His involvement in the world of sorcery had been limited, too recent, and he didn't know all the stories surrounding the larger clans of the Sorcerer Society. But why should a clan look down on its members? Weren't they family? Seeing Naoya's smile when he mentioned Maki or belittled Mai ignited his most primal feelings. Until now, he hadn't wanted to kill anyone directly and lamented every death, even though he was better at them than him. However, Naoya was the only one who made him angry to the point of wanting to murder someone, even if they were already dead and a spawn. Could that be why he was able to use the Black Flash, or was there something more? With hesitation, confusion, and a twitching body, Naruto snuck back into his room, sinking onto his futon with a tired sigh. It seemed his muscles weren't used to the strain, and being used in a fight again made them work like a rusty machine. I guess I should train a little harder, warm up. My body feels heavy. As she stretched her legs, she felt something touching her bare feet. She looked down between the sheets and saw an elongated rectangular box, about a meter long by eye, as dark as mahogany. Someone with a mask brought him. I almost hit him. Naruto turned his head and saw Aoi leaning against the doorway of the room. He looked back at his roommate's futon, but it was still just as swollen. Did you leave sheets and pillows inside? Of course. As soon as I saw you jump out the window, I could only follow you outside. What a magnificent strike, brother. That black flash would have been the pride of many sorcery masters, and some of my peers. Aoi's eyes gleamed faintly in the moonlight. The blonde man's cheeks turned pink in embarrassment. It's unheard of that someone without cursed energy could break through the limit and strike with such a powerful attack. The elder's lips twisted. The first-grade sorcerer clapped. I suppose that's why they left that package, for you. Slowly, the teenager opened the package by removing the lid. Naruto opened his eyes as a sheathed katana came into view. The handle was as black as a raven's wing, and the scabbard, also black, bore no markings whatsoever. He had hoped that at least the name of the weapon would be present on the blade, but he discovered that this was not the case. The katana was smooth, made of gray steel that stood out against the black of the handle, guard, and scabbard. She's beautiful. Naruto's eyes glittered from the blade's gleam. He hadn't owned a sword of his own. Every weapon he'd ever used belonged to his master or his partner. Every cursed tool, every weapon had been used by someone else before. That sword looked so new, unused. It came with this note. Aoi picked up a small piece of paper that was handwritten in ink, in beautiful calligraphy. Zama. That seems to be the name of the sword. Nothing else comes with it, not even a return address. Aoi scanned the sheet of paper, both on the front and back. It was completely blank, with only that name written in black ink, soaking into the strands of paper. Naruto closed his fingers around the handle of Zanma, and when he completely closed his hand, he felt how that katana sucked him inwards, how it extracted his soul towards it. He dropped the sword in a second, leaving it stuck in the ground. What was that? Zanma had taken on a different form for a few seconds, representing another older katana, its blade slightly rusted, with bloodstains decorating it. It wasn't the beautiful sword he'd seen at the beginning, but older and more used than he'd expected, claiming a part of his soul for itself. Swallowing hard, Naruto reached for the sword again, his eyes fixed on the katana, waiting for something to emerge from it. He closed his hand a second time, and this time, he felt nothing coming from the sword. It didn't try to drag his soul out of his body or imbue him with malicious energy or anything like that. He simply allowed him to hold it, as if giving it permission to do so. It may be a cursed tool, but I've never seen one like it. The third-year student examined the blade closely. The Zenin clan, as nefarious as they were, had been experts in cursed weapons and all manner of objects related to magecraft. Maki could probably recognize the weapon, but he couldn't. I'm sorry, brother. I don't see anything to suggest what kind of cursed weapon it is or who it once belonged to. Not even their name is known. We could ask Maki-san or Tsuki-san to glean some information. Satoru Gojo's heir could see how much energy it possesses. Because I sense regret, sadness, and a dark overwhelming power like a well. But I'm no expert. We'll have to wait until we return to Tokyo to learn its origins. Most cursed tools had belonged to someone, either a user or a creator. Someone must have forged the tool for their use, giving it a purpose. Few sorcerers could possibly know who owned a cursed tool, and those most knowledgeable about them were the infamous Zenin, those who should be dead. Naoya, is he the only Zenin to have returned to life? Or is Kenjaku using more sorcerers as his puppets? He hated the Zenin clan without having met them. He didn't know their traditions, their history, or most of their members, but he felt a contempt that was all too clear, deep in his soul. And that contempt began with Mai's story, with Naoya's attack. He couldn't believe he would have to resort to the Zenin's history to understand Zanma, his new sword, the one that replaced all the tools his master had taken back. Maybe Toji knows something about this weapon. He's older than Maki and Mai, and has been with the Zenin longer than anyone I know. If he doesn't know about the sword, then I don't know who to turn to, because I'm not going to talk to the dead. A chill ran down his spine. Naruto sheathed Zanma with a soft click that indicated it was fully sheathed, not a shred of its steel remaining. He had to admit it was a beautiful sword. It was ancient, yes, but beautiful, and he had to thank whoever forged it that it had fallen into his hands. Or maybe it was just fate. Sometimes, Lady Luck liked to smile on him at least a little. Well, I don't mind waiting. But I won't leave it in the room. The boy had made his decision. Whoever had given him that katana wanted him to be its wielder. He wasn't going to just throw it aside when it had been given to him a few seconds ago. I'll take it with me on tomorrow's excursion and for the rest of our stay in Kyoto. I think it might be useful. Aoi wasn't entirely sure whether to accept that as valid or not. That sword had been handed to them in a strange way, as if they knew Naruto was in the city. That only meant they had been watching him, that they knew where he was at all times. Could it have been the Sorcerer's Society? Aoi doubted this, but it was a huge possibility. The Sorcerer's Society, ruled by Kenjaku, had a strange sense of humor. It wouldn't be the first time a sorcerer had been killed by a cursed weapon, thus removing Kenjaku from his side as a possible enemy in the future. I'll leave that to your decision, brother. I don't have much faith in that sword, but if you see it favorably I'll put my trust in your words and your decisions. Thanks to Itadori's memories, Naruto felt the connection Aoi and the pink-haired boy had had, the same connection the third-year student wanted to have with him as a transmigrator of his non-blood brother. Although, if you ask him, it was a bit strange to feel things that belonged to someone else. Taking a risk now is one of the best actions we can take, Aoi. Sukuna and Kenjaku rule the Sorcerer Society, and we need all the strength we have to defeat them. We can't do it alone, and we're not strong enough for a fight of attrition. We'll lose if we keep chasing them. The apprentice's eyes glowed slightly, turning their blue color intense for a few seconds, as if a flashlight had shone directly on the teenager's face. After those seconds, Naruto blinked and looked back at Zanma, who was leaning against the windowsill, completely harmless. And that means, to me, taking risks like this. Cursed weapons weren't called that because they were the best, but because they were cursed, containing cursed energy and a curse that might require something from the user. Naruto knew that accepting an unknown weapon was a toss-up, with a huge chance of being wrong and ending up dead. But there was also a chance that he was right. And if there was a chance of the latter, Naruto would always take the risk. He'd rather take the risk and achieve victory than simply give up. That didn't work for him. Ready for a hike? We haven't slept much, but that's okay, brother. Let's go see some of the best temples in Kyoto. Chapter 46. Kyoto was surrounded by beautiful forests, with thick tall trees and small bamboo groves surrounding the various temples and some of the city's houses, giving it a much more ancient and mystical feel to tourists, who took photographs and observed the vegetation as they passed through the large torii gates that adorned the stairs leading to some of the city's temples. Some tourists even swore they felt they were being watched as they passed through these gates, and some people even saw the vegetation moving out of the corner of their eyes, with a dark figure moving among the branches. Kyoto was a city steeped in mysticism, closely linked to the world of yokai and Japanese mythology in general. Spirits and sorcerers were seen far more frequently in Kyoto than anywhere else in the country. However, Japan itself had a high number of paranormal sightings among the younger population, placing the country at the top of any ranking of paranormal sightings. Of course, Japan wasn't just about spirits. Legends like the Kyubi no Yoko, the legendary Yamata no Arachi, and countless other monsters that, over the years, people saw less and less, but which even today continue to be seen by Kyoto residents and even tourists. As sorcerers, both Naruto and Aoi believed in any paranormal or mythological beings that might currently be living in Kyoto, whether or not they were spirits or had corporeal form, and could take revenge against them. But they were sorcerers who had fought with curses, corrupted sorcerers and allies of the King of Curses, who was still alive in Megumi's body, probably moving around the world looking for allies or rebuilding his army of curses by bringing them back from the dead, as he did with all those who currently followed him. Humans make plans and gods and demons undo them at will. The two teenagers stopped behind Kasumi, who was in front of them, with a guide to visit Kyoto and the most important places in the city. Azazel had warned them about the potential problems that could arise. But these problems were more closely related to Issei and his group, who were demons and frowned upon by the yokai, who didn't want a war. Because Sona had been right when she mentioned that neither side wanted or was ready for a war. At least, not yet, which was a relief. I may not feel the cursed energy, but Kyoto has a pressure I didn't feel in Kuo. There are strong presences that were constant throughout the city. Kyoto was surrounded by a heavy pressure. It wasn't a barrier as such, but it was present, and even he felt it on his shoulders. Naruto had tried to discuss it with Aoi and Kasumi, but they were both like him. Feeling a pressure on their shoulders that was strange, but not out of place. They even felt like they were being watched. Could they be some spirits watching us? Or perhaps some curious yokai waiting for some mistake on our part? That's where I trained with Uchiha-sensei once. Kasumi's soft voice brought him back to reality, and Naruto looked in the direction the sorceress's snowy finger was pointing. The area she was referring to, and pointing to with some pride, was a large wooded area, with a small clearing between the trees that could barely hold 4 people, and was probably a perfect place for a 2-person spar. This area wasn't badly damaged, probably due to the years in which no one used it for new training. Younger trees replaced the destroyed ones and filled the gaps with a deeper, less worn green, much lighter than the rest of the trees surrounding the clearing. When he looked at Kasumi, he noticed a glimmer of emotion in her eyes, probably the result of some memory that had crossed her mind at that moment when her eyes looked at the place his finger was pointing at. Her voice even sounded a little softer than before, perhaps hiding her feelings deep inside. Kyoto wasn't as badly damaged as Tokyo, but it didn't come out unscathed, if you ask me. Aoi was also slightly sentimental, though her face didn't show much emotion, save for a faint glimmer in her dark eyes. Oh well. That's for another time. With this chance, let's live life again, brother. Naruto didn't respond to Aoi, and Kasumi didn't even seem to be listening to her friend and teammate. Her eyes were still bright, fixed on the spot where she had trained with her teacher. A moment that seemed and was far away, at least for the Kyoto kids. Since he hadn't lived through that time, Naruto couldn't possibly understand what Kasumi was feeling or what Aoi might be feeling. That feeling of being watched. He scratched his neck as he frowned, feeling uneasy. The first time he'd felt this was when he'd met Maki's twin sister and when he'd gotten into a fight with Naoya, the Zenin who'd ended up becoming a curse when it wasn't exorcised. Could it be another spirit watching him? Naruto looked around. At the treetops and high up in the bamboo, but his eyes couldn't detect any strange movement, a single leaf falling to the ground, or the slightest rustling noise that usually occurred when something moved through the vegetation. There wasn't even a mere chirping of birds or the faintest sound of the wind. Everything was silent, too silent. I guess the rest of the kids have gone somewhere else, Aoi broke the silence, smiling. It's time to go see the city, not so much the temple. The temples are beautiful, Kasumi complained, frowning at Aoi, who just smiled brightly. We could see them all. I walked around with the headmaster as he paid his respects to each temple, whether it was dedicated to one deity or several. It's better to visit a restaurant. Temples first. Don't we have time for both? Naruto chimed in, smiling nervously. I think we can visit the temples and then eat at a restaurant. We have a few days until we get back to Tokyo. For once, we can just enjoy ourselves, right? Aoi and Kasumi stared at Naruto directly, slightly more intensely than expected. Both boys expected to do what each wanted and not what the other wanted, although this could be changed by making the other give up some space. Though judging by the way they were looking at him, Naruto wasn't sure either of them would be willing to give up some of their space to do the other's activity. Or we can do one day of restaurants and another of temples, he added, as a last resort. Their vacation in Kyoto would be a total of 10 days, so they had a total of 9 full days, not counting the arrival and departure days, for sightseeing, which would allow them to visit restaurants and temples all over the city, although Naruto had no doubt that Aoi and Kasumi already knew them from having lived in Kyoto for a few years. In 10 days we can do a lot of things, including eating and visiting temples. Visiting Kyoto's temples was one of the many activities one could do in the city, but it was one of the few a tourist must do in order to fully understand the city. Each of Kyoto's temples, whether Buddhist, Shinto, or other, was built in a distinct, almost unique way, with distinct ornamentation that made each temple unique in its own way. The builders tried, in every way, to ensure that the temples were not the same, but still demonstrated their beauty to the curious eyes of tourists. Nearly 2,000 religious buildings, 1,600 Buddhist temples and 400 Shinto temples were built over almost 1,300 years, so the number of temples could have been higher, probably increasing when Kyoto became the country's capital, which made it a city full of foreigners. People, whether simply visitors from other parts of the country or foreigners in the full sense of the word, had come to Kyoto for the numerous temples, the mystical stories that ran through the city streets, and because Kyoto was known as one of Japan's most important cities, along with Tokyo. In fact, Kyoto and Tokyo could be considered rival cities, the ones best known to foreigners traveling to Japan. So it wasn't surprising that Kasumi wanted to see the temples. But there were more than a dozen of them, and seeing them in 10 days might be a bit short because they'd probably have to wait in line at some of them, wasting precious minutes they wouldn't get back. But while visiting temples seemed like a time-consuming activity, visiting Kyoto's restaurants wasn't something they could do in just a few hours either. In fact, there might be more restaurants and food stalls than temples in the city, which would increase the time they'd have to dedicate to their culinary expedition. The two activities took up an enormous amount of time, and unless they combined them, and even if they didn't, Naruto doubted they would be able to visit all 2,000 temples and the huge amount of food places around the city, some of them more hidden than others. What brother says makes sense. If we don't combine our activities, we won't be able to show our young companion the city. And that would be worse than not completing our itinerary. Fine, Kasumi Miwa took a deep breath, accepting the idea of seeing different restaurants, refusing to see all the temples she had planned to visit. First, let's see some temples, and then we'll have lunch at 1 o'clock. In the afternoon, we can continue with temples and have dinner at a different restaurant. That's a good idea. What do you think, my brother? I'll just say that you've finally agreed on something. Finally, the two sorcerers made the decision, concretizing that Naruto's plan, eating and seeing the temples, was the best, since this way they could tour the outskirts of Kyoto and at the same time the city when they had to go to the different restaurants that Aoi had planned, something that would help them after walking several kilometers being guided by Kasumi, who had taken out a map with the location of all the interesting temples. At least it will be a normal student day. As the three teenagers left the small temple and went down the stairs, a pair of reddish eyes appeared in the treetops, shining brightly, with a hint of mockery. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.